who claims that middle-aged individuals are inferior to dogs. At the age of 50, he toils daily to provide for his family, yet they regard him with disdain, seeing him merely as an ATM and a punching bag. After his divorce, he found himself utterly destitute, but unexpectedly awakened the ancestral bloodline within him, granting him golden eyes capable of discerning the essence of Jade. Thus began his journey of reclaiming his fortune through the art of stone gambling, ultimately rising to become a legendary Jade King in his middle age. Chapter 1. Sever Bonds. At 50, Shen Fu once harbored dreams of gallivanting across the world with a sword in hand. However, he now leads a mundane existence as an ordinary taxi driver. Daily, he rises early and returns late, striving to earn a meager livelihood. His family, however, lacks gratitude. His wife frequently berates him with words like, "I must have been blind to marry you. Out of all those suitors, how on earth did I end up with such a useless man?" His mother-in-law, a shrewd old woman, often laments that it was her oversight that led her daughter to wed a worthless man. Yet, whenever there is work to be done, she is the first to summon Shen Fu to lend a hand. Even his own son looks down upon him, lamenting that while other fathers are wealthy businessmen, his father drives a taxi, living in poverty and shame. Despite the disdain, every month his son still comes to him for money. Demanding sums of 2,000 or 3,000. Refusal is met with a scowl. Shen Fu's family treats him as a cash dispenser, a source of frustration, and a free laborer. While others would have long since erupted in anger, Shen Fu chooses to endure. This is not because he is truly spineless, but rather because he cherishes his family. Shen Fu is an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage, never having met his biological parents. He yearns for a family, and even when treated poorly, he silently tolerates the mistreatment instead of retaliating. However, there exists a limit to tolerance. Everyone has their breaking point, and Shen Fu is no exception. On a day when many enjoy a holiday, Shen Fu sets out early to drive his taxi. Hoping to earn extra money during the festive period, he works tirelessly into the night, earning nearly 1,000 yuan. Though his body is weary, his spirits are high. "You could at least buy some fruit." "How dare you say that? Fruit is hardly worth mentioning. I need more than that. My brother-in-law runs a grand restaurant, and my sister's husband is an executive. You merely drive a broken taxi. Oh, why must I suffer so?" As she berated him, Shen Fu's wife began to cry. Despite his inclination to care for his family, upon seeing her tears, he handed over the entire 1,000 yuan he earned that day. "Stop crying, hey, race 1,000. Use it to buy something nice for our parents." "A mere 1,000. My sister spent 50,000 on an LV bag, and you only give me 1,000? I refuse. I want a luxury bag too." Shen Fu felt a surge of anger. "If you want it, buy it yourself. I have no money." Before he could finish, there was a resounding slap as he struck his wife across the face. His wife was momentarily stunned, then cried even louder. "You hit me. How dare you? I'm so unfortunate to have married a worthless man, and now you even dare to strike me." What caused Shen Fu's sudden fury? 50 years prior, when he was abandoned at the orphanage, he wore a jade pendant around his neck. This pendant was the only gift from his parents, and he cherished it dearly even in destitution. He would never consider selling it for money, let alone for some frivolous LV bag. Shen Fu rarely loses his temper, but this time, he truly was enraged. Not only had his wife forgotten his birthday, but she also dared to covet the pendant. Such audacity. Whenever he felt troubled, he would drive to clear his mind. That night was no different. After an hour of driving, he began to feel slightly better. He thought that if his wife sincerely apologized and promised never to mention selling the pendant again, he could find it in his heart to forgive her. But just as he reached this conclusion, a phone call interrupted. It was his mother-in-law. "You ungrateful wretch. A shameless failure. You can't even earn money, and now you've resorted to hitting your wife, have you? This matter is far from over." Shen Fu's heart sank, and his mood plummeted. His mother-in-law raged on, her insults relentless and cruel, each word more hurtful than the last. Shen Fu pondered, must the good always be victimized? After sacrificing everything for this family, is this how they repay him? Go to hell. Disappointment consumed him. He yelled into the phone before hanging up and turning off his device. The taxi fell silent, and for a fleeting moment, Shen Fu contemplated ending it all. But the next second, he expelled the thought from his mind. Death? What a joke. A man of stature should perish on the battlefield, not succumb to the pressures of two wretched women. Shen Fu was never one to cower in weakness. He vowed from that moment on to no longer endure, to live entirely for himself. He slammed the accelerator down, and the car roared like a tiger, speeding forward. Liberation, Shen Fu cried out, declaring that he would no longer be defined by the roles of husband, son-in-law, or father. He is simply Shen Fu if they deem him a failure. So be it. He would show them just how capable he could be without the burdens they imposed. At that moment, a thunderclap resounded from the sky. Shen Fu felt a darkness envelop him, followed by a dizzying whirl, as if his blood were boiling and his skin aflame. Especially his eyes, he felt excruciating pain, as if they were being seared. For a brief moment, he even contemplated gouging them out to relieve the agony. But soon, the pain vanished, and light returned. Shen Fu opened his eyes, finding the car still on the road, as if nothing had changed. Was I struck by lightning? Shen Fu was utterly bewildered. Curiously, however, he felt elated, his body seemingly brimming with vitality, as though he had been rejuvenated by 30 years. Perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it after all. Feeling energetic was not a bad thing. The night had deepened, and after another hour of driving, he finally felt a hint of fatigue. Little did he know that the source of his newfound vigor was the lightning strike from the previous night. This was no ordinary lightning, it was a tribulation thunderbolt. Shen Fu was no ordinary man. Within him flowed an ancient bloodline. Those who possess this bloodline must endure numerous hardships before the age of 50. As the saying goes, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a worthy individual. They must first endure trials to strengthen their resolve. Once a bearer of this bloodline has faced countless struggles, yet retains their ambition after reaching 50, a thunderbolt will descend to aid them in overcoming their tribulations. Shen Fu, having endured a harsh life before turning 50, still harbored grand aspirations to achieve great things in middle age. His bloodline awakened, filling him with energy, and in addition to this, he awakened another gift, the Jade Soul Golden Eyes. As for what the Jade Soul Golden Eyes are and how to wield them, Shen Fu was yet unaware, but he would soon come to discover their significance. Chapter 2. The Jade Soul and Golden Eyes. Shen Fu sat in his vehicle, contemplating his future endeavors. Suddenly, a figure approached and rapped on the window. "Are you the driver?" It turned out a client had arrived. Every venture ultimately aims for profit. Lofty aspirations aside, one must not neglect the earnings at hand. Thus, Shen Fu nodded and invited the guest into the car. The gentleman was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of refinement, yet his expression bore an unmistakable urgency, hinting at pressing matters. "Drive to the jade trading market," he instructed, urging Shen Fu to hasten to the jade market in Hangzhou. As the name suggests, this market specializes in jade. Half of its offerings consist of Hatian jade, while the other half comprises emeralds. Hangzhou is indeed a prominent city for jade, ranking among the top in the nation for trading volume. However, if we were to discuss rankings, Hatian jade aside, Shen Fu knew that Legay City held the title for the largest emerald market in the country. Legay City, renowned as the capital of emeralds and gambling stones, lies at the southwestern border of China, adjacent to Myanmar, the birthplace of emeralds. This geographical advantage has bestowed upon it a significant edge in the emerald trade. Half of the emerald transactions within the nation occur in Legay City. Although Shen Fu had never visited, he had heard tales of its allure. It is said that in Legay City, one could strike it rich overnight through gambling stones, leading to a life filled with indulgence and luxury. Coincidentally, the accent of the passenger suggested he hailed from Legay City. As Shen Fu drove, he overheard the guest on the phone, speaking urgently. "I'm in the car now." "Yes, we'll arrive shortly. Place the stones there, right? Don't heed his offer. We'll bid up to 800,000. It appeared the guest was in a rush to negotiate a business deal. Shen Fu, respecting the client as privacy, typically refrained from focusing on passengers in the back seat while driving, but today, something peculiar caught his attention. What intrigued him was the emerald ring worn by the guest. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, it shimmered with a mysterious purple luminescence. Shen Fu possessed an emerald pendant and was somewhat knowledgeable about jade, having encountered various shades of purple before, but he had never seen a jadeite that emitted a purple glow. Perplexed, Shen Fu could not resist the urge to inquire once the guest finished his call. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask you something? What is it? Why does your emerald ring glow?" "What?" The guest appeared taken aback, failing to comprehend Shen Fu's inquiry. "I meant, why does your ring emit light?" The guest glanced down at his ring, puzzled. Was this driver mistaken? Or was there something amiss with his eyesight? "I don't understand what you're saying. My ring does not glow. However, there's no however. My eyesight is fine. Please, driver, refrain from jesting. I am not in the mood for such nonsense." Shen Fu chose not to press further. Yet, he remained convinced he had not been mistaken. The emerald ring, though predominantly green, undeniably radiated a purple light. Shen Fu found himself baffled, deciding to set the matter aside for the time being. Half an hour later, he arrived at their destination. As the guest settled his payment and exited the vehicle, a woman approached to greet him. However, it was not her allure that captivated Shen Fu, but rather the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Shen Fu found himself utterly perplexed, unaware that he was no longer an ordinary individual. The radiant glow he perceived was not that of typical fluorescence, but rather the soul of jade embedded within the emerald. Having learned from past experiences, Shen Fu refrained from speaking, yet his gaze remained fixated on the azure luminescence of the jade bracelet, a mystery he could not unravel. Could this be a new variety of jade? With many knowledgeable about jade, he could easily inquire if a novel type of fluorescent jade had recently emerged. After parking his vehicle, he entered the jade trading market, filled with curiosity. Though referred to as a jade market, it was merely a commercial street, spanning a little over 100 meters, lined with dozens of jade shops, selling not only emeralds but other types of jade as well. Shen Fu casually wandered into one shop, only to discover that it exclusively sold Hetian jade, not emeralds. Despite both being types of jade, they were fundamentally different, with prices varying immensely. Nevertheless, Shen Fu, being prudent, examined the array of Hetian jade ornaments displayed in glass cases, all devoid of any luminescence. He pondered whether only the emeralds were peculiar. Thus, he stepped next door to a shop that offered both Hetian jade and emeralds. To the left, the Hetian jade displayed no abnormalities, but the emeralds on the right left Shen Fu astounded. Each piece, be it a bracelet, ring, necklace, or various ornamental shapes, radiated light. The shopkeeper, bewildered, glanced at the emeralds and then at Shen Fu, as if regarding a fool. What are you talking about? Emeralds glowing? Shen Fu pointed towards the emeralds, exclaiming, aren't they all glowing? The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, suspecting Shen Fu was either mad, foolish, or simply jesting at his expense. How could perfectly ordinary emeralds glow? Preposterous. Please, refrain from such nonsense, and do not hinder my business. Though Shen Fu was expelled from the shop, he felt no anger, only confusion. His eyes could not deceive him. He had indeed seen the emeralds glowing, just as the guest's ring and the alluring woman's bracelet had shown. Yet, according to the others, they appeared oblivious to the emerald's radiance. Being a clever individual, Shen Fu suddenly conjectured that perhaps only he could perceive the glowing emeralds. If this were true, it would be an extraordinary ability. To verify this notion, he ventured into the next jade shop. Chapter 3. The Stone Gambling Scheme. Indeed, in the subsequent jade shop, all the emeralds also emitted a glow, each displaying a myriad of colors, purple, blue, and white. Among the jadeite, those emitting a white glow are the most abundant, followed by the blue glow, while the purple glow is the rarest, found solely in the most expensive jadeite bracelet prominently displayed at the center of the store. Shen Fu, lacking expertise in jadeite appraisal, remained oblivious to the criteria that determined the value of jadeite. However, he was adept at reading numbers. All jadeites in the shop were clearly priced. He observed that those priced below 10,000 yuan emitted a white fluorescence, whereas those above 10,000 showcased a blue luminescence. The solitary purple glowing jadeite bracelet, astonishingly, was priced at a staggering 12,000 yuan. How exorbitant! Amidst his astonishment, Shen Fu discerned the correlation between the fluorescence color and the jadeite's price. He pondered whether the white glowing jadeite was less expensive, the blue glowing ones were more valuable, and the purple glowing jadeite was the most costly. Was it possible that the colors of fluorescence he perceived indicated the value of the jadeite? If so, it would mean that he could ascertain the worth of any jadeite merely by observing the hue of its glow. This revelation filled Shen Fu with both joy and surprise. However, he felt compelled to verify it further. He summoned a shop assistant, expressing his desire to examine one of the bracelets. The bracelet, emitting a white glow and priced at 2,800 yuan, was readily presented to him. Yet, Shen Fu's ulterior motive was to inquire whether the assistant could see the fluorescence on the jadeite ring. What fluorescence? The assistant appeared baffled, evidently unable to perceive anything. Shen Fu finally felt reassured, realizing that only he could witness these ethereal glows. These faint glimmers seemed akin to the soul of the jadeite, or perhaps its essence. The colors of this essence appeared to correspond with value. The purple essence was the most precious, followed by blue, with white being the least valuable. Suddenly, Shen Fu recalled his own piece of jadeite. He hastily retrieved his jade pendant, only to find that it emitted no fluorescence whatsoever, signifying that he could not perceive its essence. Moreover, he noticed an inexplicable crack within the jadeite, a flaw that had not existed before. Shen Fu felt perplexed and saddened. As this was the only item his parents had bequeathed to him, could it be due to a thunderstorm? He muttered to himself, prompting the assistant to inquire, "What?" Shen Fu replied, "Nothing. By the way, may I take another look at that bracelet? The one priced at 12,000. He intended to compare the inexpensive bracelet with the costly one, to confirm that the purple indeed signified a valuable jadeite. However, the assistant, perceiving Shen Fu's ordinary attire, which belied the appearance of affluence, declined his request. "I'm sorry, but that bracelet is the most expensive item in our store and is not readily shown to new customers," the assistant declared with an air of arrogance. The implication was clear. "Old chap, you obviously lack the funds. Do not come here to tarnish our fine jadeite. Go find a place where you belong." Shen Fu was not oblivious to the underlying message, and his indignation flared. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I cannot afford a bracelet? How so? Is it that you can afford it? There's nothing unattainable. I simply disdain the purchase." The shop assistant, with a condescending demeanor, regarded Shen Fu with disdain. Yet he found himself powerless, for he could not produce the sum of 120,000. A gentleman avenges himself after a decade. He resolved to swallow his pride for the time being. However, he vowed that his day would come when he would lay 12,000 in cash before the insolent youth. Eager to see if he would still be so audacious then. After being expelled from the jade shop that day, Shen Fu initially seethed with rage. But he quickly regained his composure. He realized that he must earn money, and the more, the better. He needed at least 12,000 to preserve his dignity. The question remained, how to amass such wealth? He pondered the matter. While continuing to drive a taxi was an option, the pace of earnings was far too slow. An idea sparked in his mind, to harness his unique gift, the Jade Soul Eyes. Given his ability to perceive the essence of jadeite and assess its value based on color, leveraging this skill could make earning money a straightforward endeavor. This led him to contemplate the art of stone gambling, a practice known for its rapid financial returns, steeped in legends of instant fortune. Unlike other gemstones, jadeite rough possesses a weathered skin upon extraction, rendering it impossible for anyone to ascertain its true value without removing this outer layer, no matter the sophistication of their instruments. The worth of a finished jadeite piece is easily determined, thus offering little profit. However, jadeite rough is another matter entirely. The saying, "even the gods cannot discern a fragment of jade," encapsulates the countless possibilities concealed within such stones, making their true worth elusive. Yet, Shen Fu believed he could succeed. He thought that if he could gauge the value of jadeite rough by its color, victory in stone gambling would be assured. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through him. However, having led a life of stability, Shen Fu had never engaged in stone gambling. The volatility of this venture could lead to either immense wealth or catastrophic loss. Cautious by nature, he would never have considered gambling without his Jade Soul Eyes. Even with this gift, he would meticulously ensure he understood its use before embarking on such a perilous path. Regarding the funds for gambling, he visited the bank after leaving the jade shop. His account balance stood at a mere 20,235 yuan. Having toiled throughout his life for his family, most of his earnings were devoted to his wife and children, leaving him with this paltry sum. Nevertheless, Shen Fu remained undeterred. He withdrew this amount as his capital for future stone gambling endeavors. Though modest, he had faith in his abilities to compensate for the shortfall. Regrettably, all the jade shops exclusively dealt in finished jade, with no operations related to stone gambling. Confused, he inquired and learned that the risks associated with stone gambling were far too great for the proprietors to manage. Moreover, apart from a few cities in the southwestern region, the practice was not prevalent elsewhere. Although Hangzhou was a major hub for jade trading, few engaged in stone gambling, focusing instead on transactions involving finished jadeite. If one truly wishes to profit from the art of stone gambling, one ought to venture to Myanmar, the very cradle of jadeite rough stones, where first-hand resources abound. Alternatively, one could journey to Legai City, which shares a border with Myanmar, renowned as the foremost metropolis for jadeite trade in China and celebrated as the capital of stone gambling. Beyond these locales, there exist only private transactions among jade enthusiasts. However, without the necessary connections, Shen Fu found himself at a standstill. Traveling to Myanmar was also impractical, as Shen Fu lacked proficiency in the Burmese language and faced financial constraints. Consequently, he resolved to explore Legai City, vowing to carve out a name for himself through his intellect and his extraordinary Jade Soul Eyes. Chapter 4. A First Test of Skills. Upon making this decision, a sharply dressed gentleman passed by Shen Fu. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man as the one who had ridden in his taxi that morning. The gentleman was carrying a heavy briefcase, and to Shen Fu's astonishment, a faint luminescence emanated from within, directly meeting Shen Fu's gaze. A thought struck him. Could this case contain jade, or perhaps jadeite rough? Seizing the opportunity, Shen Fu approached the man. "Good day, sir," he greeted. "Ah, The taxi driver from this morning. Would you be able to take me to the airport? Shen Fu nodded, affirming that he could indeed provide the ride. But he first had to pose a question. May I ask what you have in that case? Is it jade? The man appeared taken aback, and quickly inquired how Shen Fu had deduced this. Shen Fu, not wishing to reveal the secret of his Jade Soul Golden Eyes, simply claimed it was a guess. The gentleman seemed to accept this and revealed that the case contained not entirely jade, but rather a piece of jadeite rough. The outer shell had yet to be removed, leaving the man uncertain if jade was indeed inside, or what its quality might be if it were. Shen Fu's heart soared with joy. He had long sought a piece of jadeite rough to test the capabilities of his Jade Soul Golden Eyes in the realm of gambling stones. After an exhaustive search through the jade market yielded nothing, it was serendipitous to encounter such an opportunity here. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Beneath the gaze of Shen Fu's extraordinary eyes, the case emitted a soft purple glow, suggesting it contained a high-quality jadeite. Yet, without the ability to cut the stone, Shen Fu could not substantiate his assumption. The stone belonged to the gentleman, and he had no right to request its dissection. What was to be done? As inspiration struck, Shen Fu devised a plan. He proceeded to drive the gentleman to the airport while engaging him in casual conversation, inquiring if he hailed from the southwestern region. The man appeared somewhat fatigued and reluctant to elaborate, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Li Siti. Shen Fu continued. It is said to be the capital of stone gambling. Since you possess jadeite rough, are you perhaps a prominent figure in the stone gambling business? At this, the gentleman's demeanor shifted, growing wary. Why do you ask, driver? To be frank, I have a penchant for studying jadeite and harbor a keen interest in gambling stones. Upon hearing this, the guest heaved a sigh of relief. No longer doubting Shen Fu, and proactively inquired about Shen Fu's understanding of gambling stones. I possess a modicum of knowledge, though I cannot compare to you experts. Shen Fu replied. The guest appeared somewhat disappointed at this revelation. Being a perceptive individual, Shen Fu adeptly discerned that the guest sought someone knowledgeable about gambling stones for advice. Consequently, he promptly added, that said, I have examined no fewer than a few thousand pieces of jadeite. I can certainly distinguish between the fine and the inferior, much like the jade ring you are wearing. At a glance, I can tell it is of considerable value. The guest paused momentarily, then chuckled. Master, you indeed possess a discerning eye. Indeed, this ring is quite valuable, but most people would not recognize it. Since you are so knowledgeable, I shall let you examine this stone. With that, he opened his briefcase, revealing a piece of jadeite rough, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, roughly the size of a durian, its surface smooth and gentle in appearance. Shen Fu, unaware of the implications of these characteristics, recognized only that the jadeite's essence was purple, indicating its high potential value. However, he needed to substantiate this claim. Thus he must persuade the guest to cut the stone. Shen Fu, quick-witted, employed his rhetoric. Wow, this stone of yours appears to be worth a fortune. Really? The guest replied, intrigued. Absolutely. This stone must have cost you quite a sum, hasn't it? The guest nodded, admitting he'd spent nearly $1 million on it, remarking that even for an old pit stone, such a price seemed excessive. Fortunately, he had already found a buyer, ensuring a modest profit, thus he would not incur a loss. Upon hearing this, Shen Fu feigned solemnity, shaking his head repeatedly, lamenting. What a pity. The guest, taken aback, inquired about the nature of this pity. Shen Fu explained, this stone, in my estimation, is worth at least $2 million. If you merely intend to sell it for a trifling profit, that would indeed be a grave misfortune. The guest was astonished, exclaiming, what? This stone is worth $2 million. In truth, Shen Fu was uncertain of the stone's actual worth. He had merely fabricated this to entice the guest into cutting it. Thus, he asserted, indeed, this stone is certainly worth a minimum of $2 million. I advise you against a direct sale. Rather, it would be wise to keep it and have it cut. The guest queried, but what if it were to be ruined? If there is no green within, or if it harbors impurities or cracks, it would lose its value. Shen Fu replied, gambling with stones inherently carries risks. If you fear it, then do not gamble at all. Pursue another venture instead. My dear guest, your jadeite rough is undoubtedly invaluable. Its previous owner dared not cut it, and you acquired it for a mere $1 million. Do not repeat that mistake. Upon hearing this, the guest scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Shen Fu felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain if his deception would succeed. At that moment, the taxi sped onward. Both Shen Fu and the guest furrowing their brows, their minds racing intensely. If even a hint of green were revealed, the stone could fetch several thousand more. Even in the absence of green, as long as the outer shell remained intact, a buyer would surely be found. The guest weighed a crucial decision, to cut the stone or not, essentially gambling a substantial sum versus a modest one. His cautious nature, a cornerstone of his current wealth and status, informed this choice. Nevertheless, his prudence had caused him to miss numerous opportunities. Just last year, he handled a stone that yielded a mere 15,000, while it ultimately sold for over 3 million, resulting in a 2 million loss for him. One cannot stumble in the same place twice, and recognizing the stone's quality, he resolved to keep it and cut it himself. Master. Oh, Shen Fu's plan was unfolding successfully. Initially, he intended to wait outside and gauge the guest's reaction after cutting the stone to ascertain the outcome. Unexpectedly, the guest invited Shen Fu to join him, and naturally, he accepted, following the guest into the jade shop. The guest explained his intention but insisted on polishing the stone before cutting, ensuring that even if no green emerged, he could mitigate his losses. Shen Fu pondered how astute these business people were. In the future, he would need to engage in their craft without underestimating them. Soon, a young apprentice in the shop produced a corner grinder. The jade's exterior was relatively delicate, and this small machine sufficed for removal. In a matter of moments, the apprentice skillfully stripped away the outer shell from the stone's upper left corner. Suddenly, a gasp broke the silence. Wow, floating blue ice. Shen Fu was puzzled by the exclamation, but the others in the shop, upon seeing the stone, became frenzied with excitement. This is indeed floating blue ice. There's no doubt about it. It's pure and genuine floating blue ice. This material will appreciate by at least 1 million. Not just 1 million. It will surely increase by at least 2 million. Unable to contain his emotions, the guest leaped around the shop, finally rushing to Shen Fu, grasping his hand in admiration, bowing, and even calling him a master. Thus, Shen Fu concluded that the assessment by the Jade Soul Golden Eyes was indeed accurate. These eyes could genuinely predict the stone's value. Chapter 5. Return for Revenge. A seemingly ordinary piece of jade suddenly skyrocketed in value by 1 million due to the revelation of a patch of floating blue ice. Moreover, there was no concern about finding a buyer. Quality jade was scarce, and this stone, once offered for sale, would undoubtedly sell immediately. To illustrate, the jade shop owner was willing to pay 2 million cash for it. Well, if you find that price too low, we can negotiate. The two engaged in discussion, with the stone's owner hoping for 3 million, while the owner of the shop was only willing to offer 250,000. After some back and forth bargaining, they finally agreed on a transaction price of 270,000. Shen Fu observed, captivated by the intriguing and profitable nature of the stone gambling industry. With the Jade Soul Golden Eyes, the prospect of earning not just millions, but potentially tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, seemed entirely feasible. This realization filled him with excitement. A thrilling sense of freedom, as if he could roam the vast skies and oceans at will. Just as he was about to depart, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Master, please wait. You cannot leave. Your skills are extraordinary. I implore you to assist me in gambling on stones." Shen Fu smiled faintly and replied, "I am hardly a master. I am merely a taxi driver who happened to stumble upon a fortunate opportunity today." The owner of the stone insisted, "That is impossible. You are clearly a hidden sage among the common folk. I have come to understand that if it weren't for your wise counsel today, I would have let this precious gem slip away in vain. Master, I have many jadeite raw stones in Legay City awaiting your appraisal. Please, lend me your insight, even if just a suggestion." Shen Fu once again declined, asserting that he truly lacked the ability to assist. This was not entirely a falsehood. After all, he could only perceive the soul of jade, possessing almost no professional knowledge regarding gambling stones or jadeite. How could he dare to boastfully offer appraisals? Yet, the stone owner believed it was his lack of sincerity that had failed to persuade the master to emerge from seclusion. To him, Shen Fu was the kind of person who, after becoming disillusioned with the strife of the world, had chosen to retreat into the shadows. The realm of the enlightened was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary man like himself and could not be forced. Thus he said, "In that case, I shall not press further. Today I, Zhao Yunhai, am fortunate to have encountered you, Master, and I am immensely grateful for your guidance. May I request that you kindly wait here for just a moment? Just a moment. Please remain calm." Shen Fu was puzzled, but upon receiving the paper bag, he discovered it was filled with stacks of cash, totaling 100,000 yuan. "What is this?" Zhao Yunhai's resolute attitude left Shen Fu with no choice but to accept the sum, marking his first substantial gain in the realm of stone gambling. Albeit not his initial intention. Well, one must seize opportunities when they arise. Besides, this brought his total to a neat 1,200,000. The swift return of fortune granted Shen Fu the chance to seek retribution against the clerk from the initial Jade shop. The clerk was still there, and upon recognizing Shen Fu, he wore a look of disdain, clearly dismissing Shen Fu, an unassuming middle-aged man. I told you to scram if you had no money. This is a place of business, and we do not welcome beggars. To exact revenge, one must strike unexpectedly, delivering a blow when the opponent is at their most arrogant, thus providing true satisfaction. Shen Fu replied, Indeed, you are correct. I truly have no money. As you observed, I just arrived in a taxi. To put it plainly, I am merely a driver. 12,000 is an astronomical sum for me. The clerk smirked, his lips curling upward. Now you understand. It's good that you are sensible. Very well, I shall not hold it against you, as long as you do not impede my business. Shen Fu smiled and said, Thank you for your generosity, young man. I wish to purchase a jade bracelet as a gift. 12,000 is rather steep. Might you have something in the range of a few thousand for me to peruse? The clerk appeared somewhat impatient, seemingly reluctant to engage in such trivial transactions. However, seeing Shen Fu's amiable demeanor inflated his vanity, prompting him to respond, Wait here. I will fetch a few for you to examine. Just be careful not to damage them. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the cost. Shen Fu feigned a demeanor of utmost deference, as if the young shop assistant were a figure of significant authority, indulging him with excessive flattery. Yes, I fully comprehend. At that moment, a new customer, a well-dressed lady, entered the store, prompting the shop assistant to abandon Shen Fu and attend to her instead. The jade shop was modest in size, typically staffed by only this one attendant, while the owner was nowhere to be seen. It appeared that this lady was a regular patron, as the assistant lavished her with compliments, addressing her as Sister Han. Sister Han, we have just received a new shipment of goods, crafted from the finest materials and with exquisite designs. Would you care to take a look? It's been a few days since I last saw you, and you seem even more youthful. Shen Fu, listening from the sidelines, mused that the assistant might be attempting to cozy up to a wealthy woman, noting that the lad indeed had the potential to become a kept man. He couldn't help but chuckle. The assistant, noticing Shen Fu's amusement, shot him a glare, thinking to himself that this old man was insufferable. He had initially intended to be courteous, but now felt justified in dismissing the ungrateful wretch. Shen Fu, on the other hand, contemplated that once the assistant had sufficiently ingratiated himself with the affluent lady, it would be time to present the 12,000 yuan in cash and give this insolent young man a lesson in humility. Although the jade shop appeared harmonious on the surface, with everyone seemingly amiable, beneath the facade, each individual harbored ulterior motives, creating a current of tension. Nonetheless, Shen Fu was confident that he would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 6. 12,000 yuan. After a short while, the shop owner entered from outside. Upon seeing two customers, one familiar, Sister Han, and the other a newcomer, he approached Shen Fu to extend his hospitality. My good sir, please feel free to express your interests. All our jade is genuine, clearly priced, and we pride ourselves on integrity, ensuring your satisfaction. The owner was quite courteous, at least appearing to be a decent person. Shen Fu replied, merely browsing. By the way, is that bracelet over there, priced at 12,000, your finest piece? Indeed, that is the one. It is of the foreign variety, with a rich, uniform green hue, exuding a translucent, lustrous quality that is truly pleasing to the eye. Certainly, the owner continued, our business is modest, and we do not carry exceedingly high-end items. This foreign variety is our prized possession. However, if you're interested, I could retrieve it for you to examine closely. Why not? Shen Fu responded. Jade is not something one cannot touch. If customers are not permitted to handle it, wouldn't that raise suspicions regarding the quality of your goods? With a slight smile, Shen Fu then delivered a line he had prepared. Is that so? However, when I arrived earlier, your assistant did not convey it that way. The owner's expression instantly darkened, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Upon my recent visit, your attendant informed me that I was not permitted to handle the bracelet, also going so far as to insult me, declaring me a beggar and urging me to leave if I lacked funds. The owner turned to glance at the young staff member, who, upon hearing this disparaging remark, stiffened noticeably and began to stutter. I further remarked that not only did he expel me, but he also proclaimed that I would be unwelcome in the future. How quaint, I thought, to witness such hospitality in your establishment. Xiaoli, come here. The young attendant cast a venomous glare in my direction, muttering under his breath. How dare a beggar file a complaint? Despite the low volume, I caught his words. What do you label me? A beggar? Xiaoli, emboldened, retorted, indeed. I call you a beggar. What of it? Do you contest this? I merely smiled, choosing silence as I glanced at the owner. The proprietor, unwilling to offend a customer, erupted in indignation. What nonsense! This gentleman is a valued patron. Valued patron? Spare me the laughter. This fellow is clearly destitute. I discerned his impoverished appearance, unable to muster even a few thousand. Yet he dares to gaze upon our finest jade. Is that not a blatant hindrance to our business? Thus I expelled him. I did nothing wrong. The scorn should be directed at this beggar. Do you dare to retort? Say what you will. I stand by my actions. If this beggar truly possesses any means, let him produce the cash. Not too much. If he can present 120,000 in cash today, I shall apologize. With that, Shao Li turned to me, his expression a mix of indignation and fury, as if to say that my presence had caused him to incur the owner's wrath. I smiled again, for I had 120,000 cash tucked away in my pocket, thus feeling confident in my position. However, mere apologies would not suffice. To teach this impudent youth a lesson, I resolved to be more audacious. Is a verbal apology sufficient? Such insincere words lack substance. Shao Li sneered, questioning my authority to assert such a claim. Indeed, to catch a fish, one must use bait. Hence, I propose to Shao Li, let us arrange it thus. Should I fail to produce 120,000 today, I shall kneel and apologize to you, addressing you as grandfather. What say you? Shao Li paused, momentarily taken aback. He pondered my intent. Was it a ruse, or did I genuinely possess wealth? Fear began to seep into him. Seizing the moment, I dangled a second bait, suggesting, if you're too timid, then simply apologize to me, and we can consider this matter settled. Shao Li's confidence surged as he became convinced of my financial inadequacy, interpreting my demeanor as mere bravado. He resolved not to be intimidated, proclaiming boldly that if I wished to kneel, I could do so, and if I insisted on calling him grandfather, it was my own declaration. I chuckled. Indeed, those are my words. However, should I present 120,000, you too must kneel and address me as grandfather. The clerk, Shao Li, was utterly convinced that Shen Fu lacked the funds, and he confidently thumped his chest, proclaiming, no problem. Whoever falters shall be deemed a fool. Those are your words, indeed. Yes, I stand by what I said. He retorted, but you old man, where is your money? Can't produce it, can you? If you can't, then kneel and call me grandfather. Oof. Do not think I will fall for your empty ploys. Shao Li, full of hubris, laughed with unrestrained arrogance. However, little did he know that Shen Fu was more than capable of producing the 12,000 in cash. Within his leather bag lay exactly that amount. Before the eyes of Shao Li and the shop owner, he calmly extracted the bag from his coat, methodically withdrawing bundles of cash, each representing 1,000. With every stack revealed, Shao Li's expression morphed into one of increasing horror. How is this even possible? As Shen Fu unveiled the final bundle, a total of 120,000 pristine pink bills lay before them on the counter. Shao Li was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his own eyes. Shen Fu, with a nonchalant air, casually remarked, all right, you may now kneel and call me grandfather, for I accept you as my grandchild. Shao Li, still desperate to salvage his pride, insisted that the amount was insufficient and demanded a personal inspection. Shen Fu simply replied, suit yourself. The clerk, retrieving a counting machine, meticulously tallied the cash, only to discover it amounted to 119,000, 1,000 short. Ha ha ha, old man, you failed miserably. You're missing 1,000. With reddened eyes, Shao Li believed he had ensnared Shen Fu in a blunder, unaware that even this miscalculation was part of Shen Fu's cunning trap. With a flourish, Shen Fu produced the missing 1,000 from his trousers. It became evident that he had concealed it intentionally to instill a false sense of hope in his adversary, only to snatch it away at the last moment. No longer the man he once was, Shen Fu showed no mercy to his foe. He tossed the 1,000 toward Shao Li and remarked casually, well then, you may kneel and call me grandfather now. Chapter 7. A slap in the face of the ex-wife. On that day at the Jade shop, the clerk, before the owner, fell to his knees and, with a resounding thud, called out grandfather 3 times, thus concluding the matter. Louder! Shen Fu commanded, grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. Now that's more like it. He chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. Following the clerk's submission, the shop owner, eager to curry favor, implored Shen Fu to purchase the 12,000 worth of jade bracelets. Shen Fu, however, declined, stating, I'm afraid I have no intention of buying bracelets today, but perhaps if I am in a good mood another day, I may return to peruse. With that, Shen Fu neatly gathered his bundles of cash and departed with an air of nonchalance. The shop owner lamented that the clerk had provoked this wealthy patron. Yet even without this incident, Shen Fu would have refrained from purchasing the bracelets. After all, those 12,000 represented his capital, not to be squandered on mere finished jade. He intended to venture to Legay City for gambling, where fortunes could be made. As he journeyed onward, he pondered how to approach his family, including his wife, son, in-laws, and other relatives. For a long time, Shen Fu lived solely for his family, silently enduring humiliation without uttering a word. However, he reached a breaking point, deciding he could no longer continue this way. It was not out of cruelty. Rather, it was his family's lack of gratitude that led him to this decision. Despite his resolve, Shen Fu found it difficult to harden his heart. As an orphan, his family still held immense significance for him. Thus, he resolved that once he amassed wealth, he would at least share some with them, as a final act of benevolence. Hurry up and sign. I want a divorce. Are you deaf? I said sign it now. I want a divorce. Why? Why? How dare you ask why? You couldn't earn a fortune. And while I don't blame you for your ineptitude, you still had the audacity to strike your wife. Enough with the nonsense, just sign. Shen Fu paused for a moment, then sighed deeply before asking, after all these years of marriage, you've hit me countless times and I've retaliated just once. Do you still believe all the issues lie with me? Is that fair? His wife's eyes bulged, resembling two glaring bulbs, her demeanor akin to that of a fierce tigress. She roared at Shen Fu. A woman can strike her husband 1,000 times. A man must never hit his wife. Don't you understand this principle? Shen Fu was bewildered. He grasped only one truth. From that moment onward, he would have no further ties to the woman who had once been his wife. He signed the divorce agreement without even reading its contents. It no longer mattered. He just wanted to sever ties with this fierce and unfeeling woman as swiftly as possible, indifferent to any issues regarding the division of assets. After all, everything in that home was procured by his own hard work, and their son bore half of his bloodline. What he did not anticipate was the true extent of her ruthlessness. His ex-wife smirked cunningly, declaring that Shen Fu no longer had a home. Everything that once belonged to them was hers alone upon their divorce. What did you say? How? Did you not read the agreement carefully? It explicitly states, in black and white, that you leave with nothing. All shared assets are mine, including custody of our son, and you, as a worthless individual, are left with nothing. Upon hearing this, Shen Fu felt no anger, only profound desolation. He had always known of her cruelty, but he never imagined it could reach such depths. The absurdity of the situation struck him, and he could no longer suppress his laughter, erupting into a hearty guffaw. His ex-wife, perplexed by his reaction, inquired what he found so amusing. With a cold scoff, she replied, I refuse to associate with a worthless person. Shen Fu continued to laugh. Ha, indeed. I am a worthless man, so please, do not seek me out again. I cannot afford your company. His ex-wife rolled her eyes, clearly dismissing his words. In her view, Shen Fu was merely a taxi driver, aging and unlikely to rise again. He would remain perpetually inept. In the eyes of such a woman, a man who does not earn $1 million a year is deemed worthless, and that $1 million must be entirely spent on her, even if she contributes not a single penny, is not particularly attractive, and possesses not the slightest gentleness in her character. If he cannot meet her expectations, he should quickly leave. She has no interest in such a useless individual. As her words lingered in the air, Shen Fu's ex-wife heard a greeting from behind. Oh, isn't this the master? The person addressing her was none other than the owner of the jade shop, where Shen Fu had been appraising stones that very morning. The shop owner was in the vicinity for business, and, upon spotting Shen Fu, approached him enthusiastically, for in his eyes, Shen Fu was indeed a master of jade identification. What a coincidence to encounter you here. By the way, may I ask who this is? The shop owner inquired, looking at Shen Fu's ex-wife. Shen Fu replied, This is my ex-wife. Instantly, the shop owner understood, and his expression turned a shade awkward as he scratched his head and apologized. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Shen Fu chuckled. It's quite all right. My divorce is a cause for celebration indeed. I should be setting off fireworks, as henceforth, no one will be sharing my fortune. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's expression remained somewhat uncomfortable, while Shen Fu's ex-wife scoffed, mocking Shen Fu's financial standing. The shop owner, however, was displeased and furrowed his brow, retorting, That is where you are mistaken. This master is highly skilled in the art of jade identification. When it comes to gambling on stones, he is invincible. Earning money is as effortless as eating or drinking. How can you, as a woman, be so blind and speak such nonsense? Shen Fu's ex-wife burst into laughter. Do not make me laugh. He is no master. He knows nothing about gambling on stones. Hey, you woman, This master earned 100,000 yuan this morning at my shop just by helping others with their bets. How can you say he knows nothing about gambling? Upon hearing this, Shen Fu's ex-wife was left dumbfounded, pointing at Shen Fu and asking the shop owner, "What did you say? He earned 100,000 this morning?" "Indeed. In renminbi, of course." "What a foolish question. In Huaxia, one certainly earns in renminbi. Are you not a sound mind?" The shop owner, uninterested in further argument, then pulled Shen Fu aside, expressing his hope that Shen Fu could assist him in identifying raw jade stones. However, Shen Fu had grander ambitions and would not settle for a mere small jade shop. He aspired to go to Legay City and thus declined the shop owner's proposal. As for Shen Fu's ex-wife, upon learning of his remarkable earnings, her jaw nearly dropped to the ground, her heart racing as she thought, "Heavens, I have let such a cash cow slip away." Filled with regret, she lamented the absence of a remedy for her remorse. As this woman proclaimed, they were officially divorced, and from that moment on, Shen Fu's earnings were no longer her concern. Chapter 8. The Capital of Stone Gambling. After the shop owner departed, only Shen Fu and his ex-wife remained at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Oh, Shen Fu's ex-wife, a quintessentially greedy woman, upon hearing that Shen Fu had earned 100,000 in just one morning, immediately shed her earlier bravado and approached Shen Fu, eager to ingratiate herself. "What happened? Did you really earn 100,000 through stone gambling this morning?" Shen Fu, intending to play a trick on this insufferable woman, sought to unveil her true, snobbish nature. Thus, he said, "How could that be? Do not heed what that person has said. He has become quite muddled and mistaken me for someone else." "What did you say?" Shen Fu, suppressing his amusement, continued his fabrication. "Consider it. When did I ever learn to gamble on stones? If I have no such skill, how could I possibly profit from it?" Upon hearing this, his ex-wife was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the logic of his words. Feeling as though she had been made a fool of, she erupted in a fit of rage, hurling insults at him. "You old fool. How shameless to tell such lies. I nearly fell for your trick." To her furious tirade, Shen Fu displayed no anger. Rather, he wore a smile. This only incited her to unleash a torrent of even more vulgarities, attracting a growing crowd of onlookers. Indeed, the more spectators gathered, the more fervently she berated him, as though she intended to curse his entire lineage. Unfortunately for her, Shen Fu was an orphan, ignorant of his ancestral origins. The most effective way to deal with such individuals is to utterly trample their pride, and Shen Fu, choosing to remain silent in the face of her vitriol, had his own motives. As Shen Fu allowed her tirade to reach its peak, with onlookers multiplying, he casually stretched and intentionally dropped a paper bag containing 120,000 in cash onto the ground. When he bent to retrieve the bag, he purposely allowed some of the money to spill out, ensuring everyone could see the bundles of cash within. The moment his ex-wife caught sight of the money, it was as though she had been rendered mute. She immediately ceased her cursing, her face a portrait of disbelief. She glanced down at the money, then back up at Shen Fu. "What is this?" "Money. Exactly 120,000. Where could it have come from? Didn't that gentleman just say?" Shen Fu replied, "I earned it this morning through gambling on stones." The crowd, initially drawn to the spectacle, now fell silent, as the woman, instead of continuing her tirade, wore an expression of sheer terror. The onlookers, perplexed by the sudden shift, began to explain to those who had just arrived. "Did you not realize? She was berating her husband for being a failure, and now he has revealed his wealth. No wonder she is speechless." It dawned on them that this woman was indeed quite shallow and mercenary. Who could be so unfortunate as to be wed to such a wife? The murmurs of the crowd intensified. Shen Fu maintained an impassive demeanor while his ex-wife's face flushed a deep crimson, not from anger, but from acute embarrassment. Shen Fu, feeling no obligation to engage further, dismissed her completely. Their marriage had ended, and from this moment forward, their fates were no longer intertwined. The wealth he amassed was of no concern to this insufferable woman. "Madam, this shall be the last time I address you as such. From this moment forth, our paths shall diverge entirely. The house shall be yours, and you may retain our son, but do not harbor any illusions of extracting further funds from me. Farewell." With that, Shen Fu turned to leave, yet his ex-wife, a woman driven solely by greed, would not allow him to escape so easily. She resorted to throwing a tantrum, clinging to Shen Fu and insisting that he must not depart. Nevertheless, Shen Fu was resolute. Who could possibly restrain him? A mere shrew? Preposterous. Shen Fu dismissed her entirely, while she collapsed to the ground, wailing, her cries gradually diminishing, not because she ceased weeping, but because Shen Fu was moving further away. Fearless and emboldened, Shen Fu was filled with ambition, vowing to carve a niche for himself in the jade industry. He also pledged to amass a fortune, one that could sustain him for generations. Subsequently, he proceeded to the taxi company to finalize his resignation and purchased a one-way ticket to Legay City. The flight from Hangzhou to Legay would take 3 to 4 hours, during which Shen Fu maintained a calm demeanor, meticulously planning his next steps. Upon disembarking, he secured a hotel room. With a principal sum of 120,000, he intended to allocate 100,000 for gambling on Jade, 10,000 for daily expenses, and the remaining 10,000 as a safety net for unforeseen circumstances. As a novice in the realm of jade gambling, he recognized the necessity of time to learn, accumulate experience, and cultivate connections within the jade and gambling community. Fortunately, he was already acquainted with Zhao Yunhai, who had previously lent him 100,000, leaving his contact details with the hope that Shen Fu might assist him in gambling for jade. However, Shen Fu was not inclined to offer such assistance, for his aspiration was to amass great wealth through his own endeavors, as relying solely on commissions would prove insufficient. With numerous tasks ahead, Shen Fu felt invigorated. Even though the hour was late, he had no intention of resting. After settling into the hotel, he ventured out to explore the streets. Li City, renowned as the capital of jade gambling in China, may not have been large and lacked towering edifices, resembling more of an ordinary county town. Yet, the market boasted top-tier jade and rough stones, with a continuous stream of customers, and transactions frequently occurring with cash exchanged for goods, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Even at this late hour, Shen Fu observed the illuminated jade shops, where lively discussions were taking place within. With time on his hands, he decided to enter one shop, where a group of individuals was gathered around a piece of rough jade, engaged in spirited conversation about gambling on stones. In this jade store, several individuals were gambling on a yellow sandskin stone, owned by the shopkeeper, who had purchased it for a staggering 300,000 from a Burmese merchant just half a month prior. Subsequently, after polishing the stone, fortune favored him as he revealed a patch of green. Seizing the opportunity, he opened a small window in the area where the green appeared, discovering a splendid base beneath, and promptly marked the price at 800,000 for sale. Today, the individuals within the shop are all enthusiasts of this precious stone, each possessing their own unique expertise, yet united by a common objective: to profit from this piece of jadeite rough. Upon entering the establishment, Shen Fu observed some engrossed in deep contemplation, others perusing notes, a few engaged in telephone consultations with friends, and one individual meticulously examining the stone to assess the condition of the jade flesh at the opening. This scene struck Shen Fu as particularly fascinating, confirming that he had indeed come to the right place. He mused that Legay City truly deserved its reputation as the gambling stone capital of China. The atmosphere here made it clear that substantial wealth could only be amassed through jade gambling in such a locale. "Good sir, are you interested in examining the stones as well?" The shopkeeper approached Shen Fu. The man, in his 50s, was of modest stature, yet exuded a shrewd demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fu replied that he was merely browsing. The proprietor, not wishing to deter a potential customer, allowed him to remain. After all, Legay City was home to many hidden talents, and even the most unassuming elder could be a distinguished jade magnate or wealthy tycoon, making it prudent to avoid any offense. "Feel free to look around, my friend. My shop is not overly particular. Should you find something of interest, just let me know. Prices are negotiable." As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, another voice chimed in. "Zhou, now is not the time to entertain new customers, is it? Old Wang has been examining that stone for 10 minutes. Shouldn't it be my turn?" The stone was singular, necessitating a turn-taking approach, and it appeared that the individual named Wang had been scrutinizing it for too long, causing discontent among the others waiting. At that moment, the person holding the stone remarked, "Old Li, why are you in such a rush?" As if merely looking at it would grant you understanding. The man known as Li retorted dismissively, "I can certainly comprehend it better than you. You know you can't afford the 800,000. Why pretend to be a big shot? Hand it over. I have cash in hand." It became apparent that Wang and Li were familiar with each other, both regular patrons of the jade shop and habitual sparring partners. Yet their exchanges rarely escalated to actual conflict, a fact well known to those around them. Thus, Zhou, the shopkeeper, intervened to quell the dispute, instructing that the stone be passed to old Li for his examination, followed by the next customer in line. Shen Fu, having never engaged in stone gambling before and unfamiliar with the industry's protocols, found everything to be refreshingly novel and intriguing. He pondered how the proprietor permitted so many individuals to examine without purchasing. Indeed, this piece of jade rough was priced at 800,000, sufficient to buy a house in a small city. Such a decision could not be made lightly. It was essential to conduct thorough scrutiny before parting with one's money. With this understanding, it became clear why Old Wang, Old Li, and the other patrons exhibited such caution, and why the shopkeeper allowed them the liberty to do so. These individuals employed every conceivable method, truly a display of their diverse skills, on this piece of jadeite rough, all in pursuit of appraising its true worth. However, Shen Fu did not feel the need to intervene. His keen eyes could perceive the jade soul within the emerald, and he discerned that this raw stone emitted a pallid light, indicating that it was far from being a high-quality jadeite, and certainly not worth the exorbitant price of 800,000. Should anyone among these gambling stone enthusiasts actually spend that amount on this stone, they would undoubtedly suffer a devastating loss. But should he alert them? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fu concluded that the outcome of such gambles depended entirely on individual skill. Although he possessed the ability to see the jade soul, he bore no obligation to caution these gamblers. Moreover, should he forewarn them, the businessman, Mr. Zhou, would lose out on potential earnings, which would be quite unfair to a law-abiding merchant like him. Thus, despite recognizing the stone's lack of value, Shen Fu chose to remain silent, observing quietly from the sidelines. After a brief interval, the elderly Mr. Li, who had come with 800,000 in cash, appeared to have reached a decision. He inquired of Mr. Zhou, "Is this stone priced at 800,000? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou understood that a negotiation was in progress. In Legay City, there existed an unwritten rule that if a buyer made a counteroffer and the seller accepted, the transaction must proceed. Otherwise, the party reneging would suffer reputational damage. For instance, if the stone was priced at 800,000 and Mr. Li countered with 500,000, and Mr. Zhou, after consideration, agreed, then both parties were obliged to adhere to that price, leaving no room for withdrawal, unless one wished to forfeit their standing in Legay City. Mr. Zhou replied, "Indeed, I have priced it at 800,000, but per our custom, negotiation is permissible. What price does Brother Li have in mind?" Mr. Li gestured with his hand, indicating 5, genuinely countering with 500,000. Mr. Zhou shook his head, deeming 500,000 too low. He could only concede 5,000, settling at 750,000. Mr. Li countered, 750,000 won't do. How about 600,000? Mr. Zhou pondered for a moment before offering 700,000. Both parties found this price acceptable, but at that moment, Mr. Wang, standing nearby, interjected, declaring his willingness to purchase the stone for 700,000. Mr. Li, incensed, retorted, "Hey, how can you jump in now? I was already negotiating with Mr. Zhou. That's against the rules." Mr. Wang responded, "What rules? You haven't finalized the deal yet. The rules state that the highest bidder wins. If you disagree, simply raise your offer." Mr. Li's face flushed with anger as he pointed accusingly at Mr. Wang, exclaiming, Well, Mr. Wang, don't think I'm oblivious. Can you actually produce 700,000 in cash? Just recently, you lost several hundred thousand. I find it hard to believe you have spare funds." Mr. Wang chuckled. "While I may lack the funds, I have brothers." He then turned to the other gamblers in the shop, persuading them to pool their resources to purchase the stone together. This collaborative effort was not uncommon in the stone gambling industry, as the price of a quality jadeite was often prohibitive for a single individual. However, when combined, their funds would suffice, and they could later divide the profits from the stone in a fair manner. Old Wang's audacity in this operation stemmed from prior discussions with his companions. It was certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. However, he miscalculated one crucial aspect. The combined funds of his group fell short of the 70,000 needed. In his moment of desperation, he thought of Shen Fu, realizing that although involving another person would mean splitting the profits, without Shen Fu's financial contribution, they would not be able to purchase the jadeite rough. Little did he anticipate that Shen Fu would merely smile and shake his head in refusal to the proposal. Old Wang was taken aback and enraged, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? You don't want guaranteed profits." Shen Fu remained unperturbed, refraining from argument, as reality would soon vindicate him. Once the stone was opened, it would become evident who the true fool was. Chapter 10, as expected. Although Shen Fu's rejection left Old Wang unable to gather the required 70,000 for the stone, rules must be upheld. A counteroffer must lead to a purchase, and they had to find a way to scrape together the funds. Thus, Old Wang shot Shen Fu a glare and spat on the ground, cursing, "Damn it, I underestimated the situation. Never expected to encounter such a coward." This marked the first time Shen Fu had been called a coward since arriving in Legay City. Yet, he felt no anger. He understood that the one who ultimately triumphs will have the last laugh. The more Old Wang displayed his frustration, the more his eventual despair would resonate. Choosing to remain silent, Shen Fu continued to observe the unfolding drama. Old Wang was left scrambling to gather the remaining funds, and since cash was insufficient, he resorted to writing an IOU. However, Boss Zhou was no fool. He stipulated that some collateral was necessary. Old Wang submitted his identification and the jade bracelet he always wore. Will this suffice? He inquired. Certainly, this will do, Boss Zhou replied. Produce the remaining 60-some thousand, and this jadeite ruff will be yours. In the shop, aside from Old Li, Boss Zhou, and Shen Fu, the other gambling stone enthusiasts opted to invest. Some contributed tens of thousands, while others could only afford a few, indicating that none were particularly affluent. Some were genuinely short on funds, while others, like Old Wang, had recently suffered significant losses. They all hoped to turn their fortunes around with this stone, and their willingness to invest stemmed from their belief in its potential value. While they gathered the necessary funds, Shen Fu approached Old Li, the one who had been sidelined. My friend, do you truly believe this stone is worth so much? Old Li, who had always held a disdain for Old Wang and felt favorably towards Shen Fu after his earlier refusal to collaborate with Old Wang, patiently explained. Indeed, this stone is from a mining site renowned for high-quality jade. The outer skin shows large patches of moss, indicating a high likelihood of green jade inside. Furthermore, the opening on the stone reveals that the jade's texture and quality are exceptional, with pure color, as long as there are no impurities or cracks elsewhere. Selling this jade for $1 million should be quite straightforward. Understanding now, Shen Fu pondered if this stone is truly so valuable. Why doesn't Boss Zhou simply cut it himself and sell it? Certainly, the prospect of taking risks is unappealing. As I mentioned, should this piece of jade be sliced open only to reveal unsightly inclusions or fissures, its value could plummet dramatically. Boss Zhou would much prefer to secure a profit of several hundred thousand rather than gamble for an additional 20 or 30,000. However, were I in his position, I would undoubtedly carve it myself, for I possess unwavering faith that this stone harbors exquisite green jade. What say you, my brother? How you perceive this stone? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Fu resolved to impart a fragment of insight to his generous companion, Brother Li. As for me, I deem this stone to be of little worth. Any buyer would inevitably incur losses. Shen Fu had lowered his voice, yet unexpectedly, Old Wang's keen ears picked up on this remark from a distance. Those who engage in stone gambling cannot abide the mention of losses, particularly at the moment of transaction. How dare you speak of losses? Old Wang erupted in fury, seeking to confront Shen Fu. Yet, Shen Fu was no pushover, having practiced combat sports in his youth. He might not match a seasoned fighter, but he harbored no fear of ordinary individuals, even those in their 20s. What? Brother Wang seeks to resort to violence? Old Wang, recognizing Shen Fu's considerable prowess, merely put on a show of aggression, baring his teeth but refraining from actual confrontation. Damn it, I am about to cut the stone. Do not spout nonsense here. Get lost. Shen Fu remained unperturbed and silent. It was Brother Li who interjected on Shen Fu's behalf, chastising Old Wang for meddling, asserting that it was inappropriate to drive away customers from Boss Zhou's establishment. As tensions between Wang and Li threatened to escalate, Boss Zhou intervened diplomatically, suggesting that everyone had gathered to gamble on stones, and there was no need to tarnish the atmosphere. Now that the stone had been purchased, did they not wish to swiftly slice it open to unveil the true nature of the jade within? Upon hearing this, the quarrel subsided. Old Wang conceded very well. Let us proceed as Boss Zhou suggests. Boss Zhou nodded and addressed the crowd. Then please accompany me to the workshop. To ensure fairness, I shall cut the stone before your eyes, to avoid any accusations of substitution. He invited Brother Li and Shen Fu to join, and, eager for the spectacle, they readily agreed. The workshop within Boss Zhou's jade store was equipped not only for gambling, but also for immediate stone cutting. Boss Zhou himself was a master cutter with over 2 decades of experience and a stellar reputation, having made no notable errors. Soon, they arrived at the workshop, where a large stone-cutting machine awaited. Boss Zhou donned protective gear and prepared to wield the knife. The cutting position was typically designated by the customer. As the placement was crucial, a well-crafted jade piece could be compromised if merely sliced through the center, leading to a loss in value. Old Wang, a seasoned player in the game, had scrutinized his raw jade and marked several lines on it, indicating to Boss Zhou where he should make the cut. Excellent. Boss Zhou activated the machine, securing the jadeite rough stone in place, and then commenced cutting it according to Old Wang's instructions. During this process, Old Li inquired of Shen Fu why he deemed this stone worthless. This piqued the curiosity of the other gambling stone enthusiasts, for in their eyes, this stone undoubtedly possessed a value exceeding 1 million. Shen Fu pondered for a moment, deciding to remain inconspicuous. Discretion could facilitate greater achievements. Thus he replied, "Oh, not at all. I was merely speaking offhandedly. I have never engaged in stone gambling. How could I possibly comprehend it like all of you experts? Please do not take my words to heart. Consider them as mere whispers." Upon hearing this, Old Li felt a tinge of disappointment, while the other gamblers erupted in derisive laughter, mocking Shen Fu for his overestimation of his own knowledge. Although Shen Fu refrained from retorting, inwardly he chuckled, thinking they would soon be weeping. However, there was no need to wait long. Scarcely had Shen Fu's words faded when a mournful wail erupted from Old Wang. Turning to look, they beheld Old Wang, hands clasped over his head, a visage of disbelief as he gazed at the machine where a portion of the jadeite had been sliced away. Where the stone should have revealed a vibrant green jade, it instead displayed a grimy black, resembling ink spilled in a glass of water. An unsightly sight indeed. Even more disheartening than the stone's appearance was the expression on Old Wang's face. His features contorted, pupils quivering, pallor draining from his countenance. He stood with his mouth agape, like a distressed monkey, exclaiming, "How can this be? How can my jade look like this?" In this workshop, the jade rough stone, which had been transacted for 700,000, had just received its first cut. Yet, while some rejoiced, others despaired. The major shareholder, Old Wang, along with the other minor stakeholders, were unable to believe their eyes, their expressions etched with agony, as if suffering a cardiac episode. Conversely, Old Li, Wang's archrival, was doubled over in laughter, unabashedly reveling in his misfortune. "Oh, Old Wang, you insisted on thwarting me, and now look at the disaster you've brought upon yourself." Unwilling to concede, Old Wang stormed over to Old Li, retorting angrily, "Do not speak too soon. This is merely the first cut. I refuse to believe that this stone is entirely black. Just wait and see. I shall orchestrate a remarkable comeback." However eloquently spoken, Shen Fu believed that since the jade's essence emitted a white fluorescence, it indicated its inferior value. He surmised that no matter how many more cuts were made, it would be futile, as the stone shell was likely predominated by blackness rather than green. Indeed, as Boss Zhou continued the cutting process, the stone was cleaved in half. Old Wang immediately rushed to inspect it, only to find that the cut jade was entirely black, with only a few scattered green flecks visible, clearly beyond salvation, and likely to fetch no more than 1,000 on the market. Still in denial, Old Wang clung to the hope that the stone could not possibly be entirely devoid of merit, and thus he took matters into his own hands, operating the machine to cut the stone more finely. Yet, a worthless piece remains worthless. This jade rough was evidently devoured by the blackness, and no amount of cutting could rejuvenate its fate. Meanwhile, Old Li continued to laugh heartily from behind. The other shareholders were displeased. Some had lost tens of thousands, while others had suffered losses in the hundreds of thousands. In their current state of agitation, they were ready to confront Old Li, who appeared to take delight in their misfortune. Old Li retorted, "What is the matter? Are you all angry out of shame? Who urged you to compete with me in the first place? You made your choices, believing in the worth of this stone. Now that you've incurred losses, you have no one to blame but yourselves." With that, Old Li strode away, his back exuding an air of nonchalance. The adage that not losing is akin to winning seemed to embody him. However, the remaining shareholders in the room, particularly Old Wang, bore expressions of deep discontent. At that moment, someone pointed fingers at Old Wang, blaming him for the predicament. They argued that had he not suggested the partnership, they would not have invested in the stone. Old Wang shot back, "Damn it, did I hold a knife to your throats? You all believed this stone was valuable, didn't you? If you had all been as discerning as this gentleman here," he gestured towards Shen Fu, "would I have been able to lead you astray?" Indeed, it was true that Shen Fu had abstained from investing and thus remained unscathed, yet Old Wang conveniently overlooked how he had mocked Shen Fu earlier. Shen Fu was well aware of this irony, but he preferred to keep a low profile and prepared to take his leave. The others, having been misled by Old Wang, now viewed him with disdain. They recounted his previous mockery of Shen Fu, taunting him, "How can you still speak? Just moments ago, you laughed at this gentleman, calling him a fool for not seizing a chance that fell from the sky. Now it seems he possesses the wisdom you lack. Shouldn't you apologize to him?" "What do you mean by that?" Old Wang stammered. "I see that this gentleman is indeed a master of stone gambling. He claimed this jade was worthless. And look at the outcome. He was right. You, on the other hand, should refrain from gambling on stones, lest you drag us down with you." Bah, what a stroke of bad luck. The group of shareholders berated Old Wang mercilessly, conveniently forgetting that they had initially deemed the stone to be valuable, which was why they had chosen to invest. Shen Fu observed quietly, reflecting that if those who engaged in stone gambling possessed such a level of skill, then dealing with them, even as a novice, would pose no challenge. Shen Fu resolved to maintain his humble demeanor, addressing the crowd. You are mistaken. I truly know nothing about stone gambling. I merely spoke offhandedly. In my view, gambling on stones is purely a matter of luck, devoid of any skill. Otherwise, if you are all proficient, how could you suffer losses over such a trivial stone? At that moment, Boss Zhou interjected. My good fellow, your assertion is flawed. While luck does play a role in stone gambling, it is indeed a matter of skill. I have a friend who has been involved in stone gambling for over 30 years. He rarely makes a move unless he is certain of profit. If it were solely based on luck, stone gambling would not be so popular across China. Shen Fu replied with a smile. Ah, if that is the case, then I must retract my previous statement and sincerely apologize to all you esteemed masters of stone gambling. With his unassuming attitude, the crowd began to believe his claim of ignorance, for it was well understood that true experts often bore a sense of pride, if one were genuinely skilled. Why would they willingly remain in the shadows? A gambler remarked, Well, perhaps this gentleman is merely fortunate, but our luck seems rather dismal. This stone appears to be of high-quality green material, yet unexpectedly, the green has been overshadowed by darkness. What do you propose we do now, my friends? Another gambler replied. What else can we do? Let's find a place to process it and see if we can remove the black, then re-dye it green. Are you suggesting we fabricate? Came the retort. Otherwise, shall we suffer a loss of several 100,000 without recourse? Though there is some risk involved, it is worth a try. At worst, we might incur a few more thousand in losses. That is indeed true. The group began conversing about matters that Shen Fu could not comprehend, likely concerning the artifice. They glanced over at Shen Fu with a wary expression, as if fearful he might overhear. Shen Fu, however, was disinclined to engage further and deemed it an opportune moment to take his leave. Thus, he said, Gentlemen, please continue your discussions. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. The mountains are high and the roads long. May we meet again by fate. With that, Shen Fu departed from the jade shop, believing he had successfully concealed the matter of the jade spirit from prying eyes. The following day, he attended to the arrangements for renting a house and a car, along with procuring daily necessities, which cost him a considerable sum. When accounting for the airfare and lodging from the previous day, nearly 20,000 of his initial capital of 120,000 had been spent. He was left with just over 100,000, of which he intended to dedicate to gambling on stones, keeping a few hundred for sustenance, which he calculated would suffice. These tasks consumed his entire day, yet overall, everything proceeded smoothly. During this time, his wife and mother-in-law attempted to reach him with several phone calls, which he disregarded. Later, he changed his phone number, ensuring these bothersome individuals could no longer track him down, unencumbered by worries. Shen Fu felt as though a new chapter of his life was beginning, and the start was most auspicious. By the third day, rain fell upon Legay City. While others might feel melancholic, Shen Fu relished the rain. Initially, it had signaled prosperity for his taxi business, and over time it had become a comforting routine. Indeed, whenever the rain poured, he sensed his fortune was on a rise. Excellent. The heavens are favoring me. Let us commence gambling on stones today. Shen Fu eagerly set out. As for his destination, he resolved to visit the largest and most bustling jade market in the eastern part of Legay City. His ambitions were modest for the day. As long as he did not incur losses, earning over 10,000 would warrant a celebratory display of fireworks. Chapter 12. The First Gamble on Stones. Due to the rain, foot traffic was sparse, and Shen Fu drove to the eastern jade market, noticing that many jade shops had yet to open their doors. He was in no rush. His objective was straightforward, avoid losses, and he would be satisfied regardless of the amount earned. Thus, Shen Fu cruised through the market, ultimately selecting the most reputable-looking jade shop. It was of considerable size, adorned with an antique aesthetic, clearly showcasing its dedication to quality, and at that moment, the shop was devoid of other patrons, providing Shen Fu the perfect opportunity to act discreetly. Good sir, may I examine the stones? He inquired. Welcome. I'm a bit occupied at the moment, but please feel free to browse. Our prices are transparent, and we engage in fair dealings. Should any piece catch your eye, do not hesitate to let me know. Shen Fu entered the shop, where an elderly proprietor and two young assistants busily attended to their tasks. The ground was strewn with jadeite rough stones, each resembling the size of a soccer ball, which they were examining piece by piece, marking them with various symbols. Though Shen Fu could not decipher these markings, he sensed the essence of jade within the stones, allowing him to estimate their potential value. Among approximately 20 stones, all appearing similar at a glance, 19 exhibited a white jade essence, while one radiated a subtle blue fluorescence, indicating that this particular stone was markedly more valuable. Instinctively alert, Shen Fu recognized a lucrative opportunity had presented itself. He feigned casual interest while meticulously observing the proprietor and his assistants, who seemed oblivious to the uniqueness of the stone. Mistaking all 20 for identical and inconsequential, Shen Fu felt the moment was ripe. With 100,000 cash in his possession, he might double his fortune today if fortune favored him. "Excuse me, are these all jadeite rough stones?" Shen Fu inquired, feigning ignorance in a tone that suggested a desire to learn. Understanding human vanity, he expertly played upon the proprietor's pride. The shopkeeper smiled. "Indeed, these are a batch of jadeite rough stones I recently acquired." "Oh, from your tone, it seems you may not be well versed in the art of stone gambling." Shen Fu replied, "Indeed, I have never gambled on stones before, but I am keen to try. Do you have any recommendations?" The proprietor responded, "Well, that depends on your budget. The higher your budget, the better stones I can recommend, with an increased likelihood of high-quality jade. Otherwise, cheaper stones typically yield minor fluctuations, resulting in minimal profit or loss. I don't have much money, just a few tens of thousands in cash. What kind of stones can I gamble on?" Shen Fu queried.
The proprietor pondered for a moment, gesturing toward the stones on the floor. "It's simple. Without going far, just consider this batch I just received.
Each one could be a hidden gem. Who knows which might turn out to be exceptional." Raising an eyebrow, Shen Fu feigned curiosity. "Is that so? Are these stones of good quality?" The shopkeeper, intent on profit, abandoned all scruples, knowing full well this batch consisted of inferior jadeite rough, unsuitable for crafting high-priced jewelry, such as bangles, rings, or pendants, and could only be carved into large ornamental pieces, thus significantly diminishing their value. Yet, perceiving Shen Fu's naivety and his foreign accent, he deceived him, claiming these stones were of moderate quality, suggesting that while none were exceptional, an occasional stroke of luck could yield substantial profits. "Really?" Shen Fu asked, pretending to be intrigued. "I run a jade shop. Would I deceive a customer like you? As the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple remains. I have been in this business for years, and my reputation speaks for itself," the proprietor answered. At this, even the two young assistants could not suppress their laughter. Who in the jade market of the eastern city did not know that Mr. Jiang Yang was a notorious swindler? This individual, timid yet avaricious, dares not provoke the formidable but resorts to cunning schemes against the ordinary, particularly the novices who have never engaged in stone gambling. This Mr. Jiang procured a batch of 20 pieces of raw stone at the price of 25,000 each, presumably intending to seek a skilled artisan for crafting. However, should an inexperienced novice approach him for stone gambling, he would gladly part with the stones for prices exceeding 50 or 60,000. For what fool would forego profit? Unfortunately, today he encountered the novice Shen Fu, who, despite his ignorance of stone gambling, possessed the innate ability to perceive the essence of jade, a gift woven into his very lineage, far beyond the reach of a cowardly merchant like Mr. Jiang. Shen Fu inquired, "If that is the case, splendid. Mr. Jiang, how much do you sell these stones for?" Mr. Jiang pondered, deciding against setting a price too high to avoid scaring off his potential novice clientele. 50,000 for each piece. But if you purchase them all at once, I can offer you a discount of 20%. No, perhaps even 40%. Shen Fu chuckled. "I do not possess such funds. Acquiring one piece to indulge in the thrill of stone gambling will suffice. After all, I have traveled a great distance to leave Gus City. Might you have any recommendations?" Mr. Jiang's eyes darted as he promptly offered the least appealing stone, revealing himself as a schemer. "This one will do. Observe the exquisitely fine skin. The color is remarkably smooth. It is bound to yield splendid jade." However, upon inspection, Shen Fu discerned that this stone merely contained white jade essence and was hardly worth a few coins. He then inquired, "This one appears satisfactory, but do you have any others?" Mr. Jiang selected another piece, one that had been marred during the opening process, rendering it even less valuable. He hoped to offload it. "Take a look at this one. Is it not also quite remarkable?" Shen Fu examined it. "But why does this jade have a small hole?" "Ah, dear sir, you seem to lack understanding. This is known as opening the door, referring to the removal of a small portion of the outer skin of the jade to reveal the inner essence for quality assessment. Stones with a good door generally possess higher quality, much like the one I have selected for you." Shen Fu furrowed his brow, resembling a true novice in jade gambling, concealing his knowledge so convincingly that Mr. Jiang remained unsuspecting. "I am still not satisfied. I have heard that green jade is the most precious. Yet this one is white jade, feels rather inauspicious. What about this piece? Shen Fu gestured casually toward the solitary blue jade essence stone. Unaware of its true value, Mr. Jiang thought to himself that he had finally ensnared this old fool. Each of his stones bore similar characteristics. Whichever piece Shen Fu chose, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss, while Mr. Jiang would reap a bountiful profit. Thus, lost in his daydreams, Mr. Jiang unwittingly recommended the only truly valuable piece among the batch to Shen Fu. This one? Ah, indeed, it is splendid. I must say, dear customer, your discerning eye is commendable. Though these stones may appear alike, if I were to select the best, it would undoubtedly be the one you have chosen. Boss Jiang exuberantly extolled the merits of the jadeite stone. Yet Shen Fu was solely preoccupied with one matter: how much profit this raw jade could yield. After all, this was his inaugural venture into the realm of stone gambling, and one must commence with auspicious beginnings. Chapter 13, Perseverance. Boss Jiang, I wish to acquire this stone. Kindly provide your price. Drawing upon the insights gleaned from his observations at Boss Zhou's shop the previous evening, Shen Fu embarked on his first bargaining endeavor. Surprisingly, he found the experience rather engaging. Boss Jiang initially quoted 35,000, but Shen Fu, after a moment's deliberation, boldly proposed a mere 10,000. It was said that in stone gambling, the first counteroffer should typically be halved, for the inflated nature of the prices was notorious. Many merchants tended to overstate their quotations. True to form, Boss Jiang, upon hearing Shen Fu's offer, did not express anger, but instead chuckled and continued the negotiation. 10,000 is exceedingly low, my friend. You must be dreaming. How about this? I can discount it by 2,000, so 33,000 it is. Shen Fu recognized the artifice of pricing. After all, the truth often lay obscured beneath layers of deception. He replied, 20,000. I shall produce the cash immediately. Boss Jiang shook his head, still too cheap. I must conduct business as well. I invested a considerable sum in this stone, and its hard-earned profit. 32,000 is my final offer. Pondering the situation, Shen Fu surmised that the acquisition cost of the stone likely ranged between 20 and 30,000. He concluded that Boss Jiang would not accept an offer below 30,000. Thus, he declared 30,000, stating that if he was unwilling, he would take his leave. After some contemplation, Boss Jiang realized that a 5,000 profit on the stone, while saving on the cost and time of crafting, was not a loss. He nodded in agreement to the price of 30,000, and the stone was thus entrusted to Shen Fu. Without hesitation, Shen Fu produced 30,000 in cash, slapping it down before Boss Jiang, and requested a receipt. Boss Jiang complied, issuing a receipt in black and white, sealing the transaction. From that moment, the stone belonged to Shen Fu, and he bore sole responsibility for any gains or losses post-cutting. Suddenly, Shen Fu felt an overwhelming pressure. Until now, he had merely observed others gamble with stones, assessing the jade's hue with a detached gaze. Yet now, it was his turn, and the money at stake was real, 30,000, a sum that could represent an entire year's salary for some. What if the jade's essence failed him this time, with only 100,000 in capital? And knowing that riches were easily acquired, but ambitions seldom realized, Shen Fu faced his first gamble with trepidation. Should he falter, he feared it would shatter his confidence, potentially ending his journey before it had truly begun. With a slight closing of his eyes, he took several deep breaths. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, exuding a commanding presence as he bellowed at Boss Jiang, "Cut the stone." Boss Jiang, taken aback, was reminded of his early days in the trade. Though no stranger to excitement, he could not help but recognize Shen Fu's palpable enthusiasm, further affirming that this was indeed Shen Fu's first foray into stone gambling. He inquired of Shen Fu, "My friend, do you wish to merely polish the stone, or shall we cleave it entirely?" At that moment, Shen Fu felt a surge of fervor within him, compelling him to opt for a complete incision to uncover its secrets. Understood. Initially, I intended to charge a processing fee. However, considering you are purchasing stone from my establishment and you're the first customer of the day, I shall waive this fee for you. Ali, please escort this gentleman to the back to cut the stone. A young assistant, presumably Ali, acknowledged the request. He led Shen Fu, along with a piece of jadeite rough, to a small workshop at the rear of the jade shop, equipped with professional cutting tools. Though young, Ali was a skilled lapidary. "Please present the stone to me and share your intended method of cutting," he said. "Let us commence from the edges. I wish to preserve the stone's integrity, for I sense it holds great potential," Shen Fu replied. Ali, however, shook his head with a smile. "What troubles you?" Shen Fu asked. "Sir, you may be mistaken. This stone is merely a low-grade material, unlikely to possess significant value. Typically, it is fashioned into trinkets such as toads, cabbages, or guanine statues. Preserving its integrity is indeed wise, but do temper your expectations. Are you suggesting that breaking even is a gain? Shen Fu retorted. That is all I can disclose. Otherwise, my employer shall penalize my wages, Ali replied, before activating the machinery to commence cutting the stone. The lad was kind-hearted, far superior to his cunning employer. Yet, he was mistaken. This jadeite rough was certainly not a common low-grade material, for its jade essence exhibited a blue hue, indicating at least a moderate level of value. As the machine roared to life, the diamond blade whirled rapidly, swiftly removing the outer shell of the jadeite rough upon which Shen Fu had placed his hopes. After washing away the debris, Ali paused the machine to examine the result of the initial cut. To his astonishment, he nearly toppled from his seat. How is this possible? The cross-section of the stone revealed a stunning light green hue, radiant and slightly subdued, reminiscent of tender, newly sprouted leaves. This was in stark contrast to the initial exterior, which had revealed a blend of green and white flecks. Yet upon delving deeper, the white fibers vanished, leaving a predominantly rich green. This revelation was the source of Ali's astonishment, for in jade, the quality is assessed by its type and color, with the former often outweighing the latter in high-end jadeite. The type refers to transparency, water content, and texture. A superior type signifies high transparency, ample water content, and a delicate, glass-like quality. Thus, the finest jadeite is termed glass type, followed by ice type, mushy type, and bean type, categorically divided into these four. Should one delve into color classifications, terms such as lotus type, dry green type, oil green type, golden silk type, flower green type, egg white type, and mucus type emerge, with each locality often having its own nomenclature. The most common types of jadeite are the glass type, ice type, glutinous type, and bean type, among which the bean type possesses the least transparency. In this instance, all 20 pieces of jade rough in the shop, including the one purchased by Shen Fu, are unequivocally of the bean type. However, there is a saying that a low-quality foundation can sometimes yield high-quality jade, indicating that bean-type jade can occasionally produce vibrant green jadeite, which can command a considerable price, as is the case with the piece in Shen Fu's possession. Please hold on for a moment. I shall summon my boss, Ali exclaimed, visibly flustered. In his estimation, this piece of jade rough, owing to its nearly full tender leaf green hue, could easily fetch a price of at least 150,000. After a brief while, Boss Jiang arrived, appearing hurried and deeply furrowed, scrutinizing the stone's cut surface before letting out a heavy sigh, his expression laden with gravity and contemplation. My dear fellow, congratulations on acquiring a treasure. Given the current state of this stone, it should easily sell for 70,000 to 80,000. Therefore, I offer you 80,000. Will you part with it? Boss Jiang suddenly proposed, a suggestion that took Shen Fu by surprise. How would he choose? Accept the 80,000 or gamble for a higher potential value? The Jade Spirit Golden eye had its limitations. Shen Fu could only gauge a rough idea of the jade's worth. In essence, he sought to profit from stone gambling, yet relying solely on the Jade Spirit Golden eye was insufficient. He needed a solid foundation of jade knowledge. Indeed, the jade industry was not straightforward, Shen Fu mused. Nonetheless, it was perhaps for the best. If one could effortlessly win everything with the Jade Spirit Golden Eye, it would be rather too simple and dull. Embracing the belief that he was endowed with unique talents, Shen Fu welcomed the challenge and thus declined Boss Jiang's offer, opting to cut the stone to its conclusion. Chapter 14. No one to stop, I apologize, but I must continue cutting this stone. I will not part with it for 80,000. Shen Fu's words were resolute, though his tone remained courteous. Observing this, Boss Jiang presumed Shen Fu was merely bargaining and inquired whether he would sell it for 90,000. Not at all, Shen Fu replied with a smile. I am not negotiating. I will only sell this stone once it's fully cut. Boss Jiang felt a rising urgency, for once the stone was fully cut, it would undoubtedly command a different price. Having already incurred losses, he viewed any increase in the stone's value post-sale as a personal deficit, prompting a sense of impatience. It was already unfortunate that his own judgment had failed him in not recognizing the raw jade's potential, but he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Dear fellow, Boss Jiang urged, why not reconsider? I will offer you 100,000, allowing you to make a net profit of 70,000 with no risk involved. Otherwise, should the stone be cut and reveal no green or exhibit cracks, it may only sell for 50,000 to 60,000. Shen Fu countered. What if the stone were entirely green? This question momentarily left boss Jiang speechless. In truth, he was well aware of the market. If this jadeite were to retain its current quality, a sale price of 150,000 was undoubtedly feasible. Yet he pondered that Shen Fu might not understand. If he revealed this information to Shen Fu, it would be tantamount to relinquishing a lucrative opportunity. The stone had already been sold, and boss Jiang felt no obligation to assist Shen Fu in appraising the stone's worth. After all, one must look after oneself, lest the heavens punish them. Boss Jiang stated, I cannot say for certain. You must judge for yourself. I am willing to offer 100,000 yuan. If you agree, I will transfer the funds immediately. Consider it. Shen Fu replied, Very well, let me think it over. Shen Fu was a clever individual, particularly skilled at analyzing the psychology of his opponents. Since boss Jiang was prepared to offer 100,000, the jade within this material undoubtedly exceeded that value. With a minimum worth of around 120 to 130,000, potentially even reaching 140 to 150,000. However, boss Jiang was also taking a gamble. The figure of 150,000 was contingent upon the stone being entirely green. But could this stone truly be all green? The saying, even the gods cannot discern a fragment of jade, suddenly came to Shen Fu's mind, leading him to believe that the internal conditions of the stone were too complex for him to ascertain. Moreover, there was a crucial point. Even if he were fortunate enough for the stone to be valued at 150,000, he lacked the appropriate channels for selling it. Unlike boss Jiang, who was willing to pay up front, on one side lay immediate cash, a guaranteed minimum, while on the other was a dream, an upper limit. The two were separated by at most 50,000, yet the latter was fraught with numerous complications, especially since he lacked the connections to find buyers. After much contemplation, Shen Fu resolved to accept boss Jiang's offer, selling the jade rough for 100,000 yuan. Even so, he would still net a profit of 70,000. And it was noteworthy that this occurred merely half an hour after he had entered the jade shop. Splendid. Just wait. I shall transfer the funds to you shortly. Boss Jiang wasted no time, instructing a transfer of 100,000 to Lu Ming, executing the transaction online without hesitation. Thus, Shen Fu's account swelled to 170,000. It was remarkable to think that just 3 days prior, he had merely 2,000, which he had painstakingly saved over many years. Clearly, the jade gambling world offered swift rewards. What transpired next was of no concern to Shen Fu. He intended to leave with his money to avoid any unforeseen complications. In the jade trade, reputation can sometimes eclipse monetary gain, and boss Jiang was no exception. Fortunately, this stone, being a blue jade spirit, was valued well into the tens of thousands. After making the second and third cuts, removing nearly 2/3 of the stone's exterior, the jade's condition remained excellent. Boss Jiang, hesitant to cut further, resolved to sell the stone for 150,000. With his connections and the stone's superior quality, selling for that price posed no issue. In fact, that very afternoon, boss Jiang sold the stone for 155,000, exceeding his expectations by 5,000. Nevertheless, his profit of 55,000 paled in comparison to Shen Fu's 70,000. After receiving his earnings, Shen Fu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This marked his second significant financial gain, and it was his first true profit from jade gambling. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. He drove southward, navigating the mountainous roads until he reached the summit, where he raised his arms and shouted into the distance. I have succeeded. At last I have triumphed. Shen Fu, his voice hoarse from calling out, could only utter a single word after the event. Exhilarating. With this, surely the jade shops would be opening their doors, he mused. Determined to engage in another venture in the stone gambling business that very day, he resolved to earn a substantial profit. However, before embarking on this endeavor, Shen Fu decided to devise a financial plan. With a sum of 170,000 in hand, he allocated 10% as savings. This portion remained untouched, serving as his safety net. The remaining 90% would constitute his gambling capital, and regardless of his earnings, he would set aside 10% for future contingencies. In this manner, he aimed to progress steadily, carving out his own niche in the jade trade. That afternoon, Shen Fu returned to the eastern jade market, and by sheer coincidence, he encountered boss Jiang, who was selling a piece of green stone of the bean variety. Shen Fu initially intended to greet him, but thought better of it. He preferred to remain inconspicuous. It was only through discretion that one could amass wealth. If others became aware of his prowess, how could he continue to unearth hidden treasures in the jade shops? Indeed, Shen Fu now contemplated the art of unearthing bargains. Observing the multitude of jade shops and vendors selling raw jade stones in Legay City, He was certain that there were unrecognized gems waiting to be discovered. With the aid of his Jade Soul Golden Eye, finding these overlooked stones would be a walk in the park. As Shen Fu strolled through the market, he soon stumbled upon a spot ripe for discovery. It was a street vendor with merely a dozen stones on display. Activating his Jade Soul Golden Eye, the essence of the jade stones became visible. Most were white, but one exhibited a striking blue hue. Marvelous! Shen Fu prepared to replicate his previous success and extract some profit from this stone. Yet, would fortune favor him this time? Chapter 15. The neighboring elder in the jade market. There were indeed numerous vendors selling jade on the streets. Almost every few steps, one could encounter another stall. These stands varied in size, with larger ones displaying a dozen stones, while smaller ones offered only 2 or 3, and some even showcased just a single piece. Beyond those laid out on oilcloth, others operated from their vehicles, be it vans, sedans, or small trucks, providing a selection of stones for the discerning gamblers who passed by. If one were to believe that purchasing stones from these vendors was inherently unreliable, they would be gravely mistaken. Based on Shen Fu's observations, the number of customers buying raw jade stones from street vendors was substantial, and the overall foot traffic far surpassed that of the jade shops. Why was this the case? Shen Fu could not pinpoint an exact reason, but it was likely due to the lower prices offered by street vendors, who bore no rental expenses and could thus provide more affordable options. However, the corresponding risk of gambling on stones from these vendors was considerably greater. Even seasoned experts could fall victim to deception, let alone newcomers. Yet, Shen Fu remained unfazed, for with his Jade Soul Golden Eye, he could ascertain the approximate value of any raw jade stone at a glance, ensuring he would not be easily swindled. "Excuse me, can I take a look at your stones?" Shen Fu inquired as he approached a stall, addressing the vendor seated in a folding chair. The vendor, approximately in his early 50s and of a similar age to Shen Fu, possessed a slightly slender physique and a sun-kissed complexion, undoubtedly a result of years spent outdoors. He exuded the shrewdness of a seasoned businessman. In truth, this vendor held a notable reputation in the jade market of the eastern city, where fellow traders affectionately referred to him as Brother Mao. With connections that afforded him access to exceptional goods and a discerning eye for jade, he often assisted other vendors in their pursuits. "Looking to purchase some stones, my friend? The stones at my stall are genuine imports from Myanmar, without a hint of counterfeit. Feel free to browse and choose at your leisure." Brother Mao, a veteran of street vending, delivered this spiel with the fluidity of one who has repeated it countless times. However, the veracity of his claims was a matter of speculation for Shen Fu. In Shen Fu's discerning gaze, among the 20 or so stones displayed, only one exhibited the coveted blue jade essence. The majority were white jade, and a smaller portion did not emit any fluorescence at all, indicating a complete absence of jade essence. Could it be that these jade stones were too intricate for him to discern their true nature? Given the anomalous results from his golden eyes, Shen Fu resolved to remain cautious, opting to ascertain the truth before making any decisions. He feigned examination of the stones while discreetly observing the other patrons in the vicinity. The stall attracted a fair number of customers. Some merely glanced before departing, while others became engrossed in a particular stone, scrutinizing it with magnifying glasses and other tools. Shen Fu noticed an elderly gentleman, likely in his 70s, intently studying a stone that, as it appeared, displayed no jade essence. Shen Fu patiently awaited the outcome, curious to see if the gentleman would proceed with the purchase. The elderly man, exhibiting a forthright demeanor, negotiated the price. Initially marked at $88,000, he managed to settle at $48,000. The surrounding crowd erupted in encouragement, urging the gentleman to slice the stone open on the spot, or at least to scrape its surface for inspection. For those unable or unwilling to engage in the gamble of stone, witnessing others cut or examine stones offered thrill. Yet, many stone owners, fearing public scrutiny or envy, preferred to keep their treasures concealed. This elder was no exception. Having acquired the stone, he departed promptly, resolutely keeping the jade's condition a secret. How fastidious he is! Shen Fu, Muzet. Is it merely a stone? Why the fuss? With a clever turn of thought, Shen Fu decided to follow the elder, eager to uncover the mystery behind the jade that bore no essence. He contemplated two possibilities. Either the stone contained no jade at all, thus lacking any jade essence, or his golden eyes had failed him, unable to identify the stone's true nature. The former scenario would be manageable, but should the latter be true, Shen Fu recognized the gravity of his predicament. Aspirations of becoming the Jade King would fade, and even the prospect of profiting from stone gambling would seem unattainable. Thus, He trailed the elderly gentleman for about 10 minutes until he witnessed him enter a workshop, confirming his intention to have the stone cut. Shen Fu, without any hesitation, stepped into the workshop, only to be promptly ushered out. Are you here to cut stones? No. In that case, I must apologize. This workshop specializes in stone cutting and is currently in operation. We kindly ask other guests to refrain from entering to avoid privacy issues. We appreciate your cooperation. Faced with such a firm response, Shen Fu, valuing his dignity, retreated outside the workshop. However, just as he prepared to leave, a commotion erupted from within. The very assistant who had expelled him rushed out in a panic, shouting something about someone fainting and urgently needing an ambulance. Shen Fu was perplexed. What on earth happened? Don't even mention it. The elderly gentleman who came to cut stones just collapsed after realizing he had been deceived. I don't know if it's a stroke or what, but it's a matter of life and death. Damn it. How unfortunate to be caught up in such a situation. The assistant cursed under his breath, but still called for an ambulance. Soon, the ambulance arrived and whisked away the elderly gentleman, now unconscious, to the hospital. Shen Fu stood by, observing, amidst a crowd of onlookers, some of whom recognized the elderly man. He overheard two individuals conversing nearby. Oh, isn't that old Lu from next door? Do you know him? Of course. Old Lu is quite fond of gambling on stones, but he is rather discreet. He never lets anyone know the outcomes, fearing ridicule if he loses. The fact that he suddenly fainted must mean he either hit the jackpot or suffered a catastrophic loss. In any case, old Lu is not wealthy and is of considerable age. I hope he pulls through. Indeed, isn't that Master Zhang? Wasn't old Lu cutting stones with you just now? The stone-cutting master nodded. Yes, he was cutting stones. The man then inquired, did he win or lose? Master Zhang sighed and replied, naturally he lost, and it was a significant loss. Poor old Lu was duped, having likely spent a fortune on worthless junk. Not worth a single penny. He collapsed right on the spot. I hope he is all right. Otherwise, my workshop will be in trouble as well. Listening to their conversation, Shen Fu exhaled deeply. He confirmed that his own jade spirit and golden pupil were intact. The reason old Lu's jadeite, rough did not shine, was that the stone was not jadeite at all, and thus lacked the essence of jade. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Interruption. After the ambulance drove away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Shen Fu felt a heaviness in his heart. Although he had no acquaintance with old Lu, he wondered if a simple warning from him could have prevented such misfortune. Composed, he approached once more. The stall owner, Brother Mao, recognized Shen Fu. In the realm of business, there are secrets, one being that those who return often harbor intentions, and the likelihood of a transaction stands at 80%. Having been in the trade for many years, Brother Mao had a keen understanding of his customer psychology, and thus greeted Shen Fu with a warm smile, inquiring if he had set his sights on any stones. Shen Fu remained silent, casting his gaze downward as he surveyed the stones on the stall, using his jade spirit and golden pupil. Excluding the piece purchased by old Lu, there remained 9 stones devoid of jade essence, indicating that these 9 stones were, in fact, not jadeite. However, they're marked with exorbitant prices, with the cheapest costing no less than 10,000, preying on those who are greedy for small bargains and those who lack expertise. Shen Fu, being one such novice, couldn't help but ponder, why should ignorance be a justification for deception? Even if this phenomenon is pervasive within the jade industry, Shen Fu still found it unreasonable. If Brother Mao intentionally peddled fake stones, how does he differ from those deceitful vendors of counterfeit cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine? Disapproving of such conduct, Shen Fu resolved to seek justice for old Master Lu and teach this unscrupulous merchant a lesson. Boss, are all these stones genuine jade rough? He inquired. Of course. I run a jade stall. Would I sell you marble instead? Besides, the stones are right here. You can touch and inspect them at your leisure. Whether you buy or not is entirely up to you. How fair is that? With a slight smile, Shen Fu pointed to a stone devoid of jade essence and asked, "What can you tell me about this particular stone, boss?" Brother Mao glanced down, chuckling, this stone. You have an eye for quality, my friend. I just acquired it from a new source in San Kutang. Its quality is top-notch. Upon seeing the price, which was inscribed in colorful ink as 58,000, Shen Fu exclaimed, 58,000? For such a paltry sum, you dare to call it top quality? My friend, that's not quite right. When I say it's of good quality, I mean in relation to its price point. Compared to stones worth several million, this one is indeed inferior. However, at this price, it is more than sufficient. If you're interested, I can negotiate a bit. Furrowing his brow, Shen Fu feigned deep contemplation, squatting down to caress the stone surface, or holding it up to the sunlight for a closer examination, seemingly genuinely intrigued. But soon, he set the stone down and declared he would look elsewhere, genuinely preparing to leave. This was a tactic of feigned retreat, and Brother Mao fell for it, convinced that Shen Fu was genuinely interested in the stone, but merely attempting to haggle. Shen Fu's strategy was indeed as planned. Otherwise, how could it be a tactic of feigned retreat? He intended to instill in Brother Mao a sense of triumph for having duped someone, only to turn around and purchase the only valuable stone on the stall, keen to observe Brother Mao's reaction. This man was of no particular distinction, merely an ordinary stone gambler, but he possessed a peculiar habit of snatching up jade that others had set their sights on. To him, if someone else found a piece of jade appealing, it signified that the stone possessed remarkable qualities. Thus, he chose to target Shen Fu this time. However, Shen Fu was merely orchestrating a scheme and had no intention of purchasing the jade. "Boss, I'll take this stone. Will you sell it for 40,000? He declared. This stone was not genuine jade rough. It merely resembled jade rough on the surface. Brother Mao was aware of this distinction when he stocked his inventory, and those knowledgeable could discern the difference, but less skilled gamblers often could not, especially newcomers who were easily deceived. Upon hearing someone was willing to offer 40,000, Brother Mao's grin nearly split his face. "No problem. 40,000 it is. Let us consider it a gesture of friendship." As the transaction seemed imminent, Shen Fu grew anxious. He shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Brother Mao, with a playful grin, replied, "I apologize, my friend, but although you laid claim to this stone first, this gentleman bid first, so I must sell it to him." Seeing Mao's lack of remorse only fueled Shen Fu's anger further. Mao was a shrewd trader. Persuading such a merchant to mend his ways was futile, so Shen Fu resolved to reason with the prospective stone buyer instead. "Brother, this stone is worthless. You must not fall prey to this unscrupulous trader." However, the buyer, instead of expressing gratitude, scoffed at Shen Fu, saying, "Oh, did I not just snatch your stone? No need to try and deceive me." Shen Fu was taken aback. "What are you saying? Enough of this charade. I've already placed my bid, and today this stone is mine. Do not think you can outsmart me." "Wait a moment." Shen Fu took a deep breath to calm himself. "Brother, are you not in your right mind? I am trying to help you. This stone truly holds no value." The man burst into laughter, calling him a fool. "What did you say?" "I said forget it. If you like it, go ahead and buy it." "You are right. I am furious because you took my stone. You have won." Shen Fu, who once sought to uphold justice and could not bear to see anyone deceived, had believed that business should be governed by ethics rather than the survival of the fittest. He now realized the folly of his thinking. There were indeed foolish individuals who deserved to be deceived. He feared that the elderly Liu was no different. In the realm of stone gambling, the principle of willing to bet and accept losses prevailed. Once seated at the gambling table, wins and losses depended solely on skill, with no one to blame but oneself. Today's events served as a lesson for him. Henceforth, he would no longer be overly compassionate. Morality? To hell with morality. Some individuals were unworthy of such discussions. Shen Fu stood aside, selecting the optimal vantage point, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the stone buyer's impending financial ruin. This captivating drama, should he miss witnessing it, would haunt him for a lifetime. Chapter 17. Pretending to be something one is not. Noticing that Shen Fu had withdrawn, the man pulled out a stack of worn bills he had been concealing, ready to purchase the stone from Brother Mao. Only those with limited means would hide a mere few tens of thousands so carefully, and the bills appearing so tattered indicated that this individual had painstakingly saved every penny. Finally, accumulating 40,000, only to squander it all on a worthless stone today. Shen Fu observed from the sidelines. If one were to inquire about his feelings of remorse, the answer would be a resounding no. He harbored no regret. In fact, he eagerly anticipated witnessing the man's downfall, seeing him lose everything. As for Brother Mao, he did not care to whom the stone was sold. As long as it sold, he would profit. The onlookers surrounding them were indifferent to who ultimately purchased the stone. They simply hoped that the man would be willing to cut the stone, providing them with a spectacle to enjoy. As for the individual who purchased the stone, upon closer inspection, he appeared somewhat familiar. Once he settled the transaction with Brother Mao, Shen Fu deliberately feigned anger and began to berate him, as if he could not bear the loss. "Damn it! This stone was rightfully mine, yet you, with your odious eyes, have intercepted it. How shameless of you!" To Shen Fu's surprise, the man with the peculiar eyes did not react with anger. Instead, he erupted into laughter. "Who told you to dally with trivial matters? If you coveted the stone, you should have secured it sooner. It's only fitting that you missed out. He chuckled heartily. How dare you laugh? Shen Fu retorted. Indeed, I shall laugh. What of it? Do you dare to strike me? You, what of me? You have some nerve. Just ensure our paths do not cross again. Regrettably, Shen Fu was not a seasoned actor. His performance lacked finesse. Had he managed a flush of anger, it would have rendered him more convincingly distraught. Nevertheless, his display was sufficient to convince the man with the peculiar eyes of the stone's worth. The onlookers, though not particularly knowledgeable about stone gambling, perceived Shen Fu's fury as a clear indication of having been robbed of his fortune. Even Brother Mao began to question whether he had misjudged the stone's value. After all, the world of stone gambling is shrouded in mystery. Without cutting the stone, no one could fathom its true nature. At that moment, a few voices in the crowd started to rally. Hey, peculiar eyes, why not cut the stone for everyone to see? Yes, yes. Mere words are meaningless. Let us witness the stone's reveal. What this gentleman says is reasonable. Since fate brought us together, we all wish to see the true worth of this stone. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy? The man with the peculiar eyes, buoyed by the crowd's enthusiasm, smiled and replied, All right, since everyone wishes to see the stone cut, I shall not disappoint. Today, we shall cut the stone live. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers resounding. Except for Shen Fu, who needed to maintain his facade of indignation to achieve the desired outcome. The man with the peculiar eyes handed the stone to Brother Mao, who was to oversee the cutting. Though Brother Mao operated a street stall, he possessed a portable stone-cutting machine. Its power was insufficient to cleave the stone entirely, but it could easily remove the outer layer of weathered skin. Essentially, it would only polish the stone. The man with the peculiar eyes remarked, Polishing will suffice. I'm certain this stone is entirely green. Brother Mao, please just polish a bit. Brother Mao replied, Sure thing. Polishing costs 20. But since you purchased this stone from my stall, the fee is waived. As he spoke, Brother Mao took the stone and began preparing to polish it. This process was not labor-intensive and could be completed swiftly. However, the onlookers grew increasingly impatient, unable to endure even a few minutes, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of what lay beneath the stone's surface. Meanwhile, Shen Fu, suddenly struck by a clever idea, turned to leave. The man with the peculiar eyes, noticing Shen Fu's departure, could not possibly allow him to leave. If the original owner of the stone, Shen Fu, were to depart, the joy of cutting the stone would diminish by at least 70% for this opportunistic interloper. Therefore, in the eyes of the bespectacled man, Shen Fu's presence was indispensable. He was eager to behold Shen Fu's expression later on. Do not leave, my friend. The stone will soon be polished. Do you not wish to see how the stone, originally yours, turns out? Shen Fu furrowed his brow, his countenance filled with displeasure as he exclaimed, This is preposterous. You have already seized the stone. Why must you further humiliate me? This statement struck a chord with the bespectacled man, for the more agitated Shen Fu appeared, the greater his enjoyment of cutting the stone became. Yet, all of this was merely Shen Fu's ruse, crafted meticulously within his own calculations. Earlier, while gambling with the stone, Shen Fu had employed the strategy of feigned retreat, and now he was employing the same tactic once more. He was acutely aware that the bespectacled man would not allow him to leave. Thus, he deliberately feigned an intention to depart, prompting the man to urge him to stay. Indeed, the bespectacled man fell into the trap, demanding that Shen Fu remain with an air of triumph. Shen Fu secretly reveled in this, while outwardly continuing his performance, pretending to be exceedingly enraged. Among the onlookers, some expressed sympathy for Shen Fu, chastising the bespectacled man for his cruelty, suggesting that having gained an advantage, he should not gloat and should allow the man a measure of dignity. Others, however, contended that Shen Fu was merely reaping the consequences of his own folly. Having lost the stone, he deserved his humiliation. Regardless, these spectators were all deceived by Shen Fu, including the seasoned vendor, Brother Mao, who had failed to perceive Shen Fu's feigned anger. This is outrageous. I could have earned 50,000. You think 500 will suffice to dismiss me? The bespectacled man chuckled, mockingly taunting Shen Fu, and what of it? I shall not give you a penny. You will earn not even a dime. Unhappy? If you dare, come strike me. I will immediately fall to the ground, and you shall spend the rest of your life supporting me. Just then, however, the bespectacled man heard a gasp from behind, followed by murmurs among the crowd. This is not as anticipated. Indeed, it seems devoid of green. I suspect it has plummeted in value. No need to look further. If the first strike reveals no green, this stone has already lost 10,000. The bespectacled man turned to look, urging silence among the spectators. What had incited such fervent discourse among the onlookers was the piece of jadeite that Brother Mao held, having revealed one side of its skin. Yet within the stone, no anticipated green emerged. Instead, it presented a hue of grayish-white, resembling an ordinary rock. The bespectacled man instantly panicked, rushing to Brother Mao's side to seize the stone, his eyes nearly glued to its surface. But no matter how closely he examined it, grayish-white remained grayish-white. It could not transform into green, and without green, there could be no monetary value. The spectators were aware of this, and the bespectacled man certainly was too. Thus, he abandoned his earlier bravado, his voice trembling as he implored Brother Mao. There must be some mistake. Please, Brother Mao, polish it once more from the other side. I have invested all my savings. This stone must not fail. Chapter 18. The Man with Crossed Eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Brother Mao continued to polish the stone. Having previously worked on the left side, he now turned his attention to the right, hoping to reveal a patch of green. However, this was an impossibility. Shen Fu, observing coldly from the sidelines, understood that this so-called jadeite rough lacked the essence of jade, and therefore it could never yield any jade. As he had anticipated, the right side skin was also ground away by the angle grinder. But where was the green? It was nowhere to be found. All that lay before the crowd was a dull grayish white. Consequently, the value of this jadeite rough plummeted. What had been worth 40,000 moments ago was now unlikely to fetch even 400. What letdown. I thought it was a fine specimen. Turns out it's just rubbish. Indeed, such a disappointment. What a waste of my time. Gentlemen, do not be hasty. Let this man cut a few more slices. Perhaps there lies something extraordinary within. The surrounding crowd began to chatter once more. The man with crossed eyes listened, though the pain resonated deep within him. Previously, he had been so confident, so arrogant, convinced that this piece of jadeite was worth a fortune, and thus he had exhausted his savings to purchase it. Now, witnessing the absence of green after the polishing, his heart sank considerably. This stone was essentially condemned. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. The man with crossed eyes had not surrendered, believing firmly that there must be jade within this stone. After all, why had Shen Fu been so agitated earlier? Finally, the man recalled Shen Fu. However, as he turned to look at him, he was astonished to see Shen Fu transform from his earlier state of agitation to a visage of tranquility and composure, wearing a calm smile. The man felt a twinge of panic. Instinct told him that something was amiss, but alas, his intellect could not decipher the nature of the problem. Meanwhile, the onlookers encircling the stall had also noticed Shen Fu's transformation. Among them was a perceptive elder, who began to suspect that this might be a trap set by Shen Fu. Was it possible that the stone held no value, and Shen Fu was merely a hired accomplice of Brother Mao, orchestrating a scheme to deceive the man with crossed eyes? It is well known that in the jade market, it is quite common for vendors or stall owners to employ stooges. Thus, stone gamblers must learn not only to evaluate the stones, but also to discern the people. Yet, this elder was mistaken. Shen Fu was no stooge, and his strategy was not easily unraveled. At this moment, Shen Fu remained silent, a serene smile gracing his features. His hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the increasingly frantic man with crossed eyes. Indeed, the man was growing desperate, his eyes reddening in genuine distress, not feigned. Yet he had not given up, believing that even in dire straits, there remained a thread of hope. Brother Mao, cut the stone in half, he commanded. However, Brother Mao did not comply. Brother, my machine cannot cut stones. You must seek a specialized workshop. I can cover the expenses, he offered, pulling out 50 yuan, indicating he wished to dismiss the man. But at this moment of utmost desperation, the man could not afford to seek another venue for cutting the stone. He stood at the precipice, desperate to see even a hint of green, for if not, all his prior arrogance would swiftly rebound upon him. Just moments ago, he had mocked Shen Fu. Now, without uttering a single word, Shen merely stood there watching him, and he could barely endure it. This was intolerable. Cut the stone now. If the machine breaks, I will replace it, he demanded, urgency lacing his tone. Mao Ge, observing the man's frantic demeanor, his eyes ablaze with desperation, thought it wise not to provoke him further. Reluctantly, he agreed to cut the stone. However, the hardness of his cutting disc was insufficient, and it took considerable effort, almost damaging the machine, before he finally succeeded in cleaving the stone in two. The man did not wait for Mao Ge to wash away the debris. He seized the stone and inspected the cut surface, praying for even the faintest trace of green. Yet, as he gazed upon the stone, where was the green? The cut surfaces revealed not a single hint of color. In fact, They displayed no trace of jadeite at all. An expert would immediately recognize it as nothing more than an ordinary rock, devoid of any jade characteristics. A pained cry escaped him, a lamentation that echoed into the heavens, and he collapsed to the ground, the stone slipping from his grasp. Onlookers approached, and, upon discovering the truth that it was indeed not jadeite, could not suppress their laughter, deriding the man with crossed eyes. You thought this worthless piece was worth 40,000? I wouldn't take it even for free. Oh, brother, you've been thoroughly duped. With one person leading the laughter, the rest joined in, the sound of mirth resonating all around. Even Mao Gu succumbed to the laughter. The man with crossed eyes sat despondently on the ground, his face reddening with humiliation, fury surging within him. How could this be happening? How could this be? He sought someone, anyone, to vent his frustration upon, convinced he would never blame his own lack of discernment. Do not laugh. You must not laugh. Then he turned his ire towards Shen Fu, the only one who had remained silent and unmoved. In the eyes of the man, Shen Fu's lack of laughter was a far greater offense than that of the others, 1,000-fold more detestable. For had it not been for Shen Fu selecting that very stone, he believed he would not have lost everything he owned. In short, Shen Fu should bear the blame for the entire debacle. You owe me money, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Fu, who merely smiled slightly and asked, You want me to pay you? For what? For the 40,000 spent on the stone. Oh, pay me promptly. If not for you, I would never have purchased that stone. You must compensate my losses. Oh, did you not hear what I said? I demand you bring forth the money, not a penny less than 40,000. Oh, regardless of what the man with the peculiar eyes said, Shen Fu merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" and paid him no further heed, evidently dismissing him entirely. The man with the peculiar eyes was infuriated, roaring that if Shen Fu did not compensate him today, he would make Shen Fu regret it. Hurry and pay me back, if you lack the funds. A promissory note will suffice. Otherwise, I'll ensure you leave empty-handed. As the saying goes, the more ineffectual the dog, the louder it barks. Yet Shen Fu remained unfazed, and in an instant, a clever plan blossomed in his mind. Chapter 19, A Graceful Move. Faced with the threat, Shen Fu remained unperturbed, elegantly retrieving his wallet from his pocket. Upon seeing this, the man with the peculiar eyes mistakenly believed that Shen Fu was prepared to compensate him, and thus grew arrogant. Laughing, "Ha ha, at least you have some sense. If you pay up quickly, I might still forgive you." However, Shen Fu had no intention of paying him. He approached the stall, crouching down to casually inspect the jade stones for sale. Seemingly indifferent, he had secretly activated his Jade Soul Golden Eyes, selecting the sole blue Jade Soul stone among all the rocks. Brother Mao, is this stone also priced at 40,000? Brother Mao looked down, only to realize that the stone Shen Fu had chosen was yet another fake, not genuine jade at all. During the procurement that day, this batch of stones had been quite cheap, intended to deceive those lacking expertise. The cost of this stone was merely a few dozen. It could be sold for several tens of thousands. While fools are not encountered every day, encountering one like the man with the peculiar eyes today made for a lucrative deal, one that every street vendor sought, and Brother Mao certainly would not miss out. Brother Mao stated, This stone was originally priced at over 50,000, but since this young man has bargained it down to 40,000, I must keep things fair. Shen Fu replied, So if I give you 40,000 now, this stone is mine? Brother Mao nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Shen Fu produced a neat stack of crisp bills from his wallet, counting out 40,000 and deliberately waving the money in front of the man with the peculiar eyes. The man nearly lunged to snatch it away, angrily cursing Shen Fu's shamelessness, lamenting that Shen Fu could afford to gamble on stones, yet had no money to compensate him. Yet Shen Fu paid no mind, entirely ignoring the frantic yelping of this defeated hound. Words are the least effective form of attack, to vanquish an adversary. The only true method is to showcase one's genuine prowess, winning through solid means, which is wealth itself. Thus, Shen Fu remained indifferent to the man's insults, for he understood that gambling on stones was a matter of jade and money, not a contest of who could bark the loudest or wield the foulest language. Brother Mao, the 40,000 is right here. Please issue a receipt. Brother Mao was elated, thinking what a fortuitous day it was, as two gullible customers had appeared, allowing him to earn a windfall of 80,000 without lifting a finger. At that moment, the kind-hearted onlookers stepped forward, urging Shen Fu not to act impulsively, pointing out that the stone clearly had issues. They questioned why he would waste 40,000 when there were better uses for the money. Shen Fu simply replied, Whether it's a waste or not, one must cut the stone to find out. As Brother Mao joyfully counted his money, he readily agreed to provide the free stone-cutting service. Once the money was tallied and the receipt issued, the stone was entirely entrusted to Shen Fu, who then began the cutting process. "Do you intend to slice it from the middle, or will you gently scrape the surface?" he inquired. "Let us start by scraping the surface," Shen Fu replied, "for I fear that cutting the entire jade piece might ruin it. The value of 2 half pieces pales in comparison to that of an intact whole." This statement elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. "Huh, how can you not learn from your past mistakes? You've been deceived. There's no jade in that stone. Yet here you are, debating the merits of whole versus half pieces. What a laugh." The speaker, a burly man in his 50s, appeared rather imposing. Shen Fu, remaining composed, gently asked, "Oh, and what if there's jade within this stone?" The man scoffed. "Impossible. I refuse to believe there's jade in that stone." Shen Fu pressed further. "But what if there is?" Without hesitation, the man retorted, "If jade is found, I will publicly apologize." Shen Fu chuckled. "I initially thought you might be willing to wager some money, but since you lack the courage, an apology will suffice." This was a challenge that the man could not resist, and he rolled up his sleeves, declaring that if jade were indeed present, he would pay Shen Fu $1,000, but if not, Shen Fu would owe him the same. Shen Fu countered, "1,000 is too trivial. Given our mutual confidence, why not wager 10,000? Moreover, the jade within this stone must be worth more than $40,000. I must win if the value increases. If this stone's worth declines by even a dime, I shall pay you 10,000 immediately. What say you? Are you brave enough to accept?" The man hesitated. 10,000 was no small sum, and he was not particularly affluent, thus his reluctance was understandable. Observing the flicker of doubt in the man's eyes, Shen Fu, adept at reading people's hearts and skilled in the art of provocation, further taunted him, suggesting that if he was too cowardly to engage, it was no crime to act timidly. The man, hearing this, erupted in fury. "Nonsense. Has Feng Laosi ever been cowardly? It's merely 10,000. I will bet." "Agreed then. A man who breaks his word is a fool." With that, Shen Fu and Feng Laosi embarked on an off-the-books wager, betting on whether the stone was indeed worth $40,000. Not only the two of them, but also a growing crowd gathered around Brother Mao's stall, eager to witness the spectacle, each feeling a twinge of excitement. Everyone held their own opinions, yet unanimously believed that this stone could not possibly exceed a value of $40,000, with more than half convinced that there was no jade within it at all. Thus, it became clear that only by cutting the stone could a definitive answer be revealed. Brother Mao took up the knife himself, swiftly removing a portion of the outer shell. As the crowd leaned in, eager to discern the stone's true quality, their anticipation culminated in astonishment upon seeing what lay within. Due to the mere few centimeters of this corner, the result of polishing revealed a striking green. Astonishing, the green truly emerged. Someone shouted, and the entire stall erupted with excitement as everyone jostled to catch a glimpse of the stone. Indeed, one could see the green, and it was a most vibrant hue. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was utterly incredible. Who would have thought that such a seemingly worthless piece of rock could yield such brilliance? Not only that, this stone was worth at least 50,000. At that moment, someone approached Shen Fu, inquiring if the stone was for sale at 50,000. Upon hearing this, Feng Laosi panicked, grabbing the man and saying, "Hey, don't act rashly. I'm currently engaged in a gamble here. If I lose, you'll have to cover my 10,000. The man, unfazed by Feng Laosi's plight, raised his offer by 5,000, willing to pay 55,000 for Shen Fu's stone. However, Shen Fu declined, knowing the stone was worth no less than 100,000. He replied, "I'm sorry, but I intend to see this through to the end. If you're still interested later, we can negotiate then." The man, visibly disappointed, stepped back, while the others buzzed with excitement. Brother Mao appeared bewildered, unable to fathom how this stone, bought for merely a few dozen, could yield such exquisite jade. As for Feng Laosi, with their wager at stake, he was sweating nervously, fearing he might truly lose. Yet, the most distressed of all was that pair of beady-eyed men. No one noticed his utterance, for at the exact moment Shen Fu's stone revealed its green, he suffered from high blood pressure and fainted, unnoticed amidst the excitement over the jade. Ultimately, it was Shen Fu who, while Brother Mao was cutting the stone, discovered the man unconscious and splashed water on his face to revive him. Upon waking, his first words were, "Compensate me my 40,000, to which Shen Fu softly replied, "Fool." Chapter 20. The Neighboring Lady. People are often merciless towards the defeated. As long as that beady-eyed man did not succumb to his anger, even if he fainted or coughed up blood, those around him paid him no heed. Everyone's focus remained on the jade raw stone, as Shen Fu turned down the 55,000 offer, insisting on finishing the cut. Brother Mao resumed his work. The stone was not large, and his technique was adept, so it wasn't long before he completed the cutting. People immediately gathered to scrutinize it, and soon realized the stone's quality was indeed remarkable. Examining its base, it appeared to be a medium-grade jadeite. Its color a blend of green with hints of yellow and red. This tricolor jade, though not of pure hue, had its own charm. Often referred to as the Three Blessings or Peach Garden Brotherhood colors, suitable for crafting unique ornaments. As for its value, everyone unanimously agreed that this jade was worth over 100,000 yuan, with some even expressing their willingness to pay that amount on the spot. Brother, would you sell it for 100,000? Shen Fu's Jade Spirit Golden Eyes can only discern the approximate value of jadeite, yet cannot pinpoint an exact figure. Purchasing the jadeite for 40,000 and selling it for 100,000 does not seem like a loss. However, Shen Fu is astute, adept at leveraging his strengths while avoiding weaknesses. He muses that, although he lacks knowledge of jadeite market trends, the individuals present are seasoned gamblers, undoubtedly well-versed in the subject. Thus, he feigns mystery, inquiring 100,000, what do the others think? Is anyone willing to bid higher? No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forward. The man who initially offered 55,000, now declaring his willingness to pay 110,000 for the jadeite. 100,000, is it? I bid 110,000. The original bidder, unwilling to concede, promptly raised his offer to 120,000. I bid 120,000. These two individuals appear quite affluent and are determined to secure the jadeite. As they continue to outbid each other, Shen Fu remains a passive observer, merely awaiting the price to ascend. Of course, there exists a ceiling to their bidding. After several exchanges, the final offer settled at 140,000, made by the man who had initially proposed 100,000. Finding this individual's demeanor to be quite sincere, Shen Fu decided to sell the jadeite to him. Without hesitation, the buyer stated his offer of 140,000 and promptly transferred the cash to Shen Fu at a nearby bank, down to the last cent. Shen Fu handed over the jadeite, completing the transaction with remarkable efficiency, netting a profit of 100,000 without breaking a sweat. Moreover, he had also made a new acquaintance, the very man who purchased his jadeite. My name is Wu Yong, he introduced himself. I have been in the gambling stone business for 30 years. Today, my young friend, your performance has greatly impressed me. Initially, I too failed to recognize the worth of your stone, thinking you had been deceived. Alas, it seems there are always those more knowledgeable. I was blind to the truth. Shen Fu chuckled. Brother Wu, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck. I am quite inexperienced in gambling stones. Wu Yong shook his head, appearing unconvinced that Shen Fu's success was solely due to fortune. He added that should Shen Fu have more stones to sell in the future, he could always reach out to him. With his extensive connections in the gambling stone industry, he could facilitate transactions. He then handed Shen Fu a business card. Reflecting on this, Shen Fu concluded that having a friend in this field could be advantageous, so he accepted the card. However, he was hesitant to attract attention. Wu Yong insisted on viewing him as a hidden master, which was indeed true, for Shen Fu possessed abilities that far exceeded those of an ordinary gambler. Yet, Shen Fu wished to keep this fact concealed. Once a person gains notoriety, it complicates future endeavors. It is akin to a gambler who wins a significant sum. The casino would likely bar him from entry thereafter. As the ancients wisely advised, silent accumulation of wealth is the path to prosperity. There's also the adage that fame breeds envy, and the bird that stands out gets shot. Thus, Shen Fu resolved to maintain a low profile, hoping to remain unremarked and unrecognized as a master. In doing so, he would gradually fade from collective memory. Otherwise, if he continued to win at gambling, his feats would soon circulate through the underworld, making discretion an impossibility. Only after accumulating a certain degree of wealth and establishing connections within the jade industry did Shen Fu realize that it was time for him to embark on his grand endeavors. Aspiring to become the king of jade was not a task that could be achieved overnight, nor was it sufficient to rely solely on a pair of jade-like eyes. The jade industry, having evolved over a century, is an intricate and vast network. A piece of jade available on the market has traversed numerous stages: extraction, auction, transportation, appraisal, subsequent auction, design, carving, and finally sale. Shen Fu currently lacks the strength to penetrate beyond the surface of this industry. Thus, he must exercise patience and quietly amass his power to potentially ascend as the king of jade, commanding respect in an industry valued in the hundreds of billions, admired by millions. After parting ways with Wu Yong, Shen Fu first collected 10,000 yuan from Feng Laosi, as per their wager. Feng Laosi's expression was akin to one who had just consumed something distasteful, yet he begrudgingly accepted his loss. The full amount was handed over without a single penny missing. Thank you. Damn it. Don't let me see you again. Feng Laosi spat on the ground before turning away. In the gambling stone capital of Legay City, the southern part of the city is home to older residential areas, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folks, while the affluent reside in the northern, newly developed district. Shen Fu chose to live in the southern old district. Firstly, his funds were limited during his initial move, and he had not anticipated making such easy profits from gambling stones, having earned nearly 200,000 in a single day. Secondly, he preferred a more low-key existence, and residing in the old district allowed him to conceal himself effectively. He inhabited a 7-story old apartment building, occupying the top floor, which housed 2 units per level. However, he paid little heed to who else lived in the building, as he had no acquaintances in Legay City, as long as they were law-abiding and respectable individuals. He was content. While he was waiting, a sudden series of forceful knocks accompanied by curses erupted from outside the door. Shen Fu's instincts kicked in, and he approached the door to peer through the peephole. He observed 2 burly men, one bald and the other adorned with tattoos, who exuded an intimidating presence. They were banging on the door of the neighbor across the hall, their actions more akin to a battering than mere knocking. Open up. This charade of silence is futile. If you don't open this door soon, I'll douse it in paint. Shen Fu furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of these thuggish individuals and what transgressions the occupants of the opposite apartment had committed to warrant such harassment. He recalled encountering his neighbors, a mother and her young daughter, just days prior when he had moved in. The girl was no older than 5, and her mother appeared to be in her early 30s. The little girl was quite lovely, and her mother was an undeniable beauty, though both dressed quite modestly, giving no impression of wealth. Yet, they did not seem like malicious individuals. What predicament had they found themselves in? Why were they being targeted? Shen Fu was perplexed. And at that moment, the door across the hall slowly creaked open, revealing a woman whose face bore the marks of fear, yet was still strikingly beautiful. Chapter 21. A Call to Arms. Though viewed through a cat's eye, the beauty of the young lady left Shen Fu utterly astonished. It is no exaggeration to say that she could easily grace the silver screen, yet it is a mystery how she has fallen to such depths. Shen Fu concealed himself behind the door, continuing to observe, for the mere barrier of a door allowed him to hear every utterance exchanged between the individuals across from him. He heard the lady's voice tremble as she pleaded, "Please do not throw paint on me. I will repay you." The bald man let out a derisive laugh, mocking her. "Repay? You said the same thing last time. It has been half a month. Where is my money?" The lady replied, "In a few days, once my salary is disbursed, I will have the funds to ask for your patience for a little longer." With her head bowed in silence, it was evident that she truly had no money left. The bald man continued, "That may be so, but our boss is not without compassion. He mentioned today that he might consider granting you a few extra days." The young lady appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, lifting her gaze to the bald man and asking, "Is that true?" "Thank you. I will surely find a way to gather the money." The bald man interjected, "Do not be too quick to express your gratitude. Our boss is not a charitable man. His willingness to extend grace comes with conditions. As for those conditions, As he spoke, he reached out, brushing the hem of the young lady's skirt. "Ah!" The young lady gasped, stepping back in alarm and instinctively covering her skirt with her hands. Did these two intend for her to repay her debts with her body? Shen Fu, overhearing everything from behind the door, was filled with rage, nearly bursting forth to teach the 2 debt collectors a lesson. However, upon reflection, he reminded himself that he had come to Legay City to earn money, not to seek trouble. The plight of the young lady, though pitiful, was not his concern. Better to avoid drawing unwanted attention. If he were to assist, it would have to be after those 2 departed, he thought. Regaining his composure, he continued to observe through the door. Eventually, the young lady produced an item to offer as collateral, prompting the 2 men to agree to spare her temporarily. "We will return next week. Be sure to have the money ready. Otherwise, prepare to accompany us. Our boss has connections, and despite having given birth, with your looks, you could easily become the top attraction in this area within a month. Just remember to offer us, your old friends, a discount." They laughed heartily as they departed, leaving the young lady crouched on the ground, weeping. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shen Fu stepped outside. Startled, the young lady quickly wiped away her tears and shut the door to conceal her distress from him. After some contemplation, he resolved to knock and inquire about her situation. "Madam, there is no need for concern. I overheard everything that transpired just now. I harbor no ill intentions and merely wish to see if I can be of assistance. Should you doubt my sincerity, that is understandable. Yet if you require anything, I am just across the way, ready to help. There was no response from the other side, which was entirely reasonable, for who would trust a stranger without cause, especially one who had just endured a debt collection? I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. It must have startled you. Shen Fu was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this woman, not only strikingly beautiful but also possessing an exceptionally gentle disposition, was a rarity indeed. Yet, how could such a remarkable woman find herself in a predicament where others came to demand repayment? Shen Fu found himself perplexed by this conundrum. He then addressed the lady, saying, "It's quite all right. You must be the one truly frightened, considering how those two behaved. If they come again, you should contact the authorities." The lady shook her head and sighed. "It's futile to discuss it further. After all, I owe them money." "How much do you owe?" 50,000. In the past, Shen Fu would have regarded 50,000 as a considerable sum. However, having earned 180,000 in just a single day, that amount now seemed merely trivial. Nonetheless, he saw no reason to settle her debt, for they were strangers. If he were 20 years younger, he might have entertained the notion of pursuing her. Who wouldn't he be enamored by beauty? However, at 50, certain aspirations were unrealistic. Moreover, who could ascertain whether this woman was deserving of her plight? Perhaps her extravagant lifestyle had led her to this state of indebtedness. In such a case, she had no one to blame but herself. Shen Fu resolved to distance himself from the situation, but at that moment, a little girl emerged from the opposite door, hiding behind the young lady. "Manga. Sin, didn't I tell you to stay inside?" The mother, concerned for her daughter, became flustered. "But I'm hungry." "Be good. Xian, I'll make you some noodles shortly. But I want meat." The little girl was undeniably adorable, though her pallor suggested a lack of nutritious sustenance for quite some time. Shen Fu exchanged glances with the lady, discerning that they were struggling to make ends meet. The young woman recognized that he had perceived their hardship, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Shen Fu thought to himself, even if this lady were truly deserving of her misfortunes, the child was innocent. Thus, he proposed, I happen to have some skewers. Eating alone is rather dull. Why don't you both join me? After all, we will be neighbors from now on. Consider it a celebration of my arrival." "I can't possibly." "It's quite all right. In my hometown, it's customary to treat new neighbors upon moving." But suddenly, there was a loud knocking. "Brother, we can't accept this. Brother, please open the door." Yet Shen Fu did not respond. After a while, the lady ceased her knocking. He heard the sound of a door closing, and peering through the peephole, he saw the skewers being taken inside. Shortly thereafter, the door opened again, and the young lady emerged, slipping a note through the crack. The note read, "Thank you for your kindness. I will certainly repay you in the future." That very evening, the young lady came to visit Shen Fu. Chapter 22, A Collaborative Performance. Around 9 o'clock, while Shen Fu was engrossed in a book about Jade, he was startled by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found the young lady from across the hall. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" "I've come to express my gratitude. My daughter has just fallen asleep, so I finally have the opportunity to thank you in person for what transpired earlier today." Shen Fu smiled faintly, perceiving that this young lady had matters weighing on her mind. He remarked, "Madam, there is no need for formality. It is but a small gesture. If you have other concerns, please feel free to share them with me, if you wish. It is said that when one encounters injustice, one should lend a hand. Although I may not appear to be a great hero, I've been influenced by the tales of chivalry since my youth, and thus I harbor a bit of that heroic dream. Haha, I digress. To meet is indeed a matter of fate. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to confide in me. At the very least, allow me to understand your situation." The young lady nodded in agreement and entered Shen Fu's home. Shen Fu, a rugged man, had not prepared any of the delicacies that young women often enjoy, so he simply boiled water and brewed a cup of tea. The young lady seemed unconcerned, though she was indeed beautiful. Her expression bore signs of weariness that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who beheld her. At that moment, with the night deepening and the two of them alone in a room, the atmosphere should have been somewhat intimate. However, the young lady was burdened with thoughts, and Shen Fu felt a tinge of sadness, devoid of any romantic inclination. Suddenly, the young lady spoke. "Brother Shen, Shen Fu Chakod, Iaim Shen Fu. I fear I am 20 years your senior. You may call me Old Shen." The young lady nodded and introduced herself as Jing Xian, Li Jing Xian. At the tender age of 29, and that little girl named Xing was her daughter, now 5.5 years old. The two of them relied on one another for support, having moved to this place not long ago. Shen Fu, intrigued, inquired about the whereabouts of her husband and the circumstances leading to a debt of 50,000 yuan. It turned out that Madame Jingxian's husband had once been a diligent programmer with a decent income, prompting her to resign from her job, allowing him to provide while she managed the household. Their division of labor was clear, and they lived a warm life together. However, one day, her husband became enamored with gambling on stones, claiming he knew a businessman who had amassed wealth overnight through this endeavor. Yet, the intricacies of stone gambling were far too profound for an outsider to grasp easily. Within merely 6 months, her husband squandered all their savings. Despite this, Madame Jingxian bore no resentment. She believed that through hard work, they would surely earn enough to repay their debts. She did not scorn her husband. Rather, it was her inept husband who abandoned her and their daughter, fleeing with all their possessions. The debt was originally his, yet the creditors sought only Madame Jingxian, resulting in the distressing scene from earlier that day. Brother Shun, those men are threatening me, saying they will sell me into servitude as a princess. I truly cannot produce any money. Today, I have already pawned the heirlooms left by my parents to them. What am I to do? Your parents have passed away? Yes. I too have lost my parents. In fact, I have never even met them. What? I am an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage at a young age. Therefore, Madame Jingxian, I can empathize with your plight. Initially, Shen Fu was reluctant to offer assistance, fearing the potential repercussions. Yet, the young lady's plight stirred a profound sympathy within him. A man, born of heaven and earth, ought to undertake great endeavors and uphold his conscience. Shen Fu resolved to lend his assistance, not for monetary gain nor for alluring beauty, but solely for the noble ideal of chivalry that resided in his heart. After all, he had been nurtured on the tales of Jin Yong and Gu Long, where the essence of wandering the world with a sword lay in aiding those in distress. Thus, Shen Fu assured Mrs. Jingxian, "Do not worry, I shall assist you with this matter." A glimmer of hope lit up her face as she replied, "Really?" However, her expression soon darkened as she expressed her doubts about her worthiness to request his help. 50,000 yuan was no trifling sum. How could she presume to ask anyone for such assistance? Shen Fu chuckled, asserting that help was given freely, without necessitating justification. Mrs. Jingxian shook her head, contending that in this world, goodwill was never without cause, and that all matters had their price, governed by the principle of equivalent exchange. Shen Fu pondered her words, recognizing their wisdom. Despite her youth, she exhibited remarkable insight. It was difficult to fathom how such an exceptional woman could be abandoned by her husband. "Let's do this," he proposed. "I can provide the 50,000 yuan, but not in the manner you might expect. I have my own approach. If you place your trust in me, clear your schedule for tomorrow and accompany me on an outing. I assure you, the money will be yours, clean and without requiring you to engage in any unsavory actions." "Is that true?" she inquired. "If you doubt my words, then there is little I can do." After much contemplation, Mrs. Jingxian ultimately agreed to Shen Fu's plan. The following day, she entrusted her young daughter to the care of the shopkeeper downstairs and accompanied Shen Fu. Although uncertain of their destination, she sensed that Shen Fu was not a man of ill intent. Despite his age, he exuded a calmness that made him a reliable companion. In truth, she found herself preferring the maturity and steadiness of men like Shen Fu over the frivolity of youth. What scheme did Shen Fu have in mind? On this day, he drove Mrs. Jingxian to the Jade trading market located in the western part of the city. Ligay City boasted 3 major jade markets situated in the east, the center, and the west. Shen Fu had previously frequented the eastern market, but today he ventured west, mindful of discretion. Half an hour later, they arrived at the jade market, where Shen Fu, with a bag of cash in hand, instructed Mrs. Jingxian to await his command. Confused, she asked why they had come to the jade market, given that her husband had squandered their fortune on gambling stones, making her detest both jade and the gambling associated with it. Shen Fu replied, "The jade is innocent. It is the insatiable greed of men that bears guilt. My dear lady, had I simply handed you the money, it would imply you owe me a significant favor. However, if you earn it yourself, then no such obligation exists." Mrs. Jingxian remained perplexed. "Earn it? How could I possibly make 50,000 yuan?" Shen Fu smiled reassuringly, declaring that with him present, earning 50,000 was a mere trifle, and even 500,000 was within reach. Mrs. Jingxian blinked. Having taken extra care with her appearance that day, at Shen Fu's behest, looking even more beautiful than the day before. The rationale behind her makeup was simple. Shen Fu wanted her to present herself as a refined lady, thus ensuring they attracted less attention. In summary, the script by Shen Fu has been completed. Now it remains to be seen how the two shall perform. Chapter 23. The Duet of Man and Woman. Listen to me. From this moment forth, you shall not recognize me. You are merely a wealthy lady come to purchase jade. Here is 100,000 yuan. Consider it your capital. Shen Fu handed a paper bag filled with cash to Jing Xian, who had never seen such a sum before and was taken aback by Shen Fu's intentions. Brother Shen, what is this? Later, you will follow me closely. We shall venture into the jade shop to gamble on stones. I will select the stones, and you simply need to remember to purchase those I choose. However, do not reveal our acquaintance. Once we exit the vehicle, we are strangers. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Repeat after me. I will buy the stones you select. Once we exit the vehicle, we are strangers. Very well. Shen Fu smiled faintly and was the first to exit the vehicle. Madame Jingxian followed closely behind as they entered the jade market, bustling with numerous shops and stalls, teeming with patrons on the weekend, all in search of jade stones. To remain inconspicuous, Shen Fu sought a shop with fewer patrons. Even so, the establishment was crowded with a dozen or so individuals, some intently examining jade raw stones, while others engaged in animated discussions. Shen Fu signaled to Jing Xian, indicating that it was time for her to assume her role. Jing Xian, being a rather innocent woman, felt a twinge of nervousness, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure. No one could discern her connection to Shen Fu. As for Shen Fu, he had activated his Jade Soul Golden Eye, and wherever his gaze fell, the true nature of the jade, raw stones, was revealed, exposing the essence of the jade within. The quality of the jade raw stones in the shop was quite commendable, with several pieces exhibiting blue jade souls, and one in particular showcased a purple jade soul, indicating exceptional quality. However, this stone had already been nearly cut, classified as semi-transparent material, making it obvious to any observer that it held considerable value. Thus, the shopkeeper had priced it at 1,200,000 yuan, a prized possession of the store, leaving Shen Fu unable to seize it at a bargain. To profit from gambling on stones, one must seek out those hidden, high-quality jades. Such stones are inevitably found in every jade shop, for even the most skilled cannot guarantee absolute accuracy in identification. In this shop, two such stones were present. One was entirely raw, known as gamble material, meaning it had not been processed at all, with an intact outer shell that offered no means of assessing the internal state. This piece was priced at 50,000 yuan, but was in reality a blue jade soul worth at least 100,000 or more, precisely the kind of stone Shen Fu relished finding a bargain. The other piece was classified as semi-gamble material, having been sliced in half, allowing for a determination of the jade's general condition based on the cross-section. While it was largely accurate, unexpected outcomes could still occur, such as a poor cross-section appearance concealing excellent jade within. This particular stone weighed 2 kilograms, was not particularly large, and displayed a significant area of discoloration, a common occurrence of green being overtaken by black. The shopkeeper hesitated to continue cutting the stone, fearing that the more he cut, the more it would blacken, thereby diminishing the jade's value. He casually marked a price of 20,000 yuan, hoping to find a fool willing to take a gamble. However, the stone gamblers were not so naive. They understood the principle of buying only when prices rise, and this piece, deemed a half gamble, appeared to be a losing investment. Buying it would be akin to throwing money into the sea, where at least one could hear a splash. Yet, in Shen Fu's eyes, this half-gamble stone possessed a blue jade spirit, indicating its true worth was far from dismal, having experienced previous gambling encounters. Shen Fu firmly believed in his jade spirit golden eyes. He approached the shopkeeper, expressing his desire to examine the stones. Welcome. All our stones are genuine imports from Myanmar. Please feel free to browse and choose without reservation, the shopkeeper replied. Shen Fu obliged, pretending to peruse the shop before selecting the 2 inexpensive stones with blue jade spirits. However, he kept this choice to himself, merely inspecting them closely. This was his secret signal to Madame Jingxian, who, upon seeing him, understood which stones she should purchase later. Madame Jingxian approached, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. She was enchanting, every movement drawing the attention of onlookers. Some lecherous men fixated on her legs beneath her cheongsam. Whispers filled the air. Look, here comes a sultry woman. Another chimed in. Indeed, she is quite alluring. I wonder what brings her to this jade shop. Does she intend to gamble as well? A third laughed. Impossible. A woman like her knows nothing about gambling stones. She is likely just a bored wealthy lady looking for amusement. Eventually, someone suggested, if that's the case, why not let her join us for some fun? That would be far more entertaining than buying jade. These coarse men exchanged crude banter, their voices low enough to avoid reaching Madame Jingxian's ears. Otherwise, she might have been mortified. Shen Fu, however, overheard their remarks, frowning slightly and thinking to himself, let them talk. Soon they will be left speechless. He then turned to the shopkeeper, inquiring, what is the price for these 2 stones? The shopkeeper, upon seeing him, smiled and replied, well, the fully gambled stone is 50,000, while the half-gambled one is 20,000. If you're interested, I can negotiate a bit. Shen Fu proposed, how about this? I'll take both stones for 50,000. Will you sell them? The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed as he calculated in his mind. With Shen Fu's offer, he would make over 10,000 yuan, a modest profit, but better than being stuck with worthless stones. Just then, the wealthy lady interjected, I will also offer 50,000. Please sell me these 2 stones. The shopkeeper was taken aback and turned to face the beautiful lady. Typically, women did not gamble on stones. They tended to purchase finished jade. Yet the shopkeeper, being a businessman, cared not for the gender or appearance of his customers. Thus, he responded, Madam, 50,000 is certainly acceptable. But with both of you bidding at the same price, I find myself in a bit of a dilemma. At this moment, Shen Fu, feigning anger, exclaimed, nonsense. I was clearly the first to arrive. These 2 pieces of jade belong to me. Mrs. Jingxian, adhering to her own scheme, retorted with a hint of disdain, oh, what is this nonsense? Have you paid any money? On what grounds do you claim the jade is yours? With that, she produced a paper bag and slapped 50,000 yuan in cash onto the counter. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper coldly mused to himself, ah, so it's a pauper after all. No wonder they are enamored with my meager wares. Only someone ignorant of jade would be reduced to such a state. Thus, he resolved to sell the stones to Mrs. Jingxian instead. Shen Fu continued to feign an exaggerated display of fury, resembling the likes of ruffians. This was part of his strategy. The more he appeared agitated, the more his reputation would diminish in the eyes of others. The lower his reputation, the easier it would be to profit from those very individuals in the future. Thus, while it seemed as though Shen Fu was assisting Mrs. Jingxian, he was in fact manipulating her for his own gain. Fortuitously, within the jade shop stood an individual who had witnessed Shen Fu's success the previous day at Brother Mao's stall, where he had won 100,000 yuan. This person had intended to greet Shen Fu, but upon observing his distressed demeanor, he thought to himself, how unfortunate. Yesterday, I assumed he was merely lucky, but today reveals his true face, which bears no difference to the man I defeated yesterday, or old fourth foe. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely what Shen Fu desired. He wished for others to perceive him in such a light, showcasing his cunning prowess. In Chapter 24, Victorious Return. Under Shen Fu's orchestration, Mrs. Jingxian successfully purchased the 2 pieces of jade rough for a total of 50,000 yuan. Yet, the performance was only halfway through. With more excitement yet to unfold, Shen Fu, donning a fade of indignation, mocked Mrs. Jingxian, you foolish woman, prepare to lose your money. Just yesterday, someone tried to thwart me and ended up with nothing. Take heed, your fate will not be much different. Shen Fu deliberately adopted an unlikable demeanor. Firstly, to garner sympathy for Mrs. Jingxian, thus enhancing her bargaining power, and secondly, to further diminish his own standing among the onlookers. The more vulgar, the better. The seamless collaboration between Shen Fu and Mrs. Jingxian led everyone in the jade shop, including the owner, to believe that Shen Fu was truly aggrieved over the theft of his stones, while Mrs. Jingxian appeared pitiful, having done nothing wrong, yet being unjustly attacked by Shen Fu. Internally, Shen Fu reveled in this scheme, while outwardly he maintained a facade of bravado, insisting that the 2 stones were absolutely worthless. Consider this, he argued. If these stones were truly worth 50,000, would the owner be willing to sell them for that price? Among us, who understands gambling stones better than this proprietor? Therefore, I assert these stones cannot possibly be worth 50,000. If you disagree, let's cut the stones. The owner retorted, damn it, let us cut them then. You, old man, are spouting nonsense without any basis. Who do you think you are, coming here to make a ruckus? I am not a heartless merchant. I have my reasons for pricing the stone as I have. Do not slander me as being greedy. Madam, might I propose that I cut the stone right here, thereby proving both your discerning eye and my innocence? Mrs. Jingxian nodded in agreement, prompting the proprietor to bring forth the machinery and personally engage in the task at hand, slicing 2 pieces of stone right there in the shop. The first was a semi-gambling material characterized by yellow sand skin, with a cross-section revealing an unappealing blend of green and a significant portion of black. The visual impression was dismal. leading to a prevailing consensus among the proprietor and other patrons of the stone shop that the quality of this material was subpar, at most worth 10,000 yuan, requiring the expertise of an exceptional sculptor to potentially eliminate the impurities within the jade. While employing an acidic solution for cleansing might remove the blackness from a jade, it would necessitate subsequent gluing and dyeing, transforming a piece of pure natural jade into a mere imitation, with no hope of appreciating in value unless sold at a premium despite its inferior quality. In the jade market, counterfeiting has become a business. Some disdain such practices, yet there are those who, driven solely by profit, are unafraid to engage in unlawful activities. However, the proprietor of this jade shop conducts his business lawfully, never dealing in counterfeit jade. His foundation is rooted in the gambling of stones, whether it be in jade appraisal, stone cutting, or even the artistry of jade carving. He possesses a commendable mastery. At this moment, assisting Mrs. Jing Xian in cutting the stone was merely a matter of skill for him. Yet his sole concern was the potential inadequacy of the jade material, fearing it might yield nothing of value and inadvertently bolster Shen Fu's reputation. Today, Shen Fu's presence was particularly irksome, and everyone was fervently hoping that at least one of Mrs. Jingshuan's stones would reveal something of worth. Little did they know, they had fallen into Shen Fu's trap, as their thoughts were subtly guided by his influence. Observing from the sidelines, Mrs. Jingxian mused at Shen's prowess in manipulating these astute gamblers, questioning whether they were entirely oblivious to the jest being played upon them. Meanwhile, Shen Fu stood as the only one among the assembly fully aware of the situation. He recognized that this jade was indeed of great value, for it harbored the essence of blue jade. As expected, when the shop owner removed the outer skin of the semi-gambling material, the onlookers were left astounded, exclaiming in disbelief at the unexpected revelation. How is this possible? They gasped. To their astonishment, the interior of the jade was remarkably pristine, with only a few scattered black specks, referred to in the industry as sandstars. Such minimal blemishes could be addressed in the jade's later processing or even disregarded entirely, as their insignificance would not alter the overall outcome. Yet how could this be? All were incredulous, having been convinced by the prominent black marks on the original cutting surface that this was a case of green jade overshadowed by black. How could it be that the dark blemishes had vanished within the material? If one were to determine who was most astonished, it would undoubtedly be Shen Fu. He was so incensed that he was practically jumping up and down, unleashing a torrent of expletives with unabashed fervor. However, this was merely a fade. In truth, he was not angry at all. Rather, he was secretly reveling in his fortune. Everything was under his control, and that stone was definitely valuable. As long as he feigned outrage, no one would uncover the truth that he had already appraised it successfully. Goodness, this stone has truly exploded in value, he exclaimed. I reckon it must be worth at least 100,000. Damn, it should have been my money. It's all your fault for intercepting me, woman. Shen Fu raised the price to 100,000, subtly reminding Madame Jingxian of the stone's true worth. She understood his implication immediately and promptly inquired with the vendor about the price of the stone. In reality, the stone was indeed worth around that amount, but the proprietor had initially hoped to acquire it for a mere 40 to 50,000, banking on the fact that the woman was not well versed in jadeite. However, following Shen Fu's remark, he was compelled to raise the price. I'll offer 80,000. Please sell me the stone. But just a moment ago, you claimed it was worth 100,000. The vendor retorted. He shot an incredulous glance at Shen Fu, as if to say, what a foolish old man. Speaking out of turn, he then surveyed the other patrons, each of whom had keen eyes and surely recognized that the stone's genuine value exceeded the current offer. To preserve his reputation and avoid being accused of deliberately undercutting a novice, the vendor reluctantly increased the price by another 10,000, stating that he would accept 90,000. Madame Jingxian glanced at Shen Fu, who subtly touched his nose, a sign of agreement in their secret code, while touching his ear would indicate dissent. Thus, she acquiesced to the vendor's proposal, purchasing the jadeite for 90,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 25, 240,000. After a brief respite, the 90,000 had been secured, and all eyes turned to the second stone. This was a complete gamble, having been extracted from the mine without a single cut. The outer shell was intact, rendering the internal jadeite's condition entirely unknown, with value discerned solely through experience. Everyone knew that complete gamble stones were the most challenging type of jadeite rough, yet they also held the potential for the highest profit. A high-quality complete gamble stone could easily sell for millions, with some reaching tens of millions. Take, for instance, the city of Ligay, known as the capital of jade gambling. Just 6 months prior, A complete gamble stone had sold for 28 million, creating a sensation throughout the city, with people discussing it in every corner over tea and meals. However, with fortune comes misfortune, and complete gamble stones are also the most perilous, capable of leading one to financial ruin. That very 28 million stone reportedly yielded less than 500,000 in jadeite, and fortunately, the owner was a wealthy magnate who could absorb such a loss. Otherwise, had it been someone else, they might have already leaped into the sea in despair. He furrowed his brow, meticulously studying the stone for an extended period, even seeking advice from fellow patrons on where to make the cut. What is the point of dawdling? Clearly, the best approach is to slice it directly down the middle. Indeed, slicing through the center is the simplest method to assess a piece of raw jadeite. However, this approach results in the jade being divided into two halves, which eliminates the possibility of crafting a large ornamental piece. Nevertheless, this particular specimen weighs approximately 6.5 kilograms, and even if it is cut in half, the resulting pieces are sufficiently sizable to design several bracelets, rings, and other items, with the leftover scraps suitable for crafting beads. Madam, is it permissible to cut through the middle? Mrs. Jingxian, lacking knowledge of jade gambling, glanced over at Shen Fu for guidance. Shen Fu, touching his ear, indicated that it was not advisable. He believed that slicing this pristine jade in half would significantly diminish its value. The proprietor was merely seeking convenience, while the stone rightfully belonged to Mrs. Jingxian. Why should it be cut in such a manner? Of course it should be cut. Let us assume this stone is worth 100,000. If sliced in half, each piece would be valued at 40,000. How clever! How clever! Shen Fu appeared to mock, yet in truth, he was cautioning Mrs. Jingxian. Mrs. Jingxian, a perceptive woman, having witnessed how the first piece of jade was cut, addressed the proprietor, "Sir, please refrain from cutting through the middle. Like before, kindly remove the outer layer of the stone gradually, preserving the integrity of the entire jade." This woman was exhibiting remarkable progress. Shen Fu mused that had she not been burdened with a scoundrel of a husband, her intelligence and beauty would surely lead her to great achievements. The proprietor, feeling helpless, could not disregard a customer's request. Thus, he complied and began to carefully polish the stone. He operated the machine, starting from one corner of the piece, slowly removing the outer skin. This discarded skin, while seemingly useless, often found its way into the hands of unscrupulous merchants who would utilize it to create counterfeit coverings for jade that had inferior quality post-cutting, thereby fabricating the illusion that the stone had not been altered. However, the scenario here was markedly different. As the first polishing pass was made, the audience erupted in astonishment. My goodness, it's green again, and such a vibrant green. Indeed, it was astonishing. The jade revealed a beautifully translucent and lustrous yellow-green hue with just this initial polish, and it could be valued at over 300,000. Typically, when an individual encounters such exquisite color during polishing, over 90% would choose to cease further work and sell the stone immediately. Continuing would risk the possibility of revealing flaws, such as dark spots or cracks, or even an absence of green in other areas. Thus, the most prudent course would be to capitalize on a vibrant green and sell it for a premium. Yet, Shen Fu possessed the Jade Soul and Golden Eyes. Since this stone was a blue Jade Soul, it indicated that its value was at least 100,000. The likelihood of the entire piece exhibiting only this minimal green was improbable. So what should he do? Should he cease now or continue polishing? Shen Fu had recently immersed himself in numerous texts on jade gambling, but as a newcomer, making such a judgment, which required extensive experiential knowledge, proved rather challenging for him. As Shen Fu pondered, the other patrons in the shop decided to make their moves. One person exclaimed, "Madam, I offer 100,000. Would you sell me this piece?" Lady Jingxian found herself in a quandary, but before she could respond, another bidder quickly upped the ante by adding 20,000. Willing to acquire the entire gamble for a price of 120,000. I bid 120,000. Don't sell to him. How about selling to me? Hey, are you trying to provoke me? I'll offer 130,000. Sell it to me. I bid 150,000. Sell to me. Don't sell to him. At this moment, a third individual stepped forward, boldly declaring a bid of 200,000 for the stone in Lady Jingxian's possession. For ordinary people, 200,000 is no trivial amount. Many would struggle for years, if not a lifetime, to earn such a sum. Yet this man, swayed by a mere glimpse of green, was willing to pay 200,000, illustrating the sheer madness of the jade industry. Upon hearing this price, the previously competitive bidders fell silent, contemplating the true value of the stone and whether they should continue to escalate their bids. These individuals sought to maximize their profit, while Shen Fu believed that 200,000 was already an exorbitant offer. After all, they had just spent 50,000 on 2 stones, and having sold one for 90,000 already yielded a profit. Gaining an additional 200,000 was indeed splendid, but one must not be overly greedy. Thus, Shen Fu decided to conclude the deal. He touched his nose, and Lady Jingxian understood. It was unexpected how seamlessly they collaborated for the first time. Lady Jingxian remarked, "If you're truly willing to offer 200,000, I would be amenable to selling you this stone." The man rejoiced, saying, "As long as you agree to sell, I will transfer the funds immediately." After glancing at Shen Fu and receiving a slight nod from him, Lady Jingxian consented to the sale. Consequently, 90,000 plus 200,000 was received, with a mere 50,000 as the cost, resulting in a net profit of 240,000 RMB within just an hour. Chapter 26, Private Exhibition. Upon exiting the Jade shop, Shen Fu and Lady Jingxian parted ways, ultimately reconvening at the parking area. No one suspected their partnership. Once in the car, Shen Fu, who had been orchestrating the entire affair, wore a relaxed expression. Lady Jingxian, on the other hand, exhaled deeply, collapsing into the passenger seat, overwhelmed by an emotional release that nearly brought her to tears as she felt the weight of survival after the ordeal. Together, they held a total of 340,000 in cash, with 100,000 being Shen Fu's original capital and the remaining 240,000 representing their profit. While this sum may seem modest in the context of Jade transactions that often reach hundreds of thousands or millions for the average individual, many might never possess such wealth throughout their lifetimes, especially in cash. The 24 stacks of pink 100 yuan bills felt remarkably heavy in her pocket, a tangible testament to the profits earned through Shen Fu's cunning. Lady Jingxian handed all the money to Shen Fu. He smiled gently, dividing the 240,000 in half, keeping one portion and giving the other to Lady Jingxian. She was taken aback, asking, "What is this?" "Take the money to settle your debts, and keep the rest for you and your daughter's living expenses. The child is about to start school, and there are many places where money is needed. However, this money was earned by you, Brother Shen. Merely lending it to me to pay off my debts is too much. I cannot accept your generosity. Madame Jingxian is a good woman." Shen Fu smiled again, stating that this sum was earned by both of us, and to him, a mere 120,000 is but a trifling amount. He is confident that in the future, he will earn far more than this. "Very well, then, thank you, Brother Shen. Your kindness to me is something I can never repay, even if I were to serve you like an ox or a horse." "Oh, come now. There is no need for such formality. I've said it before, 120,000 is merely a small sum, not worth dwelling upon. In truth, for Shen Fu at present, 120,000 is not insignificant. He has over 300,000 in cash altogether, earned during his few days in Legay City, with 120,000 accounting for nearly 30%. Nevertheless, Shen Fu is confident in his abilities, knowing that he will certainly earn substantial wealth in the future. With the spirit of jade and golden pupils at his side, what is 120,000 compared to the potential of 120 billion? With no debts weighing upon her, Madame Jingxian felt a newfound lightness, which made her appear even more radiant. Seeing that Shen Fu was a single man living alone, in gratitude for his kindness, she offered to help him with cooking, laundry, and tidying up his room, essentially assisting with household chores. This was particularly fortuitous, as Shen Fu was not adept at domestic tasks, and with his focus on the jade business, he had little time to manage such matters. Madame Jingxian lived just across the way, so her assistance was indeed a blessing. Surprisingly, this beautiful woman proved to be an exceptional cook, especially her soups, which surpassed the culinary skills of even the finest chefs in local restaurants. Truly remarkable. Shen Fu, initially intending to lend a helping hand, unexpectedly gained a top-tier chef. A serendipitous turn of events. Surrounded by exquisite food and a charming companion, coupled with his newfound wealth, Shen Fu's spirit soared. Yet, he understood the principle that arrogance leads to downfall. Thus, he remained humble and cautious, especially during these prosperous times. In the following days, Shen Fu refrained from visiting the jade market, choosing instead to immerse himself in the study of jade-related literature at home. Approaching middle age, he acknowledged that his mind might not be as agile as that of the youth, but he did not consider himself inferior. For several consecutive days, he devoured countless books, even listening to jade-related broadcasts while bathing. Legay City, renowned as the capital of stone gambling, boasts a dedicated radio channel filled with content pertaining to jade and stone betting. Having once driven a taxi, listening to the radio had become a habit for him, and his ability to extract information from broadcasts surpassed that of the average person. One night, as he lay in bed listening to the radio, he began to drift into slumber when a news segment caught his attention. A leading figure in the jade industry had just spent 25 million yuan purchasing a piece of jade from Myanmar, a glass type, with a white base adorned with green floral patterns, weighing approximately 12 kilograms, a rare gem of exceptional quality in the contemporary world. The prominent figure thus decided to host an exhibition. Regrettably, it is a private affair held at his residence, accessible only to the esteemed individuals within the industry. Nevertheless, this event stands as a significant occurrence in Legay City. Shen Fu harbors a keen interest in the glass-type jadeite, as it is deemed the finest among jade. Who among jade enthusiasts would not wish to behold it? Alas, lacking any renown, he realizes that an invitation is unlikely to grace his hands. This exhibition, though ostensibly a showcase, is in reality a gathering of moguls from the jade industry, where within a mere hour or two, they could seal deals worth billions. Sigh, though I cannot attend this time, I shall ensure that one day, these so-called magnates will recognize the name Shen Fu. The following day, Shen Fu returned to the jade trading market in the western part of the city. As anticipated, the stone gamblers, shopkeepers, and stall owners were all engaged in fervent discussions regarding the upcoming exhibition. Have you heard? Boss Huang is hosting an exhibition at his home next week. Which Boss Huang? Are you daft? It's none other than the illustrious Huang Jianxiong in Legay City Jade business. Who does not know that he is the leader? Had you mentioned him sooner, it would have been obvious. Anyone involved in jade knows the name Huang Jianxiong. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. Shen Fu, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, Huang Jianxiong? Is he truly formidable? Could someone enlighten me about his background? At this, the crowd erupted in laughter. It's clear you're either new to jade or just arrived in Legay City. Boss Huang is a titan in the jade industry. Despite having only a main store and a branch, his establishments are substantial, and he boasts exceptional quality stones. Moreover, few in Huaxia can directly import jadeite from the Myanmar country, and Huang Jianxiong is among them. Shen Fu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is jadeite not freely importable? Certainly not. My friend, you seem unaware of the intricacies involved. Jade is a non-renewable resource, exclusively produced in the Myanmar country. After centuries of mining, the quality jade is becoming increasingly scarce. What can be done? The locals are not Navi. The king has decreed that foreigners cannot purchase rough jadeite directly from Myanmar. They must undergo official approval and pay numerous taxes before they can transport the stones from the country. I see. And that is merely on a personal level. For bulk imports of jadeite, one must have connections. This business is not for the average person. Otherwise, how can we say that Boss Huang is impressive? For us common folk, gambling on stones is mere trifling compared to the fortunes made by upstream importers. Their earnings are but a fraction of what we make. Chapter 27, Boss Huang. In the jade market of the western city, a commonplace stall was encircled by numerous stone gamblers, wealthy or not, but all seasoned veterans, well informed about the latest happenings in the industry. Next week, a prominent figure named Huang Jianxiong, a leader in the jade industry of Legay City, is set to host a jade exhibition at his residence. Shen Fu Chu, newly arrived and unfamiliar with the local scene, mingles among the crowd to gather information. He learns about Huang, who has established his fortune through connections by importing jade rough stones from Myanmar, a country renowned for its jade production. The export of each jade rough stone is strictly regulated, rendering it unattainable for ordinary individuals, regardless of their wealth. Huang's ability to import jade rough stones places him at the core of the jade industry, a position even more critical than the skill of discerning jade quality. Consequently, Huang is regarded as the industry leader, with his family enterprise ranking among the top 3 in all of China. Moreover, Shen uncovers an intriguing tidbit of gossip. A well-spoken individual in the crowd remarks to him, "The money they make is but a drop in the ocean." However, Huang's low-profile demeanor means he rarely makes public appearances. It is curious that he has chosen to host an exhibition at his own home. One wonders what his true intentions are. Another person concurs, stating, "Indeed, Huang is not one for social gatherings. He is elusive, and I have yet to see his face." Yet, his decision to hold this exhibition suggests the jade he has acquired must be of exceptional quality, considering he spent 25 million on such a small piece. Others nod in agreement, but Shen suspects that the jade may merely serve as a facade for Huang's ulterior motives, as it is unusual for someone so reclusive to host an event in such a manner. Regardless, this exhibition remains a private affair, accessible only to invitees. Observing the stone gambling enthusiasts surrounding the stalls, Shen realizes that none of them, including himself, are likely to receive an invitation. However, he harbors no resentment. He understands that achieving greatness in this industry takes time, and he is not yet arrogant enough to expect immediate success. Thus, Shen decides to resume his stone gambling endeavors today. Previously, he earned over 300,000, took a few days off to recharge, and indulged in extensive reading. Today, he aims to put his knowledge into practice. The market is bustling with hundreds of shops and stalls of varying sizes. Shen remains calm and collected, perusing each one in search of stones that might yield hidden value. The jade spirits he encounters are categorized by color. White signifies the lowest quality, blue represents medium quality, and purple indicates superior quality. Currently, he can only identify these three hues, yet he believes there may be even finer jade hidden among them. For while it is easy to acquire wealth, finding exceptional jade is a challenge he has yet to overcome. Throughout the day, Shen discovers 7 pieces of blue jade rough stones marked at low prices, indicating potential bargains, 4 from street vendors and 3 from jade shops. He purchases a portable angle grinder specifically for polishing stones, recognizing that while cutting requires skill, polishing is a task anyone can undertake. Shen Fu personally undertook the task of meticulously removing the outer skins of 7 jadeite rough stones, ensuring that their origins remained unrecognizable. Subsequently, he ventured into the jade market to patiently seek buyers for his wares. He was willing to expend such considerable effort solely for the sake of 2 words: discretion. This sentiment echoed that of the eminent Huang Jianxiong, who was poised to host an exhibition. Otherwise, with each gamble on stones leading to explosive results, it would not be long before everyone recognized Shen Fu, which could complicate matters significantly. Moreover, Shen Fu possessed an inherent advantage. He was not a strikingly handsome man. His appearance was quite ordinary, embodying that of an average middle-aged gentleman, lacking in sartorial sophistication. As he mingled with the crowd, none would find him remarkable. For someone intent on maintaining a low profile like Shen Fu, this was tremendously fortuitous. What use was good looks? A man's worth is measured by his capabilities, and the essence of that prowess lies in the wealth he possesses. Over the span of 3 days, Shen Fu sold the 7 stones, netting an average profit of 70,000 for each, summing to a total of 490,000. Coupled with his initial capital of over 300,000, he now held nearly 900,000 in cash, and this was merely his first week in Legay City. Yet, Shen Fu did not feel particularly elated. He was acutely aware of the adage to remain vigilant even in times of comfort. While he recognized his formidable skills, he also acknowledged that they were more aggressive than meticulous. The hues of jadeite could only provide a general estimation of value, lacking precision. Many jadeite rough stones have been thoroughly analyzed, with their valuations largely established. White jadeite was typically priced as white, and blue jadeite seldom deviated from this classification. Shen Fu understood that he could not solely rely on his jade soul and golden eye. He must also diligently learn traditional methods of jadeite appraisal. This, of course, applied only to semi-gambling and clear materials. In the case of pure gamble materials, his jade soul and golden eye retained their utmost efficacy. A completely gambled stone, encased in its intact skin, remained impervious to high-tech instruments that sought to unveil its inner condition. The pricing of such stones was usually not exorbitant, and Shen Fu was the sole individual capable of discerning their approximate value. This alone granted him the potential to excel within the realm of pure gamble materials. Having swiftly sold the 7 jadeites and pocketed 490,000, he immediately set off in search of new prey in the market. His quarry was the undervalued pure gamble materials, essentially a matter of seizing opportunities. Ahead, he spotted a bustling stall, alive with commotion as a crowd engaged in animated debate over a jadeite rough stone. Intrigued, Shen Fu approached to discover that the stone, at first glance, appeared quite promising. Although it was a pure gamble material, the vibrant green was strikingly apparent, showcasing a remarkably pure sunlit green. Exquisite, indeed. While his jade soul and golden eye were infallible, the condition of this stone transcended Shen Fu's knowledge. Thus, he opted for a strategy of restraint, choosing to listen to the surrounding discussions. The adage of a wise observer holding his tongue applied here. However, in the realm of stone gambling, such decorum was often cast aside, with each participant voicing their opinions unabashedly, none willing to concede to another. This occurrence is particularly common in the jade market of Legay City. Indeed, if any stall is devoid of lively chatter, it merely indicates a lackluster business, one that others may disdain. However, Shen Fu never anticipated that this seemingly mundane act of observation would fortuitously lead him to meet a benefactor within the gambling stone industry. Chapter 28. The white-haired elder. On this particular day, Shen Fu found himself beside a rather ordinary jade stall, where he observed a throng of individuals engrossed in examining a stone. The Jade Soul Golden Eye revealed that this stone was composed of white jade soul, signifying its inferior quality and low value. Yet, the crowd did not share this sentiment. They were fervently debating whether the stone was worth 300,000 or 500,000. Such valuations are typically associated with blue jade soul jade, leaving Shen Fu incredulous. Did these people truly lack discernment, unable to see that this jade raw stone held little worth? Thus, Shen Fu deactivated the Jade Soul Golden Eye and employed his naked eye to assess the stone, ultimately uncovering the truth. It turned out that the outer skin of this jade raw stone was exceedingly exquisite, weighing approximately 6 kilograms. One half was adorned in a yellow sand hue, while the other half was enveloped in a striking apple green, indicating that the jade within was on the verge of breaking through this delicate outer layer. Someone illuminated the stone with a flashlight, and the light penetrated through the skin, showcasing the jade inside, which indeed appeared remarkable. However, there were also dissenters who remarked that the thinness of the skin suggested it was a new pit stone. The probability of yielding fine jade from such stones is relatively low, and they fear that the surface green might merely be an illusion, and the internal jade might not be as flawless. Nonetheless, they still believed the stone held a value exceeding 300,000. Conversely, others were convinced it was worth at least 500,000, with some even asserting it could reach 1 million. Listening from the sidelines, Shen Fu thought to himself that they were all mistaken. This stone was fundamentally worthless, and the deceptive green of the skin must not lead anyone astray. Just as everyone was wholly engrossed, a pickpocket quietly infiltrated the crowd. In this jade market, affluent individuals abound. Even those with modest means often adorn themselves with jade accessories. Consequently, pickpockets are drawn to the scent of wealth, operating both solo and in groups, invariably targeting those absorbed in the gambling stone stalls. Veteran gamblers have long been accustomed to the presence of pickpockets, remaining vigilant and ensuring that their valuables are not placed in plain sight. Yet Shen Fu, being new to the environment and preoccupied with the stone bearing the apple green skin, fell victim to the thief. He noticed a pickpocket blending into the crowd, stealthily reaching into Shen Fu's jacket pocket, poised to snatch his wallet. While the wallet contained little money, it held essential documents, and losing it would pose considerable trouble. Shen Fu remained fixated on the stone, oblivious to the pickpocket's approach. Just as the thief was about to succeed, an abrupt, furious shout rang out. "Hey, which little rascal is sneaking around here?" Shen Fu was taken aback and turned to his left, only to find a white-haired elder in his 70s glaring at him with fierce eyes. Glancing to his right, he saw a young man in his early 20s, looking alarmed and clutching Shen Fu's wallet. "There's a thief," Shen Fu exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to apprehend the rogue. The young thief turned to flee, but he stood no chance. Shen Fu's reflexive martial arts skills ensnared him, nearly dislocating his arm and causing him to scream in agony on the ground. "You little rascal! How dare you steal from me?" Shen Fu scolded. "Please, sir, have mercy. I promise I won't do it again." The young man, realizing his pleas were futile, opted for a more aggressive stance, threatening Shen Fu. "If you don't let me go, my friends will surely retaliate." With a surge of bravado, Shen Fu burst into laughter. "Call them over. I shall face whatever they throw at me." He then prepared to call the authorities, resolute in his decision not to be intimidated by a petty thief. However, to his surprise, the bystanders urged him to release the young man. Confused, Shen Fu inquired about their reasoning. Despite his bewilderment, he pondered whether this young man's backing was indeed formidable. Yet he refused to back down, determined to see the thief face appropriate consequences. Just as he was about to contact the police, he noticed the white-haired elder from earlier. It was this elder who had initially prompted Shen Fu to act, and now he subtly shook his head, suggesting that Shen Fu refrain from involving the authorities. Shen Fu, not one to act rashly, always maintained a calm demeanor. Considering the consensus of the crowd, especially the elder's apparent gravitas, he decided to heed their advice and observe how events unfolded. Thus, he released the young man, admonishing him that should he dare to repeat such actions, he would not be so lenient next time. The young thief wasted no time, fleeing with a look of utter defeat. Shen Fu dusted himself off and informed the surrounding crowd that all was well, encouraging them to continue their stone gambling. "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my wallet would have been lost," he expressed to the elder. The elder smiled, assuring Shen Fu that he need not feel indebted. In this bustling jade trading market, Theft is all too common. Just exercise caution next time. The elder then expressed interest in a particular stone and inquired, "Young man, do you have any knowledge of stone gambling?" Shen Fu replied, "I possess a modest understanding." The elder nodded and continued, "I find this stone appealing. Should I choose to purchase it, I would be inclined to offer 500,000. What is your assessment of this deal?" Though Shen Fu preferred to remain inconspicuous, he felt compelled to repay the elder's earlier kindness. Lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear, he cautioned, "This stone is worth at most 100,000. Exceeding that price would certainly result in a loss." The elder's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment as he queried, "Oh, the stone's exterior is predominantly green. Surely the jade beneath should be of good quality as well. Why do you assert it holds only a value of 100,000? Shen Fu remarked, "I cannot divulge the specific reasons, but I possess my own method of appraisal. I advise you, dear brother, to refrain from making a purchase. Earning money is no easy feat. Investing hundreds of thousands only to risk losing it all is unwise." The elderly man, his brows slightly furrowed, lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he expressed his willingness to trust Shen Fu this once, deciding against purchasing the stone. The old man, with kind eyes and an extraordinary demeanor, although dressed simply, was impeccably groomed, clearly not an ordinary septuagenarian, but someone of considerable significance. Just as Shen Fu pondered this, a voice from the nearby stall called out, "Boss, will you sell this stone for 40,000? All heads turned towards the commotion, knowing that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 29, Friendship and Wagering. Around the stall, a patron had inquired about the stone's price. "Boss, will you sell this stone for 40,000? The jade rough, with its thin skin and predominantly green hue, was initially priced at 450,000 by the stall owner. With a new offer of 40,000, the owner readily declared that if no higher bids were made, he would sell the stone for that price. Upon hearing this, a lively discussion ensued among the onlookers. Shen Fu, listening intently, discerned that half believed 40,000 was too low, asserting that the jade rough was undoubtedly worth more, while others contended that 40,000 was too high, estimating the stone's value around 30,000. However, without exception, no one deemed the stone's worth to be merely a few thousand or even less. Among the 20 or so stone gamblers surrounding the stall, only Shen Fu believed the stone to be of little value. At that moment, the white-haired elder approached Shen Fu and asked, "Young brother, do you truly believe this jade is worthless?" Shen Fu nodded, affirming, "Indeed." The elder continued, "Yet you seem to have only recently ventured into the world of stone gambling. I can tell you are unfamiliar with the prevalence of thieves in the jade market. You must have just arrived in Legay City, correct?" Shen Fu smiled and replied, "Indeed. My acquaintance with stone gambling is recent, but I implore you, dear brother, trust me this once and do not purchase this stone." The elder chuckled, yet his gaze was sharp, as if testing Shen Fu. He said, "While that may be so, if this stone is worth 1,000,000 and I miss the opportunity to acquire it, would I not be losing out on hundreds of thousands? Can you bear the responsibility for such a loss?" Understanding that the elder was likely a person of considerable means, if not a prominent businessman, Shen Fu recognized this as an opportune moment to forge connections. The elder raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what wager do you propose?" Shen Fu pointed to the jade rough and declared, "Let us wager on the value of this stone. I assert it is worth no more than 100,000. What do you believe it's worth to be?" The elder pondered briefly before gesturing with his hand to signify 50, implying 50,000. Shen Fu responded, "Very well. Should this stone, when cut, reveal a value exceeding 50,000, I shall compensate you for the difference, thus offsetting the potential loss from my advice against purchasing it. Does that sound fair?" Upon hearing this, the elder erupted in laughter, exclaiming how amusing the proposition was. He, unwilling to take advantage of Shen Fu, generously stated, "No problem. Since you have said so, I cannot benefit at your expense. How about this? If the value of this stone is below 500,000, it means I'm losing money, right? In that case, you have helped me save money, and I shall pay you the equivalent of the savings as our wager. How does that sound?" In truth, Shen Fu did not care about the money. Forging a friendship with an industry giant held far greater worth than a mere few 100,000. "Let us forego the money, for I am confident I shall win. Here's the deal. If I accurately estimate the value of this stone, you do not need to pay me a single penny, but we must become friends." The elder, intrigued, inquired, "Is that truly your only condition? Do you not need money?" "Of course, I need money," Shen Fu replied. "However, there is a saying, wealth is easily obtained, but a true confidant is hard to find. Today, I wish to make a friend. It is up to you to see my worth. The elder chuckled. Ah, you overestimate me. I am but an ordinary man, not a person of high status. What benefit would it bring you to befriend me? Who says friendships must yield benefits? Only the weak seek alliances. I, Shen Fu, stand firm in this world. When I speak of friendship, I mean just that. You underestimate me with such words. The elder laughed heartily. Ha, then it seems I've been the wrong. Apologies. Very well, let's proceed as you propose. If you are indeed correct about the value of this jadeite, we shall be friends from this day forth. As soon as he finished speaking, a young gambler nearby, who had overheard the entire conversation, sneered, mocking Shen Fu's impending loss. Oh, what do you mean by that, my friend? Shen Fu asked, slightly irked, prompting the young man to dismiss him with a scoff. How could this stone possibly be worth only 100,000? If you lack understanding, refrain from speaking nonsense and embarrassing yourself. Shen Fu esse angeflerd. What? Do you wish to wager with me as well? The young man retorted, No thank you. I do not make friends with fools. Suppressing his fury, Shen Fu declared, Let us wager money then. If this stone, once cut, is valued at over 100,000, I shall pay you the difference. However, if it is less than 100,000, you need not pay me anything. Merely kneel and apologize. The young man, intrigued, pondered the offer. Really? You are practically gifting me money. I won't hold back, and if you back out even a penny, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, not a single penny shall be less. I do not believe you. You must provide a written agreement or at least record the wager. Very well. They proceeded to record their agreement, while the white-haired elder observed, feeling a twinge of worry, yet also curiosity, pondering Shen Fu's unusual confidence. It is worth noting that the seemingly unassuming elder was not without significance. Though unknown to those present, his true identity was far from simple. Recently, it had been mentioned that the following week would feature a private jade exhibition hosted by the esteemed Huang Jinxiong, whose discreet demeanor still made him a well-known figure. However, very few individuals are privy to the circumstances surrounding the esteemed Mr. Huang and his relatives. This venerable elder, with silvery hair, happens to be a significant relative of Mr. Huang. In fact, Mr. Huang is his son-in-law, making him the father-in-law of Mr. Huang. This gentleman, surnamed Ma and named Chengfei, was once engaged in import and export business. Eventually, he welcomed a son-in-law into the family, namely Mr. Huang Jinxiong, the illustrious Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang possesses remarkable business acumen and unique insights into jadeite. And with the backing of his father-in-law, Mr. Ma, he gradually ascended to become a leader in the jade industry over the course of 2 decades. Mr. Ma has long since retired and harbors a fondness for jade, albeit lacking expertise in appraisal. His ventures in stone gambling often result in losses. Nevertheless, he possesses ample wealth, and his participation in stone gambling is merely for enjoyment, indifferent to the outcomes. Today, upon encountering Shen Fu, Mr. Ma found this young man to be quite intriguing. Should everything unfold as Shen Fu had articulated, Mr. Ma resolved to cultivate a friendship with him, believing it would yield great benefits. Ultimately, all would hinge upon the outcome of the stone cutting. Chapter 30. Unique insights. The vendor, skilled in his craft, swiftly completed the cutting of the stone. A throng gathered to inspect the results, but as they beheld the cut surface, an audible gasp echoed through the crowd. The quality of the cut was exceedingly poor. Although the exterior appeared promising, the interior revealed a disappointing lack of green, presenting instead a drab gray color, rendering it virtually worthless. One individual exclaimed, "Blast it! It's merely surface green." Another chimed in, "Indeed, what a stroke of misfortune." This was Shen Fu's first encounter with such a jadeite raw stone. The term surface green refers to a jadeite raw stone where all the green is concentrated in the outer shell, leaving the interior devoid of color. Such stones are rare but do occasionally surface. Due to their deceptive appearance, they can easily mislead even seasoned appraisers. This instance was no exception. Even the most experienced gamblers in attendance were deceived by this surface green jadeite raw stone. Everyone had anticipated that the stone would fetch at least 300,000. Yet upon inspection, it appeared that selling it for 3,000 would be a considerable achievement. Fortunately, most individuals merely miscalculated. But the most unfortunate was the middle-aged man who had purchased the stone for 400,000. He was somewhat well off and had a modest reputation in the area. While 400,000 would not lead to his financial ruin, it was nonetheless a significant sum. The stone, now appearing utterly valueless, translated into a staggering loss of 400,000 for him, akin to losing half his life's worth. After thoroughly confirming the state of the stone, he clutched his chest and began to slump downwards, not knowing if it was a heart condition acting up. Thankfully, it was not, as he promptly erupted into a torrent of curses, denouncing the heavens, the earth, his ancestors, the seller of the stone, and the onlookers surrounding him. The crowd, understanding his plight, chose not to retaliate. After all, he had lost 400,000, and a few expletives were an expected outlet for his frustration. In fact, the mere fact that he still had the energy to curse rather than succumb to a fit of despair was a silver lining. As he continued his tirade, Shen Fu exchanged glances with the elderly gentleman. The elderly man with white hair wore a serious expression, for had it not been for Shen Fu's timely reminder, he might have impulsively seized the opportunity to acquire the stone for 500,000. Such a loss would have been a mere trifle for him, being the father-in-law of Huang Jinxiong and possessing his own enterprises. Nevertheless, this matter was of great concern to his pride. He had consistently suffered losses in stone gambling, and fortunately, no one had recognized his true identity. Yet, he was acutely aware of the embarrassment, yearning for success in every wager. Thus, the elderly gentleman, with a solemn demeanor, regarded Shen Fu and pondered. This person possesses remarkable acumen in stone gambling. Perhaps I should invite him to impart a few techniques. Turning to Shen Fu, he remarked, "Young man, you were indeed correct. This stone is utterly valueless, and I accept my defeat with grace." Shen Fu offered a slight smile and exchanged pleasantries with the elder, modestly attributing his insight to mere fortune. The elder continued, "However, there is one matter that perplexes me. How did you discern that this stone held no value?" Relying on his Jade Soul Golden Eyes to appraise jadeite rough, this was a secret he could not divulge. So he fabricated a response. "I have encountered many stones of similar hue. Thus, I have developed an instinct for such matters. There is no particular secret to it." Having encountered countless individuals, the elder discerned that Shen Fu was not being entirely forthright and likely harbored some reticence. He chuckled, "Ah, a true master conceals his true self. Since you choose not to disclose, I shall refrain from further inquiry. By the way, does our wager still stand? I must count you as a friend." Shen Fu replied with a smile, "Indeed. I, Shen Fu, have come today solely to foster friendships. You, dear elder, exude an aura of wisdom and grace, suggesting you are no ordinary individual. I seek neither wealth nor fame. I only wish to befriend you." The elder squinted slightly, scrutinizing Shen Fu. He noted the directness and fervor in Shen Fu's gaze, which left no room for deception. Furthermore, it appeared Shen Fu was genuinely unaware of his identity, indicating he had no ulterior motives. At over 70 years of age, the elder had numerous subordinates but few true friends. Today, having met Shen Fu, especially one who was a concealed master of stone gambling, he felt a wave of joy and satisfaction. Shen Fu, too, felt a sense of purpose in approaching the elder, as he suspected the elder had a significant background, hence his deliberate engagement. Yet, Shen Fu was still uncertain of the elder's true identity and resolved to inquire later. For now, he had another wager to fulfill. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the young man with whom he had previously wagered had vanished, his presence lost amidst the crowd. How curious! Where could he have gone? Someone informed Shen Fu that the young man had fled the moment the stone was revealed. Shen Fu muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, he escaped quickly. I hope I do not encounter him again. The elder approached to reassure Shen Fu, saying, "Do not worry. Individuals like him, who are willing to gamble yet refuse to accept defeat, will lose their credibility in the jade industry and find themselves shunned by others. Yet, who will remember him after today? Rest assured, we, the jade enthusiasts, are far from forgetful. This matter will soon spread throughout the entirety of Legay City, ensuring that the young man will be regarded as a pariah, universally condemned. You need not worry, my friend." With a sense of relief, Shen Fu departed the crowd alongside the venerable Elder Ma. Ordinarily, they would part ways here, but Elder Ma, intrigued by Shen Fu's earlier insight into the true value of the jadeite rough, sought to understand his methods. He feigned the need to attend another gathering, inquiring if Shen Fu would accompany him for some lively engagement. Initially inclined to decline, Shen Fu ultimately acquiesced, as Elder Ma insisted on his assistance, lamenting that at his age, he could ill afford any losses. Thus, Shen Fu consented and accompanied Elder Ma to another venue. This new site featured a larger market stall, bustling with even more patrons. The display showcased over 30 stones, encompassing both full gamble materials and half gamble materials, alongside several pre-cut jade pieces. Each stone was clearly priced, allowing prospective gamblers to select at their discretion, with the potential for profit hinging on individual expertise. Elder Maimed tu assess Shen Fu's capabilities, randomly selecting a full gamble material priced at 100,000. My friend, do you believe this stone is worth 100,000? He inquired. To the naked eye, this so-called full gamble jadeite rough appeared devoid of any jade essence, merely a common stone. Yet, the surrounding crowd seemed oblivious, mistakenly attributing considerable worth to it. Shen Fu quietly remarked, "This material is not jadeite. Do not be deceived, my elder." Elder Ma expressed confusion, believing the stone's quality was quite decent. Even if it were not worth 100,000, how could it not be jade? Did Shen Fu truly possess the skill to discern? But the skin of this material looks promising, adorned with ample green speckles. You assert it is not a jadeite rough. Elder Ma retorted. That is my conviction, Shen Fu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ma chose to trust Shen Fu, albeit with reservations, as he intended to continue testing him until he could fully place his faith in the young man. Chapter 31. Repeated trials in this marketplace. Elder Ma resolved to unveil Shen Fu's true capabilities. He meticulously examined all the stones and selected what he deemed the most valuable piece. This particular material, priced at 500,000, was a semi-transparent specimen weighing 13.5 kilograms. It was said to be prone to inclusions, with a grayish-white exterior and a well-maintained cut. Encircled by a white mist, it exhibited uneven green hues, thus warranting a slight price reduction. Upon assessing its base and clarity, this piece was likely of a glutinous texture, with clarity rated between 1 and 2, making the 500,000 price tag reasonable. Based on his own gambling expertise, Elder Ma estimated the true value of this piece to lie between 300,000 and 500,000, with the potential for it to exceed 600,000 if its internal condition proved superior. My friend, what is your assessment of this 500,000 material? Shen Fu was not naive. He understood the intentions behind Master Ma's inquiry about the two stones. Did he not wish to test my abilities? Earlier, I had repaid his kindness in capturing a thief by assisting him twice, yet I must not reveal my expertise in gambling on stones, even if he is of noble standing. I cannot disclose that I possess the Jade Soul and Golden Eyes. To Shen Fu, the stone valued at 500,000 was merely white Jade Soul, indicating its lack of worth. Master Ma narrowed his eyes, unaware that Shen Fu was deliberately misleading him. Slowly, he withdrew his wallet and produced a bank card, indicating his intent to purchase the stones. His implication was clear. If you deceive me, can you bear to see me suffer a loss? Conversely, if you speak the truth, I stand to gain hundreds of thousands, thus there is no risk for me. Master Ma began to haggle over the first stone priced at 100,000. Good sir, would you consider selling this stone for 10,000? The vendor could not help but chuckle at such a proposal. My stone is priced at 100,000, and you dare to ask if I would sell it for 10,000? You must think quite little of me. Or perhaps you simply do not understand the art of stone gambling. Unperturbed, Master Ma smiled and said, "Then I shall offer you 20,000 for this stone. Will you sell it?" The vendor furrowed his brow in irritation, responding, "Get out of here with your nonsense. I will not sell my stone for such a paltry sum." Having spent years in commerce, Master Ma had a keen understanding of the merchant psyche. Merchants are driven by profit. If the price is right, anything can be bought or sold. Determined to acquire both stones to ascertain Shen Fu's capabilities, he pointed to the 500,000 stone and inquired whether he could purchase both for a bundled price of 500,000. The vendor was tempted, caught in a moment of hesitation, but Shen Fu intervened, urging Master Ma to refrain from impulsive decisions. "But, brother, did you not say that the second stone is valuable?" Master Ma protested. "I cannot guarantee that," Shen Fu cautioned, "so please do not act rashly." At that moment, the vendor interjected, "I can sell both for 500,000, but it must be in cash." In the gambling stone trade, there exists an unwritten rule. Once one party makes an offer and the other party accepts, the deal must be honored. Otherwise, the rejecting party risks tarnishing their reputation. Even if Master Ma regretted his decision, he was now compelled to pay the 500,000. Just then, a stranger emerged shouting, "Hold on, I will offer 550,000 for both stones." Everyone turned their heads to see an unfamiliar figure, whose identity was unknown to them. Yet, Shen Fu, with keen observation, quickly recognized that this individual had been lurking near the vendor's stall moments earlier. Did he follow us here? Shen Fu's intuition was correct. This person had been trailing him and Master Ma, intrigued by Shen Fu's earlier display of skill. Having eavesdropped on their conversation, he had heard Shen Fu declare the first stone worthless and the second stone valued at 1 million. Logically, one would not place trust in a stranger. However, upon witnessing Master Ma's immediate willingness to pay, the stranger felt reassured and seized the opportunity to claim the stone valued at 1 million for himself. The vendor, of course, was delighted, having just increased his earnings by 50,000. Old Master Ma was quite pleased, for this meant he would not incur a loss. He was willing to part with the stone, but he had a condition. What condition? Came the inquiry. You must cut the stone right here and now. That way. I will not compete with you for it. What do you say? The man's eyes darted around before he acquiesced to Old Master Ma's proposal, swiftly producing cash to settle the bill and complete the transaction in one fluid motion. To be frank, among the throngs of onlookers, half believed the two stones possessed considerable value, and a third were convinced the second stone would fetch a handsome price. The remaining spectators, even if they did not regard the stones as valuable, could not fathom that the first stone was utterly worthless. However, when the stall owner cut into the stone, everyone was met with a shocking revelation. The first stone was indeed devoid of worth, revealing no jade within. The stall owner stood dumbfounded, pondering how this could be, as he had meticulously inspected each stone upon procurement, unaware that such deceptive materials existed. As for the second stone, half of the crowd estimated its value to be over 500,000, while the other half, although less optimistic, believed it to be worth at least 300,000 to 400,000. This stone was to be polished, with its outer shell gradually removed. To their astonishment, once the shell was entirely stripped away, the crowd was left speechless. This stone was far from being worth 500,000. In fact, it was not even worth 300,000. Beneath the shell, the jade flesh, although tinged with green, was an unsightly hue, murky and opaque, bearing no resemblance to the pristine cut they had envisioned, riddled with hidden flaws. The stone's former owner had indeed been fortunate, as the first cut revealed the most perfect section, showcasing an exterior of gold and jade, while the interior was severely lacking. It was evident that bracelets and rings could not be fashioned from it. It could only be utilized as raw material for skilled artisans to carve into decorative pieces. In summary, one stone was utterly worthless, while the other was valued at a maximum of 100,000. Yet the man had spent 550,000 on them, resulting in a loss exceeding 400,000. His eyes burned with disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. The surrounding spectators jeered. What mistake? You should blame yourself for attempting to seize someone else's stone. Are you not aware that such actions invite retribution in this line of work? In my opinion, you've brought this upon yourself. This declaration of deserved fate set the tone for the man's tragic downfall. No one would extend sympathy to one who tried to pilfer another's stone. Had he profited, it would have been one thing, but facing ridicule when incurring a loss was inevitable. It was thanks to this unfortunate soul that Old Master Ma suffered a lesser loss of over 400,000. Nevertheless, Old Master Ma was not particularly joyful. He had initially believed that Shen Fu was an extraordinary talent with 100% accuracy in stone gambling, only to discover otherwise. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Fu had deliberately misled him, having seen through Old Master Ma's ruse, intentionally making mistakes to conceal his true skills. However, Old Master Ma considered Shen Fu's 2 correct predictions out of 3 to be quite impressive, deeming him a worthy acquaintance. Shen Fu also recognized that Old Master Ma was at least a man of means, making him worth knowing as well. After the two departed from the jade market, they sought refuge in a tea house to relax with a cup of tea. I cannot divulge my intentions just yet, but in a few days you shall be enlightened. My surname is Ma. You may call me Old Ma. Understood, Brother Ma. Speaking of which, in a few days, the esteemed Huang Jinxiong will be hosting a jade exhibition. I trust you have heard of it? Indeed, I have. If you are curious about my identity, dear brother, you might consider attending the exhibition. Perhaps the truth will reveal itself. Shen Fu was taken aback, pondering if the exhibition was not a private affair, accessible only to invitees. Could it be that this elder brother was also among the invited? Brother, you cannot possibly be an honored guest, can you? Master Ma smiled subtly, indicating that Shen Fu would soon find out. Just then, his phone rang, suggesting he had matters to attend to. Fear not, dear brother. When the time comes for the exhibition, simply provide your name at the entrance, and you shall gain entry without the need for an invitation. Is that truly the case? Do you not trust me, dear brother? I thought we were friends by now. Given the circumstances, Shen Fu felt compelled to believe him. Master Ma chuckled, stating he must leave to handle some affairs. Shen Fu nodded, and they parted ways within the tea house. Initially, Shen Fu suspected that he was Huang Jinxiong, disguised as Master Ma, but upon further investigation online, he discovered that this was not the case. This brother Ma emanated an extraordinary demeanor. Who could he truly be? Shen Fu remained puzzled, but with the exhibition approaching, the truth would soon be unveiled. Chapter 32. no entry. A few days later, the private exhibition hosted by the esteemed Huang Jinxiong commenced as scheduled. The official start time was set for 10 in the morning, and Shen Fu departed at 9. Huang Jinxiong's residence lay in the outskirts of Legay City, approximately a 30-minute drive away. He was driving the most ordinary Volkswagen Jetta, rented at a mere 1,200 yuan a month. Initially, as he navigated through the city, no notable incidents occurred. Despite its affordability, the car functioned without a hitch. However, as he drew closer to the Huang estate, unexpected circumstances arose. He observed an increasing number of luxury vehicles along the route. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were commonplace, alongside Porsches, Jaguars, and Maseratis. It dawned on him that this area was renowned as an affluent neighborhood, celebrated for its picturesque landscapes, where many magnates had established their residences. Yet, not all those driving luxury cars resided here. Their congregated presence was due to their invitation to Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition. Shen Fu felt a twinge of apprehension. It was not the modesty of driving a Jetta that troubled him, but rather the fear of an unfruitful journey. Clearly, this private exhibition was reserved for the wealthy, each attendee likely possessing fortunes in the millions. With merely over 90 yuan in hand, he felt a considerable distance from the realm of affluence, and truthfully, he was concerned about his ability to gain entry into the Huang estate. Nevertheless, with Brother Ma's assurance, he pressed on, driving up the mountain. The Huang residence was perched atop the summit. Although its footprint was modest, the entire mountain bore only their family, exuding an undeniable grandeur. The estate is reportedly priced at 500,000 per square meter, with monthly expenses for various servants, gardeners, and chefs amounting to several tens of thousands. In addition to a private security team responsible for the estate's safety. This seems quite reasonable, considering that Huang Jinxiong is a leading magnate in the jade industry. While he has yet to reach a monopolistic status, his annual earnings are no less than several billion. Moreover, he has a penchant for collecting jade, with the estate housing treasures gathered from around the globe, making security essential to ward off potential thieves. Additionally, during events, these security personnel can oversee the safety of the occasion. The affluent often indulge in extravagance, and Shen Fu mused that when he eventually amassed wealth, he would construct an estate far more grand than the Huang family's residence. Before long, the vehicle turned a corner and ascended to the mountaintop. Arriving at the entrance of the Huang estate, the entire estate, including the courtyard, spans 600 square meters, making its total price approximately 300 million. In retrospect, this does not seem excessively expensive. However, for someone earning a monthly salary of 3,000, it would take an astronomical 8,300 years to accumulate that sum. Shen Fu's preceding vehicle was a luxury Mercedes-Benz worth over 2 million. As the owner approached the gate, he presented an invitation letter. The security guard meticulously examined it, then saluted the driver before allowing entry. Next in line was Shen Fu. He drove forward in his Jetta, and the guard, upon seeing him, was momentarily stunned, wondering why someone would arrive in such a modest vehicle. What day could it possibly be that a guest would show up in a dilapidated Jetta? Yet, those who serve as guards at Huang Jinxiong's estate are astute individuals. The guests invited to the exhibition today were all affluent and influential, often possessing peculiarities. Who knows? Perhaps someone might have an affinity for a Jetta? Many wealthy individuals have experienced poverty in their youth, and, as they age, tend to reminisce about their struggles. One must not underestimate anyone. Offending these tycoons could jeopardize one's livelihood. Thus, the guard maintained a respectful demeanor toward Shen Fu, refraining from dismissing him for arriving in a Jetta. Sir, may I kindly request that you present your invitation letter? Thank you for your cooperation. Shen Fu had no invitation letter. He could only follow Brother Ma's instructions and state his name. I do not have an invitation, but my name is Shen Fu. A friend mentioned that as long as I provide my name, you would permit my entry. What? The guard paused, having never encountered such a situation. Sir, please do not jest with me. Today is a private exhibition hosted by Mr. Huang, and he has decreed that only those with invitation letters may attend. Others are strictly prohibited from entering. I understand, but my friend said, I'm afraid unless your friend is Mr. Huang himself, I cannot allow you entry. Furthermore, we guards have not received any instructions to grant special access. Please, show your invitation letter. Shen Fu scratched his head, feeling quite distressed. I do not have an invitation. The guard's expression darkened instantly. Noting that Shen Fu lacked an invitation and was driving a dilapidated Jetta, he concluded that Shen Fu was an impudent fool attempting to concoct an excuse to sneak into the exhibition. As the Cadillac behind honked impatiently, the guard ceased to be courteous and commanded Shen Fu to leave. Sir, please depart. We do not entertain those without an invitation. But Brother Ma said, I'm afraid we haven't heard of this matter, nor do we know any Brother Ma. Leave promptly before I lose my temper. Truth be told, if one wished to sneak in, at least they could rent a decent vehicle. Driving a shabby Jetta is nothing short of a joke. Is it not a bit presumptuous to look down on the Huang family? At this moment, the Cadillac owner, growing increasingly impatient, continued to honk. Shen Fu, anxious yet steadfast in his belief in Brother Ma, refused to budge. Fetch your security captain or anyone in charge. I demand to speak with them. The guard, incensed by Shen Fu's obstinacy, retorted, Hey, do you not comprehend when I speak to you politely? Must I berate you before you take your leave? My friend would not deceive me. It must be a misunderstanding on your part. Enough with your nonsense. Which friend? Do I know them? Don't tell me that Boss Huang is your friend. If so, I suggest you visit a doctor for your mental state. In any case, leave immediately and do not obstruct those behind you. Shen Fu was not unreasonable. He merely wished to meet the security captain, yet the guard was unyielding. The two remained at an impasse until the Cadillac owner could contain his fury no longer. Consider the event's attendees. Who among them was not a significant figure? Who lacked a temper? The irate owner stormed out of his vehicle and unleashed a barrage of kicks against Shen Fu's car door, shouting, What the hell are you doing? Do you know you're blocking my way? Get out of my sight. Believing Shen Fu to be impoverished due to his Jetta, the Cadillac owner spared no harsh words or vigorous kicks. Eventually, he reached through the window, intending to slap Shen Fu, which only served to incite Shen Fu's wrath. The man's nose was nearly broken, blood gushed forth, and he howled in agony, You bastard, just wait. Meanwhile, Shen Fu emerged from his vehicle, glaring fiercely at the man, unafraid. Yet, this was the Huang family's territory, and China is a society governed by law. No one could act recklessly here. As chaos erupted, the guards swiftly arrived on the scene, converging to apprehend Shen Fu. Chapter 33. The Security Captain. At the main entrance of the Huang residence, a disturbance arose due to Shen Fu. He had struck a prominent Jade businessman, who, fortunately, had not fractured his nasal bone, but was bleeding profusely and in excruciating pain. The businessman lay on the ground, hurling insults at Shen Fu, who stood resolutely, displaying no sign of fear, exuding an air of authority. However, today was a momentous occasion for Huang Jianxiong's private exhibition. In the eyes of the Huang family, who did Shen Fu think he was to act so brazenly? Thus, the guards mobilized swiftly, arriving at the entrance in record time. A figure resembling the captain inquired, What has transpired? The guard responsible for inspecting the invitations reported, Captain, this is the troublemaker. He pointed at Shen Fu. Today, Shen Fu donned rather ordinary attire, his entire outfit costing no more than 200 yuan, a stark contrast to the affluent individuals who flaunted designer brands. The captain of the guard, perceiving Shen Fu's modest appearance, hastily concluded that he was indeed there to cause a disturbance. Seize this troublemaker, he commanded. Yes. The captain's subordinates, all vigorous young men numbering over 10, surged forward to apprehend Shen Fu. However, Shen Fu was not one to be easily subdued, having practiced martial arts in his youth. He might have aged, but was not without his skills. He swiftly subdued one advancing guard and deftly evaded the punches and kicks of two others, moving gracefully among the crowd. Unfortunately, the sheer number of guards overwhelmed him, and he found himself encircled, ultimately captured. Remarkable. He still possesses some skill. The captain held a degree of respect for Shen Fu and refrained from employing excessive force, instructing his men to restrain him for questioning instead. I ask you, why have you come to disturb our Huang family gathering? Despite his captivity, Shen Fu's spirit remained undaunted. He laughed heartily and replied, What a jest. I was invited. I have come to attend the Jade Appreciation Conference. It is your men who obstructed my entry. Furthermore, it was the owner of that Cadillac who first resorted to violence. I merely acted in self-defense. What wrong have I committed? The captain inquired among the bystanders, confirming the veracity of Shen Fu's claims. Very well, even if he struck first. How can you assert you were invited without an invitation? Though I lack an invitation, a friend informed me that I could gain entry simply by providing my name. I refuse to believe he was mistaken. It must be your personnel who have erred. Upon hearing this, the captain was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of acute anxiety as he stammered. Why you? You must be Shen Fu. Shen Fu nodded affirmatively. The captain's face turned pale, nearly causing him to lose his composure. You are Mr. Shen. Quickly release him. He commanded his subordinates to set Shen Fu free, and they complied promptly, albeit with visible unease. Shen Fu was perplexed by the sudden change in their demeanor. However, The most bewildered of all was the guard at the entrance. He pondered why the captain was suddenly so flustered. What was so significant about this old man named Shen Fu? Had he not heard that Boss Wong had no relatives by that name? Captain, what is the reason for this? Damn it, why are you so obedient? Did I not issue orders stating that if a distinguished guest named Shen Fu were to appear, he must be allowed entry regardless of an invitation? At that moment, the other guards recalled that the entrance guard had taken leave the previous day and had missed the captain's announcement. They had subsequently forgotten to inform him, leading to today's comedic blunder. With that, the matter was clarified. The captain of the guard, without uttering a word, immediately removed his hat and bowed in apology to Shen Fu. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Shen. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that has wasted your time. On behalf of the entire Huang family guard, I extend my sincerest apologies. It's quite all right. No, truly, I am profoundly sorry. Please forgive my ineptitude. Well, I forgive you. Thank you, Mr. Shen. The captain of the guard angrily exclaimed, You fool. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Shen. The guard, puzzled, asked, Why should I? He doesn't even have an invitation. Boss Wong has decreed that no one without an invitation is allowed entry. I am merely following orders. Without hesitation, the captain delivered a swift kick, sending the young guard tumbling to the ground. You imbecile. Boss Wong has his orders, and so does old Master Ma. Boss Wong must heed old Master Ma's commands. What are you arguing about? But, damn it, you're still arguing. If you don't care about your job, don't drag us down with you. The captain then commanded two subordinates to escort the guard away to prevent further nonsense. As for the Cadillac owner who had been struck, he initially intended to seek an explanation. However, upon learning that old Master Ma was involved, and realizing that Shen Fu was acquainted with such a prominent figure, he instantly lost his nerve. Mr. Shen, I apologize. My earlier reaction was impulsive. Shen Fu pondered, how does Brother Ma wield such influence? Even the one who was struck is so conciliatory. Quite peculiar indeed. The captain of the guard must have known Brother Ma's identity. So once the situation calmed and the onlookers dispersed, Shen Fu approached him with a question. Captain, do you know who Brother Ma is? The captain, taken aback, responded, What? You don't know who old Master Ma is? Well, who is he? He is the father-in-law of Boss Wong. This residence originally belonged to him. It was later given to Boss Wong as a marriage gift. Hence it is now called the Huang family mansion. You were unaware of this? He contemplated, realizing Brother Ma's significant influence. Although he suspected the individual was a person of great stature, he had not anticipated such prominence. It was entirely due to Brother Ma's connections that Shen Fu was able to enter the Huang family mansion smoothly to attend the exhibition. The courtyard was filled with various luxury vehicles, confirming that the attendees were indeed wealthy magnates. Shen Fu initially intended to greet each individual and make acquaintances among these affluent individuals. However, upon reflection, he realized that such actions would amount to pandering, which would be beneath him. Truly formidable individuals are those who await others to seek their favor. Even if he were to greet them now, they would likely disregard him. Hence, Shen Fu resolved to bide his time, observe the circumstances, and formulate his next steps. With 15 minutes remaining before the exhibition commenced, the attendees had nearly arrived. Shen Fu patiently waited in a corner of the hall, eager to see what spectacle the exhibition would unveil. Chapter 34. The exhibition begins. At 10 o'clock, the exhibition commenced as scheduled. Huang Jinxiong, as the host, personally took the stage to preside over the event. Shen Fu, situated in the farthest corner, calmly observed the proceedings. Before them stood a prominent figure in the jade industry, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. His hair slicked back with meticulous care. Within the opulent residence, the only attendees, aside from an array of distinguished guests, were the staff of the Huang family, tasked with maintaining security and providing refreshments for the gathering. For Shen Fu, this was his inaugural experience at a private exhibition, and it must be said, the event exuded grandeur. Yet, Huang Jinxiong refrained from ostentation. His address revealed him to be a sincere and pragmatic individual. After a few courteous remarks expressing gratitude for everyone's presence amidst their busy schedules, he promptly declared the exhibition officially open, diving straight into the main attraction. He instructed his subordinates to present a piece of jadeite valued at 25 million yuan. The audience was taken aback, pondering why Huang would unveil such a significant piece right from the outset. However, their excitement was palpable, for it was this very specimen that had drawn them to the exhibition. The jadeite in question was a transparent base adorned with green floral inclusions, a prime example of glass jade, which is currently the finest variety of jadeite. Not easily acquired even with wealth alone, glass jade is exceedingly rare. Jadeite is a non-renewable resource, and each exceptional piece unearthed diminishes the supply. After over a century of excavation, the primary sources of glass jade have been depleted, rendering new finds exceedingly scarce. Even when they do surface, access is often contingent upon established connections. This particular piece had been procured by the esteemed Huang from a general in Myanmar, costing a staggering 25 million. While many present could readily afford such an investment, they lacked the crucial connections that would allow them to acquire such treasures. The significance of networking in business is self-evident. From Shen Fu's perspective, Huang Jinxiong's ulterior motive for hosting this jade exhibition was not merely to showcase jadeite, or to solicit assistance in appraisals. After all, with the jade already purchased, what need was there for validation? Shen speculated that Huang's true intention was to demonstrate his relationship with the general from Myanmar, thereby showcasing his influential connections. The jadeite, draped in crimson velvet, was carefully brought to the stage. Huang Jinxiong himself lifted the velvet covering, revealing the jadeite's exquisite beauty. Even from a distance, it was apparent that this piece was indeed a rare treasure of the contemporary era. Huang encouraged those interested to approach and examine it closely, prompting the audience to eagerly ascend the stage. Some donned reading glasses, while others equipped themselves with magnifying glasses and high-intensity flashlights, each employing various methods to ascertain the true value of the jadeite. The jadeite's transparency was remarkable, its luster abundant and devoid of any fissures. The entire piece was as smooth as glass, unmistakably of the glass variety. However, if one were to lament any aspect, it would undoubtedly be the jadeite's coloration. If this were a piece of fully green jadeite, its value could potentially double, and if the green were more vibrant and intense, surpassing 100 million would not be impossible. Unfortunately, this is merely a piece of glass-like jade with green flecks. Thus its value must inevitably be discounted. After much deliberation, the consensus among the onlookers is that the true worth of this jadeite is approximately 20 million. Any amount exceeding this seems rather unjustifiable. Yet, Huang Jinxiong purchased it for 25 million. Could it be that he is unable to discern its true value? Certainly not. Shen Fu surmises that the additional 5 million he spent was not merely for the jadeite itself, but rather for the connections that facilitated its acquisition. Without the signature of the general from the Myanmar country, no one could possibly take this material out of Myanmar. Thus, the extra 5 million was essentially spent on this avenue. Rarity dictates value. Had this material been readily available, it would only be worth 20 million. The reality is that without the right connections, one cannot procure this jadeite, and Huang Jinxiong, having expended 25 million, likely knows that others in the country would have to spend an additional 10 million to even hope to acquire it. As the crowd surged on stage, eager to observe, and while Shen Fu remained at a distance, the venerable Mr. Ma unexpectedly appeared and struck up a conversation with Shen Fu. "Brother Shen, why not come forward to take a look at the jadeite?" Shen Fu was taken aback yet elated, exclaiming, "No rush, no rush. I must say, I had no idea you were Huang Jinxiong's father-in-law. You truly kept that a secret from me." Mr. Ma chuckled. "Haha, dear brother, you flatter me. Our friendship is independent of my son-in-law's identity. Besides, I prefer to keep a low profile and dislike others knowing my true identity. This is something you should understand well." "Oh, is that what you mean?" Shen Fu inquired. "Ha ha ha. If you enjoy playing the fool, I shall indulge you in that as well. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your identity to anyone." With that, Shen Fu understood the implication. "In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, elder brother." No. We are brothers. There is no need for thanks. By the way, do you enjoy today's exhibition? Is my residence impressive enough?" This grand estate of the Huang family was originally the Ma family's residence, later given as a dowry to Huang Jinxiong. Shen Fu replied, "This residence is indeed quite magnificent." Mr. Ma smiled. "Naturally, it cost me a considerable fortune to build this place, employing the finest architects in the country and using the best materials available. However, let bygones be bygones. The past is past. Given your remarkable talents, I believe that one day you will construct an even grander estate than mine." Shen Fu was taken aback. "Oh, what makes you say that, elder brother?" Mr. Ma glanced around and lowered his voice. "It is solely due to your exceptional stone gambling skills. With your prowess, making a fortune is merely a matter of time. Yet, you must remain discreet. Only by operating under the radar and quietly amassing strength can you achieve great things." Seeing that his plans had been uncovered, Shen Fu could not help but chuckle. "Ha ha, elder brother, you are indeed astute. Yes, I indeed intend to proceed with caution. I initially did not wish to stand out, But since you assisted me in apprehending the thief, I could not repay kindness with enmity and had to extend my help. To my astonishment, I discovered that my esteemed elder brother is actually the father-in-law of the renowned Huang. I felt as if I were wielding a grand sword before Guangong. Suddenly, the venerable Master Ma adopted a serious demeanor and pointed at Shen Fu, saying, "No, I am not Guangong. You, dear Shen, are the true Guangong. I hold great admiration for your skill in gambling on stones, and I shall not share this sentiment with anyone, so you need not be humble in my presence." Shen Fu nodded in acknowledgement of his own abilities, but refrained from mentioning the matter of the Jade Soul and Golden Eye. Master Ma's admiration for Shen Fu was, in truth, somewhat superficial. Had he been aware of Shen Fu's Jade Soul and Golden Eye, his respect would surely have transcended to reverence. "Dear brother, what is your opinion on this piece of glassy jade material?" With that inquiry, Shen Fu activated his Jade Soul and Golden Eye, directing his gaze upon the stone. Beneath the Golden Eye, the jade revealed a golden jade soul. He had encountered white, blue, and purple jade souls before, but what could this golden jade soul signify? In Shen Fu's eyes, the emergence of a golden jade soul was unprecedented. Previously, the white jade soul denoted inferior quality, the blue signified moderate quality, and the purple indicated superior quality. What then did the golden jade soul represent? Gold, being precious, has historically served as a stable currency, often regarded as a treasure in prosperous times and a necessity in chaotic eras. Coupled with the universal acclaim for this piece of jade, its value was evidently immeasurable. Shen Fu surmised that the golden jade soul represented the pinnacle of excellence, an extraordinary specimen among jade. Thus, Shen Fu remarked, "Brother Ma, the value of this jade is widely recognized. I doubt it requires my assessment." Upon hearing this, Master Ma erupted into laughter. "Indeed, dear Shen, you excel at gambling on stones. Identifying such transparent material is surely no challenge for you. However, rest assured, there will be a moment for you to showcase your talent soon." With that, Master Ma took his leave. This individual possessed an ethereal demeanor. Despite his advancing years and somewhat impaired vision, his heart remained as clear as a mirror, allowing him to discern the true nature of others with remarkable accuracy. Master Ma recognized Shen Fu's grand ambitions and capabilities, yet he chose not to broadcast them to the world, maintaining an air of ignorance. The timing for Shen Fu's rise to fame was not yet ripe. Being esteemed by Master Ma spoke volumes about Shen Fu's inherent abilities, while the elder's discretion in not disclosing Shen Fu's talents further highlighted his admirable qualities. Indeed, one cannot become a prosperous magnate without possessing wisdom. Master Ma truly exemplified the traits of an elder commercial tycoon, and forging a friendship with him would undoubtedly be advantageous for Shen Fu. After Master Ma's departure, Shen Fu found himself alone in a corner, deep in contemplation. He pondered three matters. First, how to act now that he was aware of Master Ma's true identity. Second, whether there existed jades of even greater rarity than the four colors of jade souls: white, blue, purple, and gold. And third, regarding the jade soul itself. He recognized that he could not resolve this matter at present, but could only observe more in the future, perhaps discovering jades of even greater worth than the golden jade soul. In summary, all circumstances remained well within Shen Fu's control, and there was no cause for concern. Approximately 20 minutes later, Huang Jianxiong summoned everyone to their places, announcing that he had an important matter to disclose. As the assembly resumed, Shen Fu discreetly remained in an inconspicuous spot, continuing to observe everything with calm vigilance. Huang Jianxiong proclaimed that he acquired this exquisite piece of jade for a staggering 25 million, yet he had no intention of parting with it. Instead, he aimed to engage a renowned artisan to meticulously carve it into a magnificent work of art, which he would then auction abroad, reaping profits from foreign buyers. Upon hearing this, the audience rose in applause, showering Huang Jianxiong with accolades. He appeared to revel in the moment. However, Shen Fu perceived that, regardless of whether the buyer was a compatriot or a foreigner, Huang Jianxiong's ultimate goal remained the pursuit of profit. In this light, it seemed that this businessman was perhaps a tad hypocritical compared to the elder Ma. Nevertheless, Shen Fu mused as a businessman, he was entitled to seek financial gain, just as Shen himself had traversed great distances to Li Gu City in quest of wealth. Shen Fu continued to listen intently. As he pondered this, a young woman beside him sighed. "Oh, what a spectacle! Yet in the end, it is all just a game of wits." Intrigued, Shen Fu turned to look at her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful and elegantly attired, though her countenance bore a hint of melancholy. the cause of which remained a mystery. Although she did not seem particularly affluent, those invited to the exhibition were typically of considerable means, suggesting she was not lacking in resources either. Shen Fu inquired, "Miss, why do you sigh?" She glanced at him, her eyes filled with caution. "And you are?" "I am merely an ordinary individual, a driver for one of the gentlemen present." "No wonder I do not recognize you. Are drivers permitted entry?" "I slipped in unnoticed. It seems no one is watching. However, I am quite curious about what you mentioned regarding Huang Jianxiong's cunning." Seeing that Shen Fu was not a wealthy magnate, but rather an ordinary person, her wariness dissipated. "What do you mean by that?" "It means that Huang Jianxiong uses stones to entice everyone into gambling. If you align yourself with him, you must wager more money. For instance, if the stone is valued at 1 million, you might bet 3 million. Where do you think the excess funds flow? Surely to Huang Jianxiong? If not to him, then to whom else? By the way, I am not a big boss either. My employer is unwell today, and I am merely filling in as his secretary to attend the exhibition. My employer's status is not particularly high, and he has no opportunity to shine today. So I am just here to make an appearance." She hesitated, cautioning, "But this is just between us. Please do not share it." The woman felt a twinge of fear. Yet she found Shen Fu's demeanor composed and his bearing remarkable, leading her to believe he was not one to gossip. Shen Fu reassured her, "Rest assured. What was just spoken is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me." With that, the woman relaxed, offering him a faint smile, though she chose to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, Huang Jianxiong's associates had brought 3 pieces of raw jade to the stage. Each stone was uniquely shaped, with the largest weighing 36 kilograms, encased in a sandy-colored shell, adorned with 2 vertical stripes resembling serpentine patterns, hinting at the presence of green within. The second stone weighs 22 kilograms, adorned with a slate-gray skin that is impeccably clean, devoid of any distinguishing features. However, the skin is remarkably delicate, hailing from the back river's mouth, and it is anticipated to yield a high-quality jade. The final stone is considerably lighter, weighing merely 6.5 kilograms, exhibiting an overall black-gray hue, with a subtle greenish translucence and abundant speckles of pine flower visible to the naked eye. This stone originates from the Huika River mouth and is regarded as a promising specimen, alongside the other 2, which also appear commendable. All 3 stones are complete, untouched by any cuts, representing pure gambling material. To ascertain their true value, one must rely solely on the discerning eye and experience of the gambler. Yet today, such considerations seem trivial, for these 3 stones essentially serve as tokens of allegiance, presented by Boss Huang to those eager to curry his favor. Regardless of the stone's quality, it is certain that they will fetch a high price today. Shen Fu is acutely aware of this, and has little inclination to utilize his Jade Soul Golden Eyes to scrutinize the jade's essence. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident compels Shen Fu to take action. Chapter 36, The Dandy Merchant. There are 3 stones displayed on the table, accessible for anyone to observe and study freely. In half an hour, Huang Jianxiong will auction these stones, with the highest bidder claiming them. What should be an ordinary gambling event takes on a different significance when Shen Fu learns from the woman beside him that Huang Jianxiong employs this method to select allies, discerning who remains steadfastly loyal and thus worthy of future responsibilities. In essence, the stone's monetary value is inconsequential. What matters is how much certain individuals are willing to offer Boss Huang. However, Shen Fu finds himself disinterested, even too apathetic to activate his Jade Soul Golden Eyes. He intends to take a stroll, vowing to one day acquire an even grander estate than the Huang residence, and he wishes to acclimate to the opulence in advance. Just as Shen Fu is about to step outside, a figure approaches him. "Miss Tang, we meet again." Shen Fu momentarily freezes, turning to see the young woman beside him, quickly realizing that the man is not seeking him, but rather her. The woman also appears taken aback, her previous smile vanishing, replaced by a clouded expression. She deliberately ignores the approaching man, who remains undeterred, wearing a sycophantic grin as he passes Shen Fu and approaches her. "Miss Tang, you seem to be in less than favorable spirits today. If something troubles you, feel free to share. Perhaps I can alleviate your woes." The woman, evidently named Tang, continues to disregard the man, clearly feigning ignorance. Most would find the situation awkward, yet the man's audacity is remarkable as he persists in closing the distance to her. "Miss Tang, why do you ignore me? I do not believe I have uttered anything inappropriate." At last, the woman speaks. "Sir, might I kindly request that you cease your pursuit? I harbor no interest in you, so please abandon this notion." The man remarked, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to invite you to dinner." I've heard the new Western restaurant has opened downtown. Shall we go there after today's event? The woman's expression darkened further, unmistakably indicating her annoyance towards him. Shen Fu, listening nearby, could sense the palpable tension. It appeared that the man had an affection for the woman, leading to his persistent pursuit. Today's gathering was at Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition, and the man, oblivious to the situation, pressed on while the woman was too embarrassed to express her irritation. Seizing the opportunity, the man launched an aggressive charm offensive, hoping to secure a promise from the lovely Miss Tang. Miss Tang, please agree to dine with me. It is merely a dinner, I assure you. Nothing more. Leave me be, just go away. Oh dear, Miss Tang is a lady. How can she utter such words? However, if you truly wish for me to depart, I could certainly oblige. Excellent, please do leave. I'm utterly exasperated with you. Yet if I were to leave, I might not be able to assist regarding your boss's business affairs, he slyly added. At this, Miss Tang appeared flustered. Shen Fu wondered if she had some compromising leverage in the man's hands. Judging by the man's words, it seemed he had business dealings with Miss Tang's employer, and if she declined his invitation, he might resort to some form of retribution that could jeopardize her livelihood. Shen Fu, observing the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, felt both indignation at his unscrupulousness and sympathy for Miss Tang's predicament. Miss Tang was evidently distressed, caught in a quandary. The man laughed. Do not panic, Miss Tang. I would not harm you. All I seek is your company for dinner tonight. Besides, I, Chunji, am not so unappealing, am I? I possess good looks and am quite capable in business. Why can you not give me a chance? Miss Tang frowned, her face reflecting disdain as she replied, Is there a need for a reason to dislike someone? Mr. Chun, there is no possibility for us. Please abandon this notion. She bit her lip, her expression laden with resentment and helplessness. Shen Fu felt powerless to assist. Though he possessed considerable capabilities, this matter was beyond his purview. Even if he wished to intervene, he could hardly claim to be Miss Tang's boyfriend, given their nearly 30-year age difference. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Miss Tang approached Shen Fu and linked her arm with his. I cannot dine with you, as I already have a boyfriend. Chunji paused, looking at Shen Fu, who was a middle-aged man of 50, not resembling the well-preserved stars, but rather an ordinary 50-year-old. Chunji was initially shocked, then burst into laughter, pointing at Shen Fu. Him? Ha, he's your choice? An old man? Miss Tang, are you unwell? If one must find stand-in, at least choose someone credible. What does this old man signify? His words provoked Shen Fu's ire. Why was 50 regarded as old? 50 is a prime age. History is replete with heroes who achieved greatness at that age. Whether this young man would even reach 50 remained uncertain. What audacity did he possess to mock someone of that age? Shen Fu rarely loses his temper, but when he does, it is a terrifying sight. With a grim expression, he fixed his gaze on Chunji and asked, What do you mean, young man? Chunji, who operated an emerald business in Legay City, inherited it from his father and had built a considerable enterprise, thus knowing many influential figures in the industry. Mistaking Shen Fu's ordinary attire for insignificance, he concluded that Shen Fu was nothing but a worthless old man. Naturally, he felt no fear in confronting such a person, and he pointed an accusing finger at Shen Fu, saying, What is wrong, you old fool? Can't take a little criticism? Don't like it, do you? Shen Fu replied coldly, And if I don't? Chunji retorted, If you don't like it, go take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see those wrinkles on your face. You think you're worthy of courting young girls? Let me tell you, this matter has nothing to do with you, so scram, or don't blame me for hitting you. With that, he reached for Miss Tang, who was in Shen Fu's embrace. However, the woman in Shen Fu's arms was not one to be easily taken away. With his right hand protecting Miss Tang, he swiftly seized Chunji's wrist with his left and twisted it in the opposite direction, causing Chunji to yelp in pain. Ouch! Ouch! Do you realize your mistake now? Damn it! Let go of me! Shen Fu, not wishing to inflict excessive punishment, released him after a brief lesson, believing this would deter the young man from further mischief. Shen Fu mused himself, Very well, then, let us see if you have the audacity to retaliate. Chapter 37, An Unseen Contest. Chunji, nursing his sore wrist, was both hurt and furious, his face flushed with anger. Refusing to back down, he pointed at Shen Fu and shouted, Old man, I will not let you off. Calm and composed. Shen Fu positioned himself protectively in front of Miss Tang and coldly regarded Chunji. Young man, do you wish to have a go at me? Shall we step outside? Chunji felt a surge of fear. After their brief skirmish, he realized he was no match for Shen Fu, despite being only 30 while Shen Fu was 50. Experience, it seemed, had the upper hand. Unwilling to admit this, Changji disparaged Shen Fu, claiming that, as a civilized man, he would not resort to physical confrontation, sarcastically questioning if they were living in primitive times. Though Changji's words were sharp, Shen Fu remained unfazed and asked, "So how do you intend to teach me a lesson? Drown me in your words?" Merely being verbally aggressive is futile. At that moment, they were in a corner of the venue, while others were engrossed in examining 3 pieces of raw jade on the stage, oblivious to the unfolding drama, as long as it didn't escalate into too much noise. Changji considered the fact that Shen Fu was indeed skilled in martial arts and recognized he was not an equal opponent, so he refrained from acting rashly. Observing Shen Fu carefully, he was convinced he did not know this man. Given Changji's connections, if Shen Fu were an influential figure in the emerald industry, he would have recognized him. Had he been capable of defeating Shen Fu, he would not have allowed him to leave unscathed. As Changji realized that he could not compete in martial arts, he devised an alternative challenge. In a contest, the principle of striking long against short prevails. Being in the jade business, Changji was well-versed in jade appraisal. "Old man, do not say I am withholding opportunities from you. Today is Boss Huang's jade exhibition. And since you are here, I assume you are skilled in jade as well. Moreover, in Legay City, everyone knows how to gamble on stones. It is a fundamental skill for survival. Let's compete in stone gambling, shall we?" Changji believed that by focusing solely on gambling stones, victory was assured. Little did he know that this was precisely where Shen Fu excelled. Upon hearing the mention of stone gambling, Shen Fu secretly rejoiced, though he feigned a semblance of panic. Changji, noticing this, was elated, mistakenly believing he had discovered Shen Fu's weakness. "What is wrong? Afraid to compete? If you are, just admit you are a useless coward." "Furios, Shen Fu retorted, "Nonsense. Is it merely stone gambling? Let's compete. I fear no one. How do you wish to proceed?" Changji replied, "It is simple. We will appraise the 3 stones on stage and see whose valuation is more accurate after they are cut. The loser must kneel and apologize to the winner. Do you dare?" "Very well, it is settled." Miss Tang, observing the entire exchange, grew concerned for Shen Fu as she understood Changji's prowess. Although he had inherited his father's business, he possessed genuine skill in stone gambling. Shen Fu appeared utterly unfamiliar with the nuances of the practice, akin to throwing an egg against a stone. This matter was not Shen Fu's concern. Wishing to spare him the trouble, Miss Tang interjected, "Brother, this does not concern you. You need not gamble with Changji." Shen Fu turned to Miss Tang, feigning distress, and declared, "No, this matter pertains to me. This brat has looked down upon me first. I must teach him a lesson." Changji erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, teach me a lesson? You are rather presumptuous, old man. Let's see how you intend to do that." The two squared off, ready to commence their stone gambling contest. At this point, more than half of the originally allotted 30 minutes had elapsed, leaving them with just 10 minutes. However, Changji, brimming with confidence, asserted that 10 minutes would suffice. Possessing the jade spirit and golden eyes, Shen Fu needed little time, completing his appraisal in a matter of moments. The two immediately began their competition. Changji appeared relaxed, while Shen Fu deliberately portrayed deep contemplation, seemingly in great distress. His acting was superb, causing Miss Tang and the audience to grow increasingly anxious. "Oh no, this brother is going to lose." Regretting her involvement of Shen Fu, she feared that if he lost, Changji would be relentless in his pursuit. Worrying excessively, she felt tears welling up. At just 20 years old, she was in a poignant and sensitive age, both charming and amusing. 10 minutes later, Boss Huang announced the conclusion of the gambling period, requesting all participants to conduct their final analyses before submitting their bids. "Old man, have you completed your appraisal?" Changji inquired. "Do not utter that 10 minutes is insufficient. We have the same amount of time, so the rules of competition are fair." Shen Fu remarked, "Rest assured, I am not one to resort to trickery. However, you, my impudent young friend, should not seek excuses should you lose to me later." Chenya left heartily. "Ha ha ha, seek excuses? If anyone dares to make excuses today, they must bark like a dog thrice before Miss Tang, lest they be deemed inferior to swine and canines. Do you dare? What is there to fear? My prices are already set. And you, old man? I have also completed my estimations." Both held a piece of paper bearing their appraisals for 3 stones, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the cutting. However, prior to slicing the stones, the ownership of the 3 must first be determined through an auction where the highest bidder prevails. Yet, as Miss Tang had indicated, this auction had devolved into a mere show of allegiance, with many offering inflated prices to curry favor with the stone's owner, Huang Jinxiu. The jade essence revealed that the stones were valued at white, purple, and white respectively, and Shen Fu proposed estimates of 100,000, 2 million, and 100,000. To the experts, such valuations were sheer nonsense. It was absurd to think the first and third stones could be worth only 100,000. Upon hearing Shen Fu's estimates, Qinji erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, 100,000. You truly understand nothing of stone gambling, old man. I see there is no need to cut the stones. You should simply kneel and bark like a dog. I will spare you if you manage just one bark. Miss Tang, possessing some knowledge of stone gambling, found Shen Fu's appraisals utterly ludicrous, her concern deepening. Yet, Shen Fu remained unconcerned, asserting that the truth would reveal itself post-cutting. Qinji's estimates were far more credible. He placed values of 1,200,000, 1,100,000, and 1,800,000 on the stones, while the second stone aligned closely with their estimates. The other two saw Qinji assign them lofty prices in the millions. Thus, a stalemate was impossible. Once cut, a clear victor would emerge. Feeling secure in his anticipated victory, Qinji brazenly approached and wrapped an arm around Miss Tang's waist. As she prepared to resist, Qinji added, "If you accompany me for dinner tonight, I shall not make things difficult for this old man after he loses." Miss Tang, unwilling to witness Shen Fu's defeat, resolved to sacrifice herself and acquiesce to Qinji. However, Shen Fu swiftly approached and forcefully pushed Qinji aside, pulling Miss Tang into his embrace. "Young man, Miss Tang is my girlfriend. Please keep your hands to yourself, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Infuriated, Qinji pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Fu, exclaiming, "You old fool, I had intended to let you off easy, but since you insist on courting disaster, I shall show you no mercy." Chapter 38, Best of 3. The final sale prices for the three jadeite raw stones were 2 million, 1,800,000, and 2,800,000, all significantly exceeding their original values. The stones were claimed by 3 different buyers. Yet the demeanor of those around suggested that these buyers held little stature, not the kind of individuals to be revered. It was no wonder, if they were significant figures, why would they need to curry favor with Boss Wong? Boss Wong appeared exceedingly pleased. After announcing the auction results, he promptly declared that the stones would be cut to ascertain their true nature. In this regard, Shen Fu was somewhat taken aback, for in his eyes, the 3 stones held little value, merely serving as tokens of allegiance. To cut the stones on the spot would undoubtedly undermine the dignity of the 3 bosses. Observing the situation, Shen Fu concluded that this was not an opportune moment for such an act. Huang Jinxiong, a prominent figure in the jade industry, might have ulterior motives that Shen Fu could not yet fathom. Indeed, Huang Jinxiong announced his intention to cut the stones immediately, prompting the 3 bosses to exchange anxious glances. The other bosses in the audience felt a sense of discomfort, fearing an embarrassing outcome should the stones prove worthless. However, Huang Jinxiong tactfully reserved a measure of discretion. His notion of cutting the stones on-site was not entirely as it seemed. This rationale alleviated the tension, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Shen Fu felt discontent, as it appeared that even if the stones were of poor quality, Boss Wong might falsely claim their worth, thus jeopardizing Shen Fu's wager. Determined not to remain passive, he resolved to visit the workshop at the back to witness the cutting process firsthand. "Hey, I'm going to the back to watch the cutting. Are you coming with me?" Shen Fu inquired. Qinji, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain. "You want to watch the cutting? Do you think you could just waltz in there? What is stopping you? It's just a workshop. Isn't it? You don't understand. Since Boss Wong has taken the stones to cut in the back, it means he doesn't want us to witness the process. Who do you think you are? Are you his father-in-law? There are numerous big bosses here who can't even see the cutting live. What makes you think you can?" Qinji's sarcastic remarks served as a reminder to Shen Fu. He asked Qinji what the implications would be if he could indeed observe the cutting. Qinji replied, "If you manage to watch the cutting without being kicked out, I, Qinji, am willing to wager 100,000 yuan on a side bet." "Very well, 100,000 it is. That's your word." After reaching a consensus, Qinji attempted to lead Shen Fu towards the workshop. For him, anything that could undermine Shen Fu, the old man, was a favorable outcome. Shen Fu, however, remained unperturbed, stating he needed to meet someone first. "Don't make excuses to escape. Even if you run, I will find you," Qinji warned. Shen Fu simply smiled in response and proceeded to seek out Old Master Ma to explain his situation. Old Master Ma was quite accommodating, readily agreeing to Shen Fu's request. "No problem. I can handle such trivial matters in no time." With Old Master Ma personally intervening, Shen Fu was granted access to the workshop. He brought along Chun-Ji and the anxious Miss Tang, and together they entered the Huang family's workshop designated for processing jade. The workshop was equipped with a variety of professional instruments, and the stone-cutting master was exceptionally skilled, capable of finishing a stone in just a few swift motions. At that moment, the master was at work, predicting that all 3 stones would be processed within 20 minutes. The onlookers waited in anticipation, and Chun-Ji was astonished, not expecting Shen Fu to possess such connections. "Consider yourself lucky. I'll cover that 100,000, he conceded, acknowledging his loss. Of course, to him, that sum was negligible, as long as he triumphed in the stone betting later on. Yet, Shen Fu countered, "What's this? Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Shen Jidao exclaimed, "Why not? Your estimate of 100,000 is utterly absurd. Even if my appraisal is not entirely accurate, it is certainly closer to the true value than yours. I am bound to win this contest." No sooner had he finished speaking than the master announced that the first stone had been cut. Filled with confidence, Chen immediately approached to inspect the jade within. However, to his astonishment, the entire stone revealed only a short strip of jade, rather than being composed entirely of it. Impossible. Generally, stones with a python stripe should contain green throughout, right? That is true in most cases, yet there exists a type of stone where only the python stripe contains green, and this particular stone was one of them. How can this be? The current situation indicated that this jade was worth, at most 100,000, a far cry from Chun-Ji's estimate, thus confirming Shen Fu's assertion. Chen grew increasingly anxious, while Miss Tang transformed her worries into joy, her face lighting up with a smile. "Wonderful. The first stone is a victory for this gentleman." Chen scoffed, "Damn it, don't celebrate too soon. We still have 2 stones left." Shen Fu remained unflustered, patiently awaiting the master to cut the next stone. In stark contrast, Chen chain-smoked, his hands trembling. Soon, the second stone was also cut, and once again, Chen rushed to examine it, discovering that this stone was likely valued between 1 million and 110,000. This meant that in this round, Shen Fu and Chun-Ji's appraisals were nearly equal, resulting in a draw. Miss Tang was delighted, for this meant Shen Fu had 1 win and 1 draw. Regardless of the outcome of the last stone, Shen could not possibly lose. However, Chen's anxiety intensified. The mere thought of defeat drove him to smoke even more, cursing under his breath, utterly lacking the composure one would expect from a wealthy heir. Time passed unnoticed, and the workshop floor became littered with cigarette butts, all from Chen smoking. After what felt like countless cigarettes, the master announced that the final stone had been cut. To Chen's surprise, this stone, which he had anticipated to be of great value, turned out to be a disappointment, filled with lightning-shaped dark streaks. At least the green was still relatively beautiful, and the size was adequate. With proper handling, it could fetch around 100,000. Fantastic! Miss Tang cheered, then threw herself into Shen Fu's arms, bursting into tears. She had genuinely worried before, but now her joy was palpable. Shen Fu had won. Winning meant he would not have to kneel and bark like a dog. Yet Shen Fu's victory signified Chun-Ji's defeat. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and received an education in jade, he had always been self-assured, convinced he could never lose to Shen Fu. This old man. But the undeniable evidence lay before him in the form of 3 pieces of jade, leaving no room for argument. At that moment, he was so engrossed in his thoughts that he had burned his cigarette down to his fingers, indicating the tremendous impact of his loss. "I lost. I actually lost." He felt despondent, like a stray dog caught in the rain. Yet, Shen Fu would not feel pity for his sorrowful state. To feel pity for one's adversary is to be cruel to oneself. Shen Fu is no longer the same person he once was. Anyone who dares to humiliate him shall face dire consequences. Chapter 39, Chen Yi's Escape. With the 3 stones cut, the contest between Shen Fu and Chun-Ji has reached its conclusion. Shen Fu emerged victorious, and although Chun-Ji was reluctant to concede, he had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat. "Damn it," Chun-Ji muttered under his breath, incredulous at the unfolding events. The stone cutter, oblivious to the wager between Shen Fu and Chun-Ji, leisurely smoked his pipe. Shen Fu, feeling relaxed and content as the victor, anticipated that it would be the defeated Chun-Ji who would have to kneel and apologize. Yet, how could Chun-Ji endure such humiliation? At 30, he was a prominent young heir of a jade shop in Legay City, characterized by his arrogance. The thought of kneeling before Shen Fu was utterly absurd. It is said that one kneels to heaven, to earth, and to one's parents. Yet Chun-Ji would not kneel to either heaven or earth. As his parents aged, and he grew more empowered, it seemed he might not even kneel to them. At that moment, Chun-Ji felt more tormented than if he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. He believed he would win, only to find himself defeated. According to the terms of their wager, he was to kneel and apologize to the victor. What was he to do? Kneeling was out of the question. Qinji mused that Shen Fu did not appear wealthy. Perhaps he could resolve this matter with money. Of course, the best scenario would be to pretend the bet never occurred. What wager? I've never heard of such a thing, he thought, devising a way to evade the situation. However, Shen Fu would not allow Qinji to shirk his obligation. Noticing Qinji's reluctance to mention the bet, Shen Fu interjected, "Young sir, why do you stand there like a statue? Have you forgotten something?" Qinji's heart tightened, and he cursed Shen Fu under his breath. Damn, this old man has quite the memory. You needn't be so cryptic, just say what you mean. Shen Fu smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall be direct. Mr. Chun, I trust you haven't forgotten our wager? How could I forget? I agreed to pay you 100,000 yuan if I lost," Chun-ji retorted, feigning grace as he pulled out a small notebook and an exquisite pen, scribbling something down. He then tore out the page and handed it to Shen Fu. Upon inspection, Shen Fu discovered it was an IOU. "Today I, Chun-ji, owe Shen Fu 100,000 yuan. What does this mean?" Shen Fu asked, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Well, since Mr. Chun is so financially constrained that he must owe this amount, I shall accept this IOU and consider our wager settled." Upon hearing this, Chun-ji thought to himself, how clever. This old man is indeed short on cash. He has agreed to settle with an IOU. Truly brilliant. Believing the issue resolved, he turned to leave. However, Shen Fu stopped him. "Mr. Chun, are you leaving already? Why would you depart? Have we not settled our affairs?" Chun-ji's heart sank. What does he mean? Shen Fu, aware of Chun-ji's feigned ignorance, got straight to the point. Did we not bet that the loser would kneel and apologize to the winner? Chun-ji was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "Isn't it kneeling? How did it turn into bowing?" Shen Fu burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you still remember it as kneeling? Then why are you still standing? Are you waiting for an auspicious time? Kneeling is not about such formalities. Do not waste time. Kneel before me now." Suddenly, Shen Fu's mirth transformed into fury, his presence overwhelming, signaling his genuine anger. Chun-ji, who had witnessed grand spectacles before, had never been treated in such a manner, nor had he ever lost in the realm of stone gambling, his area of expertise. Born with a silver spoon, he was a wealthy scion, and none around him dared to make him kneel. At this moment, regardless of the presence of Miss Tang, his beloved, and the stone cutter, even if it were just the two of them, and this matter would never escape their lips, Chun-ji could not bend that knee. His pride lay shattered, a flush of humiliation burning upon his face. He glared fiercely at Shen Fu, yet his gaze held no threat, only resignation and disgrace. "Shen Fu, do not press your advantage too far." Shen Fu laughed heartily once more. "Pressing my advantage too far? Ha ha! Am I the one who proposed this wager? Am I the one who suggested that the loser must kneel and apologize? It was all Chun-ji's idea. He had believed victory was assured and sought to humiliate Shen Fu. The thought of a man of his age kneeling to a mere youth must have been unbearable, and he relished the prospect. Yet, fate had played its hand unexpectedly, leading to his defeat instead. This old man, feigning ignorance of stone gambling, had evidently orchestrated the entire game from the beginning. Chun-ji sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his loss, yet a sense of unwillingness lingered. He, a child of fortune, could not accept being bested by an insignificant old man. Must he truly kneel in public? At this thought, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. But Shen Fu would not show mercy. Evildoers must be confronted, lest they become more audacious in their bullying of the virtuous. What wrong had Miss Tang committed? When Chun-ji had humiliated her, he had never considered that he might one day face the same fate. Today, Shen Fu sought to deliver justice for Miss Tang. Therefore, he would not allow Chun-ji to escape. He must kneel. Despair enveloped Chun-ji. He could not reason with Shen Fu, nor could he match him in a physical confrontation, yet kneeling was utterly unacceptable. In a moment of desperation, he shamelessly pushed Miss Tang aside. In her high heels, she stumbled and began to fall backward. Quick as lightning, Shen Fu stepped forward and caught her waist, preventing her from hitting the ground. However, this action left the doorway of the workshop unguarded, and Chun-ji seized the opportunity to make his escape. Shen Fu cursed, "Damn it, what a coward." At that moment, Miss Tang found herself held close in Shen Fu's embrace. Dazed and captivated, she felt a burgeoning affection for the man protecting her. Indeed, compared to those ineffectual pretty faces, it was a mature and composed Shen Fu who truly captured her heart. Miss Tang's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she murmured, "Brother Shen, I am fine. Only then did Shen Fu release her. He was perplexed by the intricacies of a woman's heart, mistakenly believing that her blush was a result of fright. Indeed, when juxtaposed with the depths of a woman's emotions, discerning the qualities of jadeite was a trivial endeavor. At this moment, Shen Fu was merely frustrated that the young man named Chun had managed to escape, yet he knew that while the monk might flee, the temple would remain. Shen Fu was determined not to let him evade justice. This matter was far from over. Chapter 40. Another leader, what on earth transpired? After Chun Ji's hasty retreat, the stone-cutting master could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question. In the world of jade gambling, reputation is paramount. If one refuses to concede defeat, who would subsequently patronize the Chun family's jade shop? Precisely, Shen Fu replied. Thus, I intend to publicize this incident, ensuring that all of Legay City is aware of Chun Ji's despicable conduct. Master, I would appreciate your testimony in this matter. However, upon hearing this, the stone-cutting master's expression became somewhat subtle, as if he were reluctant to support Shen Fu's claims. Shen Fu was initially bewildered, but being an astute individual, he quickly deduced the reason. Although Chun Ji was a vile and shameless character, he wielded considerable influence and wealth in Legay City, establishing his status as a notable figure. In contrast, Shen Fu was an obscure individual, lacking both fortune and renown. Anyone who weighed the circumstances would understand whose interests they ought to protect. In business, connections are essential. They represent the fabric of social interactions. If Chun Ji were a towering tree, Shen Fu was merely a sapling. It is far more advantageous to find shade beneath a grand tree. The stone-cutting master, having witnessed Chun Ji's flight, was unwilling to provide assistance, and others, uninformed of the events, would likely follow suit. Only Miss Tang expressed her willingness to aid Shen Fu, determined to expose Chun Ji's disgraceful behavior. Brother Shen, I will assist you. Yet, after a moment of calm reflection, Shen Fu considered the stone-cutting master's advice and recognized the potential pitfalls of publicizing the bet. It could invite unnecessary complications. His current strategy was to bide his time and quietly amass wealth. Should this incident become widely known, maintaining a low profile would become impossible. Therefore, Shen Fu replied, "There is no rush. Let me ponder this matter carefully. However, rest assured, Miss Tang, I will ensure that Chun Ji kneels before me in due course." Miss Tang was already deeply impressed by Shen Fu and took his words to heart. Those who attended the conference were visually satiated, with many forming new friendships and clinching significant business deals. Thus, the exhibition was deemed a resounding success. And Huang Jianxiong undoubtedly proved himself a titan in the jade industry, possessing an impressive business acumen. Shen Fu refrained from judging Huang Jianxiong's character, but admired his commercial prowess. If the exhibition were to be rated, Shen Fu would grant it a score of 9, excluding the debacle concerning Chun Ji, which was entirely of Chun Ji's own making. Bang! As he contemplated these matters, an unexpected surprise arose. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the hall as the main door swung open, and several sharply dressed men wearing sunglasses stormed in. Amidst the gathering stood a man clad in a floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. His casual attire was one thing, but his swaggering gait and the cigar clenched between his teeth, accompanied by raucous laughter, were quite another. Lawang, why have you not invited me to such a splendid exhibition? How could you be so remiss? Shen Fu turned to glance at Boss Huang on stage, only to find him wearing a sullen expression, clearly incensed yet somewhat astonished. Miss Tang, perhaps privy to some information, was approached with the question, "Miss Tang, do you know who this visitor is?" It was no wonder Boss Huang wore a face of ire. Undoubtedly, Boss Zhao's unexpected arrival was entirely unforeseen. Naturally, Boss Huang would never extend an invitation to Boss Xia. It was evident that Boss Zhao had barged in uninvited, and it seemed today this exhibition might not unfold peacefully. Indeed, Miss Tang's concerns mirrored those of the other guests in the banquet hall. Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan were the two foremost jade suppliers in Legay City, possessing connections in Myanmar that enabled them to procure first-hand jade rough stones. With access to the stones, profit would be an effortless endeavor. However, when two tigers vie for dominance on the same mountain, conflicts are inevitable over time. Today, Huang Jianxiong was hosting a private exhibition to win the support of ordinary jade merchants in Legay City for his cause. Upon learning of this, how could Xiao Qishan refrain from causing a stir? In stark contrast to the seemingly genteel Huang Jianxiong, Xiao Qishan was a man whose bold demeanor was as evident as his attire. He was known for his brashness and his tendency to disregard reason, relying solely on sheer strength. Miss Tang remarked to Shen Fu that if Huang Jinxiong were a hypocrite, then Xiao Qishan was the epitome of a villain. Yet, in the end, it was strength that would determine the victor. Brother Xiao, it has been a while. What brings you here? Huang Jinxiong, embodying the role of a leader, was deeply astute. Though seething with anger internally, he masked it well, his tone surprisingly mild. Xiao Qishan, however, was far less restrained. His thoughts were plainly etched on his face. Yet, whether these expressions reflected genuine sentiment was uncertain. After all, a man of his stature would surely possess a measure of cunning. Xiao Qishan replied, Old Huang, since you did not invite me, I had no choice but to pay a personal visit. I hope I'm not too late to miss the main event. Huang Jinxiong, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, responded, Unfortunately, Brother Xiao, you have arrived an hour late and missed the appraisal of my exquisite glass jade. However, since you have taken the trouble to visit, I shall ensure your journey is not in vain. Xiao Qishan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean, old Huang? I shall have that jade brought out again shortly. Brother Xiao, you are welcome to examine it to your heart's content. Xiao Qishan let out a hearty laugh. Following this, he clapped his hands, and a figure clad in black approached, carrying a box. With a click, the box opened to reveal a small jade rough stone. What could this mean? Was Xiao Qishan truly extending such courtesy? Once again, one might wonder if he conceals a dagger beneath his smile. What traps could possibly lie hidden within this seemingly innocuous stone? Chapter 41. The Duel of Huang and Xiao. Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan. The two titans of the jade industry in Legay City are also sworn adversaries. Today, they converge at Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition, marking perhaps the most eventful occasion in recent times. It is common knowledge that whenever these two cross paths, a fierce confrontation is inevitable, with the brash Xiao Qishan likely to strike first. Xiao Qishan's uninvited appearance today has already undermined Huang Jinxiong's dignity. Although Huang wears a smile, his heart brims with discontent. One must question what merits Xiao Qishan possesses to dare intrude upon my estate. Does he truly regard the Huang family with such disdain? Yet, does Xiao Qishan indeed hold Huang Jinxiong in such low esteem? What could be his true intention for this unsolicited visit? In a corner, Shen Fu observes the unfolding drama, detached from the fray. To others, he is merely an inconspicuous figure. Even if a conflict were to erupt between Huang and Xiao, it would scarcely touch him. Suddenly, Xiao Qishan commands his subordinates to bring forth a box, from which emerges a piece of jadeite rough, the size of a brick, encased in dark skin. Yet the verdant hue within beckons to be seen. It is apparent to all present that this stone conceals an exquisite jade. As the stone is revealed, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Did you see that? Indeed, it's remarkable. It must be from the old Pekin mine. Absolutely. It's been years since I've encountered a Pekin stone. I wonder where Boss Xiao acquired such a specimen. You're Navi. We have no connections. But Boss Xiao is resourceful. Surely he has his means to procure such jadeite. As the crowd buzzes with speculation, Shen Fu ponders the audacity of Xiao Qishan, who appears brash and reckless, seemingly lacking in strategy. Xiao Qishan, cradling the stone under his arm, strides deliberately towards Huang Jinxiong. Boss Huang, what do you think of this stone? Huang Jinxiong narrows his eyes, pondering whether this is a test of his discernment. Is he attempting to humiliate me in front of others? Alas, I, Huang Jinxiong, am no fool. A mere piece of jadeite shall not outwit me. Boss Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Is this stone your supposed token of apology? Xiao Qishan chuckles, indeed. So what do you think of the stone, Boss Huang? Huang Jinxiong reciprocates with a smile. The stone is indeed remarkable. Finding Pekin jade from the old mine is rare nowadays. Although it is somewhat small, it is undoubtedly worth 5 million. Xiao Qishan, tucking the stone under his arm, frees a hand to applaud Huang Jinxiong. Impressive, impressive. Truly, you are worthy of the title, Boss Huang. You discern the origins of this stone at a glance. I, old Xiao, am greatly impressed. While Xiao Qishan feigns politeness, Huang Jinxiong grows increasingly wary, for he knows Xiao Qishan to be a man who hides his daggers behind a smile. Despite his seemingly whimsical demeanor, he is cunning and calculating, having meticulously planned every detail. Claiming this stone as an apology, Huang Jinxiong cannot accept it, fearing there may be an underlying issue. You are too gracious, Boss Xiao. However, we bear no enmity towards one another. Though this stone may not be a priceless treasure, I must decline your offer. Xiao Qishan casually cleared his ears and inquired. What? Huang Jinxiong replied, I said I cannot accept this stone. If Boss Xiao wishes to apologize, a cup of punitive wine will suffice. Xiao Qishan erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing. This man is indeed audacious. His voice and presence overshadow all the guests present. Shen Fu, observing from the corner, felt a sense of foreboding for Huang Jinxiong, sensing that he was likely to encounter misfortune at the hands of Xiao Qishan. As anticipated, after Xiao Qishan had his fill of laughter, Huang Jinxiong sent someone to present him with a cup of wine. However, Xiao Qishan blatantly disregarded the messenger. By ignoring the envoy sent by Huang Jinxiong, Xiao Qishan effectively disrespected him, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Huang Jinxiong inquired, "Boss Xiao, what does this mean?" Xiao Qishan responded, "Oh Huang, you truly possess thick skin. You thought I brought this stone to present to you as an apology? Is that not the case?" "Of course not. I never claimed that this stone was meant as your apology. You're simply indulging in your own delusions. But I cannot blame you, as you have a penchant for such self-deception." "Huh?" Xiao Qishan laughed once more, exuding an air of arrogance that could provoke even Shen Fu to desire to strike him for relief. Yet upon reflection, it became evident that this was precisely Xiao Qishan's ploy. His ostentatious display of arrogance was intended to incite anger among those around him, for when one is enraged, they are prone to impulsiveness and a loss of judgment, allowing Xiao Qishan to seize the opportunity for his own gain. Not only Shen Fu, but even the seasoned businessman Huang Jinxiong found himself struggling to withstand Xiao Qishan's provocations, his temper barely contained. Huang Jinxiong remarked, "Boss Xiao, what do you truly mean? The dignitaries attending my exhibition today are prominent figures in the jade industry, many of whom are my friends. If you have come solely to mock me, I fear you have chosen the wrong day." Xiao Qishan replied, "How could that be? I sincerely came to apologize to you, although you did not invite me. I took the liberty to attend, which is indeed a grave error. Boss Huang, you must forgive me. After all, I prepared a gift of apology." As he spoke, Xiao Qishan extended his hand, revealing the black wuxia padong stone. Huang Jinxiong's anger flared. "Xiao Qishan, are you resorting to this tactic again? One moment you claim to offer me this stone, the next you say you will not. Do you think me easy to bully?" Xiao Qishan smiled slightly and said, "Boss Huang, you are overthinking it. I never stated that this stone was intended for you, yet it is indeed a gift of apology. Behold, I am merely showcasing this stone for your enlightenment. This is a tremendous favor, and instead of expressing gratitude, you are losing your temper. TSK. This hardly aligns with your reputation as a modest gentleman." It became clear that Xiao Qishan's intention in presenting the stone was merely to allow Huang Jinxiong a glimpse of it. To label it an apology was absurd. What nonsense! "Boss Xiao, your words are exceedingly disrespectful to all the esteemed guests present. While you may jest with me, to mock these attendees is truly audacious." Xiao Qishan remained remarkably composed, having meticulously prepared his retorts. He leisurely remarked, "Is that so? You showcase your stone as a gesture of goodwill. Yet when I present mine to you, it is deemed inappropriate. At least I am not exploiting the guise of jade gambling for profit, Boss Huang. Who, pray tell, is the truly audacious one among us?" In just a few succinct phrases, Xiao Qishan deftly exposed Huang Jinxiong's vulnerabilities, leaving him speechless. "Is it not reasonable for everyone to admire your jadeite, while I am barred from revealing mine?" Xiao Qishan's words cut straight to the heart of Huang Jinxiong's weaknesses, laying bare the flaws in his jade exhibition. Indeed, Huang Jinxiong had procured a piece of jadeite for public viewing, which was commendable. Yet, why should Xiao Qishan's mere presence with a stone be considered nuisance? It seemed logical, yet the reality was quite different. Huang Jinxiong was hosting an exhibition, a fact well known to all attendees who had been invited. While guests willingly came to admire Huang Jinxiong's stones, Xiao Qishan had arrived uninvited, insisting on presenting his stone to Huang Jinxiong. The former was an active initiative, the latter a passive response. Fundamentally, they were incomparable. However, Xiao Qishan twisted the narrative, and with his brazen demeanor, not a single astute individual in the room grasped the situation. Only Shen Fu, observing from a distance, discerned the flaws in Xiao Qishan's argument. Yet, Shen Fu refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama with a discerning eye. Huang Jinxiong's face, once calm, now flushed slightly with indignation. In contrast, Xiao Qishan, emboldened by his success, grew even more arrogant. He instructed his subordinate to retrieve the rare black sand skin of the Pakong stone, circulating it among the guests, allowing them to marvel at its uniqueness. Indeed, this stone was truly exceptional. The Pakong stone had been largely exhausted over a decade ago, and the jadeite raw stones circulating in the market were mostly antiquated and had undergone various cuts and refinements. This particular stone, however, remained untouched, akin to a beauty emerging from a bath, enticing all who beheld it. Compared to Huang Jianxiong's earlier stone, this one may have lacked in weight, but surpassed in exquisite craftsmanship. Each possessed its own merits, making direct comparison impossible. Yet with merely a small stone, Xiao Qishan had captured the hearts of the audience, disrupting Huang Jianxiong's carefully orchestrated event, thus emerging victoriously in their confrontation. Xiao Qishan had further plans. He snapped his fingers, and another subordinate approached with a briefcase. Upon opening it, another piece of jadeite raw stone was revealed, its skin a pale gray, with a rough texture and numerous pits, lacking any visible green or characteristics typical of jadeite. Nevertheless, Xiao Qishan asserted that this stone was indeed a jadeite raw stone, acquired alongside the previous Pakong stone. In fact, it was not even my purchase. It was from one of my subordinates who found it appealing. Ah, there he is, the simpleton Chong, he called out, as a rather dazed man stepped forward, presumably the aforementioned Chong. Big brother, did you call for me? Xiao Qishan took a puff of his cigar and affectionately draped his arm over Sha Chong's shoulder. Sha Chong, why don't you share the story of this stone with everyone? Certainly, brother, Sha Chong replied. This stone is one I wish to purchase, as I believe it holds considerable value. However, I am but Sha Chong, and my judgment regarding stones pales in comparison to yours, Boss Huang. Thus, I humbly seek your expertise to ascertain its worth. Sha Chong expressed his gratitude profusely. To the astonishment of the crowd, Sha Chong knelt before Huang Jianxiong and bowed 3 times. The onlookers gasped, and Huang Jianxiong stood on the stage, taken aback and unsure of how to respond. This was not merely a conspiracy. It was a blatant scheme. Except for Miss Tang and a few others who lacked guile, everyone else was aware of Xiao Qishan's intentions, yet they were powerless to prevent it. Miss Tang turned to Shen Fu and asked Brother Shen, what does Sha Chong mean by this? Why does Boss Huang appear so troubled? Shen Fu replied, consider this. Xiao Qishan is using Sha Chong as a pawn to pressure Boss Huang. If Boss Huang correctly identifies the stone's value, all is well. However, should he misjudge it, he would be even less competent than Sha Chong. This situation, where winning brings no reward and losing results in disaster, is a trap set by Xiao Qishan for Huang Jianxiong. Realizing the intricacies of the situation, Miss Tang felt relieved that Xiao Qishan's target was not herself. Meanwhile, Huang Jianxiong stood on stage, his mind racing as he contemplated his strategy. The best course of action, he thought, was to avoid confrontation. Yet, with Sha Chong kneeling publicly, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. Sha Chong, please rise. I will assist you in assessing the stone, Huang Jianxiong conceded, ready to face the challenge. If he could accurately appraise the stone, the matter would be resolved. Thank you, Boss Huang, Sha Chong replied as he stood up and accepted the stone from Xiao Qishan, handing it over to Huang Jianxiong. As someone engaged in the jade business, Huang Jianxiong possessed a certain degree of expertise. If the stone were of clear jade, a mere glance would suffice to ascertain its value. However, this stone was an entirely speculative piece, lacking any identifiable characteristics on its surface. Such stones are notoriously difficult to assess. Even a deity would hesitate to guarantee an accurate appraisal. From his vantage point, Shen Fu observed Huang Jianxiong's furrowed brow, indicating he was entangled in a significant dilemma. Shen Fu pondered whether Xiao Qishan himself could accurately evaluate the stone. Without cutting or polishing, it was impossible for anyone to ascertain the value of entirely speculative jade, save for himself, who possessed the Jade Soul and Golden Eye. Should he intervene? If he did, it would be an opportune moment to establish his reputation. Conversely, refraining would leave Huang Jianxiong to navigate his own fate. The decision weighed heavily on him, and, just then, a gentle tug at his sleeve drew his attention. It was Miss Tang. Brother Shen, your skill in gambling with stones is remarkable. Why not assist Boss Huang? Is that truly appropriate? When a matter does not concern oneself, it is wise to refrain from forcibly intervening. What if one inadvertently attracts trouble? That said, Miss Tang harbored no desire to witness Huang Jianxiong falter. Presently, Huang Jianxiong was indeed struggling, his furrowed brow visible to all. However, it must be acknowledged that his adversary was none other than the foolish Chong, a fool pitted against a leader. Yet the atmosphere remained intensely charged. It was a matter of pride, especially since everyone knew that had they been in Huang's position, they would have fared even worse. Thus, Xiao Qishan's strategy of using another's blade to kill was truly ingenious. Should the foolish Chong triumph, he would gain face, and if he lost, it mattered not, for he was merely a subordinate of a fool. As for Shen Fu, after much contemplation, he had initially resolved not to intervene. However, with Miss Tang's repeated pleas, he found himself swayed, It is said that even heroes find it difficult to resist the charms of beauty, and Shen Fu was no exception. He decided to lend a subtle hand, albeit not by personally stepping onto the stage. His principle of maintaining a low profile remained unbroken. If Xiao Qishan could wield another S-weapon, so too could Shen Fu. Chapter 43. Shen Fu takes action in the banquet hall. Only two individuals were aware of Shen Fu's expertise in stone gambling. One was the venerable old Master Ma, who stood at a considerable distance from Shen Fu. The other was Miss Tang, who had witnessed Shen Fu's competition with Chen Ji and was well aware of his capabilities. Shen Fu resolved to act, but not in a direct manner. He contemplated whether he should inform Miss Tang, allowing her to subtly advise Huang Jinxiong to avoid a loss to the foolish Chong. Yet, given Miss Tang's modest station, she might lack the standing to offer counsel to Huang Jinxiong. Before she could even take the stage, she would likely be intercepted by others. Thus, Shen Fu decided to have Miss Tang approach Old Master Ma instead. Miss Tang, I kindly ask for your assistance. Please find Old Master Ma and convey that Shen Fu has something to discuss with him, and request that he come over discreetly. Miss Tang, who held Shen Fu in high esteem, readily obliged. Before long, she delivered the message. Old Master Ma, a man of great wisdom, immediately grasped Shen Fu's intent and skillfully maneuvered through the crowd to reach Shen Fu's side. Brother Shen, have you decided to lend your assistance? He inquired. Indeed. From my assessment, the stones brought by Xiao Qishan should be valued between 2 to 300,000, never less than 100,000, and certainly not exceeding 500,000. Please convey this to Boss Huang, so he may avoid embarrassment should he lose to Xiao Qishan. Understood. Old Master Ma, sharing in the concern, felt reassured by Shen Fu's words. Without delay, he sent a message to his son-in-law, who was currently appraising the stones on stage. Huang Jinxiong, previously troubled, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving the text from his father-in-law. Although the response did not provide a precise figure, establishing a value range for the gambling stones was no small feat. Huang Jinxiong then announced, Boss Xiao, I have completed the appraisal of your stone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qishan, though somewhat skeptical of the message, refrained from voicing his doubts. He arrogantly gestured towards his foolish subordinate, Chong, and said to Huang Jinxiong, Don't look to me. This is a contest between you and our foolish Chong, so report directly to him. Xiao Qishan's execution of the golden cicadas shedding its shell tactic was truly masterful. If Sha Chong won, it would be a source of embarrassment for Huang Jinxiong. If Sha Chong lost, he would be the one to suffer humiliation, while Xiao Qishan would remain unscathed. The guests in the banquet hall were acutely aware of this reality, as well as the challenges inherent in assessing raw gambling materials, particularly when this particular specimen bore no distinctive characteristics. It was likely that even Xiao Qishan would struggle to appraise it. What if Boss Huang made a misjudgment? However, upon observing Huang Jinxiong, the attendees noted a transformation in his demeanor. His earlier tension and anxiety had dissipated, replaced by newfound ease. Curiosity piqued. They wondered if perhaps Boss Huang truly possessed such remarkable skill that he felt confident in handling raw gambling materials. With a smile, Huang Jinxiong declared, You misinterpret, Brother Xiao. This is not a contest between Sha Chong and myself. Rather, it is Sha Chong who seeks my guidance in assessing the jadeite raw stone. Your associate does not quite merit such an opportunity, but today my spirits are high, and I am inclined to be magnanimous. Upon hearing this, the crowd recognized that Huang Jinxiong was beginning to mount a counterattack. Xiao Qishan's expression darkened as he inquired, Oh, is it to be understood that you have already appraised this stone, Boss Huang? Indeed, Huang Jinxiong affirmed. Then do enlighten us as to its worth and the methods of your appraisal, so that we may learn from Sha Chong, Xiao Qishan prompted. Huang Jinxiong replied, I estimate the value of this stone to be between 200,000 and 300,000. As for my methods of appraisal, I must apologize. They are a proprietary technique of the Huang family and cannot be disclosed. Of course, words alone bear no weight. Let us proceed to cut the stone right here. To validate my assessment, bring forth the cutting machine. Huang Jinxiong summoned his subordinates to transport the cutting machine to the banquet stage, ensuring that the stone would be sliced in full view of all, thereby preempting any potential excuses from Xiao Qishan, such as claims of switcheroo. Confident in his approach, Huang Jinxiong was mirrored in his assurance by Elder Ma. Xiao Qishan, somewhat perplexed, contemplated the unfolding situation, particularly why Huang Jinxiong appeared so self-assured after a glance at his phone. The crowd below was a mix of anticipation and trepidation, with emotions running high. As for Shen Fu, he too felt a twinge of anxiety. His Jade Soul Golden Eyes could not ascertain the precise value of a jadeite piece. only provide a rough estimate. Should he falter in his assistance, it would spell disaster. As the machine was brought forth, the raw jadeite was gradually stripped of its outer shell before the eyes of the audience. Shen Fu's heart raced, a sensation he had never experienced even during his own gambling endeavors. Fortunately, Miss Tang stood beside him, gently linking her arm with his. The faint fragrance emanating from her presence, coupled with the softness of her youth, helped to ease his tension. Everything will be fine, Brother Shen. You are remarkably skilled. There will be no issues, she reassured him. Let's hope so. 10 minutes later, the stone was fully cut. Before the spectators lay a piece of apple-green bean-type jadeite. Given its classification, the water content was irrelevant. Only its color mattered. The hue of this jadeite was exquisite, nearly devoid of any black specks. Its green neither too dark nor too light, shining brightly under the illumination and displaying remarkable uniformity, all of which significantly enhanced the stone's value. The assembled experts, upon witnessing this material, began to mentally calculate its worth. It is not difficult to ascertain that the value of this jadeite is approximately 300,000, aligning with the assessment provided by Huang Jinxiong, thereby confirming his expertise. Huang, the esteemed proprietor, basked in the admiration of the crowd, unperturbed by the exuberant cheers that filled the banquet hall. His demeanor radiated confidence, and he graciously acknowledged the accolades. Thank you, everyone. However, this only served to accentuate the darkening expression of Xiao Qishan, who pondered how Huang had discerned the jadeite's worth. Despite his own inability to evaluate the stone, he dismissed the notion that Huang possessed such remarkable skills. No, it was implausible. Xiao suspected that Huang's sudden clarity had been aided by an informant within the venue, suggesting the presence of a formidable expert among them. As Xiao scanned the room, he resolved to identify this enigmatic figure. Anyone capable of providing insight would undoubtedly be present in the banquet hall. Amidst the jubilant throngs, he noted the quietude of a few, convinced they held more significance than the boisterous revelers. His gaze briefly flickered over Shen Fu, yet it was merely a cursory glance. The reason being, Shen Fu had already discerned Zhao's intentions and, alongside Miss Tang, was engrossed in applauding Huang's triumph. In this, Shen had outmaneuvered Xiao once again, and although only the two of them were privy to this victory, it was preferable that way. Chapter 44. Utilizing the simpleton after the defeat of the simpleton. Huang Jinxiong's prominence overshadowed that of Xiao Qishan. The latter found it difficult to maintain his arrogance, not merely due to the simpleton's loss, who was, after all, a mere pawn, but rather because of the elusive expert in the hall, Shen Fu. To Xiao, this individual had never even approached the stage to examine the stone, yet had managed to ascertain its approximate value through mere observation from afar. Such prowess was astounding. Xiao, acknowledging his own inferiority, surmised that Huang could not possibly rival this individual, nor could any of the other guests present. Since this expert had chosen to assist Huang, he had consequently become Xiao's adversary. With the enemy shrouded in mystery, while he remained exposed, the outcome of today's events seemed rather dire. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao deliberated on his strategy, having initially prepared 3 decisive moves, the first being a 500,000 jadeite, the second the simpleton, and the third an imitation Qing dynasty jadeite. Yet with a powerful ally now supporting Huang, Xiao hesitated to act impulsively. He weighed whether to reveal his final move or to withhold it entirely. Meanwhile, Huang, relishing the applause, felt emboldened and sought to press his advantage against Xiao. Brother Xiao, why the furrowed brow? Are you perhaps lamenting the loss of your subordinate? Xiao Qishan erupted into laughter, proclaiming, Boss Huang is indeed formidable. It is only natural that my foolish Chong would lose to you. So how could I possibly feel disheartened? To think otherwise would be to underestimate your prowess, Boss Huang. Huang Jinxiong replied, If that is the case, Brother Xiao, do you have any inquiries to make? We seldom meet, so feel free to express any concerns today. Huang Jinxiong's implication was clear. He had formidable support today and wished to settle accounts with Xiao Qishan. Xiao Qishan, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that engaging Huang Jinxiong directly during his moment of strength would be unwise. He thus remarked, Old Huang, your words are amusing. I have countless subordinates. If each one sought your guidance, it would surely exhaust you. Moreover, today is your exhibition, and I could not possibly overshadow you. That piece of jade just now shall serve as a congratulatory gift, wishing your business prosperity and abundant wealth. Do not hold it against me for my uninvited presence today. Xiao Qishan's words subtly indicated his intention to withdraw. Ordinarily, Huang Jinxiong should have offered him a graceful exit, yet, as one labeled a hypocrite. It was clear his character harbored duplicity. Beneath his genteel demeanor lay a calculating mind, no less scheming than Xiao Qishan's. Today, with advantageous support, he could not let this opportunity to topple Xiao Qishan slip away. If Xiao dared intrude upon the Huang family's estate, he would not leave unscathed. Huang Jianxiong's mind raced, and he swiftly devised a cunning plan. Brother Xiao, you have only just arrived. Why depart so soon? Your subordinates sought my counsel earlier, and it would be remiss of us not to reciprocate. My own team has queries regarding Jade that they wish to discuss with you. Huang Jianxiong had countered effectively. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qishan's heart sank, but as a leader in the jade industry, he could not easily refuse. Huang Jianxiong possessed a plethora of jade stones, and he casually instructed one of his subordinates to present a stone for Xiao Qishan's guidance. The scene mirrored the previous encounter, only now, Xiao Qishan found himself in a precarious position. Without Shen Fu's covert assistance, he was at a significant disadvantage, as the stone was likely misidentified. Shen Fu observed from the corner, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Qishan. Though arrogant, Xiao was meticulous and had come prepared to confront Boss Huang's exhibition, expecting to emerge victorious. Even with Shen Fu's superior strategy aiding Huang Jianxiong, it seemed unjust for Xiao Qishan. At that moment, Shen Fu noticed that Sha Chong had slipped away unnoticed. How strange. With his boss in a tight spot, how could Sha Chong abandon him? Was he truly so lacking in loyalty? Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Sha Chong had merely gone to the restroom. Shen Fu, seeing the dim-witted demeanor of this individual, suddenly conceived a clever ruse. Miss Tang, please keep an eye here. I will step out for a moment. With that, Shen Fu stealthily made his way to the restroom, where he found only Sha Chong. Adjusting his voice to sound mysterious, he approached Sha Chong, who was squatting in the stall, and began to weave an illusion. Sha Chong who? Sha Chong exclaimed, startled, nearly losing his balance. I am the Jade Sovereign, here to lend you assistance as you are a person of destiny, guiding you and your employer through challenging times. Jade Sovereign, you cannot be serious. One might retort, I have no faith in such a being unless you provide proof. Shen Fu, stifling a chuckle, mused that since the foolish Chong had spoken thus, it indicated he had begun to believe in the existence of the Jade Sovereign. No matter. If this simpleton was truly naive, he would reveal a glimpse of his abilities. Activating his Jade Soul Eyes, Shen Fu noticed that the fool Chong wore a jade pendant necklace, albeit concealed beneath his clothing. However, the Jade Soul Eyes could penetrate fabric, even the door of a restroom stall, revealing the essence of the pendant. Before him lay a white jade pendant, devoid of significant value. Yet, when Shen Fu disclosed this detail, Chong was utterly astonished, for it was a truth he believed no one else could know. You truly are the Jade Sovereign. Chong wholeheartedly believed Shen Fu's tales, nearly bursting forth to pay homage to the Jade Sovereign, were it not for his trousers being half down. O Jade Sovereign, what celestial secrets do you wish to impart? It is but a trivial matter. Concerning the stone your employer, Xiao Qishan, is currently gambling on, its worth should exceed 1 million. You must promptly inform him. But do not disclose that this wisdom comes from the Jade Sovereign, lest divine retribution befall you. A mere mortal cannot bear such consequences. Understand? Understood. Understood. Though Chong was dim-witted, this very trait facilitated Shen Fu's endeavors. Yet, Xiao Qishan's arrogant demeanor led him to believe that this jade was indeed of substantial worth. And combined with Chong's fervent assertions, something significant must have transpired. Determined, Xiao Qishan resolved to engage in a bold gamble. This jade is worth over 1 million. Boss Huang, please proceed with the cutting. Chapter 45, A Premature Retreat. The stone appeared unremarkable, with its origin unknown. Yet Xiao Qishan boldly asserted its value exceeded 1 million, a daring claim indeed. The onlookers were astonished. While they'd been studying the stone alongside Xiao Qishan, they remained perplexed, unable to discern its hidden significance. How could he be so certain? Should he be mistaken, he would surely be outshone by his rival, Huang Jianxiong. Moreover, as it was Xiao Qishan who had instigated the encounter, victory would bolster his prestige. However, defeat would render him a laughingstock in the jade community of Legay City. Xiao Qishan was acutely aware of the stakes, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Huang Jianxiong had already won once. Thus, retreat was not an option. Gambling on stones was imperative. It was merely a question of whether fortune would favor him this time. Boss Huang, I have completed my assessment of the stone. Please cut it to confirm. Huang Jianxiong was also filled with doubt, pondering how Xiao Qishan, initially so troubled, could suddenly transform upon receiving a phone call. Perhaps he had received guidance from an esteemed individual. Today, this scoundrel arrived uninvited. Fortunately, I managed to withstand the previous 2 blows. This time, I hope to strike decisively. However, even if Xiao Qishan's assessment proves accurate, it matters not. At worst, both parties will emerge even, and no one will lose face today. Both are titans in the jade industry. At their level, unless faced with significant conflict of interest, they typically refrain from overt hostilities. Xiao Qishan has already crossed a line today. Upon learning that Huang Jinxiong has a formidable ally, he is beginning to feel the urge to retreat. A desperate foe should not be pursued, and Huang Jinxiong does not intend to delve deeper into the matter. He merely hopes to force Xiao Qishan back today, allowing both sides to engage in subsequent negotiations at a more leisurely pace. In any case, Huang Jinxiong has positioned himself in an invulnerable stance. At worst, he and Xiao Qishan will each claim a share of victory. Yet, Xiao Qishan cannot afford to lose this round. He must accurately assess this stone. Lacking the ability himself, he is not alone in this. Everyone present, including Huang Jinxiong, is equally incapable of discerning the nature of this unremarkable jadeite raw stone, except for Shen Fu. Shen Fu observes everything from the sidelines, as if balancing a scale in his heart. On one side is Huang Jinxiong, and on the other, Xiao Qishan. Due to his connection with Old Master Ma, Shen Fu initially hoped Huang Jinxiong would prevail. However, Xiao Qishan does not appear to be malevolent. His uninvited appearance today likely stems from concerns over Huang Jinxiong winning too much favor. Ultimately, it is Huang Jinxiong who organized a private exhibition without extending an invitation to the leading figure, Xiao Qishan, which understandably raises the latter's fears of losing business allies. Alas, while Shen Fu excels in jade assessment, the intricacies of these interpersonal relationships are indeed convoluted, making it challenging to clarify matters swiftly. Shen Fu harbors no desire to engage in such politics. He prefers to remain an unfettered wanderer of the world. Once the events of today conclude, he resolves to distance himself from the conflicts of these prominent businessmen, placing his bets solely on his own stones, lest he become a pawn in their games. Much like Sha Chong, as the crowd waited, Xiao Qishan's wagered stone was finally cut open. Huang Jinxiong approached eagerly and was taken aback by the sight. The stone, once cleaved, revealed itself to be stunning, with a remarkably translucent base, classified as semi-icy, boasting ample water content. The color was a delicate green, though not particularly intense. It was evenly distributed and exceptionally clean, devoid of any impurities, ideal for crafting elegant adornments such as bracelets and necklaces. Others gathered around to witness the spectacle, marveling first at the stone's exquisite beauty, then at Xiao Qishan's discerning eye, recognizing that he had indeed assessed this raw jadeite accurately. Among the many industry magnates present, none could match Xiao Qishan's speed and precision in appraisal. People thought, no wonder Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan are leaders in the jade industry. These two truly possess remarkable skills. Little do they know, the so-called prowess of these two is merely an illusion. Their assessments of jadeite are derived from insights provided by Shen Fu. This fact remains unknown to everyone, including Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan, who are oblivious to the identity of their benefactor, unaware that the assistance comes from the same source. Huang Jinxiong mused inwardly. This is bad. Xiao Qishan also has a formidable ally. Both Huang Xiao and his companion were deeply concerned about their respective mentors and resolved to locate the enigmatic figure who had aided them, reminiscent of Liu Bei's earnest quest for the wise strategist Zhuge Liang. This remarkable individual, akin to a sleeping dragon, was none other than Shen Fu, who had no intention of emerging from his seclusion just yet. The time was not ripe. Shen Fu preferred to remain inconspicuous, wishing that none would discern his extraordinary prowess. At present, only a select few were privy to his exceptional talents: Old Master Ma, Miss Tang, and Madame Jingxian. The two women harbored no cause for concern, as they both admired and even cherished Shen Fu. Under his request for discretion, they would undoubtedly keep his secrets safe. The crux of the matter lay with Old Master Ma. Shen Fu pondered that while the old man professed to maintain confidentiality, he was, after all, the father-in-law of Huang Jinxiong. Should Huang Jinxiong truly require assistance, it was conceivable that Old Master Ma might divulge everything. Shen Fu's apprehensions were soon validated. Following the exhibition, Huang Jinxiong approached Old Master Ma, inquiring about the identity of the individual who had aided him. "Who else but your father?" Old Master Ma replied. "Forgive my candor, father, but you lack the capability. From my understanding, you would not be able to appraise that jadeite rough." Huang Jinxiong continued, "Father, You witnessed the aggressive demeanor of Xiao Qishan today, and it is evident that he has a capable ally. If you refuse to introduce the esteemed individual you know, I fear our business may be overshadowed by Xiao Qishan. This argument held merit. Old Master Ma was unaware that Shen Fu was also the one who assisted Xiao Qishan. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately disclosed Shen Fu's identity. I understand now. The person who aided you is named Shen Fu, a skilled gem gambler I recently acquainted. Shen Fu, the middle-aged man driving the Jedi who caused today as commotion? Indeed, that is him. I see. I shall send someone to invite him at once. Huang Jinxiong promptly dispatched someone to locate Shen Fu, but where could they find him? Even before the exhibition concluded, Shen Fu had anticipated this scenario and discreetly slipped away. The Jedi he had rented had become quite notorious. Attendees of the exhibition were aware that a man named Shen Fu, associated with Boss Huang, had driven it, suggesting he possessed significant connections. Although the Jedi was a common vehicle, Shen Fu preferred not to take any risks and decided it prudent to change cars. Since the vehicle was merely a rental, returning it was no inconvenience. The staff made no effort to retain him, likely assuming that since he had chosen a Jedi, he was not particularly affluent and thus did not warrant further persuasion. However, the young lady in charge of attending to Shen Fu inquired further. As he indeed needed a vehicle, he opted to rent a larger station wagon, which could accommodate the stones that the sedan could not. The expense was modest, costing him only $1,500 for the month, a sum he could easily earn in less than an hour. Safe travels, and thank you. Thank you. Shen, my dear brother, why can't I find you at the venue? Where are you now? Upon hearing Old Master Ma's inquiry, Shen Fu instantly became alert. Has my elder brother been searching for me? Indeed, I wish to converse with you, though there is no pressing matter at hand. Oh, has something occurred at your brother's home? Is there any way I might assist? Shen Fu spun a web of deceit, and Old Master Ma, unawares, fell victim to Shen Fu's cunning, believing that a genuine crisis had befallen Shen Fu's household. Shen Fu assured him that all was well, yet inwardly, he marked Old Master Ma's name, indicating that this person could not be entirely trusted. The truth of the matter is that Shen Fu had lost faith in anyone. It is the age-old adage of knowing a person's face but not their heart. Who could tell who might stab you in the back? Upon returning to his rented abode, it was not long before Mrs. Jingxian arrived to prepare a meal for Shen Fu. He scrutinized her, contemplating the possibility that this young mother might also betray him. Women are inherently perceptive, and Mrs. Jingxian soon perceived Shen Fu's unusual demeanor, inquiring about his well-being. Shen Fu was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting moment, he recognized that his behavior was indeed somewhat peculiar, yet such caution is essential for great undertakings. Shen Fu had a penchant for martial arts novels, particularly those of Jin Yong. In the past, Zhang Wuji had inadvertently leaked information about the Ice and Fire Island, leading to a cascade of misfortunes. If a secret is known to a second person, it can no longer be deemed a secret. Thus, the matter of the Jade Soul and Golden Eyes was one that Shen Fu would never divulge to anyone. Others could only know that he excelled in stone gambling, and even that he would strive to conceal. Madam, have you mentioned to anyone the time I assisted you with stone gambling? Shen Fu posed this question abruptly. Mrs. Jingxian was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as she lowered her gaze and shyly replied, No, Brother Shen, you forbade me from speaking of it. So how could I tell anyone? Shen Fu further inquired. Oh, does that imply that if I disallow you from doing something, you would unequivocally refrain? Mrs. Jingxian nodded, affirming that as long as it was not unreasonable, she would certainly heed Shen Fu's words, for he was her savior. Her sincerity was evident, particularly as her demeanor bore a trace of shyness, embodying a uniquely feminine tenderness. Shen Fu understood that this woman harbored feelings for him, and once a woman becomes fond of a man, she would never act in a manner to harm him. Moreover, Mrs. Jingxian had no knowledge of stone gambling and harbored an aversion to it, seldom encountering individuals from that sphere, which should afford her a measure of safety. Shen Fu smiled and said, I was merely inquiring casually. If I have startled you, I apologize. Mrs. Jingxian shook her head, assuring him that it was of no consequence. She speculated that something must have transpired at today's private exhibition to render Shen Fu so tense. As a woman, she would not pry into the affairs of a man at work. Shen Fu frequently bestowed gifts upon her and her daughter, and whenever she found herself in need of funds, she could readily borrow from him. To her, Shen Fu was akin to a deity. Thus, she would never engage in actions that would displease him. As for Shen Fu, despite being 50 years of age, he remained spirited, for a man's life requires the warmth of a woman's presence. It was not a matter of intimacy, but rather the comfort derived from having a woman at home to assist with cooking and laundry, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Meanwhile, Xiao Qishan was diligently searching for the whereabouts of a renowned master. He first summoned Sha Chong, from whom he learned of the existence of the Jade Elder. Xiao Qishan was not naive enough to believe in the tales of deities descending from the heavens. He understood that someone must have been orchestrating a ruse at that time. However, he was not Huang Jinxiong, and without the ability to access the surveillance of the Huang residence, he could not ascertain who had ventured to the restroom at that moment. Although Xiao Qishan felt a sense of regret, he possessed some capabilities and soon uncovered an incident that had transpired at the Huang household that day, namely, the obstruction faced by Shen Fu at the entrance, followed by his altercation with the Cadillac owner. Knowing the owner personally, Xiao Qishan promptly dispatched someone to investigate, thus learning Shen Fu's name and a general description of his appearance. Unfortunately, Shen Fu's looks were quite ordinary. He was merely a middle-aged man in his 50s, and the owner was not an artist capable of capturing Shen Fu's likeness. Nevertheless, the name Shen Fu lingered in Xiao Qishan's mind. The fact that he did not recognize this individual indicated that he was not a prominent figure in Legay City. However, Shen Fu's close ties with the elderly Ma Chongfei suggested that he possessed some influence, as the old man was willing to offer him favors. Consequently, Xiao Qishan immediately sent his subordinates to further investigate, hoping to uncover Shen Fu's whereabouts and determine if he was indeed the esteemed master. Days passed, and his subordinates reported back with no leads on Shen Fu. Frustrated, Xiao Qishan reprimanded them for their lack of diligence, instructing them to intensify their efforts. Additionally, he suggested they inquire with Huang Jinxiong to see if he had recently found any assistance. After several more days, the search for Shen Fu yielded no results. Since he had not ventured outside, it was natural that Xiao Qishan could not locate him. As the commotion gradually subsided, Shen Fu reemerged to commence his stone gambling ventures. Chapter 47, A Renewed Endeavor. Before embarking on his gambling activities, Shen Fu had 3 tasks to attend to. The first was a visit to the bank to ascertain the total amount in his account. Including both principal and fixed savings, he currently possessed 930,000 yuan, an astronomical sum compared to his former self. However, upon arriving in Legay City and beginning his stone gambling journey, particularly after witnessing the private exhibition hosted by Huang Jinxiong and encountering numerous billionaires, Shen Fu's perspective broadened, and he was no longer astonished by this modest sum. The thought of 930 million yuan would not daunt him either. Did he lack the capability to earn such wealth? The second task led Shen Fu to the Jade trading market, where he sought to gauge the current climate and determine if anyone remembered him. To his dismay, no one recognized him. The world was never short of middle-aged men in their 50s, and Shen Fu's unremarkable appearance made him indistinguishable in a crowd. The third task was to inquire about the name Shen Fu, to see if it had indeed garnered attention. Unsurprisingly, in the current jade market of Legay City, the name Shen Fu had begun to circulate widely. This was all due to the private exhibition that day, where it became known that Shen Fu had exited through the back door of the Huang residence, implying a connection between him and the Huang family. Later, Xiao Qishan began to search for Shen Fu, which piqued people's curiosity even further. They wondered what sort of extraordinary individual Shen Fu could be to have garnered the attention of 2 prominent figures. One day, Shen Fu casually approached a street stall, initially exercising caution, fearful of being recognized as Shen Fu. To his surprise, no one paid him any mind. Instead, they were fervently discussing matters concerning him. This Shen Fu, I suspect, is a prodigious talent returned from abroad. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion, Brother Liu? Consider it. If this person truly possesses such exceptional abilities, capable of captivating the attention of the esteemed Huang and Xiao, how could he remain in obscurity for so long? I refuse to believe that anyone could exhibit such restraint. He must have been abroad for an extended period, hence his lack of fame in Huaxia. Brother Liu, your reasoning holds merit, yet why assume he is a youth? As far as I know, the individual who entered through the back door that day appeared to be a middle-aged man, much like you and I. Therein lies Shen Fu's cunning. Just like the elusive dragon that reveals itself only partially, since Shen Fu is indeed remarkable and has intentionally concealed his whereabouts for years. His appearance at the exhibition must have been carefully orchestrated. I surmise he disguised himself to appear older, thus ensuring that no one would suspect his true identity. I see. Shen Fu is indeed shrewd. The crowd engaged in lively discussion, while Shen Fu listened nearby, finding the situation amusing and simultaneously relieved. With all matters resolved, Shen Fu felt assured that he had not been recognized, allowing him to continue his gems speculation unabated. Currently, his funds amounted to nearly 1 million, sufficient for a significant wager. He resolved to seek a stone valued at 1 million, for greater stakes would yield greater rewards. However, such stones were rare, predominantly consisting of processed materials. Shen Fu aimed to find unprocessed, fully speculative stones, ideally of superior blue jade quality, yet priced as white jade. Despite the numerous jade shops in Legay City, such stones were indeed scarce. Many shopkeepers operated on a small scale, typically processing stones upon acquisition and reselling them. Prioritizing cash flow, fully speculative materials carried substantial risk. If a stone were to be rendered worthless, the entire shop could face ruin. Moreover, even powerful figures like Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan could not appraise fully speculative stones, let alone ordinary merchants. Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan had ample funds. Losing once or twice was inconsequential, but ordinary proprietors could not afford such losses, leading them to shy away from particularly expensive fully speculative stones. So, where did the fully speculative stones in the market originate? How did suppliers ascertain the value of a stone? This leads us to matters concerning the nation of Myanmar. Myanmar, the source of jadeite raw stones, has stringent controls over jadeite exports due to its status as a non-renewable resource. Individual purchasers must obtain permits, pay fees, and taxes, while bulk buyers require extensive networking. Only a select few possess such qualifications. Myanmar has been mining jadeite for over a century, making it a hub of jadeite expertise, second only to Huaxia. In terms of pure technical expertise, the jade specialists of Myanmar do not surpass those of China. However, they possess a distinct advantage. They can ascertain the origin of a stone from which it is mined. The essence of jadeite lies in its mineral composition, adhering to objective physical laws. For instance, the green hue of jadeite is attributed to the presence of chromium, while violet jadeite derives its color from iron and manganese. Generally speaking, jadeite extracted from a particular mine tends to share a common type, with the term old pit stone often referring to areas like the Pakong site. Known for yielding high-quality jadeite, it could be said that as long as one can confirm that a stone is indeed Pakong jade or another type of old pit stone, even if it comprises entirely of gamble material, its value would begin at no less than 500,000. However, the nature of mines is akin to the birthing process of women. While a woman knows the father of her child with certainty, a man may not always possess that knowledge. The people of Myanmar are akin to women, intimately familiar with the stones they extract and sell, while the Chinese are like men, relegated to waiting outside the delivery room, relying on hearsay regarding whether a stone is from an old or new pit, and must ultimately depend on their own discernment. Yet, how many possess the discerning eye akin to that of a divine seer? Perhaps only Shen Fu could ascertain the true value of a piece of jadeite. The average person lacks such skill, rendering them hesitant to purchase gamble material, and merchants reluctant to stock it. On this particular day, after extensive searching in the market, Shen Fu finally encountered a stone that pleased him. It was a sizable jadeite rough with a soil-yellow outer skin, weighing approximately 30 kilograms. The texture of the skin was somewhat coarse and bore several indented grooves. Yet the green hue remained elusive. The only visible green was a small patch of mottled flower in the upper left corner, indicative of jade's internal green, a result of chromium permeating through millennia to reach the surface. He understood that the presence of mottled flower generally suggested the existence of green within the stone, a notion that the jade shop owner had likely entertained when deciding to purchase this rough. The acquisition price for the stone was 150,000, clearly indicating that it was not an old pit stone. In reality, this rough was indeed mined from a new pit. And while the quality of new pit stones is generally inferior to that of old pits, it is often challenging to discern the true origin based solely on outward appearance. Unbeknownst to many, although this stone was categorized as new pit material, in Shen Fu's eyes, it was a rare specimen of purple Jade Soul jadeite, worth at least 1 million. After an arduous search, he had finally stumbled upon a jadeite worth acquiring, and without hesitation, he made his move. Chapter 48, The Golden Eye's Misjudgment. At that moment, the shop was relatively empty. Aside from the owner and 2 staff members, Shen Fu was the sole customer. To avoid the distraction of a bustling crowd, Shen Fu seized this opportunity to engage in haggling with the owner. Yet, he employed a clever tactic from the outset. "Excuse me, can the stones in your shop be negotiated upon?" With this inquiry, the owner discerned that this individual was either exceptionally polite or entirely unfamiliar with the customs of the jade trade. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a middle-aged man, unkempt and seemingly unconcerned with appearances, likely lacking the refined knowledge of the intricacies of stone gambling. This was, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance in the realm of commerce. The most exasperating encounters are with seasoned veterans, while the most desirable are those inexperienced newcomers. Annually, countless individuals flock to Legay City, their hearts brimming with dreams of instant wealth. Yet tragically, 99% fall prey to the deceitful machinations of the local swindlers, resulting in monetary losses or, in severe cases, the shattering of families. The proprietors remain indifferent, as they are not the ones wielding a blade at these individuals' throats, coercing them into the gamble of stones. A common adage in the stone gambling industry states, "All is fate. One should not blame others." As long as the gamble is undertaken willingly, the outcomes, profit or loss, are to be borne by the individual, leaving no room for reproach towards others. "Ah, you wish to examine the stones?" The proprietor inquired warmly. "Rest assured, our establishment prides itself on honesty. All stones are clearly priced, and we are open to reasonable negotiations. Should you find a stone that piques your interest, feel free to express your thoughts. Our stones are available for your perusal without restriction." The owner exuded enthusiasm, striving to ensure each customer felt at home. It was only through such hospitality that he could ensnare the Na'vi dreamers, leading them into a haze of confusion to ultimately profit from their ambitions of sudden riches. However, Shen Fu was far from Na'vi. His innocence was but a fade, and he had long since discerned the proprietor's cunning intentions. Surveying the shop, Shen Fu assessed the value of the other stones present. These gems were overpriced and of inferior quality, none worthy of a wager. Yet they served excellently to bewilder the owner. Shen Fu's approach was straightforward. He approached a jadeite priced at 188,000, feigning great interest in the piece. Although the jadeite was indeed striking, radiating an astonishing green hue to the discerning eye of the jade spirit, it was merely a pale jadeite, the least valuable of colors. Hardly worth a penny. Shen Fu pretended to admire the material, examining it with prolonged scrutiny, as if truly captivated, ready to procure it at a moment's notice. In truth, he was assessing the flaws inherent in the stone. This particular stone exemplified the so-called counterfeit jadeite, treated with acidic solutions to eradicate impurities and subsequently infused with resin to mend its deficiencies. At first glance, it appeared acceptable, yet within a year or two, its true nature would emerge, leaving the duped buyer in a state of despair. As for seeking recourse, utterly futile. The unscrupulous merchants selling counterfeit goods would dismiss such claims, asserting it was the buyer's fault for failing to perceive the truth. Just like today, had Shen Fu spent 188,000 on this piece, the jade shop owner would have deemed him deserving of his fate. Not only would the owner's demeanor shift dramatically if Shen Fu changed his mind immediately after payment, but he would also be swiftly ejected from the establishment. However, as long as Shen Fu refrained from parting with his money, he held the upper hand. He was the master, and the owner merely a subordinate. The moment he relinquished his funds, the roles would reverse, placing the owner in a position of power while Shen Fu would become the subordinate. This principle underscores the essence of commerce. The one who possesses the wealth wields the authority. Shen Fu remained unhurried, leisurely scrutinizing the counterfeit material at hand. The proprietor, observing Shen Fu's captivated demeanor, became increasingly convinced that Shen was a novice. He instructed his subordinates to serve tea and water, ensuring that this esteemed guest was well taken care of. Shen Fu, unreserved, indulged himself as if he were in a lavish hotel. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Having meticulously examined the stone priced at 188,000, he turned his attention to several others marked at 88,000 and 288,000. Shen Fu was astute, never volunteering a price, merely inquiring about the cost of the stones. According to the unwritten rules of Legay City, once he posed such a question, he was obliged to purchase the stone. However, Shen refrained from asking, prompting a flicker of doubt in the proprietor's mind. Perhaps this gentleman was indeed an expert? His reluctance to bid raised suspicions that he might be aware of the industry's customs. At that moment, Shen Fu unexpectedly shifted his approach and declared, "I offer 300,000 for this stone." The proprietor was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up at the figure. 300,000. Upon inspecting the stone before Shen Fu, he recognized it as a piece of jadeite, one that had been treated with acid and injected with resin, worth merely a few thousand. This man was willing to pay 300,000. Remarkable. Yet a moment later, the proprietor realized that the stone was priced at 88,000, Was this gentleman truly mad for inflating the price himself? Which stone do you mean, my good sir? He queried. Surely you cannot mean this small piece? Shen Fu casually gestured towards the larger stone, marked at 500,000, the exquisite purple jade. Upon recognizing the stone Shen Fu referred to, the proprietor exhaled in relief, for he had purchased it for merely 150,000. Selling it for 300,000 would still yield a profit. Sell, sell. 300,000 it shall be. The proprietor's eager acquiescence raised a question in Shen Fu's mind. Was this stone truly worth 300,000? Oh no. It is merely that our establishment has been operating on a modest scale, and it has been quite some time since we made a sale. Y fin myself habitancios. Ah. The proprietor feigned nonchalance, attempting to obfuscate the truth. Shen Fu chose not to contest his claims. The purchase price was irrelevant to him, as it was the proprietor's own responsibility. He bore no envy towards others' profits, content as long as he, too, would reap rewards. He conservatively estimated a potential profit of 1 million, perhaps even 150,000 or 2 million was within the realm of possibility. With alacrity, he settled the payment. The proprietor inquired whether he wished to cut the stone in his shop, to which Shen Fu declined. He preferred to discreetly process the stone. Should the proprietor discover its true worth, he would surely remember Shen Fu's face, making future visits to gamble on stones impossible. The proprietor dispatched 2 young clerks to assist Shen Fu in loading the stone into his vehicle. Subsequently, Shen Fu arrived at a workshop, ready to discreetly handle the stone. This workshop, modest in size, was manned by a skilled master and his eager apprentice, taciturn yet lively, obedient to instruction, regardless of their stone-cutting proficiency. The understated nature of this workshop perfectly aligned with Shen Fu's intentions. Once again, Shen Fu produced the stone, paid the cutting fee, and instructed the master craftsman to gradually slice around the stone's perimeter. The master, succinct in his manner, accepted the payment and commenced his work without unnecessary pleasantries or probing into the stone's origins. Shen Fu appreciated such straightforwardness. As the stone was being cut, he observed intently, noting how the master continually adjusted the angle of the stone, meticulously removing the outer shell with the saw blade, revealing the jade within. This was a piece of jadeite with a purple jade soul, and Shen Fu was deeply intrigued by its quality. At the very least, it should exhibit a beautiful, vibrant green, translucent, and evenly radiant, worthy of the purple jade soul's prestige. However, the outcome of the cutting greatly surprised him. Since the exhibition, where he had garnered the attention of the jade industry's luminaries, Shen Fu had secluded himself at home for an extended period. Today, emerging once more, he chose a piece of jadeite with a purple jade soul for his first gamble. Given its nature, its value should exceed 1 million, and he purchased it for 300,000 in cash, anticipating a profit of at least 700,000. Yet, the cutting revealed a mixture of green, red, and yellow within the stone. The green was not pure. Despite the jade's solid base, which could be considered semi-transparent, the colors left Shen Fu perplexed, feeling that the jadeite did not live up to the standards of a purple jade soul. The jade soul's golden eye could not be mistaken. It indicated that the jadeite possessed a corresponding level of value, albeit it was challenging for an ordinary person to discern with the naked eye. The craftsman's reaction further solidified Shen Fu's belief. Upon slicing through the entire stone, the master stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. What is wrong? Shen Fu inquired with curiosity. The master took a long drag from his cigarette, then turned to Shen Fu with a look of bewilderment, asking, "You must be exceptionally wealthy, right?" It was the first time anyone had referred to Shen Fu as boss, causing him to pause before chuckling. "Me? I don't have much money." The master, equally taken aback, pressed, "Then why are you not the least bit pleased? Did you not just strike gold with this stone? Did you perhaps spend 2 million on it?" Shen Fu scratched his head, more confused than ever. "No need for riddles. It's just the two of us here. Speak plainly." The master squinted at Shen Fu, scrutinizing him thoroughly, before finally nodding and saying, "It appears you are not well versed in the art of gambling with stones." "Very well, let me elucidate." He explained that, based on the current state of the jadeite revealed, it was valued at no less than 2 million RMB. Thus, his earlier inquiry about the stone's purchase price. If it was T 2 million, then this stone could indeed yield a substantial profit. This was what was referred to in gambling parlance as a jackpot. Furthermore, there were concepts of rise and fall, indicating that after the stone was cut, its value could slightly increase or decrease. The jadeite was ever-changing. Even a single cut could raise its worth by several thousand if a hint of green appeared, while the absence of such color could lead to a devaluation. The term gambling in the context of stone betting originates from this very practice. Esteemed guest, I see this as your second visit to my establishment for stone cutting, yet your experiences in stone betting must be limited. It is often said that 9 out of 10 bets result in losses, and the remaining one may simply collapse entirely, indicating that outsiders typically incur losses when wagering on stones. However, you have achieved a remarkable success this time. I genuinely rejoice for you. Is that true, Master? Are you saying that I have successfully cut this stone? How much did you purchase this stone for? 300,000. Only 300,000. That certainly qualifies as a successful cut. In such circumstances, it is customary to celebrate with firecrackers. When a stone is successfully cut, it is indeed traditional to celebrate with firecrackers. This uplifts the spirits of the stone's owner and brings good fortune to the cutting establishment, which is why many workshops even keep firecrackers on hand, though opportunities to use them may be scarce throughout the year. Now, having successfully cut a stone, the master cutter is elated. Not only does this bring good fortune, but according to the unspoken rules of the trade, the owner of the stone typically prepares a red envelope for the cutters. Shen Fu has heard of this custom. He is a wise individual who understands the nuances of human relationships and would never jeopardize this tradition over a mere couple of thousand yuan. After all, cultivating a relationship with a trustworthy master is far more valuable than a few thousand yuan. Thus, Shen Fu presented 20,000 yuan, generously giving the larger portion to the master cutter and the smaller portion to his apprentice as a form of discreet remuneration. Thank you, esteemed boss. Thank you, esteemed boss. No, it is I who should express my gratitude to you, master. However, I prefer to keep today's events discreet. The master cutter understood implicitly, and having accepted Shen Fu's money, he would comply with whatever Shen Fu requested. Rest assured, today's events will remain confidential between my apprentice and me. Should a single word escape, feel free to demolish my workshop. With the master's assurance, Shen Fu felt at ease. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Was this stone, interspersed with hues of red and yellow, truly worth the 200,000 it was appraised for? When assessing a stone, one must consider its base quality and water content, collectively referred to as the type of jade, before evaluating its color. The stone's base is remarkably fine and translucent, appearing to have ample water content. When illuminated with a flashlight, light penetrates 6 to 7 millimeters deep, indicating a water content between 2 and 3 parts, suggesting that it is of an icy variety, which alone would value it at 1 million. However, Shen Fu still harbored doubts regarding the color. Green jade is revered above all. While there are also red, yellow, black, and violet jades, green remains the most valuable. Master, do you perceive any issues with the color of my jade? The master cutter replied, Indeed, this jade is not purely green. It contains mingled hues of red and yellow. Typically, jade with such mixed colors would see a decline in value. However, the colors in your jade are considered auspicious. Red, yellow, and green are known as the 3 fortunes. The green sections of your jade can be fashioned into bracelets and other jewelry, while the areas exhibiting red and yellow can be combined with green to create sought-after decorative pieces in today's market. Is that so? Certainly. It is apparent that you possess little knowledge of jadeite. It is important to recognize that sometimes an exquisite color can elevate the value beyond that of ordinary green jade. Moreover, what you possess is a piece of ice-type Fu Lu Shou jade, which I would conservatively estimate to be worth 2 million. However, I must advise you to personally seek out a master carver to handle the design of this jadeite. Otherwise, if you simply sell it outright, it is unlikely to fetch a particularly high price. But I do not know any masters. In that case, there is little that can be done. I am merely a stone cutter and only acquainted with ordinary carvers. If you wish, I can recommend someone who will suffice. What do you think? Just introduce me to someone, please. Very well. Thus, Shen Fu not only cut stones that day, but also received a business card from the stone cutter, belonging to a carver named Tian Yi. This individual does not have a notable background, being an ordinary jade carver. However, since Shen Fu is not familiar with anyone more accomplished, he will first seek out this master Tian to explore how his Fu Lu Shou jade might be sculpted. As the hour grew late, Shen Fu prepared to depart with the stone in search of the carver. Before he left, the stone cutter entrusted him with another matter. By the way, my friend has recently encountered some troubles at home. It seems his wife has left him for another man, which has made him somewhat irritable. Should he offend you, I ask for your understanding. Shen Fu, having just undergone a divorce himself, empathized with the sentiment. Rest assured, I completely understand. Personal matters are separate from work. If Master Tian is genuinely in a foul mood, I will not take offense. However, Shen Fu was quite taken aback when he arrived to find Master Tian, despite it being only 3 in the afternoon, already thoroughly intoxicated. Not only that, but the man was also berating Shen Fu vehemently, even brandishing a weapon as if to engage him in a brawl. Chapter 50. The Carver on that particular day. Shen Fu had purchased a stone for 300,000 at the Jade Market in the morning. After cutting it open at the workshop around noon, he discovered it to be a tricolored jadeite, red, yellow, and green, commonly known as Fu Lushou jade. The stone cutter, having a good rapport with Shen Fu, accepted a red envelope from him, promising to keep the matter confidential and introducing him to a carver. It is well known that jadeite is ultimately worn or collected in its finished form, whether as small accessories, larger decorative pieces, or grander artworks. A raw piece of freshly cut jadeite, when left in its unrefined state, holds little value. It is the skill of the carver that can transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Even the most ordinary material could be revitalized by the hands of a master, often resulting in a price that multiplies several times. Regrettably, Shen Fu had only recently embarked on this journey and had yet to cultivate connections in this realm. Fortunately, he met someone today, the carver named Tian Yi, introduced by the stonecutter. This individual operates a modest shop, catering to the general public, and due to his average skill and reputation, his fees are not particularly steep. A jade carver, in essence, is akin to a carpenter or stonemason, an artisan who earns a living through their craft. Those who pursue this craft often possess a certain pride, for they are not the ones who seek help. Rather, it is others who seek their services. The more skilled the sculptor, the more likely they are to exhibit a haughty demeanor and a well-lined pocket. However, T&I is merely an ordinary craftsman, operating a shop in the bustling marketplace. Even so, business is not always brisk, which tempers his pride and leaves his pockets less than full. After Shen Fu's departure, the stonecutter called T&I. Old Tian, why are you drinking in the middle of the day? Stop it. I have a lucrative opportunity for you. T&I was heartbroken after his wife ran off with another man, and he sought solace in drink, often becoming inebriated by noon, further neglecting his business. Today, his good friend had introduced him to a job, which was related to Shen Fu, but T&I lacked the motivation. What job? I'm not in the mood for that. Enough with the drunken ramblings. I'm introducing you to a major client, someone who is bringing in jade worth at least 2 million. And what of it? You think I can compete with that? Wake up. Don't let this golden opportunity slip away. Do you hear me? Concerned for his friend, the stone cutter pressed on, and though T&I was initially reluctant, out of respect for his friend and recognizing the stature of the client, he tidied up his shop and opened for business. However, later that afternoon, his wife called to inform him of her intention to divorce him, which incensed him to the brink of destruction. After the call ended, he drowned his sorrows in more alcohol, and by the time Shen Fu arrived around 3 o'clock, he was thoroughly intoxicated. Excuse me, is this Mr. T&I? Before Shen Fu could finish a sentence, T&I hurled an empty beer bottle in his direction. Who the hell is making all that noise? Fortunately, Shen Fu was quick on his feet and dodged the projectile. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the shop resembled a refuse heap, littered with empty bottles, peanut shells, and edamame skins, leaving little space to stand. Shen Fu pondered, considering that T&I appeared to be in his 50s. Was it truly worth such sorrow over a woman? If she were a good woman, it would be one thing, but a woman who betrays her husband deserves to be cast out like the trash that now filled the room. Shen Fu felt a mix of sympathy for T&I and disdain for his lack of fortitude, which tarnished the dignity of manhood. Yet, Shen Fu had not come to play the role of a therapist. He was there to carve jade and was indifferent to these personal troubles. T&I was referred by someone. You scoundrel, how dare you show your face here? Where's my wife? Don't hide, bring that harlot out. It turned out that T&I had mistaken Shen Fu for the man who had seduced his wife. It was understandable, given Tianye's drunken state and his mind consumed by thoughts of the unfaithful couple. Additionally, he had expected a distinguished client, but Shen Fu appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any indication of affluence, especially since Shen Fu had left the jade in his car. He could not have carried over 30 kilograms of it without becoming a target for the initial bottle-throwing incident. Master T&I had not contemplated this direction, and, in his inebriation, he mistook Shen Fu for the scoundrel. It was not merely a matter of reproach. After all, this scoundrel had placed a green hat upon him, and mere insults could hardly suffice to assuage his ire. Master T&I, known for his fiery temper, had initially hurled a bottle in frustration, and upon missing, he seized another one with the intent to strike Shen Fu. However, Shen Fu was no easy target. He had practiced martial arts and possessed nimble footwork. He deftly evaded Master T&I's assault and employed grappling techniques to effortlessly subdue the drunken man. Despite his predicament, Master Tianai continued to spew vile invectives. Mercilessly berating Shen Fu. Unfazed, Shen Fu regarded the master with pity, recognizing the irony, that while the Jadeite wished to see green, no one desired to wear a green hat. Release me this instant. You shameless scoundrel dare to confront me. He raged, hurling obscenities. Shen Fu, disregarding the foul language, exerted a firm push that sent Master Tianai crashing into a nearby chair. As Master Tianai struggled against his restraint, Shen Fu glanced around and spotted a cup of water on a table beside the chair, seizing it to splash water onto Tianya's face. The sudden shock brought some clarity to Master Tianai, who blinked in confusion at Shen Fu. I'm not a scoundrel. I am a guest introduced by the stone-cutting master, Shen Fu asserted. Master Tianai was momentarily taken aback. A guest? You? Yes. I am that esteemed proprietor. What? Do I not appear as one? Shen Fu replied, raising an eyebrow. Do I seem not to possess knowledge of Jadeite? Master Tianai scoffed derisively, his bravado fueled by alcohol. I see now. You, this scoundrel, intend to humiliate me. You've stolen my wife and now seek to usurp my livelihood? I've been in the Jadeite trade longer than I've known my wife. That one woman is of no consequence to me. But my craft is not to be belittled by you. You think to come here and insult me? I assure you, that will not happen. As Master Tianai raged, Shen Fu found it challenging to restrain him. The drunken man waved a bottle wildly, his face flushed with anger, insisting on a contest with Shen Fu. You are a sculptor, and I know nothing of sculpting. Why would I wish to compete with you? Shen Fu reasoned. I care not, if you refuse to compete. It is a mark of disdain towards me. You, a mere scoundrel, shall taste my wrath, Master Tianai declared, inflated with bravado. Shen Fu, reluctant to entangle himself with the drunken man, realized that once ensnared, it would not be easy to extricate himself. If you do not engage in a contest today, you are either a scoundrel or disdainful of me. Choose your fate. With such drunken ramblings, Shen Fu furrowed his brow, contemplating that if it must come to this, he would settle the matter swiftly and teach this inebriate a lesson that would curtail his arrogance. Very well, let us wager on stone gambling then, he proposed. Master Tianai smashed the bottle to the ground, erupting in laughter before bellowing. Ha! You scoundrel possess quite the audacity to challenge me in a wager. Excellent, let us proceed. Should you lose, I shall strip you of your trousers and castrate you. Let us see what you have to entice my wife with. Chapter 51. Shen's Jadeite Mastery. In the face of such provocation from a drunken man, it would be reasonable for Shen Fu to dismiss the challenge entirely. The inebriated man, clutching a bottle, obstructed Shen Fu's path, and his brazen remarks incited a flicker of annoyance within Shen Fu. With no one else around, he resolved to impart a slight lesson to this drunken fellow. Master Tian, how do you propose we compete? Though Tian Yi was an esteemed jade carver, he had dabbled in gambling stones in his earlier years, only to relinquish the practice after incurring significant losses. Yet, occasionally, he would succumb to temptation, and if he encountered a stone that captivated him, he might once again wager some money. At present, within his workshop, alongside the majority of high-quality jade, there are also a few pieces of semi-transparent and opaque jade. Despite his intoxication, Tian Yi remained astute when it came to jade. It was an art form ingrained in his very being. Listen closely, he declared, do not accuse me of making things difficult for you. When entering a temple, one must first pay homage to the Buddha. If you wish to wager stones with me, I must first ascertain your qualifications. Shen Fu replied with a smile. Oh? How do you intend to assess me, master? Tian Yi continued, in my shop, there are 38 pieces of jade, both large and small. Among them, 21 are high quality, 11 are semi-transparent, and the remaining 6 are opaque. Of those, 4 have been opened, while 2 are untouched, pure opaque stones. Though intoxicated, Tian Yi displayed an impressive knowledge of the jades in his possession, which was indeed commendable. Shen Fu did not count meticulously, but estimated that the total was approximately as Tian Yi described. The shop was filled with various jades of differing sizes and shapes. Upon activating the Jade Spirit and Golden Eye, he noted that most were white and blue, save for one opened opaque piece that exhibited a purple hue. Tian Yi observed Shen Fu's dazed expression and surmised he was merely a novice attempting to feign expertise. Enough, he stated. I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you can identify one of my valuable jades, if you select one from the top 10 in worth, I will acknowledge your capability. Tian Yi implied that from the 38 pieces, Shen Fu needed only to choose one that ranked among the 10 most valuable to qualify for the competition. Otherwise, he should promptly depart. While Tian Yi may not possess remarkable skills, his arrogance was quite pronounced, and he was certainly adept at posturing. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Shen Fu, a genuine expert, and would inevitably face a reckoning. With a slight smile, Shen Fu remained unfazed. If that is the case, I must extend my gratitude for your humility, Master Tian. Tian Yi laughed heartily. There is no need for that. I have never been one to take advantage of the inexperienced. It is not about your age, as I perceive us to be of similar standing. However, in terms of your understanding of Jade, you are far behind me. Shen Fu concurred. That is indeed true. Observing Shen Fu's humility further inflated Tian Yi's ego. Do not worry, my young friend. Even if you cannot identify my jades, I shall not expel you. It is not disgraceful for a newcomer to lose to an old hand like me. However, if you pretend to understand when you do not, that would indeed be embarrassing. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me today. Indeed, Master, you speak wisely, Tian Yi remarked, to which Shen Fu responded in agreement. Still under the influence of alcohol, Tian Yi, buoyed by Shen Fu's flattery, became increasingly oblivious to his own limitations. However, Shen Fu was not inclined to linger, for his time was equally precious. Thus, he activated his Jade Spirit Golden Eyes and surveyed the entire shop's emerald collection. He determined that only one piece was of the purple Jade Spirit variety and chose it as his answer for the first round of the entrance test. Master Tian, I have selected this piece of emerald for the first round. Let me have a look. Master Tian approached, and upon inspection, he sighed repeatedly, exclaiming in lament, What a pity! What a pity! What is it? The emerald you selected is the 15th most valuable in my shop, quite close to the top 10. Yet it ultimately falls short. Nevertheless, as a newcomer, your discerning eye and the audacity to choose such raw material lead me to believe that your future prospects will be boundless. Employing the phrase boundless prospects to describe a 50-year-old man, Master Tian's words were not intended as mockery toward Shen Fu, but rather a reflection of the jade industry's disregard for age, focusing solely on one's discernment. There are always late bloomers who might suddenly awaken to their potential in their 50s or 60s. However, at this moment, Master Tian's characterization of Shen Fu implied that he was still not yet accomplished. To put it bluntly, Shen Fu remained somewhat ineffectual, albeit slightly better than others of his kind. Do not worry, my brother, Master Tian reassured. I will relax the conditions a bit. We can call a draw. Shen Fu smiled and replied, Oh, are you suggesting that you already believe I have lost? Master Tian responded, What does winning or losing matter? Why should you concern yourself with momentary victories? Shen Fu chuckled, Ha, Master Tian, you're truly generous. I am genuinely impressed. Alas, I possess a flaw, a stubborn temperament. I do not relent until I hit a wall. Although I do not doubt your judgment, I fear that unless this raw material is cut open, I shall find it hard to be convinced. Master Tian glanced at the stone and recalled that he had purchased it last month from a defunct jade shop for over 100,000 yuan. Once opened, the stone revealed a decent quality, potentially reaching the level of semi-ice jade, yet it was marred by excessive impurities, rendering it of little value. When offered a price of 150,000, Master Tian had declined, deciding instead to rely on his skills to carve the stone and see if he could transform it from base to extraordinary. However, following the incident concerning his wife's infidelity, the stone had been temporarily set aside. Today, with Shen Fu's proposal to cut the stone, Master Tian scoffed. After all, the stone belonged to him. Who was Shen Fu to demand its cutting? Do not joke. Even if this piece were not mine, I declare it to be the 15th in value. And thus it is. He exclaimed, You scoundrel, I had just begun to think better of you. But it seems a leopard cannot change its spots. Now be gone. Master Tian was ready to expel Shen Fu. Yet Shen Fu had no intention of leaving at that moment. Previously, it was Master Tian who had put on airs before him. Now, it was Shen Fu's turn to assert himself. He inquired, Very well, how much are you willing to sell this stone for? Name your price. Master Tian snickered, recalling that he had turned down offers of 150,000. If Shen Fu truly wished to purchase it, he might as well double the offer. 300,000, and I shall consider selling. 300,000? You cannot afford that, can you? Those who cannot afford to stay should leave promptly. Do not delay my drinking. Otherwise, you shall be nothing but a scoundrel. This place is not meant for you. With a slight smile, Shen Fu silently exited the shop. Before he finished speaking, Shen Fu slammed 30,000 cash onto the table before him. Tian Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the 30 stacks of pink notes, utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Of course, it is to purchase your material. If you're uncertain, feel free to count it, lest you accuse me of shortchanging you. Tian Yi was astonished, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. He thought to himself, this seemingly impoverished scoundrel possesses such resources. Today, I may have unwittingly flaunted my skills before master. Chapter 52, Going Against the Grain. Tian Yi, a skilled sculptor engaged in small-scale business, found 30,000 cash to be a substantial sum. With this amount suddenly laid before him, he was rendered speechless. Shen Fu, exuding confidence as if assured of the material's worth, declared, I shall not haggle with you. Shall we agree on 30,000? Upon hearing this, Tian Yi's temper flared. If you wish to sell, then sell. Do you think I fear you? Thus, the two exchanged cash for goods, swiftly concluding the transaction. Tian Yi even fetched a cash-counting machine, verifying the authenticity of the 30,000 as he counted. To his astonishment, while all the money was genuine, an additional 200 was found. Confused, he inquired, and Shen Fu chuckled. That 200 is your cutting fee. Though you're a sculptor, you must possess tools for cutting stone in your shop. No, do not hide them. Bring them forth and let us cut the stone here and now, to see who truly prevails. Furious, Tian Yi retorted, you old men are quite brazen. You wish to be convinced of your loss, do you? Very well. I shall ensure you lose convincingly today. He went to retrieve his tools and proceeded to cut the material Shen Fu had purchased right in the shop. He was meticulous, not slicing haphazardly, but following the lines he had originally sketched, the very thoughts he had when he intended to carve it himself. As the stone was cut, an explosive sound echoed, and Tian Yi fell from his chair in disbelief. Impossible. The material revealed itself to contain flawless jadeite. The murky hues vanished, and the entire piece of icy jade gleamed translucently, its pale green hue strikingly vibrant and beautiful. Upon closer inspection with a magnifying glass, the base of the stone proved to be exceedingly delicate, with an even distribution of color, exhibiting a jade-like quality without being overly coarse. While it may not reach the standards of ice jade, it was remarkably close, given the weight and the vivid green of the jade. Tian Yi estimated that this piece could fetch at least 1,500,000. Yet, this stone originally belonged to him. He had acquired it for a mere 100,000, and had it not been for the incident with the green brain, he would have cut it a month ago. Thus, the one profiting 150,000 would have been he, not Shen Fu. In the field, Tian Yi, with a face flushed from intoxication, found himself confronted by an unexpected revelation within the raw material. His expression turned a shade of green from anger as he collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise, even too exhausted to utter a curse. How could this be? Tian Yi could scarcely believe his eyes, yet the reality was undeniable. The stone that had belonged to him merely 10 minutes prior now belonged to Shen Fu, who had profited nearly 200,000 from it. Yet, Tian Yi's heart trembled with rage, lamenting that he could have earned over 1,000,000, summoning an inexplicable surge of strength. Tian Yi sprang to his feet and seized Shen Fu by the collar, ready to confront him. Shen Fu remained remarkably composed, merely asking, What? Did I hold a knife to your throat? Was it I who compelled you to sell the stone? Just this single retort drained Tian Yi of his fury, and he slumped back into his chair, looking despondent. Shen Fu had no intention of letting the matter rest there. He continued, Master Tian, have you perhaps forgotten something? Our competition. Did you not say one should pay homage in the temple? I have paid my respects, so I should now qualify to compete with you in stone betting. Should I not? You. Why must you say such things to provoke me? Shen Fu chuckled and replied, I merely had the good fortune, after all. Who could have anticipated that such an unremarkable piece of jadeite would yield such exquisite treasures? If you, Master Tian, are so astute that you failed to discern it, how could I, a newcomer, possibly uncover it? Tian Yi's thoughts shifted, and he inquired, Were you indeed lucky? Shen Fu affirmed, Certainly. I ask you, how many can foresee that material with a dubious reputation would be so pristine? This reasoning struck a chord with Tian Yi, who mused that unless divine intervention occurred, it was improbable for anyone to accurately assess this jadeite. With this contemplation, his discomfort faded. Perhaps this old fellow was indeed merely fortunate. And such is the nature of the world, where misfortune coexists with luck. After a moment of introspection, Tian Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! You are right. This stone indeed reflects your good fortune. However, you have also rightfully earned the chance to compete with me in stone betting. I, old Tian, am a man of my word and shall not go back on my promise. Let us engage in our duel, and I shall offer you some guidance. Shen Fu could not suppress a smile, responding with mock seriousness. Then I shall rely on you, Master Tian. The two resumed their stone betting, adhering to a simple rule. While Shen Fu had selected the stone previously, Now, they would scrutinize the same piece together. T and I mentioned that his shop had acquired a piece of material last month, entirely uncut and with its skin intact, making it an ideal candidate for betting. However, he harbored a clever scheme, for he knew precisely from which mine this material originated. Knowledge of the mine's reputation could significantly enhance one's odds in stone betting. Feigning generosity, he allowed Shen Fu to inspect the stone first, while secretly plotting to conceal the source of the material. When Shen Fu inquired about its origin, T and I deliberately withheld the information, claiming ignorance. He believed this tactic would secure his victory over Shen Fu, unaware that he was outmatched by Shen Fu's cunning. In the art of feigning innocence to outsmart others, Shen Fu was indeed a master. Observe that although Tian Yi appeared naive, seemingly oblivious to the realities around him, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He was acutely aware of all that transpired. Tian Yi had a penchant for pretense, and chose not to expose him, allowing him to continue his charade. Intentionally furrowing his brow, Tian Yi feigned confusion, as if truly at a loss. Inquired, "What troubles you, Master Tian? Even you seem stumped?" Tian Yi replied, "Indeed, this stone's origins are unclear, and I too am uncertain how to appraise it. I fear that even the renowned Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan would find themselves equally perplexed." Questioned, "How is it that I seem to have some inkling?" Tian Yi responded, "That must be your unique talent, my younger brother. Seeing how formidable you are, I can only concede defeat." Tian Yi Link, find weakness, yet discerned this as a tactical ploy to entice him into overconfidence. It was evident that Tian Yi was adept at his pretense, wishing to inflate ego only to let him crash down later. However, was more skilled. He saw through Tian Yi's ruse and decided to play along, thinking, "If you wish for me to swell with pride, then so be it. I shall indulge you." Suddenly shifting his tone to one of brazen arrogance, exclaimed, "Oh? If that is the case, Master Tian, would you dare to raise the stakes?" Tian Yi thought to himself, "What a clever maneuver. This old fool truly believes he can best me. Let us see how I can outsmart him." Chapter 53, A Display of Skill. On a particular day, sought out the sculptor Tian Yi. Recently, Tian Yi's wife had left him for another, leaving him in a foul mood, often drowning his sorrows in drink. And today was no exception. He found fault with everyone, perceiving as an unwelcome rival, and sought to challenge him in a stone gambling contest. Tian Yi possessed a degree of skill. As a sculptor, he had dabbled in gambling stones in his youth. To him, was merely an arrogant novice, lacking any real ability and relying solely on bluster. Yet, rather than directly chastise, Tian Yi had a tendency to maintain an air of superiority, especially after a few drinks. The essence of pretense lies not in actual prowess, but in the art of deception. It is simple to be impressive, yet to feign inadequacy only to later reveal one's true strength and command awe is the quintessence of pretense. Saw through Tian Yi's intentions, since Tian Yi enjoyed his facade, deliberately played along, allowing him to maintain his charade. With a bold proclamation, declared, "Master Tian, merely gambling stones is rather mundane. Why not enhance the stakes? Let us wager an additional 100,000. The loser shall pay the winner in cash on the spot. Are you bold enough?" Tian Yi scratched his head, feigning reluctance, his expression one of deep distress. "Surely, we need not wager so much, ha ha ha. Master Tian, if you are afraid, a simple apology will suffice." Preposterous. How could I? Tian Yi ever cower? You need not employ such provocations. I will not be fooled. If you're afraid, just admit it. There is no need for such idle chatter. You. Very well. I shall wager 100,000. I refuse to believe you, this scoundrel, are truly as formidable as you claim. Tian Yi pointed angrily at, but inwardly, he reveled in his perceived victory, convinced he had successfully donned the mask of the cunning fox, while had fallen into his trap. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Fu was also engaged in a masquerade, yet the distinction lay in the fact that he was aware of Tian Yi's pretense, while Tian Yi remained oblivious to Shen Fu's duplicity. Tian Yi acquiesced to Shen Fu's wager of 100,000, and thus their stone gambling commenced in earnest. They were to examine an uncut jadeite specimen, each making their assessment, and ultimately slicing the stone to verify whose valuation aligned more closely with its true worth. Tian Yi held an advantage, for he knew the origin of this stone, yet he feigned ignorance, concealing such knowledge. Unfortunately for him, Shen Fu was not so easily deceived. Endowed with a jade spirit and golden eyes, he could perceive the essence of any jadeite before him. The jade spirit of this particular stone was white, indicating that its authentic value was rather modest. Shen Fu ultimately appraised it at 80,000, while Tian Yi was convinced it was worth 500,000, believing it to have originated from a site known for producing high-quality jade. Their assessments were documented in black and white. Upon noticing Shen Fu's valuation of 80,000, a slight smirk graced Tian Yi's lips. However, in adherence to his guise, he refrained from mocking Shen Fu, continuing to play the fool. How could this be? Am I mistaken in my appraisal of this stone? What a disaster! Shen Fu's mind was clear. Since Tian Yi was so eager to play the fool, he must maintain the role of the tiger. Thus, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Master Tian, you are utterly ridiculous. According to your assertion, this stone hails from a new pit, yet never has a jadeite of over 200,000 emerged from there. You boldly propose 500,000? How foolish!" At that moment, Tian Yi ceased his pretense. His lips curled into a smirk as he shed his disguise, coldly remarking to Shen Fu, "Oh, but what if this stone does not originate from the new pit?" Shen Fu was taken aback, though this was merely a performance befitting his role as the tiger. "What do you mean? This stone is not from the new pit?" "Indeed, it is not. I deceived you into believing it was from the new pit. In truth, this stone is from a site that is half new and half old, with a value of at least 300,000. You are destined to lose this contest." "How could this be? You unscrupulous merchant, daring to fabricate the origin of the stone. We are merely competing in a gamble. It is not a genuine transaction. What harm is there in deceiving you? Besides, did you not exercise due diligence? You so readily believed your opponent's claim regarding the stone's origin. One cannot discern whether you are naive or foolish." Ha ha ha. With that, Tian Yi erupted into laughter, releasing all the grievances of his earlier charade in that moment of pure delight. Shen Fu, however, was consumed by rage, his face flushed with indignation, resembling a tiger truly devoured by a pig. Alas, it was all an act. The one who laughs last indeed laughs best. With the stone yet to be cut, Tian Yi's revelation of his true self indicated his inferiority to Shen Fu. Damn it, I have navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for so long, only to fall prey to your deceitful machinations. Shen Fu exclaimed. Tian Yi retorted, "Ha ha ha, and what of it? You have only yourself to blame for your hubris. What did our ancestors say? Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Be cautious in your future contests. Do not allow yourself to be outwitted by a fool." Shen Fu remarked, "What a master of disguise you are. Today I, Shun, have fallen into your hands, but I refuse to accept defeat. Wait for me. I shall seek my revenge shortly." Tian Yi chuckled. Come on then, do hurry with your revenge. Do not hesitate. However, before you enact your vengeance, you must first part with 100,000 yuan. A wager is a wager, and you wouldn't dream of evading your debt, would you? Shen Fu narrowed his eyes, probing. "Are you truly committed to this wager? Is the sum of 100,000 yuan non-negotiable?" Unaware of the trap he had fallen into, Tian Yi continued to laugh heartily, declaring, "Indeed, 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Shen Fu replied, very well, very well. Those are the exact words you, Master Tian, have uttered." Tian Yi retorted, "What of it? I am the victor, after all. Do you still harbor hopes of turnaround?" Shen Fu countered, "Is it impossible for me to turn the tables? Though I may have been deceived at the gambling den, the stone has yet to be cut. Your confidence in declaring victory seems rather presumptuous." Tian Yi erupted into laughter once more. "Ha ha, I mistakenly thought you to be someone formidable, but you are merely a novice. My dear Shun, you know nothing of stone gambling. When it comes to gambling on raw materials, the information from the market is paramount. The value of this stone is largely determined by its origin, and yet you still entertain dreams of a comeback. How utterly laughable." Recognizing Tian Yi's arrogant demeanor, Shen Fu decided it was time to shed his own disguise. With a subtle smile, he posed a single question that froze the grin on Tian Yi's face. Shen Fu inquired, "Master Tian, does this stone truly originate from the half-new, half-old pit? If you can deceive me, is it not possible that the person who sold you this stone could also deceive you?" At this, Tian Yi appeared as though struck by lightning, his expression blank with shock. Chapter 54, Complete Submission. "What did you say?" Shen Fu replied, "It is nothing. I shall procure the 100,000 yuan, but it will only be delivered to you after the stone is cut. Do not wait. Let us proceed with the cutting." With that, Shen Fu produced 100,000 yuan in cash and slapped it onto the table. Upon witnessing this, Tian Yi, who had been so confident just moments before, now felt a sense of unease, pondering what is happening. Why has this Shen suddenly transformed into an entirely different person? Nevertheless, Tian Yi remained convinced of his impending victory. He was playing the role of the underdog, assured of triumph. What nonsense! I've been in business for years, possessing countless channels. My distributors are old friends. How could they possibly sell me a fake stone? Shen Fu stated coolly. Let us hope that is the case. Regardless, the contest is over, and it is time for us to cut the stone for verification. Tianyi agreed. Very well. I shall ensure your defeat is swift. Let us cut the stone. He operated the machine, preparing to slice through the enigmatic raw material. In truth, Tianyi had not been deceived. The stone did indeed come from the half-new, half-old pit. However, even so, there was no guarantee that every stone extracted from this pit was of superior quality. This particular stone was an exception. Eager for a quick resolution, Tianyi made the first cut directly through the center, the fastest method to ascertain the stone's value. Upon the completion of the cut, he was left utterly astonished. The jadeite within the material exhibited exceedingly poor quality, of the bean variety, with a strikingly uneven hue, interspersed with a considerable amount of white and a few unsightly black specks. Such jadeite, it was evident, was hardly worth 300,000. Even 3,000 would be a generous offer. Tianyi was taken aback, exclaiming that this was impossible, insisting that the material could not be so inferior. He hastily proceeded to cut another section, hoping that perhaps only the jadeite in the center was subpar, and that other areas might yield better quality. However, this endeavor proved futile. After 3 successive cuts, the remaining portions displayed the same dismal state as the center, coarse and variegated bean jade. While it could be processed and sold, the overall valuation would not exceed 50,000. How could this be? Tianyi slumped in front of the workbench, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, Shen Fu approached, casting a glance at the material before patting Tianyi on the shoulder. Master Tian, it seems our contest has reached its conclusion. Why the silence? Just a moment ago, you were relishing in your guise of the underdog, were you not? What do you mean? Did you already know? Whether I knew or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I have triumphed. You owe me 100,000 in cash, and do not even think of reneging. You were the one who said you would accept the outcome, or else face a broken leg. Those words had indeed originated from Tianyi himself, and now they were being turned against him, a bitter taste to swallow. He had intended to outsmart Shen Fu, only to find himself unmasked from the very start and subsequently ensnared by the same scheme. Accepting defeat gracefully, he acknowledged the loss, feeling fully awakened from his stupor. You are indeed formidable. I concede this round. However, I have 2 questions for you. Ask away. Did you know everything from the very beginning, including my ruse? And are you truly the scoundrel? He had lost, and lost with full acceptance. The middle-aged man before him, though unassuming in appearance, possessed genuine skill and talent. Tianyi bore no resentment and came to understand an important lesson. Pretentiousness must be exercised with discretion. In the presence of a true master, it only leads to humiliation. Thus, Tianyi sincerely apologized to Shen Fu. I understand now. My earlier behavior was wholly inappropriate. I was intoxicated and acted foolishly. I ask for your forgiveness, Mr. Shen. Upon hearing this, Shen Fu recognized that Master Tianyi's nature was not malicious, merely a victim of drunken folly. In that case, Shen Fu replied, you need not pay me the 100,000. Let us consider this a budding friendship, shall we? Tianyi was taken aback with joy, insisting that the owed sum must still be rendered. Yet Shen Fu remained resolute in his refusal of the money. In the end, Master Tianyi wept, grasping Shen Fu's hand and imploring, Mr. Shen, your magnanimity is truly commendable. I, Tianyi, am profoundly impressed today. From this moment forth, should you require assistance in any matter, simply say the word, and I shall offer my utmost support without a hint of complaint. Subsequently, the events that unfolded were straightforward. Shen Fu produced the tricolored Fu Lu Shou jadeite, which Tianyi examined thoroughly. He concluded that the foundational quality of this material was excellent. The left portion could be fashioned into bracelets and other jewelry, while the right section, adorned with intriguing colors, was suitable for design as an ornamental piece. The value of the entire Fu Lu Shou jadeite is approximately over 2 million. This is the price for selling the whole piece. However, if Shen Fu were to engage a skilled artisan for carving before selling the crafted artwork, the total value might appreciate further, depending on the sculptor's expertise. Shen Fu inquired of Tianyi, what if I were to hire you for the carving? Tianyi shook his head, offering a wry smile, admitting his inadequacy. Not only had he recently indulged in excessive drinking, which had taken a toll on his health, but even before his wife left him, he had struggled to carve such precious jadeite. My dear brother, you should seek someone more capable. This material would be wasted in my hands. Reluctantly, Shen Fu decided to sell the entire jadeite piece. Coincidentally, Tian Yi was acquainted with a businessman who specialized in acquiring such vibrant jadeite materials. Whether they be the tricolored feluccio in red, yellow, and green, or the exquisite white and green suitable for carving cabbages, among various other beautiful hues. This individual had extensive connections and knew many master carvers, thus maneuvering through the trade of vibrant jadeite, offering fair prices and swift payments, earning a reputable standing in the industry. Tian Yi introduced this person to Shen Fu, who found it more convenient to sell directly and promptly called to schedule a meeting. The gentleman's name was Wang Yuan, who was in his 50s. Within the industry, he was affectionately referred to as Old Wang or King of Vibrant Colors. Upon learning that Shen Fu possessed a piece of feluccio jadeite, his interest was piqued. Absolutely. I have a penchant for such materials. Shall we arrange a time to meet? They agreed to meet the following day to discuss the ownership of the jadeite worth over 200,000. Aside from this piece, Shen Fu also needed to find a buyer for the purple jadeite he purchased from Master Tian Yi for 300,000, which could fetch at least $1 million. The better the jadeite, the easier it is to sell. That day, Shen Fu emerged from Master Tian Yi's shop and, within half an hour, successfully sold the purple jadeite at a stone shop for 1,800,000. This meant that Shen Fu netted a profit of 1,500,000 yuan in just one afternoon, and he still had the feluccio jadeite awaiting sale, potentially earning him over another $1 million. Indeed, choosing to invest in jade was a wise decision. This venture truly brings forth swift returns. Chapter 55, Return to Hometown. The next day, in the opulent Dafahao restaurant in the southern part of the city, Shen Fu met with a jadeite collector. The collector was a few years younger, donned in a tailored suit with black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of propriety, and spoke with eloquence. Shen Fu brought along the tricolored feluccio jadeite, while the collector examined it with a bright flashlight in one hand and a professional magnifying glass in the other. Within merely 5 minutes, he was utterly captivated by the jadeite's quality. This jadeite is remarkable. I am willing to purchase it. May I inquire about your asking price? Shen Fu pondered for a moment, discerning the collector's straightforwardness, and decided against any frivolous negotiations, opting instead for mutual sincerity. Thus, he quoted a price of 2 million yuan, payable in cash or via bank transfer, with the stipulation that it must be settled in full. Very well, 2 million is acceptable. The collector did not haggle, evidently agreeing that this price was fair. Subsequently, they proceeded with the transaction. Shen Fu issued a receipt, and upon the funds being transferred, he handed over the receipt to the collector. The man said, "It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I hope to purchase jade from you again in the future." Shen Fu replied, "Not at all. I feel the same way and look forward to our future cooperation." They shook hands, and after confirming that the transfer and receipt were accurate, they departed from the Grand Fortune restaurant, leaving the dishes untouched on the table. Although there are only a few dishes, the Grand Fortune restaurant is one of the finest establishments in Legay City, and the price for these dishes along with a bottle of white wine exceeded 1,000, which is beyond the means of an ordinary person. Shen Fu had arrived first and ordered the food. He would have previously hesitated to spend such a sum, but now he felt indifferent. Why? It was undoubtedly because he had come into wealth. For instance, today he made a profit of 1.7 million from the piece of feluccio jade, and yesterday he earned 1.5 million from another piece. Coupled with the scattered earnings accumulated before, in just half a month since arriving in Legay City, his bank account had swelled by over 4 million, all readily available cash. With such financial security, he certainly did not mind spending 1,000 on a meal. At the entrance of the Grand Fortune restaurant, one of his business partners arrived to pick him up and left ahead of him. "Old Shen, is that really you? What a coincidence to see you here." The man approached Shen Fu, his face adorned with the surprise of an unexpected encounter. Shen Fu was equally astonished. He had not anticipated meeting an acquaintance so far from home. They exchanged pleasantries, and the familiar face, surnamed He, was someone Shen Fu referred to as Old He. He had once been a taxi driver, but had since transitioned to long-distance driving. Shen Fu was unaware of what he was currently doing. "Old He, are you still driving long-distance? What else could I do? Old Shen, what brings you to Legay City all of a sudden?" Shen Fu refrained from mentioning anything about gambling stones, merely stating that he was here for a vacation to unwind. Old He immediately understood, having just left his hometown recently. He had heard about Shen Fu's divorce. In the taxi company, Shen Fu had always been seen as a devoted family man. So Old He assumed that Shen Fu must be feeling quite down about the divorce, and taking a trip was a normal thing to do. Old He, however, had some news that left Shen Fu momentarily at a loss. He said, "Old Shen, I just came from my hometown recently. Do you know that after you left, something happened to your ex-wife's family?" Shen Fu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What happened? Your mother-in-law, no, your former mother-in-law, seems to have suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and is hospitalized. Is that true? It cannot be false. I saw it with my own eyes at the hospital. You know, my old man also suffered from a cerebral hemorrhage and sometimes needs checkups. Just the other day, I ran into your ex-wife at the hospital. I didn't even know about your divorce, and it was so awkward when we greeted each other. Shen Fu smiled, but the matter was quite serious and not something to be discussed lightly. He then asked 2 questions. First, how serious was his former mother-in-law's condition? And second, how severe was old He's father's illness? Shen Fu has long since severed his emotional ties to his ex-wife. However, he harbors a modicum of sympathy for his old friend. Lao He asks Lao He to wait a moment, then steps aside to withdraw 5,000 yuan from the bank, insisting that Lao He use it to purchase some supplements for the ailing elder. Lao He is initially reluctant to accept, but Shen Fu reassures him, saying, "Come on, what are we being polite for? We are like brothers, and besides, I've recently earned a bit of money. This 5,000 is merely a trifling sum. The elder requires substantial support during his illness, so please take it." Despite his hesitations, Lao He ultimately succumbs to Shen Fu's fervor and accepts the money. As a man of few words, Lao He may not articulate his gratitude, but he remembers those who have shown him kindness. Shen Fu chuckles. All right, it's settled then. Although he had resolved to distance himself from familial affairs after the divorce, he cannot remain indifferent upon hearing of his former family's misfortunes. Upon landing, he makes a beeline for the hospital, where he indeed encounters his ex-wife's family. To his astonishment, they all appear to be in good spirits. The elder generation is chattering away, oblivious to the gravity of their situation, while the younger ones are engrossed in their phones, seemingly indifferent to the plight of the patient. Particularly striking is his ex-wife, who, while on a call, wears a smile that is utterly incongruous given that her mother is gravely ill. Shen Fu can't help but laugh ironically to himself, realizing how foolish he was to have worried about such a disreputable bunch. Just as he decides to turn away, his ex-wife spots him, momentarily taken aback before approaching him with a mixture of timidity and flattery, hastily ending her call. Shen Fu ponders what her next ploy might be. And true to his expectations, her opening line is a request for money. "Old Shen, our mother is ill. Perhaps you could consider providing some financial assistance?" This marks Shen Fu's first encounter with his ex-wife since their divorce, and it happens to take place in a hospital where her mother lies in a hospital bed. Her immediate request for money leaves him both incredulous and bemused, reinforcing his belief that he made the right decision in leaving. With such relatives, even the mightiest could not thrive. Shen Fu replies, "How much do you need?" Upon hearing his inquiry, she assumes there is potential for negotiation and launches into a lengthy discourse about the medical expenses, ultimately summing it up to over 100,000 yuan. Shen Fu realizes she expects him to foot the entire bill, which is utterly absurd. "Madam, have you forgotten something? We are divorced. Whether your family is ill or has passed away is of no concern to me." She counters, "That cannot be said. Though our relationship may have changed, the bonds of affection remain. After all, they were once my family." Yet, Shen Fu is no fool. He is willing to assist others but will not be exploited. If she does not amend her ways, a mercenary individual like her should keep her distance. His ex-wife, with a sycophantic smile, says, "Oh, Shen, don't be modest. I heard you ventured into gambling stones and are earning tens of thousands daily. Surely, this minor medical expense is but a trifle for you." Shen Fu shook his head. An expression of deep sorrow etched upon his face. "Ah, do not mention it. I once earned over 100,000 through gambling on stones. But in the blink of an eye, it all vanished." His ex-wife gasped in astonishment. "What? You've lost it all?" Shen Fu's words were a calculated probe. He intended to transfer a few thousand as soon as her demeanor softened. Alas, old habits die hard. The avaricious and spiteful woman remained true to her nature. Upon hearing Shen Fu was not only penniless but also in debt, the smile vanished from her face. "What is wrong with you? Are you even a man? How dare you ask a woman for money? Are you not my ex-wife? Once bound by marriage, our feelings remain, as you just stated. To hell with such feelings. I have no use for them. Knowing you has been nothing short of calamity. Let me make this clear. We are divorced, and your debts have nothing to do with me, nor with our son. Do not think you can pin your debts on us. Just get as far away as possible." Shen Fu sighed softly. Though he had anticipated this reaction, disappointment still washed over him. At that moment, other relatives from his ex-wife's family gathered, drawn by the commotion, an assembly of gossipy aunts and elderly women. "How shameless! Even after the divorce, you dare to ask your ex-wife for money? Indeed, begone. We have no need for a son-in-law like you." In the face of such relentless verbal assault, Shen Fu found himself outmatched. However, he had prepared a countermeasure. A single move that would silence them all. He reached into his jacket pocket, feigning a slip of his hand, and a stack of 100 yuan bills tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, 10,000 in total. The moment the money hit the floor, all the ants fell silent. Apologies. My hand slipped, Shen Fu said, bending down to retrieve the cash. But just then, 2 more stacks accidentally fell from his pocket. Oh dear, what a clumsy mistake. My jacket has a hole, and the money keeps escaping. As he spoke, he picked up another 20,000. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he continued to extract more from his pocket, revealing a total of 100,000 in cash. Originally, he intended to use this money for his mother-in-law's medical expenses, hoping to soften their harshness. Yet, upon this encounter, it was evident that old habits die hard. Thus, he saw no reason to part with it. Very well. Since you wish for me to leave, I, Shen Fu, shall take my leave, he declared. Yet, as he turned to depart, the women, now dazzled by the sight of money, refused to let him go. They rushed forward, seizing him, demanding he stay. Shen Fu was unyielding. With a swift motion, he blocked with one hand and pushed with the other, effortlessly casting aside the group of elderly women. It is merely business profits, Shen Fu replied. But did you not say you lost money? How can you possess such wealth? One of them questioned. Ah, old Shen, our mother's illness requires funds. Why don't I what? Perhaps contribute a little? Shen Fu chuckled. Alas, it was you who said earlier that we are already divorced. Your family's affairs are of no concern to me. What is the matter? Has your mother lost her mind, and you too have become dim-witted? Nevertheless, she is still our mother. That is your mother, and it bears no relation to me. However, since you have expressed it thus, I cannot be entirely heartless, can I? In an instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in my ex-wife's eyes. Yes, I knew you were the best, Lao Shun, so this money. Rest assured, I will give it to you. With that, Shen Fu retrieved a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and tossed it at his ex-wife's feet. She was taken aback and inquired what Shen Fu meant by this. Shen Fu chuckled and replied, What? A beggar is complaining about the meagerness of the coin? Very well. I shall add another. With that, he tossed another coin onto the ground and walked away with a hearty laugh. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter with an old friend. He was an orphan, devoid of parents or relatives, and thus bore no burdens, living a life of utter freedom. Upon exiting the hospital, he meandered through the streets. At a loss for what to do, perhaps I shall visit the Jade Market. Shen Fu resolved to make a trip to the Jade Market near his hometown. His hometown was Hangzhou, located along the eastern coast of China, where gambling on stones was not prevalent. Nonetheless, every city across the nation had its jade vendors, and Hangzhou was no exception, boasting a medium-sized market that attracted buyers of all ages. On this day, Shen Fu arrived at the shopping district in the heart of Hangzhou, where numerous jade boutiques offered an array of exquisite jade products. Shen Fu had amassed several million through gambling on stones, but had seldom indulged in spending. While others squandered their wealth, Shen Fu was not one to do so. If one were to inquire why, it was not due to frugality, but rather a lack of immediate desire for material possessions. There was no pressing need for a car or a house. And as a 50-year-old man, what need had he for new clothing? He merely indulged in fine cigarettes and liquor, ensuring he did not shortchange himself in that regard. Before long, Shen Fu found himself at a jade boutique, captivated by the beautiful jade products on display. Glancing up at the sign, he recognized it as the renowned national chain Jin Shui Fu. Standing before the showcase, he meticulously examined the array of items displayed within the glass case. Bracelets, bangles, necklaces, pendants, earrings, rings, and more, all exquisitely designed and crafted, yet surprisingly affordable. Generally speaking, the jade sold in shopping mall jewelry stores will be pricier than that found at the source, particularly compared to places like Legay City, where first-hand transactions occurred. However, the advantage of a boutique lay in its accessibility and the assurance against deception. A bracelet that might sell for 6,000 in Legay City could be priced at 10,000 in the mall, with the additional 4,000 purchasing convenience and peace of mind. Good day, esteemed customer. Are you considering purchasing jade? As Shen Fu continued to examine the offerings, a staff member, a woman in her early 40s, approached him to offer assistance. I am merely browsing, he replied. The shop is currently hosting a promotion, offering an exquisite jade piece at an enticing 20% discount, while 2 pieces can be acquired at a remarkable 30% reduction. A truly splendid deal. If you find anything to your liking, I am readily available to present it for your closer inspection. Thank you very much. The shop assistant displayed exceptional courtesy towards Shen Fu. The jade pieces indeed possessed an undeniable allure. Shen Fu had long been engaged in the jade raw stone trade, possessing only a treasured ancestral jade pendant, with no other adornments to his name. As a man, He had little need for excessive jewelry. However, upon noticing a small piece buckle suitable for children in this showcase, he contemplated purchasing one for Mrs. Jing Xuan's young daughter next door. The piece buckle was reasonably priced, crafted from bean jade with a deep green hue and exquisite workmanship, costing merely over 2,000, a sum that easily fell within Shen Fu's means. Given his current financial standing, "Please show me that piece buckle," he requested. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," the assistant replied. As the assistant began retrieving the item for Shen Fu, everything seemed calm and mundane, merely a routine transaction, until suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Oh, isn't that Shen Fu?" Turning around, he was taken aback to find none other than his former colleague from his taxi driving days, Old Lu. Old Lu, of the same age as Shen Fu and having entered the industry at the same time, had become the subject of Shen Fu's disdain. Not only did Shen Fu find him insufferable, but other colleagues felt similarly about this loquacious and carefree individual, preferring to avoid him whenever possible. However, it had been more than a year since Shen Fu had last encountered Old Lu. In recent years, ride-hailing services had surged in popularity, and Old Lu was among the first to resign and pursue a career as a ride-sharing driver, reportedly amassing considerable wealth. This was evident from his ostentatious appearance today. A large gold chain adorned his neck, a small bag hung at his waist, the metallic buckle of his belt gleamed, and several gold rings adorned his fingers, presenting the image of a typical nouveau riche. Regrettably, Shen Fu had encountered true wealth before, at Huang Jianxiong's private exhibition. He had mingled with billionaires, and Old Lu's attire could only be deemed as that of a pretentious upstart, lacking the refinement of genuine high society. Upon spotting Old Lu, Shen Fu's brows knitted in discontent. Yet, there was no escape. Old Lu approached him, calling his name with exaggerated warmth. Shen Fu understood that Old Lu merely sought to flaunt his supposed success, attempting to belittle his former colleagues as a means of self-aggrandizement. Had this encounter occurred a month prior, before Shen Fu dabbled in the stone gambling trade, he would have had no choice but to concede. However, as fate would have it, Old Lu arrived too late. Shen Fu's net worth had soared into the millions, far beyond what a mere ride-sharing driver could belittle. Although Shen Fu's expression betrayed annoyance, his mind was already concocting strategies on how to teach this pretentious Old Lu a lesson. "What a coincidence to see you here. I never expected to run into an old acquaintance," Old Lu exclaimed, laughing heartily as he approached Shen Fu, extending his hand for a shake. Shen Fu, ignoring him, felt Old Lu's demeanor shift, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes, as if to say, "How dare this old fool Shen Fu act aloof towards me? What given the right?" Old Lu was the type to prey upon the weak and flatter the strong. He sought to bully those beneath him to compensate for his lost dignity from fawning over those above. Shen Fu was utterly incredulous that Lao Lu dared to show him such disrespect. He could hardly contain his indignation. It was well known that taxi drivers earned a mere few thousand yuan a month, whereas he, as a ride-hailing driver, had reaped the benefits of the current economic boom, once earning as much as 20,000 in a single month. Surely, he was not to be compared with these wretched taxi drivers. In contrast, Shen Fu found this notion laughable. Lao Lu was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness beyond, having made a modest fortune. He had become insufferably arrogant, forgetting entirely the lineage from which he hailed. With both men eyeing each other with disdain, a confrontation was inevitable. Lao Lu was the first to strike. Having heard of Shen Fu's divorce and resignation, he seized the opportunity to attack. Shen Fu blinked, remaining unfazed. He was prepared to counter any jibe thrown his way, secure in the knowledge that he had millions in the bank as a safety net. "So you've sought to change your fortunes, have you? Based on my understanding of you, I can say with certainty that you would never resign without securing another position. What high aspirations! You know well that my wife left me for my lack of wealth, and in a fit of rage, I chose to resign and venture into business." "Oh, how is that business faring?" Lao Lu was quite pleased with this response. The more misfortune Shen Fu encountered, the more delighted he became. In a display of false magnanimity, he offered to introduce Shen Fu to the world of ride-hailing. Just then, the attendant interjected, "Sir, your safety talisman is ready for your inspection." Curiously, the attendant seemed to harbor a dislike for Lao Lu. It was as if there was an unspoken history between them, despite their apparent unfamiliarity. Chapter 58, The Contest for Affection. "Sir, I have retrieved the safety talisman you requested. Please feel free to examine it." The alluring attendant spoke softly to Shen Fu, while her expression hardened at the sight of Lao Lu, tinged with disdain. Shen Fu's curiosity piqued. Surely, these two must know each other? Indeed, Lao Lu had not come to this jade counter to purchase jewelry, but rather to pursue the charming attendant, Zhou Lily. Having encountered her by chance, Lao Lu's hormones surged, prompting him to seek a romantic entanglement. Yet, despite Zhou Lily being over 40 and unmarried, her beauty was undeniable, making it implausible for her to be interested in someone like Lao Lu, a mere ride-hailing driver. Although he deceived Zhou Lily by claiming to be a businessman, sharp-eyed and discerning, was not easily fooled. Their romantic prospects appeared bleak. However, Lao Lu was undeterred, frequently returning to her. Zhou Lily, exasperated by his persistence, had no other recourse. If only Shen Fu were the one pursuing her, she would be more than receptive. With a soft sigh, she unwittingly caught Shen Fu's attention, who, astute as he was, quickly deduced the situation. He resolved that if Lao Lu harbored feelings for the attendant, he would ensure that Lao Lu's aspirations were thwarted. This safety talisman is quite splendid. I shall take it, Shen Fu declared. The attendant's face lit up with delight as she began processing his purchase. Meanwhile, Lao Lu observed with growing irritation. Damn it, what is this old fool trying to prove in my presence? And Zhou Lily, acting like a glacier before me, yet warming up to this buffoon. This is intolerable. Lao Lu resolved to make a formidable impression on Shen Fu. Lily, why are you so focused on entertaining him, neglecting your loyal patron? He remarked. Zhou Lily cast a disdainful glance at Lao Lu and retorted coldly. Since when have you been my loyal patron? Lao Lu chuckled. Indeed, today marks that occasion. Ah, by the way, I find this bracelet quite appealing. Please wrap it up for me. I shall take it. He pointed to a jade bracelet priced at 15,000, which, in terms of value, certainly overshadowed Shen Fu's peace symbol. Lao Lu believed that such a display of wealth would showcase his prowess and win the favor of the fair maiden. However, Zhou Lily implied that, with a wife already by his side, he ought to refrain from such indiscretions. Lao Lu responded with a grin. My wife cannot afford such an exquisite bracelet. I intend to present it to you. Zhou Lily scoffed. No, thank you. I do not require your gifts. I am capable of purchasing one myself. 15,000 for this bracelet, and you truly do not want it? No, I do not. I'm not merely pretending. If you express desire, I would genuinely gift it to you. My intentions are sincere and devoid of deceit. I still do not want it. Mr. Lu, please maintain your dignity. I harbor no such sentiments towards you. Zhou Lily made her stance abundantly clear, yet Lao Lu misconstrued her words as shyness, believing she was too embarrassed to admit her feelings in front of others. Lao Lu operated under the assumption that all women are materialistic, convinced that by offering them lavish gifts, he could surely win their affection. While there is some truth to this notion, he was gravely mistaken to think that a mere bracelet priced at 15,000 would be sufficient to sway a woman's heart. Had he offered a luxury car worth 150,000 instead, would Zhou Lily have declined? Likely, she would have been all too eager to embrace such an offer. Meanwhile, Shen Fu contemplated the situation. Lao Lu's approach was not inherently flawed, yet he lacked the requisite means to execute it effectively. Perhaps it was better this way. He would relish the opportunity to play a trick on him. Clearing his throat, Shen Fu interjected, cough, Lao Lu, you claim to have amassed considerable wealth. Yet you present this young lady with a mere 15,000 bracelet? Surely, that does not align with your stature. Lao Lu, taken aback, pondered why Shen Fu was unexpectedly defending him. Huh, what are you saying, Lao Shen? I am suggesting that there is a necklace in this store worth 220,000. If you wish to express genuine intent, this should be your offering. With that, Shen Fu gestured towards the necklace prominently displayed at the center of the showcase. It was the most expensive item in the store, likely unmatched in value throughout the entire mall. Upon seeing the price tag, Lao Lu's face turned a shade greener than the jade itself. Damn it, Lao Shan is setting a trap for me. He cursed internally. Yet, with his beloved before him, he could not falter. He steeled himself to continue the conversation. You are mistaken. Ms. Zhou Lily is not a woman swayed by vanity. Presenting her with a bracelet suffices to convey my affection. Indeed, Zhou Lily was astute. She immediately grasped the situation and swiftly replied, No, I prefer that necklace. If you purchase it for me, I will accompany you for dinner tonight. What say you? Are you unwilling? Aren't you a big boss? Are you really unwilling to give me a necklace worth 220,000? How can you claim to love me? Old Lu fell silent, his expression resembling one who had tasted bitterness, with unutterable grievances. He gazed helplessly at Zhou Lily and shot a look of disdain at Shen Fu, thinking to himself that it was all this old fool's meddling. Damn it, he would not let him off easily. Old Lu remarked, Shen Fu, for what you imply. It seems you can afford this necklace? Shen Fu chuckled. I never claimed I could. With a darkened face, Old Lu discarded any semblance of politeness, coldly retorting. Then what are you doing here pretending? You're intent on ruining my chances, aren't you? If you lack money, get the hell away. This is not a place for you. He then turned to Zhou Lily, asking, so, whoever gives you the necklace, you'll accompany them tonight? Zhou Lily felt a twinge of fear, worried that Old Lu might actually produce such a sum, rendering her unable to respond. Old Lu sensed her hesitation, yet he was resolute. He could never justify spending 220,000 yuan simply for a night with a woman, especially since he didn't possess such wealth. At that moment, Shen Fu made his move. 220,000, is it? I shall purchase this necklace. Upon hearing this, both Old Lu and Zhou Lily were taken aback, particularly Old Lu. What did you say? He could hardly believe his ears. His surprise quickly transformed into laughter. He was convinced Shen Fu was merely posturing. A taxi driver who had toiled for decades would hardly have such savings to squander on a mere necklace. What a joke. However, Shen Fu was not pretending. He produced his bank card, gesturing for Zhou Lily to process the payment, including the safety pendant. Zhou Lily hesitated, unsure whether to accept the card. Shen Fu reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, I am not like certain boastful individuals. I am not lacking in funds. Is that true? You understand, Jade, don't you? Look at this. Shen Fu revealed his ancestral jade pendant, which he had previously underestimated but had recently learned to value highly. As Zhou Lily, a jade seller, recognized its worth, she began to believe that Shen Fu was indeed affluent. Only Old Lu remained skeptical, convinced that Shen Fu would falter when swiping the card. To his astonishment, everything went smoothly. Shen Fu completed the payment and acquired both the jade necklace and the safety pendant. Old Lu protested. You cannot possibly gift such an expensive item to someone. Shen Fu challenged, what if I can? Old Lu retorted, if you can, I will walk out of this door on my hands. Shen Fu laughed heartily. Then we shall have a delightful spectacle. Miss Zhou, this necklace is for you. Shall we enjoy Mr. Lu's acrobatics together? Chapter 59, A Feast for Colleagues. In this world, there are always those devoid of shame. They are fickle, their words as unreliable as the wind. Their promises are not to be trusted, lest misfortune befall you. Just like Old Lu, who declared that if Shen Fu dared to purchase the necklace worth 220,000 and gift it to Zhou Lily, he would exit the door upside down. Yet, Shen Fu did buy it and did gift it. Yet Old Lu still failed to fulfill his promise. Old Lu's weathered face flushed crimson, his heart a tumult of shock and shame. Yet the prospect of performing a handstand was utterly implausible. Renouncing his commitment would merely result in embarrassment before Shen Fu and Zhou Lily, but to execute a handstand would be to disgrace himself in front of all. The gravity of these two situations was clear to Old Lu. Damn it, you've outdone yourself this time, he muttered under his breath, feeling as though he were the one at a disadvantage. Dealing with a person devoid of shame required nothing short of overwhelming strength to subdue him. He doubted Shen Fu's wealth, convinced it was merely a fade, and tonight's dinner would present the perfect opportunity to expose Shen Fu's pretentiousness. No problem. You've invited us. How can I, your former elder brother, refuse you? Rest assured, I will handle the invitations. As for the venue, how about Fu Lin Lu? Shen Fu's casual suggestion sent Old Lu reeling. Fu Lin Lu was the finest restaurant in Hangzhou, frequented solely by affluent business magnates for negotiations or grand celebrations. While other establishments might suffice for a wedding banquet at merely a few $100,000, hosting 50 tables at Fu Lin Lu would require no less than $1 million. Such an exquisite venue would command at least 20 to 30,000 for a single meal. Old Lu was astounded. He had not anticipated Shen Fu's audacity in suggesting Fu Lin Lu for dinner. Ah, Shen Fu, using your last reserves to show off, are you? Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this facade, Old Lu replied. All right then, tonight at 8, Fu Lin Lu. I'll gather a few more people. Is that acceptable? Shen Fu smiled. Of course, it would be best to invite all the old brothers. After all, I have prospered now, and it is only right not to forget those who were there in times of hardship. Shen Fu did not mention the handstand, and Old Lu, with his thick skin, refrained from bringing it up as well. Once the dinner arrangements were finalized, Old Lu cast a final glance at Zhou Lily, the woman he had long pursued, realizing that after today, he had irreparably lost face in her eyes. She would forever remain beyond his reach. With a sigh, he departed the shopping center. Shen Fu exchanged a glance with Zhou Lily. She was undeniably beautiful. Remarkably, ever since Shen Fu awakened his jade soul and golden pupils, the women surrounding him had become increasingly exquisite. At this moment, Zhou Lily gazed at Shen Fu with a soft blush gracing her cheeks. her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she gently thanked him. "Thank you for dealing with that persistent fellow." Shen Fu smiled slightly. "There is no need for thanks. It was old Liu who sought his own demise, and I merely provided a lesson." Zhou Lily nodded, clearly smitten with Shen Fu, viewing him as her savior. As for the jade necklace, she resolutely refused to accept it. A woman of dignity would not accept gifts from a stranger. She intended to return the necklace to Shen Fu. Shen Fu understood her character, and moreover, a necklace valued at 220,000 could not simply be given away. He carefully stored the necklace, which was valued at around 150,000, but that was of little concern. Jade, being a non-renewable resource, would only appreciate in value over time, so he decided to keep the necklace as a collectible. Next, Shen Fu resolved to visit Fuling Tower to discuss the dinner invitation for later that evening. However, Zhou Lily hesitated, unsure of how to broach a subject with him. "Miss Zhou, do you have something to say?" If there's something on your mind, feel free to speak. Perhaps I can assist you. I possess a piece of ancestral jade, but I am not knowledgeable about it. You seem quite well versed in jade, Mr. Shen, so I was wondering. You would like me to help with an appraisal?" "Yes." After contemplating her request, Shen Fu agreed. Zhou Lily's face brightened with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Fu initially thought her excitement stemmed from a jade stone, but the complexities of a woman's heart revealed that her delight was truly because she had gained the opportunity for a private meeting with him. Indeed, she had fallen for Shen Fu. It was no surprise, given his exceptional qualities and newfound wealth, which made him even more appealing. That evening, Shen Fu had to attend a dinner before proceeding with the appraisal, and he feared it might extend past 10 o'clock. With the two of them being alone, he felt a twinge of concern, but Zhou Lily reassured him that it would be fine, so he dismissed his worries. They arranged to meet at 10, exchanged contact information and addresses, and then Shen Fu departed from the shopping mall, heading toward Fuling Tower in the city center. Fuling Tower certainly lived up to its reputation as an upscale establishment. Even the doorman exhibited a keen sense of social standing. Noticing Shen Fu arriving by taxi and observing his unremarkable appearance, they paid him little heed. "Call your manager. I wish to reserve a private room." "Oh," the doorman replied coldly, making Shen Fu wait for a considerable time before finally relaying the message to the manager. The manager, however, was courteous and attentive, treating Shen Fu with the respect he deserved. Shen Fu requested a large private room and asked for a variety of dishes to be pre-ordered, along with drinks, offering a deposit of 10,000, with adjustments made accordingly. Having prepared cash in advance, he tossed the money onto the table, prompting the manager to treat him with even greater deference, addressing him with utmost respect. Such is the nature of people. Those who ascend to managerial positions often possess discernment, while those stuck in subordinate roles remain oblivious to the value of those around them, destined for a lifetime of mediocrity. Reflecting on the dinner that evening, Shen Fu decided he needed a change in attire. While clothing could be overlooked, he must at least drive a respectable car. After leaving Fuling Tower, he headed to a rental company and chose the finest Mercedes available, costing 1,500 per day. While not inexpensive, it was a trifling sum for Shen Fu at this point. Later that evening, as he returned to Fuling Tower in the Mercedes, he once again encountered the disdainful doorman from earlier. "Welcome to Fuling Tower." The once indifferent doorman now greeted Shen Fu with an exuberance that suggested he had been invigorated. Ironically, Shen Fu paid him no mind. The doorman had two attendants, one of whom was unfamiliar to Shen Fu. He entrusted the car keys to the newcomer, offering him a crisp $100 bill. "Park it well. Be careful not to scratch it, or you shall bear the cost." "Yes, sir." This was an unexpected windfall for the attendant, who eagerly set off to park the vehicle. However, the other attendant, who had seen Shen Fu earlier that day, felt a twinge of resentment. He had previously encountered Shen Fu, but had missed the opportunity to earn a tip. It was indeed unfortunate for him. Shen Fu shot him a glance, inquiring if he had any objections. "Not all, sir. You are the guest. Whatever you say, we shall comply with no complaints," he replied deferentially. "That is more like it. You seem to be working hard. My shoes are dirty. Would you assist me in polishing them?" The attendant's spirits lifted at this prospect, believing he could finally earn a tip. He promptly knelt down, using his own clothing to wipe the grime from Shen Fu's shoes. Observing this, Shen Fu couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the power of money to compel a man, who had much to offer, to abandon his pride in pursuit of favor. Shen Fu was not unreasonable. Seeing the attendant's earnestness, he tossed a $100 bill onto the ground. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss," the attendant exclaimed, elated as if he had discovered treasure. Shen Fu, dismissing him, pushed open the door to the restaurant. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Hey, old Shun." Turning around, he discovered that his old friends had arrived. They were all taxi drivers, rough around the edges, lacking in pretentious eloquence. Their greetings were filled with jovial exclamations, creating a warm atmosphere. "Old Shun, you made it big. Treating us here at Fu Lin Lu." "Indeed. And that Mercedes you drove in, is it yours?" Shen Fu smiled faintly, feeling relaxed among his old companions. "You've really outdone yourself. I always said you were the sharpest among us. But how did you strike it rich? Mind bringing a brother along? That might be a bit challenging." Shen Fu replied with a laugh, "But I appreciate the sentiment." As they entered the private room they had booked, they were among the first arrivals, soon joined by a dozen more friends. Lu, in particular, seemed determined to impress Shen Fu, inviting so many that he feared the meal would be too modest. However, Shen Fu had anticipated this. He had reserved a spacious room capable of accommodating not merely a dozen, but even 20 or 30 guests. As for the expenses, he was well aware that the meal would cost at least 30,000 yuan, a fact known to all attending. Some felt a bit embarrassed and discreetly approached Shen Fu, offering to contribute. Shen Fu chuckled, "You underestimate me. Rest assured, my dear friends, times have changed, and a mere few tens of thousands is but a trifle." "Manager," he called, "let us get the dishes out quickly. We should keep everyone waiting." "Yes, yes, right away," the manager affirmed, bustling off to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, Shen Fu took his place at the head of the table, with the others eagerly curious about his recent exploits. Imagine, he has only resigned for less than a month, and suddenly he has become so prosperous that he even drives a Mercedes. Everyone is both envious and curious, yet they all feel genuinely happy for Shen Fu. Only old Lu stands apart, visibly displeased with Shen Fu, and coldly remarks, "What Mercedes? I suspect it is merely rented." As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the private room grew tense. People wondered what madness had overtaken him. Old Lu, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his face. In truth, he owned a car, which already set him apart from many others. Yet today, he chose to confront Shen Fu, despite the latter's newfound wealth, which far surpassed his own. The crowd mocked Lu for his lack of self-awareness, and he was indeed resentful, convinced that Shen Fu was merely putting on a fade by gathering so many people for a meal to undermine him. Old Lu inquired, "Old Shun, have you truly earned that much money?" Shen Fu replied, "Is there any doubt?" Lu pressed further, "What business are you in? It wouldn't happen to be illegal, would it? I cannot believe that a law-abiding citizen could amass several million in just 1 month." Shen Fu smiled and remarked, "There are many things in this world that you do not comprehend. And let us not forget, you still owe me a handstand." Old Lu's expression darkened at the mention of the handstand, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the others were left pondering, a handstand? What handstand? After a while, as the dishes began to arrive, everyone awaited Shen Fu's command before daring to pick up their chopsticks. This was Shen Fu's first time hosting a dinner, and indeed, seated in this position, everyone listened to him, evoking a sense of ancient emperorship. Beneath the surface of this modest dining table, there were veiled contests and turbulent undercurrents. "Everyone, let us not delay any longer. Let's begin our feast." With Shen Fu's decree, the guests finally dared to eat. However, just as old Lu was about to indulge, Shen Fu abruptly called for a halt. "Stop." Old Lu paused, inquiring what was amiss. Shen Fu responded, "I'm treating my old colleagues this time. You have long since left your job to drive for a ride-hailing service. What right do you have to sit at this table with us?" Shen Fu's tone was sharp, like a sword, slicing through old Lu's pride. Old Lu's face flushed with shame. Despite his usual eloquence, he found himself at a loss for words under Shen Fu's pressure. The others were equally taken aback. In their eyes, Shen Fu was a gentle and family-oriented person who never lost his temper. Clearly, old Lu must have provoked him to receive such a stern reprimand. No one sided with old Lu. Shen Fu was wealthy, while Lu was not, and it was only natural for people to align themselves with Shen Fu. Old Lu trembled, feeling both frightened and wronged, his chopsticks hovering in midair, his gaze darting aimlessly, unable to meet Shen Fu's eyes. Yet in a sudden shift, Shen Fu's expression transformed, and he chuckled, saying, "I was just joking. We are all old friends. How could I possibly not allow you to eat? Come, come, do not be shy. Let us drink until we are intoxicated tonight." A collective sigh of relief swept over everyone, especially old Lu. Even so, Shen Fu left an indelible mark on their hearts, a realization that he had transformed beyond recognition, no longer someone to be trifled with. Who would dare provoke Shen Fu? He would ensure that they would not escape unscathed. This objective had been achieved, and thus, the dinner party held significance for him. Each meal for the wealthy is never taken lightly. From this moment, Shen Fu truly began to embody the essence of affluence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He aspired to ascend even higher, striving to become the revered king of Jade. Chapter 61. A Reunion with Yanhai. After a dinner gathering, Shen Fu had undoubtedly made a name for himself among his former colleagues. It is often said that the three greatest joys in life include returning home in splendor. Shen Fu basked in the admiration of acquaintances, yet he remained grounded, resolute in his ambition to earn more wealth and garner greater respect. Following the dinner, Shen Fu arrived at Zhou Lily's residence, as agreed. Zhou Lily lived alone in a small, tidy apartment that could easily serve as a model home. Save for the women's lingerie drying on the balcony. Having driven away her bothersome suitor during the day, Zhou Lily was already smitten with Shen Fu, and inviting him over that evening underscored her feelings. At 50 years of age, Shen Fu was certainly no stranger to such sentiments. He had abstained from alcohol during the dinner, but brought a bottle to Zhou Lily's home as a gift, which was, in truth, intended for the two of them to share. In the intimate setting of a solitary man and woman, both single and without reservations, the night unfolded with tender passion. By morning, when Shen Fu awoke, he found the petite and beautiful woman nestled in his embrace, bringing him a sense of serene joy. Indeed, life is enriched by the presence of a woman. Otherwise, it feels as dull as a lack of tobacco or spirits. Eventually, Zhou Lily awoke, her cheeks flushed with evident shyness, asking Shen Fu to turn away while she dressed. His polite demeanor, characterized by humility and respect, only deepened her affection for him. It was indeed her intention to invite Shen Gu over to discuss a piece of jadeite rough. After they shared breakfast, Zhou Lily broached the subject of jade. She possessed a piece of jadeite rough that had been purchased long ago by her late father, yet had never been cut or evaluated. I'm not versed in gambling on stones and fear being deceived, but you understand such matters, Shen Gu. Please, lend me your insight. I trust your judgment entirely. How could Shen Fu refuse such a heartfelt request? Moreover, assessing the value of a jadeite rough was a trivial matter for one endowed with the jade soul and golden eye. Zhou Lily retrieved the stone. A hefty piece of approximately 5 kilograms, encased in a dark greenish-black skin, untouched since its extraction from the earth. For anyone else, accurately determining the value of this stone would be a challenge, but Shen Fu possessed the ability. Activating his jade soul and golden eye, he discerned that this was a piece of jadeite with a white jade soul, its value likely reaching no more than 100,000 yuan. Shen Fu did not withhold this information and conveyed the truth to Zhou Lily. Zhou Lily was not disappointed, for she had never intended to part with the jadeite, being a cherished relic of her father. What truly concerned her was whether she could invite her dear brother Shen back to her home. She simply could not bear to let such a remarkable man slip away. When a woman expresses herself in such a manner, it is akin to a confession of love. Of course, she understood that what transpired last night was merely a fleeting encounter, devoid of any future prospects. Consequently, Shen Fu felt somewhat apologetic. Yet he was also grateful for the woman's understanding. She was indeed a good woman, deserving of a partner who would wish to build a family with her. However, that person would certainly not be Shen Fu. Who among us can claim to be devoid of desire? In Legay City, jadeite was plentiful, glimmering like gold and silver currency. Surprisingly, while traversing the market, Shen Fu stumbled upon a piece of blue jadeite at the familiar stall of Brother Mao. The stone was priced at a mere 100,000, and after calculating, Shen Fu believed he could earn at least several tens of thousands from it. Not a fortune. But even the legs of a fly are meat. Who would refuse free money? Therefore, he approached the stall, intent on acquiring the stone. Just then, a voice from the crowd cried out, "Master!" Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Zhao Yanhai, dressed impeccably in a suit. Zhao had been frowning at the stall, but upon spotting Shen Fu, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Zhao Yanhai was the very individual Shen Fu had tested the efficacy of his jadeite vision on after awakening his jade soul and golden eyes. At that time, Zhao had a piece of jadeite he intended to polish and sell, but Shen Fu discerned its true value and advised him to keep it and have it cut, resulting in a profit of over 1 million for Zhao. Since then, he had referred to Shen Fu as master and even gifted him 100,000 yuan as a token of gratitude, marking Shen Fu's first foray into the world of gambling stones. Though Zhao hailed from Legay City, Shen Fu had not anticipated encountering him here. Particularly, the term master made Shen Fu feel exceedingly awkward, as he preferred to maintain a low profile and not allow others to discover his true prowess. Upon seeing Zhao Yanhai, he promptly turned to leave, evading any chance for conversation. However, Zhao, a young man in his 30s, quickly caught up with him. Master, don't go. It's Zhao Yunhai. Don't you remember me? You must be mistaken. I have never met you. Impossible. Ever since that day, I have been thinking of you, Master. I have dreamt of inviting you to assist me with gambling stones. I could never mistake your face. With a gentle sigh, Shen Fu thought to himself how sincere this young man was. While most could not recall his features, Zhao remembered him clearly. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Shen Fu pondered and decided to reveal his identity to Zhao. Indeed, I am the person from that day, but please refrain from calling me master, for I am not one and do not wish to be addressed as such. Zhao Yunhai, being an astute individual, immediately grasped the implication. I understand. You prefer to remain incognito, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Shen Fu found it rather amusing, pondering how this young man could possibly be privy to any secrets. Nevertheless, it was prudent to agree to his request for discretion. Very well. As long as you refrain from calling me master, we can discuss anything amicably. Understood. How should I address you then? Shen Fu contemplated for a moment, realizing he could not divulge his true name, as the name Shen Fu had become quite renowned in Legay City, well known among all who engaged in stone gambling. Recalling the delightful evening he spent with Zhou Lily, he whimsically fabricated a name for himself. Zhou Zhao Yunhai did not suspect a thing, merely assuming Shen Fu was his elder brother, Zhou. Then, Zhao Yunhai beseeched Shen Fu for a favor. Brother Zhou, could you assist me with something? Zhao called out using Shen Fu's pseudonym, seeking his help. Shen Fu's curiosity was piqued. What sort of favor? I've recently taken a liking to a particular stone, but the seller is asking for 3 million. I find myself incapable of making an informed judgment and unsure if I should take this risky plunge. So you wish for me to assist you in this gamble? Yes. With you, no, Brother Zhou. Here, evaluating a piece of jadeite rough is absolutely a trivial task. Of course, I won't ask for your help without compensation. I shall share 10% of the selling price with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Shen Fu fell into contemplation. If the stone's value exceeded 3 million, he could potentially reap at least 300,000. In the past, he might have readily agreed to Zhao Yunhai's request. However, now that he was capable of earning several thousand each time he gambled on stones, exposing himself for a mere 30,000 did not seem worthwhile. Shen Fu resolved to adhere to his strategy of maintaining a low profile. Thus he declined Zhao Yunhai's request. I cannot assist you. I lack the expertise you believe I possess. Master, I am not a master. I am not as formidable as you think. My previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Do not take it to heart. Understand, no one in this world can accurately assess jadeite rough, especially when it comes to pure gamble. I cannot assist you, nor can anyone else. If you wish to profit from stone gambling, you must possess the courage to do so. With that, Shen Fu turned on his heel, leaving no chance for Zhao Yunhai to impede his departure. He had no intention of getting involved in this murky affair. The outcomes of others' fortunes and misfortunes were of no concern to him. However, Zhao Yunhai was not one to easily concede. He was quite tenacious, as the saying goes, stubborn as a mule. He was among the few who recognized Shen Fu's prowess and believed in it more fervently than others. He quickly caught up to Shen Fu and handed him a business card, which bore the address of a shop. Tomorrow afternoon at 3, I will be at this shop to decide on purchasing that stone. Brother Zhou, if you are free, you need not intervene. But I would be delighted if you could simply come and observe the excitement, without uttering a word. I promise not to solicit your assistance. Trust me just this once. Very well. Shen Fu accepted the business card, agreeing to visit the next day. On the following day, Shen Fu arrived 15 minutes early at the shop. It was quite a spacious establishment, approximately 150 square meters, primarily selling a variety of jadeite rough, with a small selection of finished jade products. The clientele was abundant, with an estimated 50 to 60 individuals present, and today seemed particularly lively. Shen Fu inquired with those nearby, and soon learned that they were all regular patrons of this establishment, drawn here by the news of a grand stone betting event. Specifically, Zhao Yunhai's wager on a 3 million yuan stone. 3 million may sound modest, yet in reality, anyone capable of producing such an amount in cash surpasses 99 of the populace in all of Huaxia. Wealth is concentrated in the hands of a select few, and those who harbor a passion for stone betting but lack the necessary funds can only spectate the extravagance of the affluent. Shen Fu could indeed afford this sum, yet he observed that the majority of the 50 or so onlookers were likely unable to do so. However, the shop owner, as indicated by his business card, was certainly capable. His name was He Kue, a man of short stature with a shrewd and cunning visage. Although he wore a smile, There was an underlying impression of a backstabber. Nevertheless, when Shen Fu queried those around him, they unanimously declared that this Hikuei was quite impressive. While his expertise in assessing stones might not be exceptional, his aptitude for gauging the situation and flattering influential figures was remarkable, and he was well acquainted with many bigwigs in the industry. Is that sufficient to expand his business? Shen Fu asked. Of course. If you possess a discerning eye and can identify quality jade, you might make a modest profit, but to amass substantial wealth from jade, one must have connections like Bossy, was the response from the spectators. Shen Fu nodded in agreement, contemplating the truth of this assertion. As he was lost in thought, Zhao Yunhai arrived. Their eyes met, and true to his word, Zhao Yunhai did not acknowledge Shen Fu. Shen Fu, in turn, refrained from initiating a greeting and pretended to be a casual passerby, merely observing the commotion. He then asked a nearby individual, "What is the background of this person?" That young man is Zhao Yunhai, a rising star of our generation, known for his independent approach rather than ingratiating himself with the elite. Oh, but did you not just say that going solo is not a viable path? Indeed, it may not yield vast fortunes, yet for an ordinary person, earning several million in a year through independent means is already quite remarkable. Ultimately, whether one operates independently or aligns with powerful allies, the art of stone betting is multifaceted and varied. Each individual has their own method, yet in the end, it all comes down to strength. If you possess the strength, you can earn money regardless of the approach. Without it, you can only watch helplessly. But enough of this. Let us observe how these two contend today. Shen Fu nodded, then calmly positioned himself within the crowd to observe the unfolding situation. Upon the meeting of Zhao Yunhai and Hikuei, their interaction appeared courteous on the surface. Zhao Yunhai, as the buyer, was interested in purchasing Hikuei's stone. The stone was priced at 3 million yuan, requiring a lump sum payment, with no options for installment or haggling. It was a semi-gambling stone, with half of it already polished, revealing a jadeite that seemed promising, an icy, translucent green with delicate texture, devoid of impurities or cracks. However, this was only the exposed half. As the jade extended towards the unpolished side, a deep black fissure was clearly visible. This was no trivial matter. If this fissure were the sole imperfection and situated centrally, it might be acceptable. But what if the other half of the jade were riddled with similar flaws? The controversy surrounding this stone arose from Hikuei's initial handling of it. Reaching this juncture, he hesitated to proceed further, opting instead to price it for sale, hoping to secure a steady profit and conclude the matter. Indeed, Hikuei is quite shrewd, although he lacks substantial talent himself. He had the foresight to enlist an expert to handle the stone, who advised him to set a price of 3 million. This ambiguous figure is enticing. Individuals like Zhao Yunhai, who trust their judgment, may be inclined to purchase the stone. Zhao Yunhai did indeed arrive today, armed with a check already filled out. With just a signature, 3 million would be transferred, and the stone would be his. However, the crux of the matter lies in determining the true value of the stone. Shen Fu activated his Jade Soul Golden Eye, revealing that the stone is indeed of purple Jade Soul. Yet, this revelation is not definitive. Both 2 million and 3 million could also represent purple. The golden eye merely offers a rough estimate of the jade's value, failing to ascertain its precise worth. Consequently, although Shen Fu wishes to assist Zhao Yunhai, he fears he may lack the necessary capability. More importantly, he contemplates what he would do if he encountered a similar situation in the future. What appears to be a trivial matter today could have far-reaching implications. It remains to be seen how Shen Fu will navigate this predicament. Chapter 63, A Helpless Situation. At ES Jadestone Shop, the proprietor, Hikuei, possesses a jade raw stone priced at 3 million. Zhao Yunhai, an acquaintance of Shen Fu, has come today to gamble on this stone. Unfortunately, it is an all-or-nothing gamble, with its intricate mysteries rendering its worth uncertain. Not even Shen Fu, who possesses the Jade Soul Golden Eye, can ascertain its value. The Golden Eye indicates that the stone is of purple Jade Soul, yet the price range for purple Jade Soul is vast, leaving Shen Fu unable to determine whether it is worth more or less than the asking price of 3 million. Thus, even if he wishes to assist Zhao Yunhai, he fears he may not be able to do so today, feeling helpless, especially since Shen Fu is reluctant to step into the limelight. Resigned, he decides to observe the situation unfold, blending in with the crowd to witness this extravagant gamble. Hikuei, diminutive in stature, yet possessing a cunning smile, addressed Zhao Yunhai, saying, "Brother Zhao, what do you think of this stone? Good stones are scarce, and I have received other offers. If you cannot decide to purchase it today, I may have to sell it to someone else." Hikuei conjured an imaginary buyer to inflate the price. However, Zhao Yunhai is no fool. He will not be swayed into a hasty decision for a mere provocation. He replied, "Rest assured, I will scrutinize the stone carefully. If someone truly wishes to buy it first, I will have no objections." Hikuei chuckled. "What are you saying? Our relationship is so good. The stone will certainly be sold to you first. 3 million is a price you won't find elsewhere in the market. Just look at this color and luster. I assure you, I am not passing off inferior goods." Zhao Yunhai coldly retorted, "Whether this stone is good or bad, I can discern for myself. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, boss he." The two individuals exhibited contrasting demeanors, while Zhao Yunhai appeared to hold the upper hand. With Hikuei consistently wearing a smile, the reality was quite the opposite. Hikuei was the one in a position of advantage. Hikuei remained unflustered, while Zhao Yunhai's expression was tense, torn between his desire for the stone and his apprehension of making a poor investment that would lead to a depreciation in value after purchase. Consequently, Zhao Yunhai glanced over towards Shen Fu, contemplating seeking his assistance. However, Shen Fu remained silent, neither affirming nor denying with a nod, as if he were a stranger to Zhao Yunhai. With a soft sigh, Zhao Yunhai resigned himself to the notion that he would have to rely on his own abilities today. He possessed the funds, 3 million, neither too much nor too little, but this sum was not to be easily dispensed. For individual stone gamblers, every penny was crucial, often to earn 1 million. One needed a principal investment of 2 to 3 million. Zhao Yunhai stated, "I hope to further examine this stone. I have brought specialized analytical instruments today." "That should be acceptable, right, boss he?" Hikuei responded with a smile. "Of course, as long as you do not damage the stone. Feel free to inspect it as you wish." At this moment, the onlookers grew impatient. They had gathered to witness the spectacle of Zhao Yunhai decisively purchasing the stone, followed by an exhilarating cutting demonstration. Now, with the two engaged in a protracted negotiation, one cautious as an elderly woman with bound feet, the other exceedingly slick, this drawn-out affair was not to the liking of the spectators. "Can you expedite this? It's just a 3 million stone. Make the purchase swiftly," another voiced. "Indeed, it's merely 3 million. You'd think it was 300 million, echoed another. "Exactly. If I truly desired that stone, I would have already paid up." Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Zhao Yunhai remained wholly absorbed in his appraisal of the jade, unperturbed by the derision. As for Hikuei, being a seasoned player in this game, he was not one to be riled by a few jibes. "Gentlemen, there is no need to rush. If you find yourselves bored, I have numerous other stones available for you to wager upon," Hikuei suggested. The onlookers were merely engaging in idle banter. If it came to actual gambling, they lacked both the skill and the capital. The one who had remarked it was merely 3 million likely could not even muster 30,000. As for the one boasting about paying immediately, while he might have a few coins, extracting money from him would be akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, the words of the spectators should not be taken seriously. Otherwise, one's composure would be thrown into disarray. Zhao Yunhai demonstrated commendable focus, and Shen Fu, observing from the sidelines, regarded this young man as possessing the potential for great endeavors. Alas, the Jade Spirit's golden pupil could only gauge the approximate value of raw jade, not provide precise figures. How splendid it would be if the hues of Jade Spirit could be further categorized. For instance, purple Jade Spirit, if shades of purple could also be differentiated with deeper colors commanding higher prices, might serve as a criterion for assessing a jade's worth. This thought sent a shiver down Shen Fu's spine, causing goosebumps to rise and his heart to race. Indeed, why had I not considered this sooner? Shen Fu resolved to immediately seek 2 pieces of jadeite for comparison. This establishment specializes in jade, offering a plethora of jadeite. He emerged from the crowd and proceeded directly to the display shelves of finished jadeite products, intent on selecting 2 pieces of similar hue but differing in value, to examine the essence of their jade souls. This task was not arduous, as the jadeite items were clearly priced, and those knowledgeable in the field could easily discern their worth. Before him lay 2 jade bracelets, both of a glutinous texture. One exhibited a vibrant green, while the other showcased a more subdued hue. The pricing reflected this. The high green bracelet was priced at 9,008, while the slightly less vibrant piece was marked at 7,008, a difference of 2,000. Regardless of the premiums involved, after all, the proprietor must earn a profit. Shen Fu's sole concern was the coloration of their jade souls. Both were of the glutinous variety, presumably possessing blue jade souls. Indeed, upon activating his Jade Soul's golden eye, it confirmed Shen Fu's assessment. Both bracelets possessed blue jade souls. Sure. Hikuei approached to engage in conversation, but was silenced by Shen Fu's admonition. Hikuei, appearing affable yet harboring a petty nature, took offense at the dismissal. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Shen Fu's true identity. He merely perceived Shen Fu's modest attire, reminiscent of a laborer, leading him to assume the man possessed little wealth. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhai observed from the sidelines, firmly believing Shen Fu to be a formidable figure. Despite his humble appearance, an embodiment of the adage that true greatness often lies hidden beneath a facade of simplicity. However, Zhao Yunhai was perplexed by Shen Fu's actions. He considered approaching to inquire, yet hesitated, recalling Shen Fu's prior counsel. I will take a look, but you must not reveal our acquaintance. Thus, Zhao Yunhai chose to trust Shen Fu, reasoning that a person of such caliber must have his reasons for his conduct. What insights had Shen Fu gleaned? Was there truly a discernible hierarchy in the colors of the Jade Souls? Chapter 64. The Second-Tier Golden Eye. Shen Fu held the two bracelets in his hands, activating his Jade Soul's golden eye to its fullest extent, striving to unveil the mysteries concealed within the pieces. Both bracelets bore blue Jade Souls, appearing identical at first glance. Previously, Shen Fu had believed there was no distinction among Jade Souls of the same color. However, today, as Zhao Yunhai and Hikuei engaged in their wager on jade stones, a sudden realization struck Shen Fu, filling him with exhilaration. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the two bracelets until his eyes became bloodshot and his face flushed from the strain. At last, the color of the Jade Souls revealed a subtle divergence. One of the bracelets exhibited a slightly deeper hue, just a hint, but it was indeed discernible. This particular bracelet was the pricier of the two. Although Shen Fu was utterly exhausted, he could not contain his delight, leaping joyfully on the spot. At that moment, derisive laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Look at this fellow. Surely he is a bit unhinged. Another chimed in. Indeed, what is he jumping around for with those bracelets? What a fool, ha ha ha. Yet another voice added, all right, let us not be too harsh. Who has to say he isn't just a bit peculiar? Mind you, he might overhear us, ha ha ha. These words reached Shen Fu's ears. Under normal circumstances, he would have been enraged, demanding an explanation. However, at this moment, he was filled with excitement because he had discovered the advanced application of the Jade Soul Golden Eyes. With this newfound ability, he could discern the quality of jadeite with far greater precision. Overjoyed, he paid little heed to the derisive remarks of those around him. He resolved to find another pair of jadeite products to validate the new effects of his Jade Soul Golden Eyes. Yet just then, he was struck with intense pain in his eyes, rendering him unable to maintain the golden eyes state. Could it be that activating this advanced application affected its duration? Shen Fu speculated that the meticulous differentiation of the Jade Soul S hues was too taxing, and since he had only just unlocked this advanced feature, his lack of familiarity and insufficient energy explained its fleeting nature. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. With diligent practice, the golden eyes state would surely last longer in the future. Boss, I'll return this bracelet to you. The onlookers regarded him as if he were deranged, but he paid them no mind. He had devised a method to aid Zhao Yunhai in winning the wager on the Jade Stone, though he required some time to recuperate. Additionally, Shen Fu needed another piece of purple Jade Soul jadeite of clear value to serve as a reference. Thus, he discreetly sent a text message to Zhao Yunhai, suggesting that they temporarily forego today's venture. If he wished to ensure success, it would be prudent to return another day when assistance would be available. However, before he could send the message, Zhao Yunhai had already made a firm decision to purchase the Jade Stone. I've decided I want this stone. Upon uttering these words, applause erupted in the room, for everyone knew that a spectacle was about to unfold. Hikuei, the stone's owner, was equally delighted, as long as the stone sold. He would secure a profit of several hundred thousand, guaranteed not to incur any losses. Only Zhao Yunhai was taking a risk, spending 3 million to acquire the stone, which was valued at a minimum of 2 million, and at most 350 or 60,000, but certainly not reaching 400. Zhao Yunhai was all in. He trusted his judgment and acted decisively. Truly, Zhao, the young master, was as bold as the rumor suggested. Hikuei lavished praise upon Zhao Yunhai, while the onlookers began to boast, eager to witness the live stone cutting. Shen Fu thought to himself, this is not good. Brother Zhao seems overly impulsive. I have yet to help him appraise it, yet he has already decided to purchase the stone. Once a word is spoken, it is like water spilled. In the jade industry, many unwritten rules exist, and anyone who goes back on their word will be scorned. Zhao Yunhai, having gained some renown as a gambler, was now obliged to produce 3 million to buy the stone he claimed. Indeed, Zhao Yunhai completed the purchase, a $3 million check readily available. Excellent. I trust young master Zhao's credibility. This stone now belongs to you. He Kuei transferred ownership of the stone to Zhao Yunhai, and the crowd began to chant, urging him to cut the stone. Yet, Zhao Yunhai was not so foolish. His rise to modest fame was due to his intelligence and prudence. Although this endeavor may have seemed somewhat reckless, it was indeed calculated. Zhao Yunhai chose not to cut the stone on the spot. Instead, he took it away with him. His intention was not to slice the stone, but merely to lightly scrape its surface, aiming to reveal a hint of green, after which he would promptly sell it for a substantial profit. This tactic had proven effective time and again, leaving the onlookers feeling disappointed, as they believed their visit was in vain. After Zhao Yunhai departed, some expressed their frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, I knew this kid wouldn't cut the stone. I shouldn't have come." Others joined in the chorus of complaints against Zhao Yunhai, with no reason to linger. Shen Fu decided to leave He Kuei's jade shop ahead of the others. Outside, Zhao Yunhai awaited him. "Master, please do not call me that," he replied. "Apologies, Brother Zhou. I couldn't resist. I ended up purchasing the stone. Do you think I made a profit or a loss?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai felt a twinge of disappointment. "Well, I shall have to figure it out myself. Regardless, your presence today has been a tremendous help, and I shall treat you to a meal another day." "Very well." They parted ways. Shen Fu surmised that Zhao Yunhai's plan was to merely scrape the stone, prioritizing a quick sale over any fluctuations in value. This assumption was indeed correct. But what Shen Fu did not anticipate was that the following day, Zhao Yunhai would call him, his voice brimming with excitement, nearly incoherent. "Has it risen?" Shen Fu inquired, thinking that the stone had appreciated in value. However, he soon learned that the stone had yet to be cut. Zhao Yunhai's fervor stemmed from having encountered another master. Shen Fu was taken aback, pondering how another version of himself could exist. On the fateful day, Shen Fu received a call from Zhao Yunhai. "Brother Zhou, my 3 million stone has found its fortune. I have secured the services of the renowned gambling stone expert, Shen Fu." Hearing this, Shen Fu was utterly bewildered. He stood there, questioning who this other individual claiming his name could be. Had Zhao Yunhai been duped? "When do you meet this Shen Fu?" Shen Fu asked. "This afternoon, at the Dafahao restaurant," Zhao Yunhai replied, then inquired if Shen Fu would like to join. Naturally, Shen Fu was eager to attend, curious to see who this impostor was, audacious enough to use his name to deceive others. As the saying goes, in warfare, one must combine the orthodox with the extraordinary. Shen Fu was unafraid of direct confrontation, but was wise enough to prepare a hidden strategy to turn the tides in his favor. At 2 in the afternoon, Shen Fu arrived punctually at the Dafahao restaurant. A few others had already gathered, including Zhao Yunhai and the counterfeit Shen Fu, along with a jade collector who was a longtime client of Zhao Yunhai, accompanied by a seemingly trustworthy appraisal expert. Thus, the 5 of them convened around a circular table, where a modest array of food and drink indicated that the focus of the day was not on dining, but rather on serious discussions. The matter of importance, of course, revolves around the jadeite raw stone, which Zhao Yunhai procured for 3 million. This news has traversed half of the jade gambling circles in Legay City. Zhao Yunhai possesses a certain network and enjoys a commendable reputation as an individual jade gambler, earning accolades from many. Consequently, it was not long before individuals began to reach out to him, expressing a desire to examine this stone. Among them was the collector who visited today. His surname is Gao, and he is known as Gao Senator at 47 years of age. He, like Zhao Yunhai, is a private jade collector and a second-hand dealer engaged in the trade of jadeite. However, unlike Zhao Yunhai, Gao Sen only deals in semi-transparent or fully transparent materials and never touches opaque stones. He believes that the risks associated with gambling on such stones are excessively high. One could cautiously accumulate several million only to lose it all in a single misstep. Thus, Gao-san sought out Zhao Yunhai today with the hope of acquiring the stone for a few tens of thousands. Zhao Yunhai's intention, however, was not merely to polish the stone but to cut it, thereby unearthing its maximum potential value. To cut the stone, he needed to ascertain its true worth. Otherwise, a drop in value post-cutting would render the modest profit from polishing far more appealing. Zhao Yunhai initially intended to enlist the help of Shen Fu, yet Shen Fu declined to reveal his true capabilities. At that moment, another individual named Shen Fu approached him, expressing a willingness to assist in the appraisal of the stone. Zhao Yunhai had heard of Shen Fu's esteemed reputation, despite not having made a personal appearance at Boss Wang's private exhibition. He had nonetheless captivated the audience with his extraordinary skills, leaving prominent figures Huang Xiao and others in awe. The Jade gambling community was well aware of a remarkable figure named Shen Fu emerging from Legay City. Yet no one knew his true identity due to the absence of photographs for confirmation. Even Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan's attempts to locate Shen Fu had proven futile. Then, unexpectedly, Shen Fu reached out to Zhao Yunhai, offering his expertise in appraisal. Elated, Zhao Yunhai readily agreed to meet that day. The imposter Shen Fu appeared to be around 40 years old, tall and slender, with a slightly dark complexion. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yunhai noted a semblance between the imposter and himself. However, the genuine Shen Fu exudes an understated demeanor, his brilliance discreet, while the imposter radiated arrogance. A cigarette dangling from his lips and his leg incessantly twitching. It truly is a twist of fate. Shen Fu sighed softly, finding the situation both absurd and amusing. Well, let us see what this imposter is capable of in pretending to be me, he mused, before introducing himself as Zhou, requesting that everyone refer to him as Lao Zhou, and then taking a seat next to Zhao Yunhai. Who is this person? The imposter Shen Fu suddenly remarked, his tone dripping with disdain, as if he intended to assert his dominance over Shen Fu. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Zhao Yunhai to clarify, "This is Brother Zhou, my friend, and also a master in jade gambling." The imposter Shen Fu scoffed, turning his head aside, entirely dismissive of Shen Fu. "What master? There are no masters in my presence. Despite Mr. Shen's prowess, the world is not devoid of others. I apologize, but if you place your trust in this so-called Brother Zhou, then do not seek my assistance, Shen Fu. I, Shen Fu, cannot endure such indignity. Being compared to this nameless wretch. Mr. Zhao, you seem to hold me in rather low regard, do you not? This imposter Shen Fu is brazen and overbearing. Zhao Yunhai, who seeks favor from him, hesitates to oppose his wishes. However, the true Shen Fu is indeed a noble brother, and Zhao Yunhai is reluctant to witness his elder being so insulted. Observing from the sidelines, Shen Fu's heart was tranquil, recognizing that this charlatan resembled a stray dog, barking ferociously. Regardless of his actual abilities, such a display clearly indicated insecurity. Shen Fu mused, "You may impersonate me, but employing a show of authority to solidify your standing is misplaced. I am the authentic Shen Fu, and you, a mere cur, dare to flaunt my name and deceit?" Reluctant to intervene, Shen Fu felt compelled to teach this impostor a lesson, for he had brought this upon himself. Thus, Shen Fu remarked, "It matters not. Compared to the recently renowned Mr. Shen, what am I, old Zhou?" Upon hearing this, the impostor was pleased, thinking, "At least this old man is wise enough to recognize the situation. Very well, as long as you do not become an obstacle, I shall allow you to join us today." "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Shen Fu feigned respect, causing Zhao Yunhai to feel discomfort. "Brother Zhou, why must you do this?" Shen Fu replied, "Brother Zhao, you are mistaken. He is the true master. I have come today to learn. Would you not agree, Mr. Shen?" The impostor Shen Fu laughed heartily. "Indeed, you are quite the silver-tongued one. When I evaluate the stones later, you shall stand by and learn. I assure you, it will benefit you for a lifetime." With a narrowed gaze, Shen Fu swiftly retorted, "There's no need to wait. I am eager to witness Mr. Shen's prowess." The impostor, daring to claim the title of Gambling Stone Master, indeed possessed some skills, but he was also astute, capable of discerning the underlying meanings in conversations. He perceived Shen Fu's words as a challenge, yet remained unperturbed, responding, "How would you like to witness it? Shall we present that 3 million jadeite for my appraisal?" The impostor's tone was audacious. Did he truly possess extraordinary talents? Zhao Yunhai, Gao San, and the expert brought by Gao San were all taken in by the impostor's bravado. Yet, the genuine Shen Fu remained composed, his mind already devising a plan to expose this fraud. Chapter 66. Holding Steady. At today's banquet, Zhao Yunhai and Gao San represented the buyer and seller respectively, each accompanied by an appraisal expert. Gao San brought along an old friend, their mutual trust and understanding requiring no further elaboration. Conversely, this was Zhao Yunhai's first encounter with Shen Fu, who claimed to be the real deal. Zhao Yunhai, not being a fool, felt the need to test the authenticity of this claim before entrusting him with the critical task of appraisal. Zhao Yunhai spoke, "Mr. Shen, I understand that this may come across as somewhat presumptuous, but might I request you to demonstrate your skills for us?" The counterfeit Shen Fu raised an eyebrow, his expression cold as he regarded Zhao Yunhai. "What is it? Do you too harbor doubts about my abilities, just like that old man?" It is noteworthy that I have showcased my prowess at Huang Jianxiong's residence, and now both Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan, the two prominent figures, are seeking my assistance. Yet, I have chosen to aid you in your appraisal. Mr. Zhao, you ought to be mindful of your tone. The counterfeit Shen Fu's demeanor resembled that of an irritable recluse, seemingly affronted by the ignorance of a younger generation. His arrogance only served to bolster the belief among others that he was indeed the authentic Shen Fu. Nevertheless, the truth would ultimately be revealed through practical examination. Zhao Yunhai replied, I certainly do not doubt Mr. Shen's capabilities. As you mentioned, both leading figures are in search of you, eager for your return. However, what do you mean by however? The counterfeit Shen Fu interjected. Zhao Yunhai hesitated momentarily before continuing. It is simply that no one can ascertain if you're truly the real Mr. Shen at this moment. This provoked the counterfeit individual, who exploded with fury. How dare you imply that I am merely an impostor bearing another's name? This is utterly preposterous. That is not my intention. That is precisely your implication. If you doubt me, I shall take my leave. With that, the counterfeit Shen Fu stood to depart. Gao Sun, watching the spectacle unfold, observed with interest, while Zhao Yunhai's expression soured, feeling powerless to intervene. In that moment, the genuine Shen Fu, witnessing the scene, became convinced of one thing. The impostor was indeed feeling insecure. What are you doing? Release me. Mr. Shen, please do not take offense. My young brother lacks understanding, and as his elder, I apologize on his behalf. Is that all you can muster? Shen Fu's words keenly struck the crux of the matter. He discerned that the impostor's motivation for impersonating him was nothing more than a quest for fame and fortune. Having gained neither reputation nor wealth, it was improbable that this individual would truly depart. He was merely seeking to stir trouble and enhance his bargaining power for the impending negotiations. Shen Fu adopted a strategy of retreat to advance, ostensibly apologizing while accurately gauging the impostor's intentions. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Fu's words, the impostor, originally intent on deception, feigned reluctance, as if granting Shen Fu a favor, while internally heaved a sigh of relief. For if he were to truly leave, how would he procure any money? Very well, I shall grant you this favor, but should you dare show me disrespect again, I will not tolerate it. Zhao Yunhai, taken aback, inquired of Shen Fu. How did you know, Brother Zhou? Shen Fu merely smiled, offering no explanation, and requested Zhao Yunhai to present the stone. Zhao Yunhai complied without hesitation, revealing a small jadeite raw stone weighing less than 2 kilograms, semi-transparent, with 1/3 of its skin already removed. Its true value remained elusive, awaiting further unveiling to reveal the secrets within. Shen Fu picked up the stone and presented it before the impostor. Mr. Shen, might you provide your appraisal? Upon hearing this, the impostor immediately slammed his hand on the table. You old man, you still look down upon me, do you? Shen Fu remarked, wherever you are, I hold you in the highest esteem. Do you know why? I was present during Mr. Huang's private exhibition when you displayed your remarkable prowess. While others failed to recognize you, how could I possibly overlook your presence? Upon hearing these words, the impostor momentarily froze, a palpable sense of panic washing over him. He thought to himself, oh no, this old man truly knows the real Shen Fu. My facade is about to be exposed. Yet, Shen Fu did not pursue this line of thought. Rather, he continued to lavish praise upon the impostor, extolling his talents and prowess. At that moment, Shen Fu's gaze met that of the counterfeit Shen Fu. Intentionally, Shen Fu cast a sidelong glance at the impostor, one that was imbued with flattery. The impostor, upon noticing this, quickly pieced together the situation. It dawned on him that this old man was merely trying to curry favor with him. The impostor concluded that Shen Fu's every gesture was a bid for his approval, dismissing the claim of having encountered the real Shen Fu at the exhibition as pure fabrication. One might consider that the guests at Mr. Huang's exclusive event were all prominent figures. What right did this old man have to attend? If he could not attend, how could he have seen the genuine Shen Fu? Feeling a sense of relief, the impostor laughed heartily, clapping the true Shen Fu on the shoulder as one might with a subordinate, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, at last, your discerning eyes have recognized me as Shen Fu. I shall overlook the earlier incident. Shen Fu responded with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Shen. And what is stone? The impostor replied, Rest assured, since everyone wishes to see my skills, I can no longer keep them hidden. That would be rather ungracious. I shall examine this stone right here, and you shall discover whether I possess genuine expertise. This was quite agreeable, as it would dispel any doubts. The impostor feigned nonchalance, casting a cursory glance at the stone. Although it appeared small, its appraisal was exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, Zhao Yunhai would not have brought it to test Shen Fu. Through his extraordinary perception, Shen Fu activated his Jade Soul Golden Eyes, discerning that this was a piece of blue jadeite, valued at no less than 100,000. However, to the untrained eye, the stone appeared dull, marred by impurities, lacking the refinement typically associated with high value. Zhao Yunhai estimated its worth to be around 50,000. Gao Sun and the expert he had brought along were also examining the stone and concurred with Zhao Yunhai's assessment. As for the impostor, he was not entirely ignorant of stone gambling. Otherwise, he would not have dared to exploit Shen Fu's name for his own gain. He estimated the jadeite's value to be between 40 to 60,000, a range he believed to be accurate. The opinions of those present were surprisingly consistent and devoid of contradiction, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the value of this jadeite rough lies between 40 and 60,000, the impostor declared first, his heart racing with anxiety. Fearing a misjudgment would lead to his exposure. Zhao Yunhai responded, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Gao Sun and his accompanying expert nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. The impostor rejoiced internally, thinking he had successfully navigated this initial hurdle. With everyone in agreement on the valuation, there was no need to cut the stone for verification. At this moment, the true Shen Fu emerged. His prior restraint was merely to prepare for this instant. "Hold on. I believe the value of this stone is no more than 10,000 yuan. Yet, the assessment put forth by Shen Fu was utterly erroneous. What could be the reason behind this? What intentions did he harbor? How would he expose the impostor while ensuring his own identity as the genuine Shen Fu remained concealed?" Chapter 67. The Final Move. The jade spirit and golden pupils revealed that the jadeite raw stone possessed a blue jade spirit, indicating its worth was at least 100,000 yuan. However, Shen Fu claimed it was merely valued at 10,000, stunning Zhao Yunhai, Gao Sun, and Gao Sin's expert friend, not to mention the impostor Shen Fu and all present. What scheme was Shen Fu concocting? Zhao Yunhai remarked, "Brother Zhou, to assert that this stone is worth only 10,000 seems rather abrupt. Wouldn't you agree?" Gao Sun added, "Indeed, if this gentleman is experienced in the field, I believe a more thorough examination of the stone is warranted." Shen Fu smiled faintly and pointed at the stone. "I state it is worth 10,000. Is there an issue with my assertion?" Even the impostor could no longer remain silent, stepping forward to enlighten Shen Fu. "My friend, you are gravely mistaken. We all agree this stone is worth around 50,000. Even if we were all wrong, its value could not possibly be just 10,000. Shen Fu countered. "How can you be certain of the stone's worth? Must you insist that you are right and I am wrong? Of course, you are esteemed individuals, while I am merely an unknown. However, even deities struggle to discern a mere inch of jade. Unless we cut the stone, I shall remain unconvinced." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain how to handle such a stubborn Zhou. Although the Grand Fortune restaurant was indeed an establishment for dining, it was adjacent to a stone-cutting workshop. Zhao Yunhai suggested, "If that is the case, we can simultaneously authenticate that 3 million yuan stone while sending this one to be cut. What do you all think?" The consensus was affirmative, and Zhao Yunhai summoned the restaurant manager to arrange for someone to take the jade for cutting. The Grand Fortune restaurant frequently catered to individuals in the jade industry and was well acquainted with this procedure. Nodding, Zhao Yunhai proceeded to present the day's main event, the 3 million yuan jadeite raw stone. Its outer skin had been partially removed, revealing a flawless jade interior, though the other half displayed visible cracks, with the deeper conditions remaining unknown. He Kuei, apprehensive, declined to cut it, opting instead to sell the stone for 3 million. After acquiring it, Zhao Yunhai was also hesitant to proceed recklessly. Fortuitously, with Shen Fu present, he invited the impostor to assist in its assessment, promising due compensation for the effort. The impostor sneered, stating, "Do not speak of payment only after the task is complete. Since I have agreed to assist you today, you shall certainly pay me. Rest assured, I will not let your money go to waste." Zhao Yunhai replied, "If that is the case, all the better. However, what if Mr. Shen's assessment proves incorrect?" The impostor slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense! How could I, Shen Fu, ever be mistaken? I give you one last chance. If you are unwilling to engage my help, I shall take my leave at once. You may attempt to authenticate this stone on your own." No sooner had the words left his lips than Shen Fu suddenly sneezed. Intentionally, he refrained from covering his mouth, causing saliva to splatter onto the counterfeit's face. What on earth? Shen Fu had sneezed on purpose and now feigned a flustered demeanor, exclaiming, "I do apologize. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me from behind." Mr. Shun, are you unscathed? For heaven's sake, be careful. My suit is quite expensive. You cannot afford to dirty it. Indeed, Mr. Shun is a figure of great renown, undoubtedly donning only the finest tailored suits. However, what? However, the results of the stone cutting have yet to be revealed, and I, Old Joe, remain unconvinced. Why is it that you, Mr. Shun, could achieve fame in a single battle, while I, Old Joe, cannot? Perhaps you all are mistaken, and I alone am right. If that were the case, would I not also become a master? The impostor crossed his legs and muttered, "Damn it, are you daydreaming?" In the jade business, achieving fame is not so easily attained. Shen Fu scratched his head and remarked, "How curious. If I, Old Joe, cannot achieve fame in a single battle, then why can you, Mr. Shun? You possess no more arms or legs than I. You." The impostor slammed the table, appearing ready to confront Shen Fu. Yet Shen Fu remained unfazed. Swiftly shifting the conversation to the others present, "Ladies and gentlemen, do share your thoughts. Is Shen Fu truly as formidable as he is made out to be?" Zhao Yunhai and Gao Sun, along with Gao Sen's expert, exchanged glances and shook their heads. Shen Fu continued, "Indeed, you have not encountered Shen Fu. Thus you cannot grasp his true prowess. However, if he is indeed as remarkable as rumored, considering his age, why has he remained nameless all these years?" The crowd grew increasingly perplexed. Gao San inquired, "So, are you suggesting that, at the private exhibition, this Mr. Shun merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck?" Shen Fu nodded, hoping to expose the current impostor and prevent the gathering from being deceived. Furthermore, he wished to dispel the rumors surrounding his name. After all, the name Shen Fu had garnered considerable notoriety, and he feared that one day he would be recognized. However, such remarks displeased the impostor, who relied on deception for financial gain. Shen Fu's assertion of mere coincidence effectively severed his source of income. The impostor sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Shen Fu. "Mr. Shun, do not be hasty. Let us await the results of the stone cutting. What if you are proven correct?" Shen Fu replied, "Very well. You have said this. If I am indeed correct, you shall see how I deal with you." The impostor retorted. The atmosphere at the dining table was palpably tense, with the impostor seething not merely because his deception was being unveiled, but because he felt that Shen Fu had insulted his professional integrity. That stone was clearly worth 50 to 60,000. "How dare you, you scoundrel, question my judgment? Damn it, I shall drown you in my spit." For although that jade was of the bean variety, its color approached a perfect green. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming stone would reveal such exquisite hues? Peering into the stone, its potential was utterly concealed. Should anyone purchase this material, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of ancestral fortune. Zhao Yunhai was the first to rejoice, as he had originally invested 40,000 in this jadeite, now poised to reap a profit of over 100,000. Naturally, he was elated. However, from an appraisal standpoint, he had misjudged the stone's worth, which dampened his spirits. Not only him, but Gao Sun and his team of experts were also furrowing their brows, astonished at their own miscalculation. The counterfeit Shen Fu was practically aghast, repeatedly questioning how this could be possible. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. He had indeed erred. Although Old Joe had also misjudged, claiming the stone was worth 10,000. Should Old Joe have been correct and he wrong, he would be utterly humiliated. At that moment, Old Joe, or Shen Fu, chuckled and remarked, "Ha ha, it seems we have all erred. However, I am merely an obscure figure, while Mr. Zhao and Mr. Gao are but ordinary mortals. It is you, Mr. Shun, who has proclaimed your superiority. How is it that you too failed to appraise this jadeite correctly?" "Mr. Shun, you need not explain. The art of stone betting relies not on words, but on perception. How about this? I happen to have a piece of jadeite rough with me. Surely, you wouldn't shy away from a wager?" With that, Shen Fu produced a fist-sized piece of entirely verdant jadeite rough. Chapter 68, Luring the Enemy Deeper. This jadeite rough was Shen Fu's ace in the hole. A few days prior, he had acquired this stone, but had yet to find a buyer. Its value was exorbitantly high. For a mere fist-sized piece, he demanded 300,000, a price few were willing to meet. Shen Fu was resolute and unwilling to lower his asking price. Thus it remained unsold. Initially, he had purchased a full gamble material for 30,000, and after stripping away part of the outer shell, the value skyrocketed from 30,000 to 300,000. For Shen Fu, this was a routine operation. Under his jade, spirit golden eyes, no concealed gem could elude detection. However, for others, parting with their money required considerable deliberation. Unlike Shen Fu, who could discern the answer at a mere glance, Shen Fu was not in haste to sell this stone, and today it became an unexpected trump card to confront the audacious impostor. I possess a piece of jadeite rough, Mr. Shun. Do you dare to wager on its value? The counterfeit was already in a furious state, needing no further provocation. He would undoubtedly accept the bet. What is there to fear? Damn it, it is just a stone. I wager with you. Excellent, then. Wait a moment. The impostor Shen Fu interrupted the genuine Shen Fu, his eyes wide and bloodshot. A bet is a bet, but I shall not wager without conditions. Oh, what does Mr. Shen propose? Let us wager something significant. If I accurately appraise the value of your stone, you will leave this establishment with both yourself and the stone, and from that day forth, you must avoid me at all costs and never again appear before my eyes. Shen Fu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. How amusing, truly amusing. But what if the gentleman makes a mistake in his appraisal? Nonsense. I am Shen Fu. How could I possibly misjudge such a mere stone? I am merely positing a hypothetical scenario. Shen Fu, calm and unhurried, spoke with an air of composure, yet subtle provocation. Addressing the counterfeit Shen Fu, the impostor, agitated and at the height of his anger, spoke without thought. He barely scrutinized the jade's condition, convinced that identifying such nearly flawless jadeite would pose no challenge to him. With unwavering confidence, he declared that should he lose, he would vacate the Grand Tycoon restaurant and never again present himself before this elderly man. Shen Fu chuckled. Indeed, that seems fair. Let the assembled witnesses bear witness. Shall we commence? The impostor interjected. Hold on. Shen Fu inquired. Do you have more to say, sir? The impostor retorted, of course. I believe that in our contest over the stone, it cannot be solely my judgment that prevails. Just looking at your old visage is enough to irk me. The esteemed figures present here, who do you think you are? You lounge about like a bothersome fly. You must join me in the appraisal, and let's see whose expertise reigns supreme. Shen Fu, adept at understanding human psychology, spoke with the grace of a master of Tai Chi. The impostor, brimming with rage yet unable to direct it at Shen Fu, found himself even more infuriated. Gao Sun and his expert companions observed from the sidelines, secretly impressed, contemplating that this elder might not be an inconsequential figure after all, but rather a formidable expert cloaked in humility. Thus, they scrutinized Shen Fu even more closely, hoping to detect any flaw. However, Shen Fu had long mastered the art of discretion. His vulnerabilities were not easily discernible. During this stone appraisal, he refrained from hastily revealing his bid, instead patiently waiting for the impostor to conclude his examination, which yielded an estimated value of 150,000 for the stone. Shen Fu then took a deep breath, activating his Jade Soul and golden eyes. This approach, while broad in scope, rendered it suitable for a general appraisal, but inadequate for finer distinctions. Based on prior experience, the color of the Jade Soul indicated that the stone's worth likely ranged between 300,000 and 500,000. I have completed my appraisal, Shen Fu announced. However, before finalizing, he forced himself to cast a lingering glance in Zhao Yunhai's direction, enduring the pain for reasons unknown. In any case, he had assessed the jade, and there was no way he would concede this gamble to the impostor. Coincidentally, the impostor also believed he would not be bested by Shen Fu. Completed your appraisal? Then do enlighten us. What is the worth of this stone? I say it is worth 10,000. What? 10,000. The impostor erupted in laughter, while Zhao Yunhai and Gao Sun shook their heads in disbelief. Zhao Yunhai remarked, Brother Zhou, no matter how inferior this jade may be, it could never be valued at merely 10,000. The exposed jade meat alone is worth at least 100,000. Perhaps you should reassess, Brother Zhou. Zhao Yunhai was apprehensive about Shen Fu's potential defeat, and Gao San shared similar sentiments. However, the impostor would not grant Shen Fu any opportunities. He declared no. In the realm of stone gambling, one cannot retract their words. The price once stated is final and unalterable. Shen Fu chuckled in response. Rest assured, I shall not waver. I assert its worth at 10,000. Thus, it shall be 10,000. Let us dispense with further discussion and proceed to cut the stone for verification. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Brother Zhou, you are indeed forthright. The impostor was immensely pleased, for he was aware that even if he misjudged, victory was beyond his reach. How could this piece of jade possibly be valued at merely 10,000? He summoned the manager once more, instructing him to send someone to cut the stone. As the crowd gathered to witness, some widened their eyes in astonishment, while others gaped in disbelief. Without exception, every individual was utterly astonished, except for Shen Fu. who had already discerned the true value of the stone. The quality of this rock surpassed all expectations, likely exceeding 400,000. No one had anticipated such a revelation, thus rendering this gambling match devoid of winners. All had lost, albeit Shen Fu's losses were deliberate. He sought to lure the enemy deeper, ultimately uprooting them entirely. Such was his simplicity of strategy. Chapter 69, The Sole Victor. The jade was unveiled, and the outcome left everyone astounded. In this contest, there were no victors. The counterfeit Shen Fu had faltered, the genuine Shen Fu, as well as old Zhou, had both erred, and the rest had misjudged, remaining oblivious to the jade's extraordinary worth. Shen Fu inquired, "Mr. Shen, how shall we adjudicate the results of this contest?" Shen Fu chuckled heartily. "Ha ha, so Mr. Shen possesses such a talent for sophistry. Very well, if you truly believe this constitutes your victory, I shall concede it to you. What? You remain unconvinced? How can I not be? I, old Zhou, am but an inconspicuous figure, lacking expertise in appraisal. Yet you are the illustrious Shen Fu. At Mr. Huang's private exhibition, you single-handedly dominated the scene, confronting the formidable Huang Xiao and his counterpart. How is it that today you cannot even appraise this modest jade rough? Furthermore, you have erred not once, but twice. Mr. Shen, how do you intend to explain this?" Shen Fu's words struck directly at the impostor's vulnerabilities, prompting Zhao Yunhai and Gao Sun to turn and scrutinize the pretender with skepticism. Indeed, rumors circulated that Shen Fu possessed remarkable abilities, consistently appraising jade with flawless accuracy. Had it been otherwise, the prominent figures Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan would not have held him in such high esteem, nor would they have sought to enlist this esteemed individual into their ranks. This mysterious middle-aged man, named Shen Fu, was undoubtedly formidable. Yet the one claiming to be Shen Fu before them seemed to lack substance in all respects. Zhao Yunhai inquired, "Mr. Shen, do you not wish to offer an explanation?" Gao Sun, equally doubtful, scrutinized the impostor. The pretender, now panicked, forced himself to maintain composure, feigning nonchalance. No one is infallible. Even the divine may falter in discerning a mere inch of jade. Must I be exempt from a misstep or two? Zhao Yunhai replied, "While that may be true, I enlisted your expertise for the appraisal of the 3 million jade rough. If you cannot assure me of your accuracy, I hesitate to request your assistance." The impostor slammed his palm on the table in outrage. "Absurd. Simply absurd. If you hold me in such contempt, then I shall take my leave." The first time he clamored to depart, it was a brazen maneuver, a tactic to bolster his negotiating position. However, this time, the impostor's outcry to leave stemmed from genuine trepidation. He recognized that the circumstances were turning dire, and the ruse of masquerading as Shen Fu would soon be unmasked. Hence, fleeing while the opportunity still existed seemed the wisest course. Yet at that moment, the real Shen Fu emerged once more. "Mr. Shen, please do not depart. If the appraisal is inaccurate, it cannot solely be attributed to you. After all, the stone is exceedingly difficult to assess. Is it not a common error?" The impostor pondered, wondering why this old fellow named Zhou, who had been his adversary, was now unexpectedly coming to his defense. Surely, there was some deceit afoot. With a sneer, the impostor pointed at Shen Fu and retorted, "Humph, you need not gloat here. When it comes to jade appraisal, you are far inferior to me." Shen Fu chuckled. "Indeed, that is quite true. I previously mentioned that I, old Zhou, am merely an inconspicuous man who knows little of jade appraisal. If by chance I correctly identified it, it would merely be a stroke of luck." With that, Shen Fu turned his gaze toward Zhao Yunhai, who, after a moment of contemplation, found himself persuaded by Shen Fu's words. In his perception, Shen Fu was simply an ordinary middle-aged man named Old Zhou, and his previous assistance in jade appraisal was likely just fortunate happenstance. Thus, Shen Fu successfully alleviated the crisis on Zhao Yunhai's side, which was his primary objective for attending this banquet. His secondary aim, of course, was to expose the impostor's fade and simultaneously restore the integrity of the name Shen Fu. Pointing at the impostor, Shen Fu declared, "Mr. Shen, you cannot leave today. You must clear your name. Let us engage in a third round of stone gambling, shall we?" The impostor cursed. "Damn it, how many stones did you bring? Why must we gamble again? Fearful? Me, Shen Fu, fearful? I merely disdain the idea of competing with someone of your caliber. Do you truly believe I am unable to surpass you? Huh, if that is the case, then splendid. Indeed, I, old Zhou, am aware of my own mediocrity, and thus I shall abstain from the third round against you. However, I would like to serve as a judge. Brother Zhao, and this esteemed Mr. Gao, Let us proceed with the third round of stone gambling with the real deal, shall we? The assembly exchanged glances, uncertain of Shen Fu's intent. Shen Fu then moved the 3 million yuan stone onto the dining table, indicating that the third round would be no pretenses. They would appraise this most valuable stone directly. Surely, no one would object, for was this not the very reason for their gathering today? Or do you intend to continue with this endless banter? Upon hearing this, the crowd was stirred. Indeed, the banquet had lingered long enough. It was time to commence the serious business at hand. I concur. Zhao Yunhai was the first to respond. Gao San nodded in agreement, signaling his approval. Finally, only the imposter, Shen Fu, remained. His expression darkened. What was meant to be a splendid day of deceit and indulgence had taken an unexpected turn, with an unanticipated challenger emerging from the shadows. However, no matter how infuriated the imposter became, he was utterly powerless against the guise of the old Zhou that Shen Fu had assumed. If he did not manage a decisive reversal this time, it was unlikely he would ever have another opportunity. Damn it, do I look afraid of you? Let us wager with this stone for the third time. If I win, you shall kneel and call me grandfather. Shen Fu sighed softly. Why do you all insist on making others kneel? The imposter replied, afraid? If you are frightened, there is no need to kneel. Simply offer me a respectful apology and bring forth 100,000 in cash, and I shall let the matter rest. Shen Fu chuckled. How amusing. Fortuitously, I have 100,000 in cash today. Here is the deal. First, we wager that you will kneel and call me grandfather. Second, we stake 100,000. The rules are simple. Whoever provides a more accurate appraisal of this stone wins. Fair enough? Quite fair, but mark my words, I shall certainly triumph. The imposter declared with fervor. Why is that? Shen Fu inquired. Because I am Shen Fu, the most formidable Shen Fu in the world. The imposter pounded his chest, utterly convinced, perhaps lost in his own performance, truly believing himself to be Shen Fu. At that moment, the genuine Shen Fu stepped forward and quietly whispered to the imposter. Thank you for the compliment. The imposter was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. Shen Fu did not elaborate, instead stating that time was of the essence and they should commence the wager. This time, Shen Fu would not hold back. He would exert every effort to ensure the appraisal of this 3 million worth stone was flawless. With the groundwork laid by the previous two encounters, even if he succeeded, he could simply attribute it to good fortune. Life is akin to a game of chess, and Shen Fu meticulously calculated each move. This strategic acumen was what truly set him apart. The imposter could mimic his appearance and physique, yet he could never replicate Shen Fu's profound wisdom. The evidence lay in Shen Fu's remark of gratitude, which revealed his true identity, while the imposter failed to comprehend it. Such audacity to impersonate Shen Fu was nothing short of laughable. Chapter 70. The Deceptive Merchant, He Kuei. You, what exactly? The imposter, after a long pause, could not articulate a complete thought. Zhao Yunhai and the others looked on in confusion, having missed Shen Fu's utterance. Shen Fu, wishing to keep his true identity concealed, merely smiled and said, there is no need for concern. Let us proceed with the stone cutting to verify the wager's outcome. At that moment, the manager of the restaurant interjected, Sir, such a large piece of jadeite is not easily moved by our staff. Thus, I must ask you to reconsider the cutting. The collector, Gao San, also chimed in, Indeed, this stone is quite heavy, and moving it is no small feat moreover. I came today to acquire this stone, not to have it cut immediately. Right, brother Zhao? Zhao Yunhai nodded in agreement. Shen Fu then remarked, if that is the case, the stone cannot be cut. What shall we do about the wager between myself and Mr. Shen? Gao San replied, your wager is a private matter. I, Gao San, am here not for your grievances. I seek fortune solely through the art of stone gambling. The outcomes of your contest bear no significance to me, for I place my unwavering trust in my own appraiser. With that, Gao San patted the shoulder of the expert beside him, a smug expression dancing upon his features. As the onlookers turned their gaze, they perceived that this expert exuded an extraordinary demeanor, undoubtedly an elite of the jade industry. For one could hardly fathom why Gao San would bestow such trust upon him otherwise. Gao San arrived accompanied by associates, and naturally, Zhao Yunhai was not empty-handed either. He brought along his presumed genuine expert, Shen Fu, as well as the authentic Shen Fu whom he believed to be Brother Zhou. It remains uncertain whether this circumstance was a serendipitous twist of fate or an unexpected blessing. In any case, Zhao Yunhai harbored no desire to cut the stone. He addressed Shen Fu, saying, Brother Zhou, this esteemed boss Gao is correct. The stone cannot be cut before it is sold. Our task is to ascertain the value of this stone prior to any cutting, for whoever appraises it more accurately stands to gain the most wealth. Shen Fu inquired, so, Zhao brother, do you, like Boss Gao, place your faith solely in the judgment of the appraiser you have summoned, namely Mr. Shen Fu? This question left Zhao Yunhai momentarily at a loss. He cast a glance at the impostor Shen Fu, who remained bewildered. Yet to recover from the whispered words uttered by the true Shen Fu moments ago. Suppressing a smile, Shen Fu asked, what does Mr. Shen mean by that? The impostor jabbed his finger at Shen Fu's shoulder, regaining his earlier bravado, and replied, it is imperative that I, Shen Fu, appraise this stone today, for only I possess the ability to discern its true essence. Do you comprehend, old man? Thus, within the private chamber of the Grand Fortune restaurant, the atmosphere grew tense. Fraught with unyielding rivalry among the three forces represented by Zhao Yunhai, Gao San, and the impostor Shen Fu, each trusting solely in their own convictions. With the real Shen Fu added to the mix, all eyes fixated hungrily upon the 3 million yuan stone. What then is the true worth of this stone? Gao San was the first to break the silence, addressing Zhao. Mr. Zhao, I am aware that you purchased this stone for 3 million. You are a renowned jade hunter in this industry, as am I. We should share a mutual respect. Hence, I am willing to offer you an additional 200,000, purchasing this jade raw stone without needing to cut it. What say you to selling it to me for 3,200,000? According to Gao Sen's proposition, Zhao Yunhai would net a profit of 200,000 with a mere flip of the stone. Did Zhao Yunhai acquiesce? Not at all. His brow furrowed, seemingly contemplating an alternative strategy. He replied, regrettably, Mr. Gao, your offer does not align with my expectations. I believe the latent value of this material cannot be so easily diminished by a mere 200,000. Gao Sen responded, oh, what does Brother Zhao imply? Zhao Yunhai elaborated, with just a slight polishing of the stone, should green be revealed within, the value could surge by approximately 500,000. To offer me a mere 200,000 would be to underestimate my insight. If you are willing to part with 340,000, I would be inclined to sell it directly to you. Gao San chuckled, evidently displeased with this valuation. Brother Zhao, you jest. Increasing the price by 40,000 poses a risk too great for this material to absorb. 200,000 is already the utmost limit. Zhao Yunhai and Gao San both concurred that the material warranted a higher price. At that moment, the impostor Shen suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. The crowd was taken aback and turned to gaze at this recent sensation in the Jade Circle. Mr. Shen, what brings about such mirth? Zhao Yunhai inquired. I apologize. I simply could not contain my amusement, for your discussion is utterly ridiculous. The impostor Shen replied amidst his laughter. Oh, do you believe that both my brother Zhao and I are mistaken? Gao San queried. Indeed. Zhao Yunhai and Gao San exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. Mr. Shen, are you suggesting that this material is not worth an increased price? Certainly not. If you examine the connection between the jade skin and the jade flesh closely, you will notice a fissure, correct? Why did the previous owner cease cutting at this point? Were they afraid that continuing would reveal more cracks, thereby diminishing its value? Precisely. To assess whether the material contains cracks, one cannot determine it from the outer skin. The only way to know is by cutting it open. Please observe here. The impostor Shen pointed to a specific area on the jade skin. The crowd looked on in confusion. Zhao Yunhai asked, what is significant about this? The impostor Shen responded, the skin here appears similar to other areas, but upon closer inspection, do you not notice a slight difference? If you touch it, the distinction will become even more apparent. Gao Sen's expert friend immediately reached out to feel it, then nodded in agreement. Gao San was astonished, as he had overlooked this detail, and neither his expert friend nor Zhao Yunhai had noticed it either. The area with slightly differing skin was no larger than a thumbnail, situated at the very bottom, and its darker hue required meticulous examination to discern, even when intentionally scrutinized. Gao San, his expert friend, and Zhao Yunhai simultaneously recognized this point, subsequently grasping the reason behind the impostor Shen's assertion that the stone was not worth 3 million. In the jade industry, counterfeiting is a grave taboo. The larger the business, the less likely one is to sell processed fakes, as admitting to being duped is a significant disgrace. The original owner of this 3 million stone, Hikue, was a shrewd businessman. It is possible he perpetrated the fraud, or perhaps he too was deceived. Regardless, it now appeared that this material was indeed problematic. The adage the cover-up is worse than the crime rings true. Any issues indicate that this material is not worth 3 million, a logical conclusion. Could it be that the impostor Shen was correct? The real Shen had a wager with him. Could it be that the genuine Shen was destined to lose this time? Chapter 71, Gradual Induction. In my opinion, this material is hardly worth even 3 million. At most, 250,000. The imposter Shen delivered his appraisal. Due to the potential evidence of tampering on the skin, both Zhao Yunhai and Gao Sun leaned towards this conclusion. Gao Sun, as the buyer, was naturally pleased. But Zhao Yunhai, the seller, was certainly dismayed at the prospect of a devaluation of the material in his possession. Brother Gao, you previously mentioned 320,000. According to the unspoken rules of the jade industry, once one party makes an offer and the other party consents, the transaction must proceed at that price, regardless of circumstances. However, Gao Sun remained unperturbed, for Zhao Yunhai had not acquiesced to the quoted price. Gao Sun remarked, Brother Zhao, your assertion is misguided. I offered 3,200,000, and you countered with 3,400,000. We have yet to reach an agreement. Thus, I must reassess the value of this stone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai let out a soft sigh, contemplating that regardless of the evaluation, the value of his stone would likely diminish. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he did not sell today, he could seek another unsuspecting buyer in the future. So long as Gao Sun kept this matter to himself, the stone would eventually find a buyer. In the small private dining room of the establishment, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The counterfeit Shen Fu, whom Zhao Yunhai had invited, had inadvertently jeopardized Zhao Yunhai's business, while simultaneously rendering a favor to his rival, Gao Sr. Gao San indeed expressed his gratitude to the imposter, stating that if it were not for Mr. Shen's impressive presence, the jade today would likely have gone unnoticed by anyone. The imposter, hearing this, became increasingly self-satisfied, believing himself to be quite remarkable. This act was sufficient to redeem the disgrace of his previous 2 losses. Today, by masquerading as Shen Fu, he sought genuine recognition. He was somewhat adept at stone gambling and possessed considerable audacity, having heard of Shen Fu's recent popularity. With both leading figures seeking him, yet failing to catch sight of him, he devised a scheme to present himself as Shen Fu, thus creating an opportunity to ascend to higher circles. Though this plan was audacious, it was also a rare stroke of brilliance. Had he not encountered the real Shen Fu today, he might have succeeded in his ruse. Unfortunately for him, Zhao Yunhai happened to know the genuine Shen Fu, who willingly participated in the gathering. Confronted with the brazen imposter, Shen Fu had discerned his true nature and felt no fear. Under the scrutiny of the second-tier Jade Spirit Golden Eyes, no jade could conceal itself. The material before him was a jade spirit of a purple hue, neither too deep nor too faint, indicating its worth should lie between 4 million and 6 million. Shen Fu placed his faith solely in the Jade Spirit Golden Eyes. Now, all had provided their assessments, leaving only his own. After some contemplation, Shen Fu resolved to assist his friend Zhao Yunhai while simultaneously concealing his true prowess. An idea struck him. He pointed at the stone and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The assembly was left bewildered. Zhao Yunhai and Gao Sun remained silent, while the imposter erupted in a tirade, questioning why Shen Fu felt the need to mimic him. Shen Fu replied with a smile. Mimic you? TSK, little Shen Fu. How absurd. Why would I need to imitate you? It is merely that your assessment is so baffling that I could not restrain myself. Ha ha ha. The imposter, incensed, retorted. How dare you claim my assessment is nonsensical? What right do you have to say such a thing? Let us not forget, in the previous 2 rounds of stone gambling, you, Mr. Shen, misjudged both times. What makes you think we should trust your judgment this time? Shen Fu, unfazed by the imposter's challenge, was poised to reveal his superior discernment. He refrained from revealing the true value of the 3 million worth of jadeite. Quite the opposite, he spoke nonsensically, claiming that this piece was valued at 3 million. He deliberately misstated the figure, ensuring that when the jadeite was eventually cut, no one would discern his true expertise. Moreover, Shen Fu knew that Zhao Yunhai would not sell the stone for less than 3 million. So regardless of his own appraisal, the stone would undoubtedly remain with Zhao Yunhai. Shen Fu merely had to state a price, 3 million, 3,100,000, 3,200,000, without concern for the specifics. As long as he did not disclose the true value, no one would realize that he was the genuine master of jade gambling. However, this incited the imposter's ire. You old man, are you deliberately provoking me? I let you win in the previous 2 rounds, and now you dare to utter such claims. You are truly unaware of your own limitations. Oh, Mr. Shen, you were intentionally conceding to me? Naturally. So this time, you are truly using your skills? You will certainly make the correct appraisal? Indeed, this time, I shall be right without fail. And if you are wrong, there is no possibility of error. But what if you are mistaken? You old fool, you still do not regard me, Shen Fu, with any respect. Shen Fu cunningly lured the impostor into a trap with his words. Enraged, the impostor's face flushed crimson, and he rolled up his sleeves. Unable to suppress his desire to confront Shen Fu, understanding the impostor's psychology, Shen Fu inquired, "What if you are truly wrong, considering our previous wager? What compensation do you intend to offer?" The impostor glanced around, pointing to 2 unopened bottles of 52-degree liquor, asserting that if he lost, he would consume both bottles and from that day forth, refer to Shen Fu as grandfather whenever they met. Conversely, if Shen Fu were to lose, he too would drink both bottles and call the impostor grandfather on every encounter. The matter of calling someone grandfather was a question of masculine dignity. Yet downing 2 bottles of liquor could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Yunhai and Gao San observed, not wishing for the situation to escalate, and urged the impostor to restrain his anger. In their view, the impostor was justified, while the true Shen Fu, masquerading as Brother Zhou, was merely a naive fool lacking knowledge of jadeite. Losing money was one thing, but preserving one's life was paramount. Mr. Shen, there is no need for anger. This individual is ignorant of jade gambling, so it is unnecessary to stoop to his level. Indeed, my Brother Zhou can be quite stubborn. It's best not to gamble with him. We all believe in your appraisal. Yet, the two were unable to deter the impostor, who was now consumed with rage, feeling as though he had truly been insulted and determined to confront those who looked down upon him. All of this was within Shen Fu's calculations. He remained composed, standing calmly, and asked the impostor, "Are you serious? Do you truly wish to gamble with me?" The impostor, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting, insisted that he would gamble with Shen Fu immediately, without any delay. The loser must drink the liquor before leaving. "Very well, I shall gamble with you," Shen Fu replied, smiling calmly, as though everything were well within his grasp. Certainly, everything is indeed under his control. Chapter 72. The Success of Counterfeiting. Initially, 3 individuals presented 3 different conclusions. Zhao Yunhai, Gao Sun, and the counterfeit Shen Fu each held firm to their assertions. However, the counterfeit Shen Fu produced evidence, suspicious marks on the surface of the stone, prompting both Zhao and Gao to agree with the counterfeit Shen Fu's appraisal that this stone was a forgery, valued at merely over 2 million. The question remains, did the genuine Shen Fu lose to the counterfeit, or did he successfully expose the fraud? There is no cause for concern. Since Shen Fu has awakened his second-tier jade spirit golden pupils, he cannot possibly be defeated by a mere impostor. Yet, to validate the appraisal, the stone must be cut open. Zhao Yunhai leans towards the counterfeit Shen Fu's evaluation and intends to sell this stone to an unsuspecting buyer. Thus, he is adamantly opposed to cutting it. If this were the case, today's events would not reach a resolution. Zhao Yunhai declared, "Mr. Shen, Brother Zhou, I understand the importance of your wager, but this stone is equally significant to me. I cannot afford to lose hundreds of thousands, hence it must not be cut." "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, the counterfeit Shen Fu laughed heartily, for Zhao Yunhai's words essentially acknowledged his conclusion. Gao Sun, too, appeared troubled, recognizing that he had indeed been bested by this elusive Shen Fu. The rumors of the underworld were true. This Shen Fu possessed genuine skill and was formidable indeed. However, the authentic Shen Fu stood before them, having already conceived a solution. Maintaining his guise as Brother Zhou, Shen Fu addressed Zhao Yunhai. "Brother Zhao, since I have already wagered with Mr. Shen, why don't we engage in a wager ourselves?" Everyone was taken aback, particularly Zhao Yunhai. "A wager? How shall we bet?" "It's quite simple," Shen Fu replied with a slight smile. Gesturing towards the stone, "I wager that it is worth 3 million. Therefore, I am prepared to offer 3 million, no, 3,400,000, to purchase it. This price aligns with your earlier valuation, does it not?" "But this stone..." Zhao Yunhai hesitated. "There is no need for concern, Brother Zhao. Simply tell me if you are willing to sell at 3,400,000. Zhao Yunhai contemplated this. He was indeed inclined to sell, yet would first disadvantage his elder brother, and second, it was uncertain whether Brother Zhou possessed such funds. Others shared similar sentiments. While the counterfeit Shen Fu laughed uproariously, mocking Shen Fu. "You? 3,400,000? Do you truly have such wealth?" He observed Shen Fu's humble appearance, doubting his affluence. Shen Fu, however, remained unfazed as he retrieved a checkbook from his pocket. "This item is seldom seen, but is undeniably effective. A small booklet capable of settling substantial bills provided the recipient trust that is not a mere promissory note. Shen Fu inscribed a figure on the check and signed his name. With a swift tear, he presented the check to all present. Yet, this did little to assuage doubts. The counterfeit laughed even harder, deriding Shen Fu as a pretender, asserting that it was merely a worthless piece of paper. Zhao Yunhai's brow furrowed, clearly sharing the skepticism. Brother Zhao, do you not trust me? It is not a matter of trust, it is simply, do you truly believe that I cannot produce 3,400,000? Even if you, Brother Zhou, genuinely possess such wealth, this stone is not worth that price. How could I possibly sell it to you? Although Zhao Yunhai did not perceive Shen Fu as wealthy, he was loyal and did not wish to deceive him out of several hundred thousand. Shen Fu appreciated this sentiment, but at that moment, the impostor seized the check and, before the crowd, tore into shreds. Old Zhou, there is no need for your sleight of hand. The check is merely an illusion. If you possess the means, present us with cash. Today, if you can truly produce 3,400,000, I, Shen Fu, will unhesitatingly toast you with 3 cups in salute. Faced with the provocation, Shen Fu remained silent. The impostor, overjoyed, became even more convinced that Shen Fu was merely bluffing. Little did he know, Shen Fu suddenly opened a bottle of wine, filled 3 glasses, and placed them before the impostor. Then, Shen Fu took out his phone and displayed his bank balance, which clearly showed over 4,900,000 yuan. To Zhao Yunhai and Gao San, this sum was not particularly significant, as they had encountered wealthier individuals. However, Shen Fu, portraying Brother Zhou, appeared to be a modest, middle-aged man. How could he possess such a fortune? It was utterly astonishing. They were left speechless, and the impostor's eyes nearly bulged from disbelief. How could this be? You, old man, possess even more wealth than I. Shen Fu then delivered a sharp retort. Oh, Mr. Shen, so renowned, yet you do not even have 5 million? The impostor was caught off guard and fell silent. Nevertheless, he was determined to drink those 3 cups of liquor. Shen Fu had filled the glasses to the brim, and the impostor, upon seeing this, began to worry whether he could remain standing after consuming them. At this moment, Shen Fu inquired, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to drink? Mr. Shen, just how many times do you intend to retract your words today? Even the elderly women dancing in the square are more forthright than you. However, it matters not. We have long grown accustomed to your willingness to gamble and your refusal to accept defeat." Shen Fu's taunts incited the impostor, who, filled with shame and anger, seized a glass and downed its contents in one gulp. The liquor, at 52 degrees, burned his throat like fire, causing him immense discomfort. Observing his distress, Shen Fu showed no intent to relent. This ordeal was one the impostor had to endure. Moreover, greater challenges lay ahead. Shen Fu remarked, "There are still 2 glasses remaining. Mr. Shen, please proceed." The impostor, cursing under his breath and filled with trepidation, knew he could not drink the other 2 glasses. To abstain would mean losing face. Yet to drink them could cost him his life. At this juncture, Gao San interjected, "Brother Zhou, I believe Mr. Shen was merely acting on impulse. Ultimately, we are here to gamble on stones. Let us not make it difficult for him." Shen Fu smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall grant Mr. Gao this favor. In any case, I possess 3,400,000. Zhao, my brother, are you willing to sell me the stone? And then I shall cut it to prove the outcome." After some contemplation, Zhao Yunhai deemed this arrangement to be the most favorable result. "Agreed, it is settled." Gao San hastily shook his head, expressing his reluctance. Thus, Shen Fu once again wrote a check and had Zhao Yunhai issue a receipt. From that moment forth, the jadeite ruff was unequivocally his. He was not one to hesitate, promptly offering a gratuity of 3,000 yuan, urging the manager to find someone to cut the stone. The manager kept 2,000 for himself and distributed the remaining 1,000 to 2 attendants, instructing them to transport the stone to the workshop for cutting. Zhao Yunhai and Gao San, witnessing this scene, were utterly incredulous, with the impostor Shen Fu collapsing to the ground, exclaiming that the stone had been switched. For how could it appear so pristine? Yet, Shen Fu merely smiled in silence, for the truth lay before them, requiring no words from him. Chapter 73. 3 Calls of Grandfather. The reality was evident. This piece of jadeite was worth at least 5 million yuan. Zhao Yunhai, Gao San, Gao San's expert friend, and the impostor Shen Fu were all left in a state of shock. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunhai felt a pang of regret, for the stone had originally belonged to him. Now slipping through his fingers, Gao San and his expert companion felt a sense of shame, having prided themselves on their expertise in jadeite appraisal. Yet today, they had misjudged the stone repeatedly, culminating in this absurd finale. As for the imposter Shen Fu, his emotions were steeped in despair. The presence of the jadeite signified his defeat in the bet. According to their wager, he was obliged to down 2 bottles of 52-degree liquor and then refer to the elderly gentleman, surnamed Zhou, as grandfather. Addressing someone as grandfather was a matter of dignity. But consuming that alcohol could be life-threatening. After just 1 drink, his stomach churned violently. If he were to consume 2 bottles, would he not be courting death? The imposter Shen Fu's face turned ashen. His body trembled uncontrollably, entirely devoid of his earlier bravado, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. But what of the true Shen Fu? He had assumed the identity of Lao Zhou, brimming with confidence, fully in control of the situation. However, he had no genuine desire to force the imposter to drink. Should something happen, he would bear the responsibility for all present. Therefore, while the term grandfather must be uttered, the liquor need not be consumed. Shen Fu intended to use this as leverage for his own purposes. Mr. Shen, he declared, according to our wager, you have lost. The imposter Shen Fu fell silent, too fearful to utter a word. Shen Fu feigned contemplation, stating, yet, I too erred in my appraisal. I claimed this jadeite was worth 3 million. Yet it appears it is worth at least 5 million. Thus, we have both made mistakes, would you not agree? The imposter Shen Fu seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, eagerly affirming yes. Yes. Shen Fu chuckled, but Mr. Shen need not rejoice too soon. Although we were both mistaken, our wager concerned only your ability to appraise correctly. I, Lao Zhou, am merely an insignificant figure. My correctness holds little weight. Since I too was in error, let us do this. Your punishment may be halved, and you need not drink the liquor. The imposter Shen Fu was overjoyed. Really? He questioned. Though he was spared from drinking, he was still required to address Shen Fu as grandfather. And because the liquor had been excused, he was to call this title in front of everyone present, and from that day forth, he must do so every time they met. But that is against the rules. Shen Fu raised an eyebrow, questioning loudly, oh? Mr. Shen intends to down these 2 bottles of liquor in one go, does he? Upon hearing this, the counterfeit Shen fell silent once more. There was no way he could manage it. Even 2 cups would lead him to his demise in this very room. So be it. What was it to call someone grandfather? I shall cast aside my dignity today. After all, even Han Xian once endured humiliation. A true man avenges himself. Even if it takes a decade, I shall repay this grudge in due time. Grandfather. What? Grandfather. Speak up. I am hard of hearing and cannot discern your words. Grandfather. The imposter shouted loudly. Only then did Shen display a satisfied smile and nod in approval. Subsequently, the counterfeit approached Zhao Yunhai and Gao San, addressing them and Gao Sin's expert companion as grandfather as well. Though slightly awkward, being called grandfather was not entirely unpleasant. However, the tales of the legendary Shen had now been thoroughly shattered in their minds, leaving not a trace behind. If word of today's events were spread, Shen's name would surely become a source of mockery for all. Not only would the prominent figures Huang, Jinxiong, and Shao Qishan cease to seek him out, but even ordinary stone gambling enthusiasts would point and laugh upon encountering him. And this was precisely what Shen desired. It was preferable for everyone to regard Shen as insignificant. The more they underestimated him, the easier it would be for him to act. After 3 shouts of grandfather, the imposter's face had turned a deep crimson. Yet, at last, this matter reached its conclusion. Shame was shame, but once it was over, in the future. I shall seek my vengeance and make this old Zhou pay tenfold. But hold on. He was halted by Shen. Turning back, his eyes were filled with rage as he demanded, What do you mean, Zhou? I called out grandfather. Why can't you let me leave? The man known as Old Zhou, Shen, smiled faintly and pointed at the restaurant manager and the 2 servers who had just brought in the stones, saying, Mr. Shen, you seem to have forgotten a few individuals. I meant everyone in this room. Do you not consider them human? Upon hearing this, the imposter was filled with fury, nearly spitting blood. What were they to him? In a moment of anger, he spoke without thinking, offending the 3 staff members of the restaurant. The 2 servers, being of lowly status, could be dismissed, but the restaurant manager wielded considerable authority, having attended to numerous dignitaries and social elites. How dare you, Shen, imply that I am not human? The manager clenched his teeth. While his demeanor appeared unaffected, he inwardly loathed Shen. He resolved to broadcast today's events widely, ensuring Shen's misfortune was known, and see if he would dare to show his face in the stone gambling community again. Ultimately, the imposter refrained from calling out grandfather again and swiftly departed. The true Shen made no effort to stop him, for all objectives had been achieved, and keeping this man was no longer necessary. Subsequently, Shen Fu produced a sum of 1,000 yuan and entrusted it to the manager of the restaurant, imploring him to maintain utmost confidentiality regarding today's affairs, particularly concerning the remaining individuals. This implied that the matters concerning the three of them were to remain secret, while the incident involving the counterfeit Shen Fu could be freely discussed. The manager, well versed in the intricacies of human relations, accepted Shen Fu's money and naturally complied with his request. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will see to it that this matter is handled properly. The manager then departed with the waitstaff, leaving only Shen Fu, Zhao Yunhai, Gao San, and Gao Sen's expert friend in the private room. The piece of jadeite, already cut, remained in the room. The group engaged in a brief tirade against the imposter Shen Fu before erupting into hearty laughter, their spirits evidently high. Zhao Yunhai might have felt a tinge of frustration, as the stone had been sold at a lower price, yet he had still made a profit of 400,000. One could only say the earnings were modest, but he certainly did not incur a loss. The stone now belonged to Shen Fu, who was disinclined to keep it and wished to sell it promptly. Noticing Gao Sen's keen interest in the stone, he directly inquired if he wished to purchase it, assuring him that the price was negotiable. After contemplation, Gao Sen offered 4,500,000. Shen Fu considered this and countered with an additional 300,000, stating he would sell for 4,800,000. Gao Sen acquiesced, and thus, in less than 5 minutes, Shen Fu netted a profit of 140,000. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhai secured his 40,000, and Gao San was likely to earn around 1 million in the future. Everyone emerged victorious, and Shen Fu had maintained his anonymity, resulting in a most joyous outcome. Chapter 74. Retreat for Cultivation. It has been several days since Shen Fu, under the alias of Old Zhou, dealt with the swindler impersonating him at the Dafahao restaurant. During these days, Shen Fu refrained from gambling on stones and instead secluded himself at home, delving into the advanced applications of the Jade Soul Golden Eye technique. The white Jade Soul is valued at approximately below 100,000. The blue Jade Soul ranges from 100,000 to 1 million, while the purple Jade Soul spans from 1 million to 10 million. Lastly, the golden Jade Soul, which Shen Fu had only seen once, commands a price exceeding 10 million and is regarded as the emperor among Jadeites. However, the drawback lies in his capacity to ascertain only the general value of jade, but not its precise worth. For instance, both a 10,000 and an 80,000 blue Jade Soul appear the same. How then could one rely on this to gamble on stones? This was a challenge Shen Fu aimed to overcome. He simply needed to refine his skills further. Thus, he confined himself to his quarters for several days, continuously practicing. Each day was spent in contemplation, scrutinizing the stones, and striving to discern the most subtle variations in the hues of the Jade Soul. Initially, Shen Fu could categorize the same type of Jade Soul into 3 tiers: dark, standard, and light. However, as his proficiency grew, he advanced to recognizing 5 distinct grades corresponding to their value. Taking the blue Jade Soul as an example, the blue grade represents the deepest hue, valued between 800,000 and 1 million. The blue grade, which is merely a shade darker, ranges from 600,000 to 800,000. Following this, the blue grade's color becomes increasingly lighter, with values dropping by 20,000 for each tier. Ultimately, the lightest blue grade, nearing white, is the least expensive, valued between 100,000 and 200,000. After several days of relentless training, Shen Fu had consumed countless bottles of eye drops, yet his eyes remained red, swollen, and sore. He could distinguish 5 grades of jade with white and blue jade spirits. However, with the purple jade spirits, he lacked sufficient reference points and could currently only categorize them into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. In time, as he encountered more, he would likely be able to discern 5 grades as well. At present, Shen Fu's prowess was more than sufficient for stone gambling. On this day, Shen Fu finally emerged from his seclusion, eager to apply the new skills he had painstakingly mastered. He drove to the jade market in the eastern part of the city, meandering through the bustling atmosphere. Initially, he was exceedingly cautious, fearful that someone might recognize him. However, he overestimated the situation. The market's patrons were preoccupied and hurried, their attention solely focused on the jade, rendering him, an unremarkable middle-aged man, inconspicuous. Unlike the self-important, attention-seeking individuals who longed for fame, Shen Fu understood that those who aspire to achieve greatness must first remain low-key, diligently amassing strength in silence. Those who rush to flaunt their prowess too soon risk being quashed by the titans of the industry, leaving no opportunity for future ascent. Presently, no one in the jade market was aware of Shen Fu's extraordinary abilities, which was, in fact, his greatest strength. With over 6 million in his bank account, he had ample funds for substantial stone gambling, yet he deliberately chose inconspicuous stones to avoid drawing attention. Whenever he discovered stones with a price that did not align with the color of their jade spirits, stones he referred to as hidden treasures, he would seize them. For instance, if a stone with a blue jade spirit was priced at merely tens of thousands of yuan, he would purchase it without hesitation. On this particular day, Shen Fu wandered through the eastern jade market and acquired 3 treasures, all of which were blue jade spirits, with prices ranging from 10,000 to several tens of thousands of yuan. Each was a complete gamble, with their true value shrouded in mystery. He spent a total of 120,000 yuan to procure the 3 stones, but refrained from cutting them on-site to avoid revealing his impressive skills. Instead, he transported the stones to a familiar stone cutter, requesting his expertise. The cutter greeted him warmly. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, back again? What treasures have you brought today?" Shen Fu, still using the alias Old Zhou, smiled and replied, "Nothing of great value, just a gamble with luck." He feigned nonchalance, stating that the 3 stones had cost him over 60,000 yuan and that he would be content if they yielded 70,000 yuan in returns. Shen Fu deliberately misled the cutter about the purchase price, even producing a few fabricated receipts. The cutter, upon seeing them, readily believed Shen Fu's fabrications. When the stones were eventually cut, they revealed values of around 100,000 yuan each, at most exceeding 200,000 yuan collectively. Shen Fu feigned disappointment, expressing discontent over the apparent losses. "Damn it, another loss." The cutter, witnessing Shen Fu's demeanor, had no doubt that he had indeed incurred a loss. The truth, however, was that Shen Fu had sold the 3 stones for a net profit of 400,000 yuan, a sum that surpassed the annual income of a modest household in just a single morning's work. This tactic proves to be exceedingly effective. Shen Fu consistently acquires jade rough at a low price and then seeks out another location to have it cut, deceitfully claiming that the purchase price of these stones is exorbitant. After all, they are all gambling materials. No one can ascertain their true worth, nor can they know the selling price when the time comes. Occasionally, Shen Fu allows himself to make a modest profit to avoid arousing the suspicion of the stone cutters with continuous losses. He frequently changes the cutting venues, all in the name of discretion. However, there's an old adage in Huaxia: paper cannot contain fire forever. One afternoon, while gambling on stones as usual, Shen Fu was unexpectedly recognized. Chapter 75. Encountering Chunji again. On that day, Shen Fu wandered through the jade market in the western part of the city in the morning, returning empty-handed for the first time in days. Thus, in the afternoon, he ventured out again, this time to the jade market located in the city center. He seldom frequented this area, as it primarily featured finished jade products, with fewer rough stones available and prices slightly higher than those in the eastern and western markets. Legay City boasts 3 major markets situated in the east, west, and central areas. The eastern and western markets are more grounded, while the central jade market, being in the heart of the city, tends to attract a more affluent clientele. Many wealthy individuals, who view stone gambling as mere entertainment, often visit this market. The southern and northern parts of the city primarily serve as residential areas. Shen Fu's rented old house lies in the south, whereas the north is home to the affluent, with upscale communities and villa districts proliferating, each costing no less than 30,000 per square meter. Indeed, the principle of maintaining a low profile has been steadfastly adhered to by Shen Fu, fearing the revelation of his true, remarkable identity. Employing an alias and frequently changing locations, he aimed to avoid recognition. Yet, that afternoon, someone still identified him. "By heavens, it's you." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shen Fu, who was selecting jade rough in a stone shop, turned to see a familiar face. Indeed, this individual was known to him. During a private exhibition hosted by Huang Jinxiong, Shen Fu had aided Miss Tang in fending off this man, Chunji. On that occasion, Shen Fu had showcased his prowess, wagering with Jade and thoroughly humiliating Chunji, who fancied himself a skilled dandy. Subsequently, Chunji had fled without facing any repercussions. Shen Fu refrained from pursuing the matter, wishing to conceal his capabilities, but he never anticipated encountering this man in the jade shop. Wait, could this be Chunji's establishment? Shen Fu's concern grew that Chunji might disclose his true identity, jeopardizing his ability to discreetly amass wealth. What a predicament! He never expected to cross paths with this adversary in such a setting. Meanwhile, Chunji was equally taken aback. As a scion of a wealthy family, He had been raised amidst the jade industry and, upon inheriting the family business, had successfully managed it. Though he exhibited frivolity and hedonism, and his character had its flaws, his expertise in jade was indeed formidable. It can be said that among the young jade merchants of Legay City, Chun-Ji stands out prominently. Unlike many second-generation jade dealers who are mere wastrels, Chun-Ji possesses genuine skill and, as a result, carries an air of arrogance, dismissing others with contempt. However, on that fateful day at the exhibition, an unknown middle-aged man, none other than Shen Fu, defeated him utterly, leaving Chun-Ji humiliated beyond measure. How could he endure such disgrace? That day, he fled in panic, never daring to mention the incident to anyone out of fear of losing face. Since then, he has worked diligently to refine his stone gambling techniques. Though he lost then, he vowed that if he were to encounter that odious elder again, he would ensure that retribution would be swift and severe. Thus, upon seeing Shen Fu today, Chun-Ji was struck with a mixture of shock and elation, recognizing that the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Yet, Shen Fu felt nothing but vexation. He feared not Chun-Ji's vengeance, but rather the possibility that Chun-Ji might create such a commotion that his carefully crafted identity could be exposed. Chun-Ji, suppressing his inner exuberance, approached Shen Fu. This was his establishment, and as the proprietor, his employees dared not intervene. "Sir, it seems we meet again," Chun-Ji declared. Shen Fu sighed softly, realizing that he could not evade today's confrontation. If that were the case, he might as well minimize the situation. "Mr. Chun, it has indeed been a while. Is this your jade shop? It appears to be thriving," he remarked. Chun-Ji let out a cold laugh and lowered his voice menacingly. "You needn't feign concern, old man. I remember our last encounter vividly. Not only did you ruin my prospects, but you also left me utterly humiliated. Now that we find ourselves together again, I must exact my revenge." Feigning ignorance, Shen Fu replied, "I don't quite understand. Perhaps Mr. Chun has misunderstood something." Chun-Ji's face contorted with a blend of intense hatred and overwhelming joy at the prospect of revenge. He glared at Shen Fu, as if he could consume him whole, his voice trembling with excitement as he said, "Stop playing coy. I lost to you due to momentary carelessness, and you have yet to redeem that I owe you for 100,000. I have not forgotten the humiliation of kneeling before you." Chun-Ji insinuated that Shen Fu owed him a bow. Was there such an incident? Shen Fu feigned forgetfulness, hoping to dissuade Chun-Ji from pursuing vengeance. Yet, Chun-Ji could think of nothing but the humiliations he had suffered. Although he had not truly knelt and bowed, he had fled, and one must accept defeat when gambling. The act of fleeing is regarded with disdain, and yet he had done just that. If word of this were to spread, Chun-Ji's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving him to live in perpetual fear that one day, the entire jade market of Legay City would mock him as a coward and a failure. This relentless anxiety twisted Chun-Ji's psyche further, and only through complete vengeance could he find reconciliation with himself and escape the shadow of his earlier defeat. "You needn't try to manipulate me with your tricks. Is this your way of perpetually humiliating me? Very well, you may be ruthless, but I, Chun-Ji, am not to be trifled with. Since our paths have crossed today, everything must reach a conclusion." Shen Fu inquired, "What is to be done?" Chun-Ji replied, "Of course. We shall compete once more. If I emerge victorious, our previous wager will be rendered null and void." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fu understood that he could intentionally concede to Chun-Ji, allowing this deeply troubled scion of a wealthy family to regain his composure, thus resolving the matter. He consented. "Very well, I agree. We shall engage in another contest of stone gambling." Chun-Ji's face lit up with joy. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his temples bulged, indicating the profound impact of his prior defeat. Had Shen Fu chosen to divulge the incident, Chun-Ji would have been reduced to a laughingstock, and the ordeal would have passed, sparing him the torment of his inner turmoil. However, out of a desire for discretion, Shen Fu remained silent, leaving Chun-Ji to feel as though he were a fugitive evading capture, his mental state deteriorating further. He became increasingly paranoid, often frightened by shadows, unable to eat during the day or sleep at night. Yet, all of this was destined to come to a conclusion today. Chun-Ji had awaited this competition for far too long and was determined to prevail. Simultaneously, Shen Fu resolved to let him win, ensuring Chun-Ji's victory. But could the matter truly be resolved so simply? Perhaps not. Chapter 76, Enemies Meet. This was Chun-Ji's jade store, unbeknownst to Shen Fu, who inadvertently stumbled inside, colliding with his adversary. Chun-Ji sought retribution for the indignity suffered at the last private exhibition. Previously, Shen Fu had triumphed over Chun-Ji in a contest of stone gambling, utterly shattering his pride. This time, Chun-Ji intended to exact revenge through the same means. Glaring at Shen Fu with malevolence, akin to a wolf stalking its prey, he growled, "Old man, do you dare to gamble with me once more?" Shen Fu's audacious demeanor was not a reflection of his true character, but rather a calculated ruse. He was acutely aware of Chun-Ji's intentions. Today, Chun-Ji sought vengeance, and Shen Fu aimed to satisfy him. Moreover, he planned to allow Chun-Ji a moment of triumph, ensuring the young man would not trouble him in the future. Shen Fu's only desire was to amass wealth quietly, indifferent to these trivial skirmishes. Thus, he feigned arrogance, knowing that the more ostentatious he appeared, the greater Chun-Ji's delight would be upon his eventual concession, achieving Shen Fu's objective. This may seem illogical, but in truth, Chun-Ji was entirely at Shen Fu's mercy, with Shen Fu orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Indeed, Chun-Ji fell into the trap. Witnessing Shen Fu's brazen demeanor only fueled his fury further. He shouted at Shen Fu, "How dare you look down upon me? What do you take me for?" Shen Fu retorted with a smile, "Certainly, a defeated foe." Chen-Yi escalated. "What did you say?" "Huh. A vanquished soldier should not boast of bravery. If you seek vengeance today, it is not but a fantastical dream." In a fit of rage, Chun-Ji's face flushed as the fire within him could no longer be contained. With a thunderous roar, he startled every patron and employee within the Jade store. With a booming voice, Chun-Ji proclaimed, "Listen closely, everyone. This old man has once bested me in a game of stone gambling, and I do not deny it. However, that was merely a lapse in my performance and does not reflect my inferiority to this wretched elder." The patrons in the shop were bewildered, unable to comprehend Chun-Ji's fervent outburst. They glanced between him and Shen Fu, the middle-aged man he was pointing at, pondering who he might be. With an unremarkable appearance, he hardly seemed like a wealthy individual. So how could he have provoked Chun-Ji? After all, Chun-Ji was renowned as a prominent figure in the jade industry. They should have had no connection, leaving the crowd both puzzled and curious. Seething with fury, Chun-Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk as he declared with conviction, "Simply put, you are about to witness a grand spectacle. I, Chun-Ji, along with this arrogant old man, shall engage in a contest of stone gambling, and the loser will serve the winner as a dog." Upon hearing this, Shen Fu thought to himself, "This is outrageous. While I might allow you to win, if you raise the stakes with such a condition, losing would mean sacrificing my dignity as well." Initially, the situation was peaceful, with Shen Fu deliberately letting Chun-Ji win, allowing both parties to achieve their goals. However, with Chun-Ji's sudden proclamation, Shen Fu was compelled to alter his strategy. Shen Fu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He transformed from brash to meek and timid. "Master Chun, a game of stone gambling is one thing, but the notion of becoming a dog is simply excessive." To Chun-Ji, Shen Fu's change in attitude appeared as fear and reluctance, which only fueled Chun-Ji's arrogance and strengthened his belief that victory was already within his grasp. As he spoke, Chun-Ji retrieved his phone and made a call, although the listeners could only hear fragmented snippets of a woman's voice. "No, I won't go." "Don't be crazy. That uncle is also. I know if I go, it's just." The call ended, and Chun-Ji let out a cold laugh, announcing that he had invited Miss Tang. Shen Fu was not surprised. To him, it seemed that Chun-Ji had become unhinged. Clearly still reeling from the defeat he had suffered at the hands of this prodigious young man. Today, Chun-Ji sought revenge, determined to have all parties present, which demonstrated his obsessive intent. Shen Fu remarked, "Master Chun, Miss Tang has no bearing on our grievances. There is no need to summon her." Chun-Ji retorted angrily, "No, it was that promiscuous woman who clouded my judgment before, but this time I shall not falter. Moreover, I intend to wager Miss Tang once more. I ask you, old man, do you dare?" Shen Fu replied, "Miss Tang is an independent woman. What right do we have to use her as a stake?" Chun-Ji laughed heartily and summoned his subordinates to fetch the account book, which contained records of transactions between his jade shop and Miss Tang's employer. The jade store where Miss Tang worked had been struggling financially and owed Chun-Ji a considerable sum. Chun-Ji intended to use this leverage to coerce the exquisite beauty into dating him, even spending the night. Naturally, Miss Tang refused, but there would come a time when her limits would be tested. Ultimately, when she could no longer deny him, Chun-Ji was defeated by Shen Fu, adding another layer to Chun-Ji's resentment towards him for denying him the woman he desired. In summary, The events of today have escalated dramatically. Shen Ji is nearly deranged, consumed by an all-encompassing hatred for Shen Fu, with everything else regarded as mere fleeting memories. Shen Fu, on the other hand, has resolved to confront the situation earnestly. He must emerge victorious in today's contest, blaming Shen Ji for his own folly. The onlookers are delighted by the unfolding drama, with some even calling friends to ensure they do not miss this grand spectacle. 10 minutes later, Miss Tang arrived, adorned in a floral dress that accentuated her graceful legs. Elegantly encased in stockings and perched atop slender high heels. She is indeed a vision of beauty, which explains Chun Ji's fervent desire to possess her. However, her face is marred by concern, particularly upon encountering Shen Fu. She fears that her presence has once again embroiled him in Chun Ji's quest for vengeance. Yet, Shen Fu reassures her with a smile. Miss Tang, there is no need for alarm. Today's events are firmly within my control. His words seem to soothe her, and a smile returns to her countenance. Chun Ji, observing this interaction, finds himself further inflamed with jealousy. By heavens, if I do not make you suffer 1,000 deaths today, I shall no longer bear the surname Chun. What will the outcome of today's contest be? Will Chun Ji achieve his long-sought revenge? Chapter 77, Disarming the Opponent. All the principal characters are now present, and the audience has filled the entire Jade store. The tension palpable, ready to erupt. At this moment, Shen Fu undertakes a peculiar action. He dons a mask he had on his person, and coupled with the hat he had worn out, his face is almost entirely obscured, rendering him unrecognizable. Seeing this, the already frenzied Chun Ji mistakes it for fear and laughs uproariously. Do you find it shameful? No worries. I generously permit you to hide your face, ha ha ha. Shen Fu remains silent. Beside him, Miss Tang, visibly anxious, clings to his arm, urging him to forego the contest with this lunatic. It is then that Shen Fu speaks softly. Fear not, I shall assuredly emerge victorious. You may rest easy, Miss Tang. Chun Ji then leaps onto a table, proclaiming the contest to all present. Old man, what is your name? I am surnamed Zhou. You may call me Old Zhou. Very well. What are the stakes? Simple enough. Should you lose today, you shall be my dog for a day, obedient to my every command. But fret not. I shall not make it too difficult for you. Perhaps merely subject you to some humiliation, like consuming excrement. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Chun Ji has lost his mind. The audience, upon hearing this wager, shakes their heads in disbelief, pondering how a young man of apparent good upbringing could utter such vile words. This illustrates the depth of his loathing for Shen Fu. Logically, such stakes should be far more consequential than mere monetary losses, and Shen Fu ought not to acquiesce. However, the spectators observe Shen Fu, Old Zhou, despite his outward show of trepidation and pleas for mercy, implores Chun Ji not to escalate the stakes so drastically. Chun Ji, however, remains resolute, threatening that should Shen Fu refuse, he would immediately send someone to collect the debts owed by Miss Tang, ensuring her uncle's shop faces ruin. Miss Tang was assisting in her uncle's jade store. Although he was her uncle in name, he was essentially her father, as her parents had passed away early. Shen Fu exclaimed, "Is it not utterly despicable to use a woman as a bargaining chip?" This was indeed part of Shen Fu's strategy. Chun Ji fell right into the trap. Noticing Shen Fu's constant evasion of the topic and his reluctance to agree to a contest, he mistakenly believed Shen Fu was intimidated. Little did he realize that Shen Fu was deliberately lulling his opponent into a false sense of security. How could Shen Fu be afraid? With the jade spirit and golden eyes at his side, he was destined to prevail in the gamble. At this moment, his feigned weakness was merely a ploy to coax Chun Ji into raising the stakes, ultimately ensnaring him completely. Shen Fu remarked, "Must Mr. Chin play such a grand game? Gambling is one thing, but what do you mean by acting like a dog? Do you truly take pleasure in witnessing humiliation?" Chun Ji, in a frenzy, retorted, "Wrong. I do not relish watching others suffer. Rather, I am eager to see you suffer. Old man Zhou, just declare whether you will gamble or not. Miss Tang has shown you loyalty. Should you refuse to wager, do not blame me if I take drastic measures against her." Shen Fu furrowed his brow, appearing deeply troubled. Miss Tang, fearful, urged Shen Fu not to gamble, reminding him that his previous luck might not hold this time. She was unconcerned about her own predicament, but wished to keep Shen Fu out of harm's way. Shen Fu appreciated her goodwill, and her display inadvertently aided him, inflating Chun Ji's arrogance and bolstering his confidence in victory. Shen Fu said, "Very well, I can agree to your terms, but what if I emerge victorious this time?" Chun Ji raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "What? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? With your unknown and odoriferous self? My family has been in the jade business for 3 generations, and I have evaluated more jade than you have consumed meals. What makes you think you can triumph? Feigning concern, Shen Fu pressed, but what if I do win? Surely there must be some resolution. With so many witnesses present, should I only be accountable for losses and not for victories? Chun Ji glanced at the crowd, for the first time contemplating this angle. Indeed, he had never considered the possibility of losing, and thus had not thought about what compensation he would owe Shen Fu in such scenario. Now, in a state of frenzy, Chun Ji noticed the eager faces surrounding him. He could not afford to lose. If he did, he would be forever shamed. He proposed, "If I lose, I shall forgive the debt owed by Miss Tang's uncle." Many were unaware that her uncle owed nearly 10 million, initially considering Chun Ji miserly. However, upon learning the staggering total, opinions swiftly changed. For some, the prospect of receiving 10 million in exchange for servitude would prompt them to be more industrious than ever, whether it meant barking or enduring degradation. Yet for Shen Fu, money was something he could earn through skill, and he had no need to demean himself. Shen Fu replied, "Very well, you have made your assertion. I accept the wager. Now, how do you propose we compete in this gamble?" Shen Ji had long contemplated this matter, and visions of his victory and the subsequent humiliation of Shen Fu played vividly in his mind without the need for deliberation. Shen Ji Dao, simple. Last time we wagered on 3 stones, and this time we shall also bet on 3 stones. My jade shop possesses more than hundreds of jadeite rough stones. Let us have Miss Tang select 3 stones from among them, and see whose appraisal proves more accurate. The victor shall emerge triumphant. What do you say? Miss Tang was dissatisfied. This is unfair. This is your shop, and of course you have studied your stones day in and day out, while our elder brother is visiting for the first time. This is not equitable. Unfair. Last time, at Huang Jinqiong's exhibition, I lost for the same reason, and I too felt it was unjust. Chen Yi raved mudly. This was not merely a deliberate argument. He was genuinely on the brink of insanity, to the extent that his memories had been distorted. He could not accept having lost to Shen Fu, so every day he replayed that moment in his mind, desperately seeking excuses for himself. Ultimately, he concluded that Shen Fu must have cheated, which was why he lost to that old man. The actual circumstances had become irrelevant. What mattered was that Chun Ji believed this narrative, which somewhat alleviated his wounded pride. Nevertheless, to eradicate this madness, he understood that he must utterly defeat Shen Fu. Shen Fu, being an astute individual, quickly discerned Chun Ji's thoughts. He felt a sense of pity for Chun Ji, which was why he had initially considered being lenient. However, given the situation, he felt compelled to triumph over Chun Ji once more, even if it meant that Chun Ji might completely lose his sanity afterward. Shen Fu said, "Miss Tang need not worry. Young Master Chun is an honorable man and would never resort to cheating. Moreover, he would never lie unless driven to madness." Shen Ji erupted in fury. "What did you say? Who's mad? I'm certainly not mad. Nonsense. You old man, clearly having won through deceit, and now, when I'm about to expose you, you dare bite back." Chun Ji's memories had become utterly chaotic. It was quite lamentable that a person once so favored by fortune had fallen to such a state of madness. Shen Fu sighed softly. Truth be told, he genuinely wished for Chun Ji to win, but alas, the lad was simply too arrogant. In this battle, Shen Fu would not show mercy, and he would undoubtedly triumph over this lunatic. Chapter 78. Shortening the time limit. There is no point in further discussion. Let's commence. Shen Fu proclaimed. Chun Ji could hardly contain his excitement, leaping from the table, ecstatic and stamping his feet as if under the influence of a stimulant. Wonderful. At last. I have awaited this day of vengeance. Following this, Chun Ji approached Miss Tang, his eyes ablaze, grasping her hand and urging her to select the stones. Any stones will do. Choose 3, and I shall engage in a true contest of skill with this old fool. Miss Tang wriggled free. She was quite reluctant for the 2 to compete, but what could she do as a mere woman in this situation? She had no choice but to select the stones. Although she possessed some knowledge of jade, she rarely engaged in stone gambling, as Chun Ji demanded her to choose 3 stones. Her mind was filled with thoughts on how to assist Shen Fu in gaining an advantage, leading her to hesitate during the selection process. Chun Ji called out from behind, "Miss Tang, are you pondering which stones could assist your mother man?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in uproar, insinuating that Miss Tang had an affair with Shen Fu. Miss Tang, not yet 30, found herself at the center of ridicule, as Shen Fu was already 50. The onlookers mocked her for her apparent preference for older men, with some brazenly suggesting that they would be better suitors. Yet, Miss Tang paid no heed to their jeers. Overwhelmed by her anxiety. Last time, Shen Fu triumphed over Chun Ji solely through the gamble of uncut jade. A sudden spark of inspiration led Miss Tang to decide to employ the same strategy this time. The so-called full gamble material, also known as blind bet material, refers to uncut jadeite raw stones with their outer shells intact, rendering the internal jade content invisible. This makes appraisal exceedingly challenging, yet it carries the potential for immense fortune or catastrophic loss. Miss Tang feared Shen Fu might falter, aware of Chun Ji's formidable skills. If they were to use known materials, Chun Ji would undoubtedly ascertain their value with precision. Thus, only in the realm of full gamble materials could Shen Fu stand a fighting chance. Consequently, Miss Tang selected 3 pieces of full gamble material, all tucked away in the furthest corner of the shop, nearly regarded as scrap. She reasoned that if the jadeite raw stones were prominently displayed, Chun Ji would have certainly scrutinized them. However, these overlooked pieces would likely have only received a cursory glance from him, which would work to Shen Fu's advantage. Observing this scene, Shen Fu mused that Miss Tang was indeed a clever woman. Meanwhile, Chun Ji was consumed by madness, his mind clouded with hatred toward Shen Fu. Among the spectators, some merely indulged in the spectacle without understanding the stakes, while others, skilled in the art, quietly contemplated the strategies at play. Recognizing that Miss Tang's move was astutely calculated, effectively recalibrating the balance of the competition, Shen Ji declared, "Very well. With the 3 stones chosen, we shall wager upon them. Old man Zhou, if you are now afraid, you still have a chance to beg for forgiveness. Once the contest commences, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Shen Fu replied with a smirk, "Oh, I'm truly terrified." Shen Ji laughed, albeit with a hint of madness. The animosity between them had become irreconcilable, and the atmosphere in the expansive jade shop was charged with tension. Chun Ji turned to the crowd, loudly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, shortly I will compete with this old man. Should anyone be caught attempting to assist him, I, Chun Ji, will not spare them." He nodded, setting a time limit of 15 minutes on his watch, indicating that they would appraise the 3 jadeite raw stones within this time frame before cutting them for verification. "Old man, are you afraid? If so, I can extend the time a bit." "Haha, I find the time to be rather ample." Shen Fu chuckled heartily. Chun Ji, believing Shen Fu was merely posturing, nonetheless recognized that 15 minutes was indeed brief. Yet, he held an advantage, despite these stones being deemed waste. He had previously appraised them himself. Although the contest was labeled fair, Chun Ji had already gained a head start, regaining a semblance of composure. Chun Ji narrowed his eyes and devised a strategy, deliberately provoking Shen Fu with his words. "Oh, do you mean that 10 minutes is sufficient for the appraisal?" Shen Fu shook his head and gestured 5 with his hand. "No, 5 minutes will suffice." Shen Ji was taken aback. "What? 5 minutes? You claim you need only 5 minutes to evaluate these 3 pieces of raw jade? Indeed. Don't jest. Do you think you are a deity? Moreover, even a deity could not appraise 3 pieces of jadeite in 5 minutes." The old man exclaimed, "There is no need for you to be cryptic. I comprehend your intention." Shen Fu smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, what do you believe my intention to be?" Chun Ji sneered, believing he had discerned Shen Fu's ruse, and said, "You merely wish to shorten the appraisal time. Initially, we were to compare our skills in jade betting, but with a reduced time frame, luck will play a greater role. You are aware that your skills pale in comparison to mine, so you wish to gamble on fate instead. Is that not so?" Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, exclaiming that this old man surnamed Zhou was cunning, appearing calm, yet with every word carrying a deeper purpose, truly a wily old fox. However, they were mistaken. Shen Fu indeed harbored ulterior motives, but it was not as Chun Ji suggested. He did not intend to stake his life against Chun Ji's. Shen Fu smiled once more and said to Chun Ji, "If that is the case, then allow you to continue with a quarter of an hour for your appraisal. I require merely 5 minutes, or rather, 1 minute will suffice." Chun Ji was flabbergasted, stumbling backward as if about to fall. One minute. Not only was Chun Ji in a state of panic, but the onlookers also widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, believing they had misheard. Laughter erupted. Shen Fu heard someone exclaim, "Huh, has this old man gone mad? 1 minute to appraise 3 pieces of jadeite. All raw material? He must think he is a deity." They clicked their tongues, having anticipated a thrilling contest, only to find it was a madman spouting nonsense. Some indeed laughed and departed, while those who remained were unanimous in their disbelief that Shen Fu could appraise 3 pieces of jadeite in a minute. "I am not jesting. These mere 3 pieces of scrap are easily appraised within a minute. If you cannot, then declare me the loser. Shen Fu spoke nonchalantly, but his words were not meant to boast. Rather, they served as a prelude to the ensuing contest. Without this foundation, it was uncertain whether he could truly prevail today. What then lay hidden within Shen Fu's intentions? Chapter 79. To purchase all. After Shen Fu proposed that he required only 1 minute for the appraisal, Chen Ji emerged from his state of frenzy, regaining his rationality and calculating his chances of victory. Clearly, limiting Shen Fu's appraisal time was advantageous to him. The drawback, however, was that if Shen Fu succeeded in his appraisal, even if Chen Ji also succeeded, he would lose in terms of speed. Yet, this scenario hinged on the premise that Shen Fu could indeed ascertain the value of a piece of raw jadeite in 1 minute. How could that be possible? Chen Ji inherited his father's business and was influenced by it from a young age. As he grew older, he became quite capable in his own right, having engaged in commerce for many years without ever encountering someone as formidable as this. Upon scrutinizing Shen Fu once more, Chen Ji found him utterly unremarkable. If he were truly a master from beyond the world, he would not have waited until the age of 50 to emerge. It seems this old man is merely playing the empty city ruse. Chen Ji smacked his thigh, speaking to himself. In his opinion, Shen Fu was merely employing a clever deception, attempting to intimidate him with a minute-long appraisal, despite lacking any real ability. However, Chen Ji was no Sima. He would not fall for such tricks. Steadying his resolve, he decided to accept the challenge. Very well, old man Zhou, the 1-minute appraisal time is your claim. So don't make excuses when the time runs short. Shen Fu smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, I will not make excuses. Everyone present can attest to this. If I lose, I, Zhou, will willingly accept any punishment. Chen Ji laughed heartily, satisfied, and instructed his subordinates to bring over the stones while simultaneously timing the start. Old man, I believe we're ready. Shall we begin? You go first. As the guest, young Master Chen, you may proceed. Then I shall not be polite. Chen Ji stepped forward to the 3 stones, followed closely by Shen Fu. The manager of Chen Ji's shop was responsible for timing, and when the clock struck the hour, he called for the start. Thus, the competition between Shen Fu and Chen Ji officially commenced. There were 3 stones to appraise, all originally deemed as waste jadeite in the shop, considered worthless by everyone. Chen Ji had personally examined them, which gave him a significant advantage. Otherwise, he would not dare to compress the appraisal time to 15 minutes. Yet he did not anticipate Shen Fu's audacity in claiming just 1 minute would suffice. Chen Ji believed Shen Fu was merely bluffing, and during the appraisal, he frequently stole glances at Shen Fu, curious about what tricks he might employ. To his surprise, Shen Fu appeared completely composed, not betraying a hint of anxiety, and wore a smile. Did he not realize the clock was ticking? A minute was hardly enough time to thoroughly inspect all 3 stones, yet he stood there, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Ji felt a pang of anxiety, needing to reassure himself that this old man intended to maintain his ruse and that he must not be deceived. Was Shen Fu truly engaged in a mere bluff? Even if the stones were all gambling materials, and their surfaces were flawless, no modern instrument could penetrate that protective shell to reveal the jade within. Yet, Shen Fu's Jade Soul Golden Eye could. Under the illumination of the golden eye, 2 of the waste stones revealed a lighter hue of Jade Soul, indicating their worth was rather low, perhaps around 20 to 30,000. However, the 3rd stone erupted with a vibrant purple Jade Soul. Shen Fu was secretly taken aback, yet his profound composure allowed him to mask any surprise. Despite the thunderous realization within, he maintained an untroubled exterior, as serene as a still lake. What a remarkable piece of waste. It concealed such hidden treasures. In a moment of astonishment, Shen Fu hastened to activate the jade spirit and golden pupils to discern the precise depth of the jade spirit within the emerald rough stone. He observed that the purple hue of the material was of a medium depth, thus its value should be approximately 5 million. Upon realizing this, Shen Fu was confident that he would triumph in today's contest. However, he was unwilling to let Chen Ji possess this 5 million jade rough stone so easily. Clearly, Chen Ji was unaware of the stone's true worth at present, but once the stone was cut and the results of the contest revealed, he would certainly come to understand. Therefore, Shen Fu resolved that he must acquire this stone before the contest concluded. After pondering for a moment, during the minute allocated for appraisal, his thoughts were consumed by this matter. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him, and a faint smile crept across his lips. This scene was noticed by Chunji, who was left perplexed, ultimately concluding that Shen Fu was merely employing a bluff. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Fu was contemplating a far deeper strategy. A minute later, the manager announced the conclusion of Shen Fu's appraisal time. He inscribed the results of the 3 stones on a piece of paper, folded it neatly, and placed it where all could see, signifying that he had not cheated. If he had said 1 minute, then it was indeed 1 minute, and it would not be altered. The onlookers admired Shen Fu's boldness, yet whether this was mere bravado or genuine prowess would only be revealed once the contest was concluded. At this moment, no one dared to speak, fearing they might disrupt the contest and provoke the mentally unstable Chunji. However, Chunji was entirely lucid. He recognized that this was the perfect opportunity for revenge, and his mental faculties surged, igniting a fervor within him as all his latent potential erupted forth. To appraise these 3 stones, Chunji employed every method and tactic at his disposal, driven by a singular purpose: to vanquish Shen Fu, the nameless elder who had once humiliated him. Meanwhile, what was Shen Fu doing? He stepped outside the Jade store, causing a stir among the crowd, who questioned his intentions, wondering if he was fleeing the scene or seeking assistance. Shen Fu replied with a smile, "I have already provided my appraisal results. What need is there for assistance? As for fleeing the scene, Miss Tang is still here. Do you truly believe I would abandon her and run away alone? That would be a gross underestimation of my character." His words carried a certain logic, prompting the crowd to part and allow Shen Fu to exit. Chunji merely lifted his gaze, thinking to himself that this old man was merely playing tricks, attempting to divert his attention, but he would not be deceived. If Shen Fu wished to leave, so be it. Should he flee, then the victor would naturally be Chunji. Thus, Chunji paid no heed to Shen Fu and continued to focus intently on appraising the 3 stones. He had accurately assessed half of them when Shen Fu unexpectedly stepped out, clearly intending to distract Chunji. However, Shen Fu's departure was necessitated by an even more pressing matter. He retrieved a craft paper bag from within his clothing, which contained 30 bundles of pink banknotes, exactly 30,000 yuan in cash. Before the contest yielded its results, he intended to secure the purchase of these 3 stones. Shen Fu addressed the manager, slamming 300,000 onto the table before him. Never one to engage in futile endeavors, Shen Fu was up to something once again. "Manager, Master Chun is currently occupied. Since we find ourselves idling, why not engage in transaction?" he proposed, igniting the curiosity of everyone present, including Chunji. Chunji lifted his gaze toward Shen Fu, tempted to inquire but ultimately restraining himself, fearful of distraction. With so many eyes upon him during the competition, a loss would render him unable to show his face in Ligu City again. Thus, victory was imperative. This old man is merely employing some underhanded tactics. Chunji thought, "I must not fall for it." Resolute, he turned his attention back to the 3 pieces of jade. The manager of the jade shop, recognizing his employer's intent, interjected, "Sir, we are currently in a competition. Please wait until it concludes to discuss any matters." Shen Fu chuckled, "But once the competition ends, these stones will be cut, and their value will no longer be the same." The 3 pieces, deemed worthless, were priced at 100,000 each, which was precisely why Shen Fu had withdrawn 300,000 from a bank. The actual value was inflated. Typically, it could be negotiated down to around 50,000. However, Shen Fu did not haggle and simply placed the 30,000 on the table, inquiring if the manager would sell. Under normal circumstances, this transaction would be advantageous, potentially earning over 100,000. Yet today was exceptional. The manager hesitated, while Chunji remained fully engrossed in his gamble. Thus, the manager replied, "Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. After the competition concludes, all business decisions will be left to Master Chun." Shen Fu smiled again and turned to the crowd, attempting to rally their support. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe how this manager refuses to sell me the stones. According to the customs of Ligu City, since these stones are clearly priced, if someone is willing to pay the stated amount, are they not obligated to sell?" Most of the onlookers were seasoned gamblers, well-versed in the rules of the jade gambling industry. Someone chimed in, "Indeed, since you have set a price, if someone offers the money, you must sell. It is the rule." Another added, "Exactly. This gentleman is not negotiating. He is merely offering the 10,000 you have stated. If you refuse to sell, you will be violating the customs of Ligu City, and word of this will deter future customers." The crowd erupted in support of Shen Fu, understanding the unwritten rules that govern their world. The manager, witnessing the situation unfold, realized that selling the stones had become inevitable. In truth, it was not a loss. From the manager's perspective, the three stones combined were worth less than 100,000. Thus, a net profit of 200,000 would indeed constitute a lucrative deal. I understand now. I will sell you the stones, he conceded. The manager accepted the payment and issued a receipt to Shen Fu, ensuring that all transactions were completed fairly and honestly. Meanwhile, only 5 minutes remained for the appraisal. Chunji, drenched in sweat, with veins prominently bulging on his forehead, was evidently at a critical juncture. He had successfully appraised 2 of the 3 stones. At this pace, completing the appraisal of all 3 was undoubtedly within reach. Furthermore, the condition of the stones remained consistent with his previous examinations, confirming that all 3 were indeed worthless debris. Though Chunji held steadfast to this belief, he found himself influenced by Shen Fu's actions. He pondered, how could this old man be willing to spend 300,000 to acquire jadeite rough that amounted to no more than 100,000? What could his intentions be? Was he merely throwing up smoke screens to confuse my judgment? If that were the case, spending 300,000 just for subterfuge seemed rather excessive. Nonetheless, he felt the weight of Shen Fu's cunning, realizing that today's contest required utmost caution. Chunji muttered to himself, refocusing his energy and determination. Remarkably, within a mere 15 minutes, he appraised all 3 pieces of jadeite rough. As the time elapsed, he finished his assessments and recorded his findings on paper. Exhausted, he slumped into his chair, clearly drained. In stark contrast, Shen Fu appeared utterly relaxed, as if he had exerted no effort at all. The disparity between the two was glaringly apparent. However, this contest of stone appraisal was not merely a race against time. It was a test of accuracy. Speed meant little if precision was lacking. With both parties having submitted their answers, dozens of eyes were now fixed upon them, leaving no room for deceit or alteration of results. The manager unfolded the papers from both sides and read aloud the findings. For the first 2 pieces, their assessments were almost identical, 20,000 and 30,000 respectively. Yet, a chasm existed in their evaluations of the third stone. Chunji valued it at merely 30,000, while Shen Fu asserted it was worth 5 million renminbi. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? He claims this stone is worth 5 million? Surely he meant yen. Even then, that would be an astounding figure. And he stated it was in renminbi. Could it be that this old man truly believed a hidden treasure lay within this worthless rock? To dare assign such a lofty valuation, he must either be mad or a genuine sage. Ridiculous. How could this pathetic stone possibly be worth 5 million? This old man is undoubtedly deranged. An immediate cacophony ensued as the spectators, who had been holding back their thoughts, began to voice their opinions. Some estimated the third stone to be worth a mere 100,000. Others suggested it might be worth several 100,000. Yet no one had the audacity to claim it was worth 5 million. The consensus was that Shen Fu had lost his sanity and that he was destined to lose this contest. Chunji pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Fu, exclaiming, "Old man, I earnestly wish to compete with you, and yet you mock me with such absurdity? Let me tell you, losing while jesting still counts as a loss. Nonsense. When have I ever reneged on a deal? At the last exhibition, it was you who played tricks. I assure you, this time I will not succumb to your deceit. Whether win or lose, words alone are insufficient. Let us cut the stones and verify the truth." "Very well. Let's cut the stones and verify." With a decisive command from Chunji, the staff at the jade shop promptly brought out the cutting machine, opting to slice the stone before the assembled crowd, thus ensuring fairness in the process. To swiftly ascertain the value of the stone, they resolved to cut it directly in half. In a flash of electric sparks and a cloud of smoke, the 30-kilogram jade rough was bisected. As the dust settled, the onlookers leaned in closer, some donning glasses to scrutinize the cut surface of the stone. Upon closer inspection, many were left agape in astonishment. Goodness, it's, indeed, the cross-section of this jade rough exhibited a deep, inky black hue. At first glance, one might mistake it for an ordinary stone, but a more careful examination revealed its translucent, lustrous quality, unmistakably indicative of jadeite. This was no mere rock, but a prized specimen known as the Emperor Black Ice. Chapter 81, Driving Chunji Mad. There could be no doubt. The intricacy and transparency of this material, coupled with its color, confirmed that what lay within was indeed. Someone exclaimed, awakening the crowd to the reality of the situation. However, it must be noted that this piece had originally been deemed worthless. Priced at a mere 100,000 yuan, and with some negotiation, it could have been acquired for as little as 50,000. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and not a soul had foreseen this outcome. Otherwise, fortunes would have already been amassed. This single piece of jade could easily yield the profit of an entire home. Wait, it was not entirely true that no one had anticipated this result. Everyone had come to realize that the appraisal given by Shen Fu was precisely 5 million yuan. Could it be that this old man had seen through it all? Did he recognize the jadeite which is why he chose not to haggle, insisting on acquiring it before cutting? If so, he was indeed formidable, akin to a prophet. At this moment, as the crowd grasped the true value of the so-called waste material, their gazes turned towards Shen Fu. In their eyes, this man, known as Old Zhou, appeared to be an unremarkable middle-aged individual, previously unheralded. Could he truly be so exceptional, or was he merely fortunate, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Regardless of the explanation, only he had correctly identified the material, while the spectators were mistaken, and Qinji, who participated in the contest, was even more so. The spectators' errors were inconsequential, but Qinji's misjudgment meant he risked losing this competition, a dire predicament indeed. Upon witnessing the jadeite, Qinji's countenance turned an ashen shade, even darker than the stone itself. He trembled, his teeth chattering, unable to believe what lay before him. This is impossible. How could this jade be? Everyone, get away from me. I need to examine it again. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, the jade remained the same, its ice-black hue signifying a value in the millions. Unwilling to accept fate, Qinji demanded to continue cutting, hoping perhaps that only this section revealed while the rest was worthless. Continue cutting, he insisted, but the cutter remained unmoved. In a fit of rage, Qinji slapped the cutter across the face. Are you deaf? I told you to keep cutting. But the owner, how dare you still call me your boss? You disregard my words? The stone cutter, now in his 60s, has been working for the Chun family since the generation of Qinji's father. Even after receiving a slap from Qinji, this master remained steadfastly loyal, urging Qinji to calm down and accept the harsh reality of defeat. The master said, "Boss, no matter how you cut this stone, it does not alter the fact that it is ink ice. We have lost this competition." Qinji, in a fit of madness, seized the stone cutter by his collar and hurled himself forward. What nonsense are you spouting? I am Qinji. Our family has been in the jade business for 3 generations. I recognized jade at the age of 3, began gambling on stones at 6, and earned my first million by the age of 10. How can I lose? How can I lose? Qinji was utterly deranged, and those around him felt both fear and pity. At this moment, Shen Fu stepped forward and said, "Young Master Chun, you have indeed lost." Qinji continued to curse. "Damn it, I have not lost. I cannot possibly lose to a nameless nobody like you." The smile had vanished from Shen Fu's face. When dealing with a madman, one must be ruthless. He picked up 2 answer sheets and presented them to Qinji, stating, "The black and white evidence is here. You have lost," leaving no room for argument. Qinji seemed to have forgotten the competition entirely, his madness causing him to completely overlook that the answers were penned by his own hand. He believed it was yet another trick by Shen Fu. "Hey, old man, are you trying that trick again? Last time, I fell into your trap, but not this time." "What trick?" "This paper is not my writing. The other sheet, the one worth 5 million, is my appraisal result. You have lost this competition, ha ha ha." It appeared that Qinji had completely lost his grip on reality. Initially, some in the crowd felt sympathy for him, but upon witnessing his refusal to acknowledge defeat, they too began to voice their disapproval. In a fit of rage, Qinji grabbed a chair nearby and hurled it into the crowd, nearly injuring someone. "You do not need to defend this old man. You are all talking nonsense. I declare that I have won this competition, and my word is law. No one can change that." As he laughed maniacally, his body trembled uncontrollably. Eventually, he attempted to approach Miss Tang and reach out to embrace her. Terrified by his erratic behavior, Miss Tang screamed and sought refuge behind Shen Fu. Qinji's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied fighting cock or a poisoned victim hallucinating from toxic mushrooms. He approached Shen Fu, grinning grotesquely, demanding that he kneel and serve him like a dog. What a pity, Shen Fu thought, recalling the character Murong Fu from Jin Yang's novel Demigods and Semi-Devils, who ultimately descended into madness, seemingly beyond salvation. Yet, none dared to speak up, for the Chun family wielded power and influence in Legay City. With young Master Chen now in a state of insanity, no one wished to wade into this murky water, fearing the wrath of old Master Chun. Indeed, it seemed that only old Master Chun himself could resolve this predicament. The manager of the jade shop promptly contacted the elderly gentleman, hoping he would come to retrieve his deranged son and stabilize his mind, leaving further decisions for another time. Fortunately for Qinji, His father had already intended to visit the shop that day, so by the time the call connected, the elder was en route, arriving within 5 minutes. Moments later, a venerable man with a head of white hair and piercing eyes entered the Jade shop. Shen Ji was being restrained in a chair by several subordinates, barely holding back from clashing with Shen Fu. Upon his father's arrival, Shen Ji regained a semblance of reason. "Father, what brings you here?" The elder assessed his frenzied son and then glanced at Shen Fu. With a dignified demeanor, he wasted no time. He struck Shen Ji on the head with his cane and commanded his subordinates to escort him to a private room, sparing him further embarrassment in front of others. Next, the elder approached Shen Fu, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. "My son has caused a scene. It is a failure on my part as his father to provide proper guidance. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." His words were indeed respectful, yet there was an unmistakable edge to his tone. It was clear that the day's spectacle was far from over, for the elder was known for his fiery temperament and would not let Shen Fu off easily. It remained to be seen how Shen Fu would respond. Chapter 82. Elder Chun, whose full name is Chun Rue, is in his 60s and is a respected figure in the jade industry. While his business may not be the largest, both in commerce and in character, he is highly regarded, which has garnered him a substantial network. His son, Chun Ji, while somewhat arrogant, possesses considerable talent. The elder is well aware of this, and was initially astonished to learn that his son had lost to an unremarkable middle-aged man. Upon arriving at the shop and witnessing his son's near-manic state, along with confirmations from onlookers that Chun Ji had indeed lost the match, Elder Chin understood that his son had no one to blame but himself. True to his seasoned nature, he did not respond with youthful stubbornness. Though he trembled with anger, he managed to suppress his emotions and called the manager over to recount the day's events in detail. Having established that his son was at fault, Elder Chun approached Shen Fu. "You are Mr. Zhou, correct? My son has embarrassed himself in front of you, and as his father, I extend my sincerest apologies." His tone was courteous, embodying a reasoned approach. With a sigh, he reflected on the piece of jade, originally from his shop, lamenting his staff's lack of discernment in recognizing its value. Now, it had fallen into Shen Fu's hands, a stroke of fortune indeed. Elder Chun recognized Shen Fu as someone of hidden depth, realizing that his son's pride had led him to underestimate his opponent, resulting in his well-deserved defeat. "Mr. Zhou, you are indeed a formidable individual. My son has lost this contest, and in accordance with our agreement, the debt owed by Miss Tang's uncle is hereby absolved. Furthermore, the piece of jade is now yours to do with as you please." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fu resolved to extend a favor to the elderly gentleman, embodying the principle of leaving room for future encounters. Thus, he inquired, "Might I ask if old Master Chen would be interested in acquiring this piece of jade? I will be willing to part with it for 3 million. The utterance elicited gasps from the audience. It is worth noting that selling this jade for 5 million would pose no challenge whatsoever. Even with limited connections, securing over 4 million would be a mere formality. Now, Shen Fu's offer of 3 million, what could it signify? Was he simply gifting his fortune to another? The crowd was perplexed. To them, it seemed that Shen Fu should harbor animosity towards the Chen family. How could he possibly offer such a bargain to Chun Rue? However, the elder Chun Rue understood all too well. This was a signal of reconciliation. His own son had suffered a setback at Shen Fu's hands today. While he outwardly maintained a facade of generosity, he could not possibly suppress his resentment towards Shen Fu. Chun Rue wielded considerable influence in the industry, and while Shen Fu had no fear of incurring his wrath, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary enmity to ensure smoother dealings in the future. Selling the jade for 3 million would allow him to save the remaining funds as capital for negotiation, 100,000 for a favor, indeed a worthwhile transaction. Chun Rue furrowed his brow, pondering Shen Fu's proposal. After a protracted silence, he finally spoke. "Let us further deliberate on the matter of the jade. Mr. Zhou, you have displayed remarkable prowess today. As evening approaches, why don't we find a place to dine and converse?" Chun Rue did not outright accept or reject the offer. Shen Fu recognized that the terms had yet to be settled, and indeed, titans of the industry understand that relationships often outweigh monetary gain. It appeared that this favor would not be easily secured. "Certainly, it would be an honor to dine with old Master Chun," Shen Fu replied. "May I inquire as to your full name?" "Sir, I am Zhou Ainyo," he responded. Much like Zhang Wuji once adopted the alias Zheng Ainyo, Shen Fu too had assumed a pseudonym. Strangely enough, donning a false name proved quite advantageous in his endeavors. Shortly thereafter, Shen Fu found himself seated in Chun Rue's Rolls-Royce, en route to the Grand Tycoon restaurant. They occupied the rear seats, the jade piece nestled between them. Shen Fu was acutely aware of the jade's worth, and Chen Rue, a seasoned veteran, could easily discern its true value with a cursory glance. 3 million was hardly excessive. Both parties stood to gain, presenting a seemingly lucrative deal. Yet, Chen Rue hesitated to give his assent. What strategy was he devising? Soon, Shen Fu's intuition was confirmed. Upon arriving at the Grand Tycoon restaurant, neither party showed any inclination to exit the vehicle. Initially, Shen Fu adhered to the courtesy of following his host's lead. However, he soon sensed something amiss when he noted that the elder Chen Rue also remained seated. Attention hung in the air, foreshadowing potential conflict. The previously amiable visage of Chen Rue had darkened, exuding an aura of impending storm. Mr. Zhou, you're a perceptive individual. I trust one need not elucidate certain matters too explicitly, Chen Rue remarked. He shook his head, his expression devoid of mirth. I am a businessman, not a purveyor of underground factions. I have always held disdain for violence, as only those with simple minds resort to brute force in all matters. The remarkable individuals are those who employ their intellect. Indeed, like Mr. Zhou, you're a person adept at using your mind. My son's defeat today is not unjust. However, Chenrei's clenched fist made a creaking sound, and despite his advanced age, he still possessed considerable strength, which underscored the immense anger he harbored within. After all, he was his son, publicly reduced to a laughingstock. Even if he had no affection for his son, the Chun family's reputation, built over decades, was nearly tarnished today. As the head of the family, how could he not be enraged? Yet, Shen Fu was undaunted, as long as it was a battle of wits. He held confidence in triumphing over anyone. Shen Fu remarked, but what of it? Chen Rue clenched his jaw and retorted fiercely, but you have turned my son into a mockery and nearly obliterated the reputation my family has cultivated for years. I shall undoubtedly seek revenge for this. Shen Fu responded. However, one must accept the consequences of a wager. Your son indeed lost to me, and it was he who sought me out for conflict. Surely, I cannot be blamed. The old man, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Shen Fu's intentions. Indeed, had Chen Rue insisted on avenging his son in the shop earlier, Shen Fu would have deliberately lost him, both to offer a favor and to find an excuse to withdraw. Yet now, apart from a solitary driver, no one else was present. If it came to a contest of stone betting against the elder Chun, it was evident that he wished for Shen Fu to exert his utmost effort. It could only be said that this father and son duo truly shared the same bloodline, both fiercely competitive, with the elder even surpassing his son. Chapter 83. Continuing the maneuvering. Mr. Zhou, am I incorrect in my assessment? Had I proposed a stone betting contest in the shop? Could you honestly claim you wouldn't have gone easy on me? Chen Rue's words accurately pierced through Shen Fu's thoughts. Nonetheless, during negotiations, the most crucial strategy is subtlety. Even if one is seen through, one must not confess everything, but rather continue to be diplomatic, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge any disadvantageous circumstances. Thus, Shen Fu declared that he harbored no such intentions. Since it was a competition, he would naturally give his all at any time. Chen Rue then inquired, "Then why are you willing to sell the jade for 3 million? Clearly, this piece is worth at least 4 million. Is it not your intention to negotiate with me?" Chen Rue raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Is Mr. Zhou in need of money lately?" Shen Fu chuckled. "Who isn't in need of money? Money is something that one can always lack. I, an insignificant individual, cannot be compared to a wealthy elder like you." Chen Rue fell silent. He scrutinized Shen Fu for a considerable while, realizing he had encountered a worthy adversary. Chen Rue stated, "Very well, since Mr. Zhou has spoken thus, let us have another contest in stone betting today. Regardless of the outcome, the results shall remain confidential." "Not only to us," Shen Fu replied. "Then what is the purpose of the contest? If it is not to be publicized, the outcome would naturally be of little consequence. Wouldn't it?" Chen Rue shook his head. "Not at all. We are both masters. The result does not require publicity. It suffices for us to know." Shen Fu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I am no master. My victory over Qinji today is merely a stroke of good fortune for Zhou Yinyo. If the old gentleman truly wishes to compete with me, I must regretfully decline." With that, Shen Fu prepared to exit the vehicle, only to find the door locked, revealing that Chen Rue had no intention of letting him go. "Old sir, what do you mean by that?" Shen Fu inquired. "Oh, and what else? Secondly, I wish to see what abilities you possess that enable you to surpass my son. Is there a third condition?" Unfazed, Shen Fu spoke with an air of nonchalance. In contrast, Chen Rue seemed to be affected by his own animosity and scheming, causing him to speak and act in a flustered manner. He informed Shen Fu that there was no third condition. In essence, today he must either compete with him in a stone gambling contest or remain in the standoff. Shen Fu chuckled. I have no qualms. After all, I am but a leisurely individual, unlike you, a prominent businessman whose fortunes fluctuate by millions every minute. This remark incensed Chun Rue, causing the old man's white beard to bristle and his facial muscles to twitch in irritation. Indeed, one who is unashamed may become invincible. Shen Fu chose to act with humility, deliberately placing himself in a seemingly insignificant position. The downside, of course, was the lack of respect he received. But he had no need for such insincere admiration. Instead, it was the barefoot who fear not the shod, as Shen Fu, when confronted by so-called industry giants, managed to achieve extraordinary results with minimal effort. Despite his legendary prowess in the business arena, even Chen Rue found himself utterly powerless against the seemingly inconsequential Zhou Enyo. Chen Rue was on the verge of a heart attack from rage, while Shen Fu found the situation rather amusing. Old sir, I certainly do not wish to compete with you, but I offer 3 million for this piece of jade. Will you accept the offer or not? Chen Rue muttered a curse under his breath, then glared at Shen Fu. Damn it, are you attempting to sell stones? Do you truly value this trifling 3 million more than the chance to make a name for yourself? If you defeat me, the entire Liga city shall know your name. Is that not worth more than 3 million? Shen Fu smiled and reiterated his principles. I, Zhou Enyo, am merely an unknown individual. How could I dare to dream of fame and fortune? I simply wish to earn some money to buy a house, a car, and court a wife. Shen Fu's mastery of Tai Chi was exquisite. Chen Rue arrived filled with ire, but found himself unable to unleash his fury, nearly choking on his own frustration. His fists clenched tightly, eyes bloodshot, his entire body trembled violently, resembling the earlier Chen Ji. The lineage of this man was indeed remarkable. Shen Fu felt no fear, only a sense of intrigue. At that moment, Chen Rue suddenly took a deep breath, allowing himself to relax and revert to his original calm demeanor. He addressed Shen Fu, stating that he was willing to purchase the jade, even offering an additional 500,000, totaling 350,000 for the piece. Shen Fu, not one to be easily deceived, inquired about Chen Rue's conditions. Chen Rue replied, You must compete with me in stone gambling. If you win, I shall increase my offer. Shen Fu shook his head with a smile, saying, Why must you insist on a competition? With your prowess, how could I possibly triumph over you? Chen Rue coldly remarked, Are you still pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? My son may be inexperienced, but as his father, I am not easily deceived by your tricks. This act of pretending to be weak is something I've long grown weary of. Mr. Zhou, we are both of a certain age, so let us dispense with the pretenses. Will we compete today or not? Shen Fu replied, What if I refuse to compete? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Rue's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight, as if he had found a weakness in Shen Fu. He threatened, If Mr. Zhou is unwilling to compete, I certainly will not keep you in this car indefinitely. However, I will ensure that everything that transpires today is meticulously documented and published in newspapers and various media outlets. I intend to let everyone know of your prowess, Mr. Zhou, so that you can never again masquerade as a simpleton. Shen Fu was taken aback. What? You? How ruthless? Are you frightened now? I have already stated that this act of pretending is something I have grown tired of from my youth. Mr. Zhou, despite being in your 50s, you still cannot compare to me. Ha ha. Chen Rue laughed heartily, oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into Shen Fu's trap. Shen Fu had adopted a pseudonym, and throughout the day, he had concealed his appearance with a mask and hat. Regardless of how it was reported, no one would know that Zhou Enyu was Shen Fu, and Shen Fu was Zhou Enyu. The reason Shen Fu appeared so alarmed was, of course, a ruse to deceive Chen Rue. Chen Rue, being shrewd and calculating, never anticipated that Shen Fu had been orchestrating this from the very beginning. However, there was one matter that piqued Shen Fu's interest, the price of the ink ice. If he could use the competition as bait to coax a bit more money from Chen Rue, it would not be an unwise endeavor. After much contemplation, Shen Fu decided to continue his dance with Chen Rue, hoping to maximize today's gains. Chapter 84, Compressing Time. Feigning great fear, Shen Fu said to Chen Rue, Since you have stated so, I must consider it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Chen Rue's face, though he quickly masked it with an air of indifference. If you had said this earlier, it would have been unnecessary. The fact that you have bested my son, Chen Ji, not once, but twice, indicates that you possess genuine skill. Yet, in this moment, you still wish to continue your charade of pretending to be weak. Do you truly believe we seasoned tigers are fools? Indeed, you speak the truth. What? Are you disputing my words? You surely don't believe that once I have seen through your disguise, you can still triumph over me in gambling stones? My son merely lost due to his overconfidence. I will not fall into the same trap. Of course, who does not know of your esteemed prowess? Old Shen, I can never hope to compete with you. So perhaps we should refrain from the contest altogether. Shen Rue waved his hand dismissively. He then informed Shen Fu that should he lose, there would be no public announcement of the results, and only the two of them would be privy to the outcome. Shen Rue's desire to compete was not driven by a need for recognition. He had outgrown that phase of seeking fame. Today's contest hinged on a single thought. It was Shen Rue's inherent pride that could not bear the thought of defeat. Let's put it this way. Even if the world were to consist solely of you and me, and our contest remained a secret between us, I would still desire to compete with you. Without further ado, I shall ask you once more. Will you engage in this contest with me? Indeed, Xiao Wang. Please drive us to the nearest jade shop. The driver, Xiao Wang, promptly complied and, in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, transported Shen Fu and Shen Rue to a quaint jade establishment. Though modest in size and lacking in valuable items, this setting held an advantage. It rendered cheating impossible. The conditions for the competition were remarkably fair. Shen Rue proposed an innovative approach. He declared, "In this contest, we shall not merely present a stone and see whose appraisal is more accurate. Did you not boast that you could identify a piece of jade in a minute? Given your impressive speed, I propose we compete on that very basis." How shall we compete? Quite simply. There are approximately 70 to 80 pieces of jade rough in this shop. We shall be timed for 1 minute. Afterward, we will each select a stone to cut open. The one whose jade proves to be the most valuable shall claim victory. Ah, I see. Your intention is not only to appraise accurately, but also to do so swiftly, examining all the jade rough within a minute to select the most precious piece. Precisely. Shen Rue exuded confidence, appearing to have victory in his grasp, and rightly so. In his youth, he was renowned for his speed. Engaged in the wholesale jade trade, he trusted no one's evaluations but his own. Each time he procured stock, he would evaluate dozens or even hundreds of pieces, honing his skills in rapid appraisal. Even decades later, in Legay City, few could match the swiftness of this silver-haired elder when it came to gambling on stones. Shen Rue, leveraging his strength against Shen Fu, who was similarly quick in appraisal, found the contest to be fair yet exhilarating. It is essential to recognize that many would struggle to thoroughly examine a single piece of jade in just 1 minute. With dozens present, such a time frame was hardly sufficient. Without extraordinary abilities, this contest would be sheer folly. Shen Rue observed Shen Fu closely, noting his reactions. Should Shen Fu appear anxious, it would only heighten Shen Rue's tension. However, Shen Fu exuded confidence, seemingly prepared for a direct confrontation. This realization eased Shen Rue's nerves. The essence of feigning humility lies in the act itself. While Shen Rue acknowledged Shen Fu's prowess, he had underestimated it. He presumed Shen Fu's skill to be only marginally superior to that of his own son. Now, faced with a rapid contest, if Shen Fu feigned indifference, it would indicate his underlying fear. Conversely, Shen Fu was acutely aware of this dynamic. He chose to defy expectations. Rather than feigning modesty, he boldly proclaimed his capabilities. If that is the case, let us not limit ourselves to a minute. Let us determine the victor in 10 seconds. No, let us make it 5 seconds. Upon hearing this, Shen Rue was left utterly astonished. 5 seconds? To appraise jade? What? Is that still too lengthy? Perhaps 3 seconds? 1 second? Absurd. I earnestly proposed a wager on stone appraisal, yet you treated it as a mere jest. A minute for evaluating stones is feasible, but what significance does a mere few seconds hold? I comprehend now. You are aware that you cannot surpass me, hence you wish to gamble on luck, is it not? Shen Rue believed that Shen Fu deliberately compressed the time to an extreme, rendering it insufficient for authenticating the jade, merely intending to rely on chance. After all, no one could complete the appraisal, and in the end, it would merely be a random selection, making victory and defeat a matter of 50-50. However, Shen Fu did not share this sentiment. Equipped with a second-tier Jade Spirit's golden eyes, he could utilize them thrice daily, with 2 uses remaining today. Even if there were but a second, activating his golden eyes to scan the entire arena would suffice to identify the most valuable piece. Shen Fu stated, "If you're hesitant to compete in this manner, it matters not to me. Let us proceed as such. You may continue for a minute, while I shall require merely a second. Chen Rue was infuriated. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. You regard me, Chen Rue, with such disdain. I had hoped to foster a genuine friendship. Yet you reveal yourself to be such an arrogant individual. It seems I have misjudged you. Shen Fu chuckled. Enough of this triviality. Earlier, you queried whether I dared to compete. Now I turn the question upon you. Chen Rue, do you still dare to challenge me? Chen Rue retorted, what is there to fear? Not only shall we compete, but I shall also raise the stakes. Should you triumph over me, I will grant you 10 million for that piece of. However, if you lose, the jade shall be returned to me without compensation. What say you? As the stakes grew ever higher, Shen Fu remained remarkably composed, having discreetly activated his jade spirit's golden eyes, confirming the location of the most valuable jade stone in the entire shop. He then inquired, very well, let us proceed with this wager. When shall we commence? In truth, Chen Rue had also been covertly observing the various stones displayed on the shelves and had preemptively identified the piece he deemed most valuable. Thus, he declared, do not accuse me of ambushing you. We have established the terms. I shall count down from 10, and we shall begin the contest directly. 1 minute for me. 1 second for you, as you stipulated. Indeed, that was my assertion. With a smile, Shen Fu placed his hand upon the jade stone he had already selected, awaiting Chen Rue's countdown to secure the shop's sole purple jade spirit jade, thereby ensuring his victory and the 10 million reward. Chapter 85. Unfamiliar with the Mountain of Tai. That evening, within the confines of this unassuming small jade shop, the stone appraisal duel between industry magnate Chen Rue and Shen Fu officially commenced. The wager was with the shop owner serving as the referee. According to their agreement, Shen Fu was allotted merely 1 second for appraisal, while Chen Rue had a full minute. Although Chen Rue could not rival the titans Huang Jianxiong and Xiao Qishan, he was nonetheless a prominent figure among local powerhouses. He felt that Shen Fu looked down upon him, which only fueled his current fury. This sentiment echoed that of his son, Chun Ji. Hence Shen Fu harbored some concern that in pressuring the son, he might also inadvertently drive the father to madness. As the referee, the shop owner keenly observed the time and, with a commanding voice, officially initiated the contest. In the shop, there were only 3 individuals present. The 2 contenders were completely engrossed in their task, particularly the elderly gentleman, Chen Rue. Despite his advanced age, his gaze remained sharp and penetrating. He was intently focused on Shen Fu, eager to discern any tricks the old man might employ. If Shen Fu exceeded a mere 1/10 of a second, he would surely be caught off guard. However, Shen Fu was far from foolish. When he claimed to require merely 1 second for his assessment, he ensured that it would not exceed even a fraction of that time. As the competition commenced with a shout, Shen Fu promptly raised his hand, declaring that he had chosen the jadeite raw stone. Indeed, it was the very stone he had relied upon, weighing 20 kilograms, with a skin of bluish gray and a hint of dark green speckles. Yet, as it was an all-or-nothing gamble, these characteristics alone could not ascertain the stone's true value. Nevertheless, Shen Fu confidently selected it, as if he had resolved from the outset that this stone was the one. Chen Rue was somewhat taken aback, but time was of the essence. He could not afford to be astonished. He needed to first determine the jadeite raw stone he would use for the contest. According to the rules, the individual whose chosen stone proved more valuable would emerge victorious, thus making the order of selection crucial. However, selecting first did not guarantee an advantage. While it allowed one to claim what they believed to be the most valuable jade, a misstep would enable the opponent to choose a stone that, while not the most precious, was still of greater worth than the one selected. Having chosen his jadeite first, Shen Fu had placed the onus on Chen Rue, who needed only to accomplish 2 tasks to secure victory. First, he must evaluate the value of the jade in Shen Fu's possession. Second, he must select a stone from the myriad of jadeite raw stones in the shop that was of greater worth. Renowned for his swiftness after years of navigating the world, Chen Rue understood that in the realm of jade assessment, speed was an unparalleled skill, one that had ensured the Chun family's jade business flourished for over 30 years. At that moment, Chen Rue was determined to avenge his son and restore the family's honor, leaving no stone unturned in his effort. His focus was absolute, his eyes seemingly emitting beams of laser-like intensity, as if to penetrate the jade selected by Shen Fu. After approximately half a minute, he had roughly assessed the stone's value. While the stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, it concealed hidden potential. Although the specifics of its quality remained uncertain, it possessed high green features, suggesting a value exceeding 500,000. Shen Rue arrived at this conclusion by analyzing the stone's skin condition to deduce its mining origin. His rapid assessment stemmed from years spent abroad, where he had personally encountered countless freshly mined jadeite raw stones. He was acutely aware of the distinctive characteristics of stones from various mines. Using this knowledge as a basis for gambling, he could not claim a perfect success rate, but his accuracy certainly exceeded 50%. After all, much of the gamble hinged on the mining source, particularly with all-or-nothing materials. Today, Shen Rue's over 30 years of experience proved invaluable as he surmised that this stone originated from the Makan mine, estimating its worth at around 500,000, with a maximum potential of 1 million. Therefore, the next step for Shen Rue was to find a stone of even greater value. The jade shop was modest. With a limited selection of stones, none of particularly high quality, with only half a minute remaining, he could not afford to evaluate each one in detail. He directed his attention towards the jadeite pieces marked with exorbitant prices, effectively filtering out a batch of inferior goods in advance. Soon, a particular stone caught his eye, a black wuxia skin all-gamble material, priced at 800,000. Only the old pit stones from Pakong exhibit such a hue. The value of Pakong old pit stones is typically quite high. However, being an old pit implies that it was mined long ago, making it virtually impossible to extract new stones now. What circulates in the market is either old stock or counterfeit. Shen Rue held himself in high regard, confident that he could discern any forgeries. Moreover, this stone weighed less than 5 kilograms, yet commanded a price of 800,000. Surely, the owner of the jade shop was not foolish and must have recognized the substantial worth of this stone to set such a high price. Time was of the essence. Leaving no room for Shen Rue to ponder further, he approached and scrutinized the Pakong stone, noting the delicately textured black shell that gleamed with an oily luster under the light, a testament to its authenticity. With less than 10 seconds remaining, he surveyed the shop one last time, concluding that no stone surpassed the value of this Pakong piece, and decisively declared, "This is the one." As time expired, both competitors had selected their stones within the allotted period, and it was time to cut the stones for verification. However, a new dilemma arose. Both stones belonged to the shop owner, and they had no personal ties to him. So why should he allow them to cut the stones for free? To proceed with the cutting, they would need to purchase the stones. The shop owner, appearing unassuming, was, in fact, quite cunning. He recognized that Shen Fu and Shen Rue both wished to cut the stones and knew they were wealthy, particularly Shen Rue. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to extort a handsome sum from them. Shen Fu's stone was priced at 400,000, while Shen Rue's was set at 800,000. Typically, such prices could be negotiated. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the shop owner stubbornly refused to lower his prices, insisting that they were already established and beyond dispute. He was resolute. They could either buy the stones or forego the cutting. The shop owner was emboldened, determined to make a significant profit that day. Shen Fu and Shen Rue exchanged glances. While Shen Fu, a mere nobody, felt little concern, Shen Rue, a formidable figure in the local underworld, found this treatment intolerable. "How dare you not recognize me? Do you wish to provoke me? Are you ready to jeopardize your business?" The shop owner merely scratched his ear, indifferent to titles such as Snake King or Duck King. He hadn't had a successful day in a while and was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away without reaping rewards. Faced with the unreasonable and business-minded shop owner, Shen Rue erupted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the owner, exclaiming, You have such audacity. I see you no longer wish to operate in Legay City, do you? Unwilling to comply? Then leave. If you cannot afford the price, do not come my shop." The shop owner, with a brash demeanor, was indeed off-putting. However, the stones were his property, and he was entitled to set the rules within his establishment, as if even the emperor himself were to follow them. Shen Fu pondered briefly, acknowledging that he must reluctantly accept the loss today, yet he perceived it as not entirely unfavorable. He addressed the shopkeeper, stating, "You are correct. The stone belongs to you, and the price is set. If you are unwilling to negotiate, we certainly cannot press the matter." The shopkeeper chuckled, patting Shen Fu on the shoulder. "Haha, you are indeed easy to converse with. However, even with your flattery, I shall not offer a single discount on this stone. If you wish to determine a victor today, you must pay for my stone." Shen Fu returned the smile. "That is only natural. By the way, for this stone I have selected, you have priced it at 400,000, correct? I shall issue you a check." The shopkeeper's brow furrowed, and with a playful tone, he replied, "I apologize, but we only accept cash or bank transfers. Checks are a bit too sophisticated for our humble establishment." The shopkeeper, looking down on Shen Fu, was apprehensive about receiving a worthless check. Shen Fu remained unperturbed, understanding that his current restraint was merely a precursor to an impending eruption. He shrugged, indicating that he would transfer the 400,000 online. Indeed, he stood to gain, for this was a piece of jadeite imbued with the essence of purple jade, worth at least 1 million. Only Chen Rue was discontent, feeling that gambling on stones at the original price was a disgrace for someone of his stature. Only the Na'vi outsiders would fall for such tricks. Who was he? He was Chen Rue. With over 30 years in the industry, he had never endured such humiliation. Damn it, I'll warn you one last time, if you do not offer us a discount on these 2 stones, I assure you that you will not be able to conduct business in Legay City. The shopkeeper, however, remained obstinate, lacking an understanding of social niceties, and did not believe that Chen Rue possessed the capability to follow through on his threats. Moreover, his business was already struggling, and it was likely he would soon close his doors. If he did not seize this opportunity for a significant gain now, he feared it may never arise again. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I am well aware of the Chen family's formidable influence. What? Do you intend to send someone to vandalize my shop? I have installed surveillance all around. Should you engage in any unlawful activities, I will ensure you face both financial restitution and imprisonment. Let us see who is truly afraid. Chen Rue was infuriated, his anger almost causing his beard to stand on end. If Shen Fu had incited his ire, it was due to his genuine abilities, having defeated his son and brought disgrace upon his family. Yet deep down, Chen Rue held a measure of respect for Shen Fu. Otherwise, he would not have proposed a contest. But what was this sly little man? Truly, in the absence of tiger in the mountains, the monkey dares to claim kingship. How dare this monkey act so brazenly before Chen Rue? Such arrogance was utterly misplaced. Chen Rue's fury was now directed solely at the jade shop owner, which, for Shen Fu, was fortuitous. Shen Fu skillfully navigated the situation, soothing Chen Rue on one side while bargaining with the shopkeeper on the other. Let us all remain calm. Today's affair is fundamentally a business transaction. If it can be settled with money, let us not spoil the cordiality. Is it not merely 400,000? I have the funds ready. Please issue the invoice. The shopkeeper responded, this gentleman certainly knows how to speak. As for the so-called big shots, they seem merely to be individuals seeking fame. In today's contest, I dare say you're unlikely to emerge victorious. The boss pointed at Chen Rue with derision. And had it not been for Shen Fu intervening, Chen Rue would have likely engaged in a brawl with him. What was initially a straightforward competition has devolved into this. However, Shen Fu ultimately spent 400,000 and successfully acquired the stone. Chen Rue declared, "You buy yours. I shall never purchase my stone. I refuse to allow this unscrupulous merchant to profit." Shen Fu chuckled, "Do not worry. It suffices for me to buy the stone alone." Confused, Chen Rue inquired about Shen Fu's statement. Shen Fu replied, "You will understand shortly," and then requested the boss to assist in polishing the stone. "Very well, 50 times. Hey, we have already spent 400,000. Why are you still thinking of charging us?" Chen Rue was furious once more. The boss, however, had adopted a nonchalant attitude, seemingly indifferent, as if to say the store was his, and if one wished to spend money, so be it. If not, they could leave. Shen Fu produced 50 yuan and handed it to the boss. "This money is on me. Please proceed with polishing the stone." The boss, believing he had encountered a Na'vi customer, accepted the money with a cheerful demeanor, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, within 5 minutes of polishing, he was left dumbfounded. For what initially appeared to be a decent jadeite raw stone, the first stroke revealed a vibrant green. Moreover, it was an exceptionally pure, full green. The color was lush and vivid, as if a painter had applied the most exquisite pigments. An expert could discern instantly that the hue alone could not account for such beauty. This jadeite must possess an outstanding texture as well. The interplay of color and texture accentuated the green, rendering it as captivating as freshly sprouted leaves. Indeed, upon closer inspection, without the aid of a magnifying glass, it was evident that this was a high ice-type jadeite. The quality of this jade had approached that of glass jade, albeit slightly inferior, yet still remarkable. Without a doubt, just from the initial polishing, the value of this material had surged past 1 million. Even 2 million was a possibility for someone willing to gamble. The astonishing result of the polishing left Shen Fu's pupils dilated, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. As for Chen Rue, the instant he saw the green, he understood that he was likely to lose this competition. He was first struck by shock, then panic, and finally confusion. He could not fathom how Shen Fu had discerned the stone's worth. While it was evident that there was green, The high ice quality was not something one could easily perceive. Was Shen Fu some kind of sorcerer? Did his eyes possess X-ray vision? Shen Rui's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly. Yet even his level of shock paled in comparison to that of the jade shop owner. This stone had originally belonged to him. He had purchased it for 200,000 and sold it for 400,000, believing he had made a splendid deal, earning in one transaction what an average person would take a year to accumulate. But now, he was left dumbstruck. This material was worth at least 1 million, potentially 2 million, and even 3 million was not out of the question. Had he polished it himself, even just a little, those millions would have been his. In this world, suffering a financial loss is undoubtedly distressing. However, what is even more agonizing, perhaps life-threatening, is witnessing one's hard-earned money being appropriated by others. The proprietor of the jade shop, hands clasped atop his head, let out a heart-wrenching wail upon confirming that this was indeed a piece of high-grade, icy jade. The rawness of his voice was akin to a shattered heart, a pain that would likely eclipse the grief of losing a child in an accident. Chapter 87. Night Shift Part-Time Job. How could this be? I refused to believe it. The shop owner continued to polish the stone, yet with each stroke, more green emerged, elevating the jade's value further. As nearly half of the skin was removed, it was none other than the venerable Mr. Chen Rue who called for a halt. Stop! The shop owner, almost entranced, intended to keep polishing, but Chen Rue forcefully kicked him aside. Damn it! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say to stop? However, this material was no longer his. He was merely tasked with polishing the stone. When we say stop, you must cease. Do you comprehend? Reluctantly, the shop owner hesitated, unable to part with such a stunning piece of jade. Yet, allowing him to continue polishing until the entire exterior was stripped away would not bode well for the stone's owner, Mr. Shen Fu. Once the skin of a jade piece is entirely removed, it transforms into a clear material, which has the advantage of obvious monetary value, but also diminishes negotiation leverage, making it less facile to sell. Chen Rue understood that Shen Fu was not a person of renown and likely lacked substantial connections. Thus, his insistence on halting was genuinely to assist Shen Fu. Yet, why would he aid a rival? This speaks to the profound wisdom of the elder Chen Rue, in stark contrast to his son, Chen Ji, who stubbornly refused to concede. The elder's composure shone through, and upon witnessing the true nature of Shen Fu's material, he had long since waved the white flag in surrender. I concede. This piece of jadeite is beyond my reach, and I accept my defeat with grace. He offered a slight bow to Shen Fu, signifying a truce, which Shen Fu welcomed, devoid of any hostility. Not all, Mr. Chen. You are indeed a master in your own right. Had I not chosen this piece first, it is likely that victory would have been yours today. Sheng Hui, aware of his limitations, shook his head with a sigh. Alas, this is somewhat embarrassing. Even if you granted me a year, I would not discern its true value. I have lost fair and square, without excuses or justifications. Shen Fu smiled subtly, acknowledging the elder Chen Rue's magnanimity, adhering to their original agreement. Chen Rue was to pay Shen Fu 10 million yuan for the piece of inked jade in his possession. Additionally, considering the newly appraised high-grade icy jade, which was valued at no less than 3 million, Chen Rue resolved to offer Shen Fu 13 million yuan to acquire both pieces of jade. However, he stipulated one condition. He wished to uncover Shen Fu's true identity. You are certainly not the old Zhou. Your concealed identity amidst the city of Ligay raises questions about your true intentions, which I shall refrain from probing. However, esteemed individual, would you be so kind as to disclose your genuine name? Shen Rue's demeanor was earnest, genuinely desiring to learn of Shen Fu's name. Yet, Shen Fu had resolved to maintain an inconspicuous existence. Thus he continued to identify himself as Old Zhou, merely an ordinary person, attributing today's victory solely to good fortune. Observing this, Chen Rue let out a deep sigh once more. Alas, a true master remains hidden. I have been bested in perception as well as in spirit. Mr. Zhou, I currently possess insufficient funds, but in 3 days' time, I kindly invite you to my residence for a gathering, at which point I shall settle my dues. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Chen Rue lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. After leaving a note for Shen Fu, he turned and exited the jade shop. The note read, Today I, Chen Rue, was defeated by Mr. Zhou. I request Mr. Zhou to visit my residence for a gathering on a later date. Shen Fu accepted the note, pondering that it might prove useful in the future. The shop was left with only Shen Fu and the proprietor, who was still incensed that Shen Fu had taken a stone. Shen Fu, with a cold smile, retorted taken. I purchased the stone for a price, clearly marked, fair and square. From where does the notion of theft arise? Having recently profited, he believed that possessing money necessitated expenditure. Otherwise, it merely languished in a bank account akin to worthless paper. Currently, Shen Fu had over 2 million in cash, along with 2 pieces of ice jade, 1 dark ice and 1 tender green ice, valued at 13 million, totaling 15 million. It is noteworthy that this was merely a little over a month since his arrival in Legay City. Shen Fu had never possessed such wealth before. While he fancied automobiles and had once envisioned owning a luxury car in the future, he recognized that under the premise of maintaining a low profile, he could not drive an excessively expensive vehicle. The same reasoning applied to purchasing watches and gold or silver jewelry. However, the notion of having money without a means to spend it has never existed. Since Shen Fu sought amusement, he would inevitably find it. The day following his competition with Chun Rue and his son, Mrs. Jingxian knocked on the door in the evening, expressing her wish for Shen Fu to look after her daughter. Madam, are you going out? Yes. Mrs. Jingshuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and her nod suggested there was more to the story. Shen Fu, perceptive as he was, noted this nuance. In Legay City, Mrs. Jingxian was not only his neighbor, but also his sole friend. Thus, he inquired, "Are you all right, madam? If there are any unspoken concerns, feel free to share with me. Is someone pursuing you for debts?" Mrs. Jingxian shook her head, clarifying that it was not that. She had merely secured a job that required her to be out until the late hours, hence her request for Shen Fu to care for her daughter. What kind of job keeps one out until the late hours? At a night establishment. A night establishment? You mean a nightclub? I am to accompany patrons. As she spoke, Mrs. Jingshuan's face grew increasingly crimson, indicating her awareness of what such work entailed. Indeed, while many nightclubs operate legitimately today, they remain nightclubs, where a mix of individuals congregate. How many patrons truly visit for the purpose of enjoying a drink? The local supermarket offers a wide selection of affordable beverages, far superior to any nightclub. However, Shen Fu could not fathom that Madame Jingxian would willingly take on the role of a hostess. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that she was merely engaging in a singing gig. The manager of the nightclub was an old classmate who recognized her melodious voice and beauty and invited her to perform. I cannot rely solely on your generosity, Mr. Shen. It is essential for me to have my own means of livelihood. Thus, I hope you will not hold this against me. Shen Fu smiled, assuring her that he would not, affirming that singing is indeed a respectable profession. At this, Madame Jingshuan's face lit up with joy. Really? Well, you may go. I shall take care of Xin. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me. Thank you, Brother Shen. This woman was remarkably naive, despite having a 5-year-old daughter. She retained the innocence of a young girl. It was bewildering to consider how her ex-husband could abandon such a wonderful wife. After Madame Jingxian left for her job, Shen Fu found himself at a loss for entertainment. Thankfully, Xin was well-behaved, not crying or causing a ruckus. After watching a few cartoons together, she quickly fell asleep. Shen Fu then diligently occupied himself in the living room, perusing books related to Jade, while contemplating how to spend money the following day. At that moment, his phone rang. Madame Jingxian was calling. Brother Shen, I need your help. Chapter 88, The Drunken Thug. Brother Shen, please help me. Her voice trembled with fear, suggesting she had encountered some trouble. Shen Fu was initially taken aback, then grew anxious. Upon inquiry, he learned that Madame Jingxian had attracted the unwanted attention of a nightclub owner. The events unfolded thus. That evening, at the invitation of her old classmate, Madame Jingxian had gone to the nightclub to earn some money singing. The establishment was reputable, and her part-time job was legitimate. All was well until someone decided to stir trouble. A prominent figure, Zhang Wanli, who dealt in imported automobiles, had come to Legay City for business discussions, and afterward sought entertainment at the nightclub. Zhang Wanli, a portly man in his 50s, stood at a little over 5 feet tall and was not particularly handsome. Yet he had an undeniable penchant for women. His visit to the nightclub had been arranged by business associates, who intended for him to enjoy a respectable venue. But he mistakenly believed he would receive special services there. It was coincidental that this was Madame Jingshuan's first night performing. She donned a stunning Cheongsam dress, complemented by stockings and high heels, exuding an alluring charm. For those with lascivious inclinations, her modest yet bashful demeanor made her irresistibly captivating. Zhang Wanli summoned the manager, requesting to meet the singer after her performance. The manager, who was also Madame Jingshuan's old classmate, did not suspect any ulterior motives and, After her song concluded, escorted her to meet Zhang Wanli. However, no one anticipated that Zhang Wanli would propose to spend the night with Madame Jingxian, boldly stating that she could name any price. Madame Jingxian flushed instantly. Throughout her life, aside from the previous incident with debt collectors, she had never endured such indignity. She was not the type of woman to engage in such transactions and naturally declined Zhang Wanli's proposal. Yet, having indulged in alcohol, Zhang Wanli's temper flared at the audacity of this young lady to refuse him. He insisted on doubling the offer, declaring that she must accompany him that very night. Boss Zhang, she is my classmate. She is not a woman of that profession, and this is not that kind of establishment, the manager interjected. His expression filled with dismay as he attempted to placate Zhang Wanli. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanli's business partner, sweating profusely, suggested they step outside, stating that they could find women afterward. And even if it were 10, it would be no issue. Damn it, do you all look down on me? When have I ever allowed a woman I desire to reject me? To come out is to be available. Why pretend to be so high and mighty? Zhang Wanli shouted, and in a brazen act, reached out to touch Madame Jingxuan's backside. She screamed, struggling to push his hand away, and in that moment of resistance, an even greater calamity unfolded. It turned out that Zhang Wanli wore a jade bracelet on his wrist, an heirloom said to be from the Qing dynasty, passed down from his ancestors who were prominent officials in Jiangnan during that era. The Zhang family had prospered continuously, and in Zhang Wanli's generation, they engaged in substantial business dealings, amassing great wealth. While treasures may be easily acquired, true gems are rare. This bracelet, being a relic of the Qing dynasty, held significant historical value far beyond that of an ordinary jade bracelet. Nevertheless, despite its value, it remained merely a jade bracelet. That evening, as Madame Jingxian pushed him, the bracelet fortuitously struck the marble table and shattered into 2 pieces. Logically, jade is harder than marble. Thus, one would not expect jade to be damaged upon impact. However, the harder a substance, the more brittle it becomes. Jade, despite its hardness, lacks resilience and is prone to shattering from a fall or collision. Zhang Wanli was not one to cherish his possessions, neglecting proper care of the bracelet, which had previously withstood minor bumps without issue. Yet, on this occasion, with a simple push, the bracelet cracked audibly in half. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. Madame Jingxian dare not move, fearing she had damaged something of immense value. The manager and Zhang Wanli's business partner remained taciturn. As for Zhang Wanli, as the owner of the precious item, he should have felt a pang of distress at the destruction of such a treasure, but after a brief moment of shock, a smirk crept upon his lips. Ah, the little beauty certainly has quite the temper. No matter, I find fiery women all the more enjoyable, he lewdly remarked. The manager, unable to tolerate the vulgarity any longer, interjected, Boss Zhang, please mind your language. This is a respectable place. Zhang Wanli erupted into laughter. Is that so? Very well, if you say so. However, my bracelet has been damaged. Shouldn't your reputable establishment consider the matter of compensation? The manager replied, compensation? For a mere jade bracelet? How much could it possibly be worth? Zhang Wanli gestured a single digit. The manager gasped, 100,000? This bracelet is worth 100,000? Are you trying to extort me? Zhang Wanli shook his head, remarking that it could not possibly be so inexpensive. The manager, now even more astonished, stammered. Could it be worth 1 million? Zhang Wanli chuckled. Incorrect. This bracelet is a relic from the Qing dynasty. On the market, it could fetch over 10 million. Everyone was left in shock, including Zhang Wanli's business partner, a well-informed gentleman whose eyes widened in disbelief, not to mention the ordinary manager and Mrs. Jingxian. Mrs. Jingxuan's face drained of color as she realized the enormity of the predicament she had stumbled into, fearing it would be difficult to extricate herself. Zhang Wanli, with an aggressive demeanor, insisted that the jade bracelet was of astronomical value, demanding either monetary compensation or her company for the night. Yet, one night was merely insufficient. This audacious man wanted Mrs. Jingxian to accompany him for an entire week, after which he would consider the matter settled. Naturally, Mrs. Jingxian refused. She was not the type of woman to barter her body for financial gain. However, she found herself at a loss. Unless she could prove that the bracelet was not worth such an exorbitant amount. Surely, it cannot be worth that much, Mrs. Jingxian timidly remarked. You claim it is valued at 10 million. Please provide your evidence. Zhang Wanli laughed heartily. Not worth it. Very well, if you seek evidence, that is certainly feasible. Legay City is renowned as the capital of jade. Appraisers are plentiful. Mr. Tan, as a local, why not assist me in finding an expert to assess the value of this jade bracelet? Mr. Tan, Zhang Wanli's business partner, was inherently good-natured, but found himself at a disadvantage in the business realm. Given his need for Zhang Wanli, he could only acquiesce. Understood. I will find someone right away. Mr. Tan made a phone call. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jingxian suddenly thought of someone who could aid her, Shen Fu. Chapter 89, Sky-High Prices. On the way to the nightclub, Shen Fu listened as Mrs. Jingxian explained the entire situation over the phone. It was evident that Zhang Wanli, this unscrupulous individual, was mercilessly extorting and intimidating Mrs. Jingxian. Among those present, it seemed none possessed knowledge of Jade. Otherwise, they could ascertain the true value of the bracelet and settle the matter amicably. The drive took merely 20 minutes. Upon arrival, Shen Fu stated his purpose directly, and the manager had already arranged for security. The guard escorted Shen Fu to the location, where he encountered the arrogant Zhang Wanli and the nearly tearful Mrs. Jingxian. Upon seeing Shen Fu, Mrs. Jingxian clung to him like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, and she could no longer contain her tears. She collapsed into Shen Fu's embrace, pleading for his help, as she truly felt lost. Shen Fu reassured her, "Do not worry. With me here, no one can bully you." He then pulled Mrs. Jingxian behind him, positioning himself squarely in front of the others. And his body language conveyed a clear message. "I will protect this woman. None of you dare lay a finger on her." At that moment, Zhang Wanli became displeased. He scrutinized Shen Fu from head to toe, spat on the ground, and cursed, "What the hell are you? You think you can protect the woman I have my eye on?" Typically, Shen Fu preferred to maintain a low profile, but in this instance, he had no intention of doing so. He boldly confronted Zhang Wanli, declaring, "I intend to protect her." "What of it? Are you dissatisfied? How dare you protect her? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Wanli kicked a chair towards Shen Fu. Quick-witted, Shen Fu caught the chair and, taking advantage of the momentum, sat down, maintaining a face-off with Zhang Wanli. "You must be Zhang Wanli, the notorious troublemaker when drunk. I care not for your wealth. Tell me, did you not first touch my woman behind?" Zhang Wanli was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "Your woman? This lady is yours? Otherwise, why would I protect her?" Shen Fu replied. Zhang Wanli paused again, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. I am intrigued to see how you plan to safeguard your woman." Observing Shen Fu's shabby attire and modest phone, Zhang Wanli concluded he did not appear to be a man of means. Moreover, the fact that he allowed his woman to work in a nightclub led Zhang Wanli to believe he was nothing but a weakling. Adding to that, Zhang Wanli, appearing to be at least 50, with an unremarkable appearance, prompted him to question what charm he possessed to win the favor of such a beautiful woman. Thus, Zhang Wanli was convinced that the two shared no genuine connection. Even if they did, with a little effort, it would be an easy task to snatch this alluring woman from the grasp of such a pathetic man. Zhang Wanli had engaged in similar escapades many times. After all, women in nightclubs rarely had honorable intentions. They were often looking to attach themselves to wealthy patrons. A little money could easily lead to intimacy. With a firm resolve, Zhang Wanli decided he would not only seduce Mrs. Jingxian, but also humiliate this presumptuous old man thoroughly. As for the others, Mr. Tan was a respectable businessman, unwilling to cause a scene. The young manager was merely an ordinary employee, even less inclined to allow any trouble in his nightclub. Mrs. Jingxian, fearful of implicating Shen Fu, stood resolutely against the idea of compromising herself for Zhang Wanli. Shen Fu, having declared his intent to protect Mrs. Jingxian, had undoubtedly prepared for every eventuality. Confident that all would be well, "Rest assured, I will safeguard my woman. Since you wish to see what I am capable of, I shall indulge you," Shen Fu proclaimed. "Very well, let us see," Zhang Wanli replied. "Let us proceed then. Tell me, Mr. Zhang, did you touch my woman behind?" Zhang Wanli laughed heartily. "Ha, whether I did or did not, what of it? Are you upset? Since your woman has chosen this profession, she must endure such encounters. After all, who told her to dress so provocatively?" Shen Fu furrowed his brow and retorted coldly. "And what does that imply? Your woman dresses provocatively. Behold this cheongsam, with its slit so daringly high it nearly reaches the thigh. And those stockings, how they tempt me. Surely is it not so? Therefore, name your price. If you are too bashful, I shall propose one myself. I offer you 100,000. Allow me a night with your woman. What say you?" This venture appears to be devoid of loss, does it not? Upon hearing these words, everyone shook their heads in disapproval. Perhaps there exists someone willing to part with such a sum, but regrettably, Shen Fu is not of that ilk. In that moment, Shen Fu returned every utterance of Zhang Wanli verbatim. He stated, "Let us address matters one by one. My woman has damaged your jade bracelet, and you have harassed her. You may deny the latter, but your lack of shame is of no concern to me. Let us discuss the bracelet. Zhang Wanli chuckled. Very well, let us converse. This bracelet is worth 10 million. Compensate me, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Shen Fu scoffed. 10 million? Perhaps 10 million ghost money would be more fitting. Are you out of your mind, or is your brain merely a puddle of mush? You truly believe this bracelet is worth 10 million? Zhang Wanli remained unperturbed. While he was uncertain of the bracelet's precise value, he was aware that being an artifact from the Qing dynasty, it must hold substantial worth. Old man, you know nothing of jade. This is a Qing dynasty relic, not something mere wealth can procure. I assure you, my valuation of 10 million is not at all extravagant. At this juncture, Shen Fu refrained from further banter. During their dialogue, he activated the Jade Soul Golden Eye. This ability does not consider the age of the jade, but rather the quality of the jade itself. Unfortunately, the jade had already shattered, thus, its inherent soul value diminished, perhaps even entirely dissipated. Yet, despite the bracelet being split in two, it still retained a white jade soul, and prior to its fracture, it must have possessed at least a blue jade soul. Since the Jade Soul Golden Eye was of no use, Shen Fu resorted to his naked eye for appraisal. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding jade. May I examine your bracelet closely? Shen Fu inquired. Zhang Wanli, brimming with arrogance, dismissed Shen Fu entirely. Thinking even if the citizens of Legay City had some knowledge of jade, so what? This jade is undeniably valuable, not something an old man can trivialize. Very well. If you wish to see, then see. Zhang Wanli handed the bracelet to Shen Fu. Lacking a magnifying glass or flashlight, Shen Fu merely utilized the flashlight function of his phone to scrutinize the bracelet. The color of the bracelet appeared to satisfy the four essential qualities of rich color and uniformity, yet the base was rather mediocre, failing to reach the IC standard. It was merely of a medium to high quality. Such a bracelet would not fetch more than 140,000 in the market, and considering its age, a minimum of 200,000, with 300,000 being the upper limit. Although Shen Fu could not employ the Jade Soul Golden Eye at this moment. To assume he was incapable of appraising jade without it would be a grave misunderstanding. He assessed this bracelet with remarkable accuracy. Indeed, any individual with a modicum of jade knowledge would likely arrive at a similar conclusion regarding such a jade product. Ultimately, upon discerning the bracelet's true worth, Shen Fu felt a sense of reassurance. Chapter 90, Assembling Cash. After examining the bracelet for a while, a smile graced Shen Fu's face. Upon observing the situation, Zhang Wanli felt a twinge of anxiety. He heard Shen Fu Dao exclaim, TSK, TSK, I expected something remarkable, but turns out to be merely an ordinary high-grade jade bracelet. On the market, it would fetch no more than 100,000 at best, and considering its age, it could hardly exceed 300,000. What? You claim this bracelet is worth 300,000, yet you dare to extort $1 million? It's simply laughable. With that, Shen Fu Dao burst into laughter, nonchalantly tossing the shattered bracelet aside, clearly indifferent to its value. Zhang Wanli was incensed. How dare you treat my treasured heirloom with such disdain? Is this 30,000 yuan bracelet truly your family heirloom? I had thought you, Mr. Zhang, to be a person of considerable stature, willing to spend thousands to court a woman of the night. Yet your family treasure is this inconsequential trinket? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Zhang Wanli, already intoxicated, found his temper flaring further at Shen Fu Dao's taunts, nearly apoplectic with rage. His eyes widened as he pushed his wine glass towards Shen Fu Dao, spilling its contents all over him. Shen Fu Dao, reeking of alcohol, remained unfazed, even smiling slightly as he remarked, Oh, Mr. Zhang, why the sudden fury? My attire isn't inexpensive. Have you considered how you intend to compensate me? Curse it. Spare me your theatrics. Is your clothing also a relic from the Qing dynasty? Zhang Wanli retorted angrily. Shen Fu Dao replied with a grin. Who says it isn't? Just because you possess a family heirloom. Must I not have one? My attire is worth 100 million. It's pointless to argue. Mr. Zhang, you ought to prepare your compensation swiftly. Zhang Wanli, rising in a fury, slammed his hand onto Shen Fu Dao's shoulder, gripping it tightly. His veins bulging. Though Shen Fu Dao felt the pressure, he remained silent, his smile unwavering. Shen Fu Dao remarked, What is this? Not only have you sullied my clothing, but now you wish to resort to personal attacks? My worth far exceeds 100 million. In a fit of rage, Zhang Wanli spat towards Shen Fu Dao, but Shen Fu Dao deftly evaded the projectile. Zhang Wanli cursed, Damn it, cease your nonsense. Your worth? I can't even muster 100 million in cash right now. Let alone that. Can you produce 30,000 to continue this conversation? 30,000? What is that? Can you possibly conjure up 300,000? Zhang Wanli boasted. 300,000 is no challenge. I could procure it with ease. If you truly can present 300,000 in cash today, I, Zhang Wanli, shall admit my fault and offer you an apology. Are you serious? I have no doubts about it. But should you fail to produce it, that woman shall be mine, he declared, emphasizing the word cash. With a hearty laugh, he seemed utterly convinced of his impending victory. His confidence was not unfounded. Although Zhang Wanli was notoriously lecherous and boisterous, he was not foolish. By stressing the necessity of cash, he calculated that with the banks closed and limited daily withdrawal amounts from ATMs, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to acquire such a sum on short notice. Zhang Wanli believed that Shen Fu was devoid of funds, and even if the old man had money, in this era of mobile payment, he likely possessed little cash on hand, making it impossible for him to muster 3 million tonight. Zhang Wanli, confident in his inevitable victory, burst into laughter and downed another glass of wine. How would Shen Fu respond? Zhang Wanli paused, pondering if the old man could truly have such wealth. No, he must be attempting to intimidate me. I cannot fall for that. If you doubt me, I can send her to fetch the money while I remain here. Shen Fu gestured towards Madame Jingxian, who was flustered, for she understood that 3 million was a substantial sum. Could Shen Fu actually procure it? Certainly not. His bank account barely held 260 to 70,000, and the 2 jade pieces worth a total of 13 million were yet unsold. However, lacking absolute certainty of victory, Shen Fu would not agree to wager with Zhang Wanli. Very well, let this woman fetch the money, and we shall wait here, Zhang Wanli declared, laughing heartily, evidently dismissing Shen Fu and believing himself to be without flaw in his scheme. Yet, Shen Fu procured a document from his pocket, the very one left by Chen Rui, inscribed with the words, I, Chen Rui, acknowledge my debt to Mr. Zhou today. Please visit my residence at a later date. Madame Jingxian, bewildered, gazed at Shen Fu and decided to place her unwavering trust in him. I understand. The Chen residence, correct? Very well, she affirmed solemnly before hastily departing with the document. In the nightclub, Shen Fu and Zhang Wanli remained, both composed as they awaited developments, though an undercurrent of tension lingered between them. Suddenly, Shen Fu remarked, Boss Zhang, while 3 million is one thing, do not forget, my attire is worth 100 million. Zhang Wanli retorted angrily, damn it, if your clothing is worth 100 million, my jade bracelet must be worth 1 billion. At that moment, Mr. Tan interjected, Boss Zhang, I have contacted an expert who should be able to assist in appraising the value of your bracelet. Is he a reputable expert? If not, I have no interest, Zhang Wanli inquired. Rest assured he is highly esteemed. Very well, summon this individual. Let us see how stubborn this old man can be. Zhang Wanli glared at Shen Fu, who understood that regardless of who arrived, the bracelet would likely appraise at no more than 300,000. Even if it had once adorned Empress Dowager Cixi, its worth might reach 500,000 to 1 million, but 10 million was entirely out of the question. Mr. Tan confirmed that the expert would arrive in half an hour. The two parties fell silent, awaiting the impending confrontation. Remarkably, less than 20 minutes had passed when the expert from Mr. Tan's side arrived. To everyone's surprise, he was a familiar face, the appraisal expert who had stood beside the collector Gaosan when Shen Fu had dealt with the impostor. Master, upon seeing Shen Fu, the expert immediately expressed profound respect, exclaiming the title of master without hesitation. No one anticipated this turn of events, especially Zhang Wanli, who nearly spat out his drink in shock. You, what did you just call him? You referred to him as master? What qualifies him as a master? Certainly, it pertains to the appraisal of jadeite. Do not be deceived by the seemingly unremarkable exterior of this master. He is, in fact, an individual of profound knowledge and expertise, having attained a pinnacle of proficiency in jadeite identification. With utmost respect, I, Han Long, extend my greetings to you, and I humbly request your guidance in the future. Following this, Han Long clasped his fists and bowed deeply towards Shen Fu, exhibiting an unparalleled respect. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this unassuming middle-aged man is, in reality, a transcendent master? Is it possible that today's events are akin to the flooding of the Dragon King Temple, or the display of swords before the deity Guangong? Chapter 91. The expert Han Long, though not particularly aged, is approximately 35 years old. However, he has diligently served under the esteemed collector Gaosan for the past 15 years, establishing himself as a seasoned appraiser with unique insights into jadeite identification, demonstrating the capability to operate independently. Mr. Tan, well acquainted with Han Long, is fully aware of his formidable prowess. Individuals of great talent often possess a certain arrogance, a disdain for mediocrity, and Han Long is no exception. Previously, at the Dafahao restaurant, under the watchful eye of his superior Gao Sun, Han Long refrained from showcasing his abilities. Moreover, he was genuinely impressed by Shen Fu, who, under the alias Lao Zhou, had intentionally misled during several stone gambling sessions. Yet Han Long, as discerning eye, immediately recognized the deliberate ruse. Thus, upon arriving at this nightclub, Han Long, upon encountering Shen Fu, immediately referred to him as Master. Bowing respectfully, experts in jadeite appraisal rely on their skills for sustenance. They're typically more impressed by talent than wealth. They admire those who exhibit remarkable ability and prowess in their field. As for the wealthy local tycoons who possess nothing but money, while they may not openly disparage, they do not harbor true respect in their hearts. Han Long acknowledges Shen Fu's prowess. Thus, he would not dare to challenge him in a contest today. Mr. Tan then stated, "Allow me to introduce, this is my friend, the jadeite appraisal expert, Brother Han Long, and this is Mr. Zhang Wanli." Shen Fu interjected with a smile. "You may call me Lao Zhou." Mr. Tan nodded and continued with the introduction. "This is Mr. Zhou. Brother Han, I have invited you here to assist in appraising the value of this broken jade bracelet." Han Long looked down to see the bracelet indeed shattered into two pieces. He inquired, "Are you asking for its current worth or its past value?" Zhang Wanli retorted, "Are you foolish? Of course, I wish to know its former value. A woman has damaged my bracelet, and I demand compensation from her. Spare me your trivialities and promptly appraise the bracelet. I shall ensure your remuneration is ample." Zhang Wanli's disrespectful tone was particularly irksome to Han Long, who detests those who flaunt wealth without understanding respect. Consequently, Han Long shot Zhang Wanli a disdainful glance and turned to Shen Fu, asking, "Master, what is your perspective on this bracelet?" Shen Fu smiled and replied, "I believe this bracelet is worth no more than 300,000. They do not believe me, which is why they have summoned you, Brother Han. Please examine the bracelet and rectify my misjudgment." Han Long, taken aback by the compliment, quickly responded, "Master, you overestimate me. Since you have spoken, I shall refrain from further embarrassing myself with my limited skills." Following this, Han Long addressed Mr. Tan. "Mr. Tan, please trust the words of this master. Though his appearance may seem unremarkable, he is, in fact, a hidden dragon in the depths, a true expert in jade appraisal. My abilities pale in comparison to his." Mr. Tan, well acquainted with his friends, understood Han Long's prowess and pride, leaving him perplexed. He wondered why this young man was so lavishly praising another. Could it be that this middle-aged man named Old Zhou was genuinely as formidable as he claimed? However, this did not sit well with Zhang Wanli. He scoffed, mocking Han Long's obsequiousness and Shen Fu's pretense. "Impressive? More like a load of hot air. I refuse to believe this old man is as remarkable as you claim. Han, you can either appraise the bracelet for me today or make yourself scarce. The choice is yours." Mr. Tan interjected, "Brother Han, since you are here, why not take a look at the bracelet? Consider it a favor to me." Reluctantly, Han Long acquiesced and began his appraisal. Upon inspection, it was evident that the bracelet was merely a commonplace high-green glutinous jade, quite pure in its base and reasonably colored. In the market, it would fetch around 100,000 yuan. Han Long remarked, "This bracelet is worth merely 100,000. The master's claim of 300,000 is indeed flattering." Zhang Wanli erupted in anger. "Nonsense. You're spouting rubbish. This is a Qing dynasty bracelet. How could it possibly be worth only 100,000? Do you understand the value of antiques at all?" Han Long frowned, his face betraying his impatience. "What? You? Stop spreading such nonsense. My boss, Mr. Gao, specializes in this business. A bracelet like this could be acquired for around 170 to 180,000 in our store, and even cheaper during procurement." With that, Han Long tossed the two halves of the bracelet onto the table, clearly dismissing it. Then he clasped his hands together and bowed to Shen Fu, saying, "Master, I have come here to make a fool of myself." Shen Fu smiled and replied, "Not at all, Brother Han. Your extensive knowledge far surpasses mine. I ought to learn from you. Furthermore, I am no master, and you need not show me such respect." Han Long shook his head. "No, a master is a master. As appraisal experts, we only admire those who are more skilled than ourselves. Even if you do not acknowledge it, in my heart, you are undoubtedly a hidden sage with true prowess. Master, I hope you will visit my humble abode one day to guide me further. I would be immensely grateful." Han Long's excessive courtesy toward Shen Fu made it somewhat difficult for him to decline. Just then, the sound of hurried clicks echoed from outside. the unmistakable sound of a woman's high heels striking the ground. Following her was a man in his 40s, clad in a black suit, wearing white gloves, and carrying a black briefcase. Who is this man? He introduced himself. I'm the driver for old Chun. May I ask who is Mr. Zhou? Shen Fu raised his hand, indicating that he was indeed old Zhou. The driver handed the heavy suitcase to Shen Fu, which presumably contained a substantial sum of money. After transferring the suitcase, the driver departed. Mrs. Jing Xian's cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully explained the situation. It turned out she had retrieved the money from the Qin family, but Elder Chun was concerned about her, a woman carrying such a hefty amount alone, which could be both dangerous and burdensome. Therefore, he had sent his driver to accompany her. After hearing this, Shen Fu gently patted Mrs. Jing Xian's head in a gesture of comfort. She was a timid woman and had indeed felt quite anxious moments ago. However, Shen Fu's reassuring touch soothed her nerves. Everyone present, including the local tycoon Zhang Wanli, could discern that this woman harbored feelings for Shen Fu, affirming that his earlier declaration, "This is my woman," was not mere bravado. Zhang Wanli, however, was indifferent to whom this woman was attracted. His sole desire was to bed her. In Chapter 92, Humiliation of Wanli. The suitcase in hand was rumored to contain 3 million in cash, yet Zhang Wanli remained skeptical. To him, the driver and Elder Chun were merely part of Shen Fu's elaborate ruse, evidenced by Shen Fu's hesitation to open the suitcase. Observing Shen Fu's stammering, Zhang Wanli concluded that he was indeed feeling insecure. If he truly possessed 3 million, why would he seek negotiations at this moment? Zhang Wanli was convinced Shen Fu was merely posturing. The driver in the black suit and white gloves was likely a hired actor, posing no threat. Thus, Zhang Wanli declared, "Come now, aren't you gamblers the ones who value credibility? You must honor your bets. Since I have arrived at this auspicious place, I shall abide by your rules." Shen Fu furrowed his brow, appearing quite troubled. "Oh, does Mr. Zhang mean to say you are unwilling to negotiate?" "Precisely. Not only will I not negotiate, but I also intend to raise the stakes. And how do you propose we do that?" "Simple. If you open this suitcase and it contains 3 million, I shall first apologize to you, and you need not compensate me for the bracelet. However, if it falls short by even a single dollar, this woman shall be obliged to spend 3 nights with me." Haha. Zhang Wanli, seeking to exploit the situation, underestimated Shen Fu's intelligence. They had initially wagered an evening together, and now Zhang Wanli sought to reap benefits without increasing his own stakes. How could Shen Fu be deceived? Shen Fu responded, "We were indeed gambling in that manner. How could Mr. Zhang have such a poor memory? Or are you truly so shameless?" Zhang Wanli, incensed, retorted, "What did you say?" Shen Fu calmly replied, "If you wish for my woman to spend 2 additional nights with you, that is acceptable, but you must raise your stakes as well. Originally, you were to apologize and settle the bracelet's cost. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Wanli had not forgotten. Rather, he was simply devoid of shame. He said, "Perhaps I misremembered. You know, I've had a few too many drinks tonight. Let us do this. If you can produce 3 million in addition to the bracelet's cost, I will give you an extra 100,000. Shen Fu scoffed. "What? 2 nights with my woman is worth only 100,000? Zhang Wanli replied, "Then how about 200,000? If it doesn't work out, I have 300,000 anyway. Money is no object for me. Ha ha ha." This local tycoon is indeed arrogant, and even Han Long, who stood beside him, could not tolerate it any longer, rolling up his sleeves to seek justice for his esteemed master. However, Shen Fu stopped him. Shen Fu remained remarkably calm, unperturbed by Zhang Wanli's few words. Moreover, Shen Fu had other plans. His apparent trepidation was, in essence, a calculated ploy to lure Zhang Wanli into underestimating him. Zhang Wanli had indeed fallen into this trap. He believed Shen Fu was resorting to trickery, convinced that there was no money in the box. Thus, regardless of what conditions Shen Fu proposed, Zhang Wanli would undoubtedly acquiesce. The more absurd Shen Fu's demands, the more Zhang Wanli trusted that he was merely executing a ruse. Yet, what Shen Fu sought was not money. Wasn't Zhang the great boss rather formidable? Didn't he revel in the company of women? No problem. Shen Fu had ample ways to humiliate him. Shen Fu then remarked, "Boss Zhang, I believe I just heard that you were attracted to my woman's outfit." Zhang Wanli chuckled, continuing his lascivious remarks. "Indeed, this woman of yours is quite enticing. That little cheapao and sheer stockings have me itching with desire. What a pity to be so close yet so far. Why not allow me to indulge her a bit?" Once his laughter subsided, Shen Fu launched a sudden counterattack, presenting his own demands. "Since you are so fond of kipeos, let my wager be this. If I have 3 million in this box, I shall gift you my woman's outfit. Zhang Wanli was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I said the outfit is yours. What use do I have for this woman's clothes? Of course, it holds no value for you, but for us spectators, it is immensely entertaining. What? Zhang Wanli was bewildered, unable to grasp Shen Fu's true intent. Shen Fu's meaning was straightforward. He informed Zhang Wanli that if he won and Zhang lost, he would be required to don his woman's attire and parade around this nightclub, thus concluding the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanli was, of course, furious. What the hell kind of wager is this? Shen Fu replied with a smile, What's wrong? Are you afraid? I thought the great boss Zhang feared nothing. Why suddenly fear a loss? Very well, if you're scared, I shall offer you another chance to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanli regained his composure, firmly believing Shen Fu was merely employing deceit, executing a grand, empty city ruse. Indeed, this old man had no money. His intent in humiliating Zhang was to make him retreat in defeat, and he must not fall for it. Resolutely, Zhang Wanli surprisingly agreed to Shen Fu's terms. No problem. Open the box. Today, I shall play this through to the end and see who the coward truly is. Zhang Wanli was indeed fearless. However, Shen Fu excelled at exploiting such bravado without wisdom. Slowly, Shen Fu opened the box, revealing it brimming with stacks upon stacks of $100 bills. Shen Fu turned to the nightclub manager and said, Please bring a counting machine so we can verify the amount in front of everyone, lest Boss Zhang later deny it. The manager, suppressing a smile, complied and went to fetch the counting machine. Not only the manager, but everyone present was unable to contain their amusement upon seeing the sum of money. The mere thought of the portly Zhang Wanli donning a cheapao was enough to bring them greater joy than winning the lottery. Yet, Zhang Wanli himself was wide-eyed, his jaw agape, his countenance as grim as if he had consumed something vile, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. How could this be possible? Where did you acquire such wealth? Shen Fu Dao replied, Given that I dare to wager with you, I am undoubtedly well prepared and confident. As for you, to recklessly gamble without grasping your opponent's true strength, regardless of whether you possess vast riches or even a fortune beyond measure, you are destined to lose it all. However, fret not. Tonight, we shall not gamble with money, but rather with our dignity. Since you possess little of that already, a loss should matter not. Ha ha ha. Shen Fu Dao was the first to erupt in laughter, followed by Han Long, while Mrs. Jingxian, being more reserved, covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. Mr. Tan, having business ties with Zhang Wanli, restrained himself from laughing outright, though it was evident he was struggling to contain his amusement. In summary, those who ventured in the nightclub that evening were in for quite a spectacle. Ha ha ha. Chapter 93, Tax Issues Before Long. The manager brought in a cash counting machine. This device not only counted but also authenticated the bills. It would take a few minutes to tally the 3 million. Old Master Chun was indeed thorough. 3 million. Neither a cent more nor a cent less. All in legitimate currency. Shen Fu Dao chuckled. Have you nothing to say now, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Wanli's face was ashen, his lips twitching incessantly. Whether in anger or despair remained uncertain. Nonetheless, according to the customs of Ligu City, one must accept defeat if one chooses to gamble. Shen Fu Dao was resolute in his anticipation of the evening's unfolding drama. Mrs. Jingxian, being a compliant woman, naturally adhered to Shen Fu Dao's wishes, especially since he had assisted her that night. She went to change clothes, while the driver, having completed his task, took his leave. Han Long was reluctant to depart, wishing to remain and witness the spectacle. As for Mr. Tan, he pulled Shen Fu Dao aside, hoping for a moment of private conversation. What did Mr. Tan wish to convey? Shen Fu Dao had already surmised, yet out of courtesy, he inquired. Indeed, Mr. Tan was interceding on behalf of Zhang Wanli, imploring Shen Fu Dao not to make things difficult for the businessman, as they had ongoing business dealings. Should Zhang Wanli react with anger and embarrassment, the deal might fall through, potentially costing him at least 100,000, if not millions. Though Shen Fu Dao had earned over 10 million in just over a month, he understood what a sum of 1 million meant for an ordinary person. Mr. Tan's sincerity and urgency prompted Shen Fu Dao to decide to grant him a favor that evening. After all, a gesture of goodwill held greater value than a mere performance. Thus, Shen Fu Dao said, Since Mr. Tan has spoken so earnestly, I, Shun or rather old Joe, cannot disregard your request. Mr. Tan's face immediately brightened. What does Mr. Zhou mean? Rest assured, I shall not trouble Mr. Zhang. As long as he offers an apology to my lady, I shall consider this matter resolved. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I shall repay this kindness in the future. The two individuals engaged in hushed whispers, and for a brief moment, A glimmer of hope flickered across Zhang Wanli's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a solemn expression, likely unable to swallow his pride. Yet, Shen Fu relished in observing such displays. He took pleasure in witnessing others' discontent, knowing full well that although they could not bear the indignity, they were compelled to endure it. Why? The disparity in absolute power left no room for Zhang Wanli to refuse to acquiesce. At that moment, Madame Jingxian also emerged. She appeared somewhat embarrassed. As she was to part with garments she had worn, even if it was to humiliate that man, it felt inherently peculiar. Fortunately, Shen Fu reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. I have managed everything, and there is no need for you to feel uneasy." Madame Jingxian, like a young maiden, blinked her innocent eyes and inquired if this was indeed true. Indeed, subsequently, the events of that evening unfolded with Zhang Wanli reluctantly and begrudgingly apologizing to Madame Jingxian. As for the bracelet, Shen Fu was not unreasonable. He offered Zhang Wanli a sum of 100,000 as compensation. However, Zhang Wanli declined, stating that this matter was not yet settled, and one day he would ensure that the old man would receive his due lesson. Shen Fu mused to himself that Zhang Wanli didn't even know his name. How could he possibly teach him a lesson? Shen Fu chose not to engage further with Zhang Wanli and departed the nightclub with Madame Jingxian. Han Long followed them out, presenting Shen Fu with a business card, expressing a desire that Shen Fu might visit him someday to discuss jadeite appraisal and gambling stone matters. "Very well, I will certainly come by when I have the chance." The night had deepened, and although a man and a woman were alone in a room, the child slept peacefully in the adjoining space, ensuring that nothing untoward would transpire. After a brief conversation, Shen Fu turned to Madame Jingxian, stating that she ought to refrain from visiting the nightclub in the future and instead remain by his side to assist him with some business affairs. Madame Jingxian was taken aback. "Does Brother Shen mean for me to be your secretary?" Shen Fu chuckled. "Indeed, you shall be my secretary. There is absolutely no issue with that. I will provide you with 10,000 monthly to assist me with my business and household chores. How does that sound? This salary should suffice for you and your daughter's living expenses, correct?" Madame Jingxian was moved to tears. She vowed never to forget Brother Shen's kindness. All right. Let us not wake XIN discussing gratitude. It truly feels awkward, ha ha ha." From the following day, Shen Fu had acquired a secretary. Although termed a secretary, her role resembled that of a maid, as Shen Fu had little need for someone to manage his affairs. The matters that truly required attention, such as legal and tax issues, were beyond Madame Jingxian's capabilities. Nonetheless, this experience reminded him that once one attains wealth, it is prudent to employ experts in law and taxation. Shen Fu aspired to become the Jade King. He could not afford any blemishes on his record, or else such flaws could become liabilities in the future. Currently, without any legal troubles, he decided to address his tax matters first. He reached out to the finest private accounting firm in Legay City, investing a substantial amount to secure the most esteemed private accountant in the city to manage his tax issues comprehensively. Since he is the finest accountant, arranging a meeting with him is no trivial matter. Merely securing a brief audience incurs a fee calculated by the minute, reaching hundreds of dollars for just a single minute. Fortunately for Shen Fu, on this particular day, the accountant found himself unexpectedly available due to a no-show from another client, allowing him the opportunity to meet Shen Fu. Shen Fu, a mere unknown, would typically not attract the attention of such an esteemed accountant. However, when Shen Fu displayed an indifference to the exorbitant consultation fee and revealed his income for the past month, the accountant was taken aback. Adjusting his glasses, he scrutinized Shen Fu, struggling to reconcile the apparent wealth of this individual. "Is it true? You truly earned 15 million in a month?" he inquired. "Indeed. However, only 5 million is currently in my possession. The remaining 10 million is yet to be received." The accountant pressed on. "What business are you engaged in?" "Gambling on stones," Shen Fu replied. The accountant now comprehended the situation. It was indeed plausible to amass over 10 million in a month through such endeavors. Yet, one aspect remained. Individual gamblers typically shun tax matters, for such actions would result in substantial deductions from their earnings. As gambling is generally a private affair, the knowledge of any tax evasion remains confined to the parties involved. Thus, the accountant queried, "Why seek my assistance in tax matters? Surely, it would be more prudent to evade the taxes altogether and save those millions." To which Shen Fu responded, "Pursuing illicit paths may yield fleeting wealth, but my aspirations are far grander. How could I compromise my integrity for a mere few million? Reputation and honor are of utmost importance, are they not?" The accountant had assisted countless individuals with their taxes, and invariably, Those so-called magnates were solely motivated by financial gain, often using tax services to facilitate evasion. Shen Fu's perspective, however, left him deeply impressed, especially considering Shen Fu had risen from nothing to net 15 million in a month. The accountant mused that while Shen Fu might be inconspicuous now, he would likely command respect across the entirety of China in the future. To be able to assist such a man was indeed a stroke of fortune. Thus, he agreed to take on Shen Fu's tax matters, ensuring that not a single detail would be overlooked, assuring that even the most formidable adversaries would find no fault. Chapter 94. The Gray and White Material. With the tax issues resolved, albeit at some expense, Shen Fu found solace. He then proceeded to a law firm, where, after a modest outlay, he engaged in a 30-minute discussion with a distinguished attorney, winning the latter's favor. With both tax and legal considerations addressed, Shen Fu was aware that in the city of Liga, with a population exceeding 10 million, there were likely around 1 million engaged in stone gambling. Among them, few would be as prudent as he, willing to invest in preparations to avoid future pitfalls. Shen Fu was indeed ambitious. His aspirations extended beyond mere profit. He aimed to become the king of Jade in China, ensuring that all recognized he was no mere weakling. It is natural for individuals to seek fame and fortune. The path is open, and it is a matter of one's capabilities. Shen Fu's strengths lay in his cunning and his extraordinary vision. With his tax and legal matters adequately managed, Shen Fu wasted no time and promptly embarked on a new round of stone gambling ventures to amass wealth. He first visited Chun Rui's residence, where he sold the 2 pieces of jade in his possession. The first piece fetched 3 million, which he had already received. The second piece sold for 10 million, and the elder Chun Rui was quite agreeable, promptly transferring the funds to Shen Fu without a single penny missing. A wager entails acceptance of its outcome. This money rightfully belongs to you, Mr. Zhou. However, I do have one request. I wish to know your true identity, the elder stated. Shen Fu smiled faintly, asserting that he was merely old Zhou, without any other identity. Chun Rui sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. Yet he refrained from further inquiries, suggesting they might engage in a discussion at a later time. Shen Fu replied, "Last time, I was merely fortunate. I wouldn't dare to compete with someone of your stature. Luck is but a humble expression of the strong." Every time Shen Fu triumphed in gambling, he could attribute it to good fortune, which was indeed convenient. Later, Shen Fu departed from the Chun residence and made his way to the Jade trading market in the eastern part of the city. This location, being the farthest from his apartment in the south, made it less likely for him to be recognized as Shen Fu. The market was as vibrant as ever, bustling with voices and activity, each individual engrossed in their own pursuits of jade gambling. The allure of profit can blind one to all else, and thus, no one recognized Shen Fu. Besides his own low profile, the avarice of the crowd was undoubtedly a significant factor. In any case, everything was advantageous for Shen Fu. His bank account already boasted over 15 million, yet he would never disdain small transactions. Even a few thousand was worth his effort. Noticing a particularly lively stall, Shen Fu approached to investigate, discovering it was a newcomer hawking a raw jade stone weighing a ton. This vendor possessed only this solitary stone and, being an unfamiliar face, declared it to be jade raw material, demanding a price of 1 million. Who would dare to believe him? Most people would remain skeptical. However, if it were indeed the case, such a crowd would not have gathered around the stall. As it turned out, the stone was indeed a piece of jade raw material, and it was of semi-transparent quality. The right half of the stone displayed a cross-section, indicating that it was once part of a larger stone, now split in 2. The cross-section revealed a color similar to the outer skin, gray, albeit slightly lighter, with the center exhibiting a nearly transparent gray-white hue. The focal point lay within this gray-white center, where a green section roughly the size of a child's fist was visible, radiating a vibrant, pure green. At this revelation, the crowd erupted with excitement. Some speculated that the jade raw material might indeed contain green, while others pointed out that the green appeared minimal. The stone, estimated to weigh around a ton, could potentially yield immense profit. If it were entirely green inside, it could be sold for 3 million without issue. Conversely, if the green were limited to the outer section, it might only suffice for a bracelet, fetching a maximum of 50,000. This stark contrast between fortune and despair had not been witnessed in the Eastern jade market for quite some time, igniting a fervor among the spectators. All eager to uncover the truth of this stone, the jadeite raw stone revealed, to everyone's astonishment, that it indeed possessed a purple jade spirit. This indicated that the jade within the stone was worth at least 1 million. If the selling price could be negotiated down, a substantial profit could be made. Unfortunately, this was merely a stone with the faintest hue of purple jade spirit, suggesting its value would just exceed 1 million, but would not surpass 1.5 million. Nevertheless, any profit was welcome, and Shen Fu began to devise his strategy. Simultaneously, others were also calculating their own moves. In the gambling stone market of Legay City, there exists an unspoken rule. Once one party makes an offer and the other party accepts, the transaction must proceed, or else one's credibility is irrevocably tarnished, leading to a complete halt in future dealings. The street vendor had set the price at 1 million, which constituted his offer. If a customer was willing to pay that amount, regardless of the vendor's reluctance, he was obliged to complete the sale. This unwritten rule had been upheld for decades in this region of the Huaxia continent, making Legay City the gambling stone capital. Many potential buyers felt tempted, but were apprehensive that if they inquired about the price and the vendor agreed, they would be unable to retract their interest. The true value of the stone was indeterminate, leaving everyone hesitant to speak up, preferring instead to observe and study the situation. Nonetheless, the world of gambling stones was never devoid of the audacious, even the reckless. Just as hesitation gripped the crowd, a figure stepped forward, Lin Lao San, a well-known daredevil of this generation, who had amassed considerable wealth through property redevelopment. With no other pursuits, he relished gambling on stones, particularly those that others dared not wager upon. Of course, he was no fool. He would not squander his money frivolously. His eye for value was commendable. Although labeled a daredevil, he did not incur losses on every venture. His record was a mix of gains and losses, which had allowed him to maintain his fortune. Otherwise, no amount of redevelopment funds could offset his propensity for extravagant spending. "Boss, will you sell this stone for 300,000? Lin Lao San astutely began by drastically slashing the price from 1 million to 300,000. The vendor, not to be outdone, countered with a minimum price of 800,000. Unperturbed, Lin Lao San maintained his offer of 300,000. The vendor, increasingly desperate, continued to lower his price. If 800,000 was unacceptable, then 700,000, then 600,000, and finally 50,000. 50,000. That's the lowest I can go. Lin Lao San smirked and replied, "Is that so? I will now offer 25,000. So will you sell or not?" The vendor hesitated, and Lin Lao San further reduced his offer by another 5,000. "Not selling? If that is the case, I shall propose 20,000 now." "Not so fast." The vendor appeared visibly anxious, evidently uncertain of the stone's true worth. His initial asking price of 1 million was merely a tactic to inflate the negotiation space, hoping to ensnare an unsuspecting buyer. The crowd marveled at Lin Lao San's audacity and remarkable bargaining prowess. Yet, was the situation truly so straightforward? Certainly not. Just as the negotiation reached a stalemate and Lin Lao San seemed poised for victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 95, Battling the Foolish Masses. Just as everyone admired Lin Lao San's boldness and bargaining skills, an unforeseen circumstance arose. Initially, Shen Fu was inclined to concede to the vendor, as it appeared that Lin Lao San was prepared to acquire the stone for a price of 250,000, or even 200,000. Shen Fu was ready to make his move, contemplating a slight increase, perhaps offering 300,000 to secure the stone. Just as he stepped forward to speak, a group of individuals surged from the crowd, all appearing to be disgruntled gamblers in their 30s or 40s. "It's you. You have squandered our hard-earned money," they shouted, directing their ire at the vendor, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, all present soon grasped the unfolding situation. It transpired that merely days prior, this vendor had sold another jadeite raw stone weighing over a ton at the emerald market in the west of the city, which was indeed the counterpart to the current piece. Both stones originated from the same large boulder, with the left half present here and the right half having been purchased by this group for 500,000. They were ordinary gamblers, lacking substantial funds, having pooled their resources together. "You have squandered our hard-earned money. Indeed, you have betrayed our trust. We believed in you when we bought your stone." "Precisely. You cannot deceive us like this. Return our money at once." The vendor sneered and retorted, "Gambling is inherently a risk. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. I cannot ascertain the quality of this stone. If you choose to gamble, do not blame your misfortune for the loss. Now step aside and do not impede my business." "You? What do you mean, you? Hurry up and leave. Did I hold a knife to your throat? It is your own lack of discernment, not my coercion." Do not create trouble here. Begone. This statement held some merit, as none of the onlookers expressed sympathy for these individuals, as they epitomized those who could ill afford to lose. The crowd rallied behind the vendor, urging the disgruntled group to depart. The pitiful gamblers elicited no compassion, and Shen Fu observed with a detached eye, sensing a sliver of opportunity. Indeed, once these disgruntled individuals departed, the positions of Lin Laosan and the vendor shifted dramatically. Now, everyone assumed that this stone was worthless. Initially, Lin Laosan's offer of 200,000 was perceived as a substantial profit. But now it seemed the vendor was eager to settle for 200,000. The vendor even remarked, "Sir, your earlier bid was 250,000, correct?" Lin Laosan promptly denied it. "What 250,000? I clearly stated 200,000. The vendor chuckled. "Very well, let us consider it 200,000 then. I agree to sell. Let us finalize this transaction." Lin Laosan's face turned ashen. It was now clear that the stone was only worth around 50,000 or 60,000. Spending 200,000 would equate to throwing money away. Lin Laosan realized this, as did the others. Yet Shen Fu perceived this as a prime opportunity. In other words, Lin Laosan was hoping for an unexpected intervener to relieve him of this hot potato. However, no one was foolish enough to incur a loss willingly. At that moment, Shen Fu stepped forward. "I offer 210,000. Sell me this stone." His declaration astonished the entire assembly. A well-meaning individual beside Shen Fu tugged at his arm, cautioning him. "Are you mad? Did you not hear the commotion just now? This stone is utterly worthless." Shen Fu feigned ignorance and asked, "Really? What does that mean?" The man replied, "Consider this. This material is half of a large stone, and the other half has already been proven to be worthless. Thus, it stands to reason that this half is likely worthless as well. I advise you, do not wade into these murky waters." Yet, the vendor was unwilling to acquiesce. Not only did the vendor refuse, but Lin Laosan also stood firm. Lin Laosan then questioned the vendor about which offer he would accept, 200,000 or 210,000. Lin Laosan pretended to be magnanimous, saying, "Very well, since you have offered a higher price, though I am quite reluctant, I shall let this material go to you." Shen Fu mused to himself, "What a clever fellow. You may be quick on your feet, but soon enough you shall have cause to regret this." Shen Fu remarked, "Very well, if that is the custom, though I am new here, I shall abide by it. 210,000 it is. At worst, I will incur a slight loss. Besides, what if this material truly turns out to be fully green?" The crowd erupted in laughter. "Huh, how fanciful you are. While there are indeed stones that exhibit both flaws and perfection, it is improbable that you would encounter such a phenomenon. Prepare to part with your money." "Indeed, prepare to part with your money." They laughed heartily. Unfazed by their mockery, Shen Fu instructed the vendor to issue an invoice and proceeded to transfer the funds online. Once the payment was received, the material would rightfully belong to him. Under normal circumstances, Shen Fu would have exercised discretion, transporting the stone away to be cut in secret, lest he be remembered for his previous gambling triumphs. However, not out of desire to show off, but simply due to a lack of inclination to move, Shen Fu decided to cut the stone on site. Coincidentally, the crowd clamored for him to do so, perhaps with the exception of the initial advisor, as the others eagerly awaited Shen Fu's potential misfortune. "Cut the stone, cut the stone, cut the stone." Shen Fu chuckled, "Since everyone is so eager to witness the cutting, I shall graciously comply and reveal this stone before you all." "Ha, you are indeed perceptive." Shen Fu said little more and summoned a young stone cutter from nearby. The market was teeming with vendors and cutting establishments, so finding one was hardly a challenge. The young cutter, no older than 27 or 28, assessed the stone and declared it entirely feasible. He then brought over the machine and connected the power supply, readying himself for the task. "Where shall you cut, esteemed guest?" Shen Fu, pleased with the young man's skill, planned to reward him handsomely. "No need for fuss, simply cut it in half from the middle." "Understood." Then came a flurry of sparks and dust, and soon the stone was halved. As the dust settled, what lay before them was a sight to behold, vibrant green, rich and vivid, as if painted with oil, seemingly on the verge of dripping. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, until one astonished soul broke the stillness with an exclamation of disbelief. "No way, no way." In Chapter 96, one stone was sold twice. The original owner was the vendor, who nearly lost it to Lin Laosan, but ultimately, it fell into Shen Fu's hands. Shen Fu smiled slightly, having anticipated this outcome. He remained unperturbed while the crowd erupted in chaos, starting with the street vendors. This is utterly preposterous. The vendor has just made a fortune of over 100,000. Yet he feels no joy, for he knows full well that he could have earned even more. And as for Lin Laosan, he was so enraged that his vision blurred and the world around him spun, nearly leading him to a fit of apoplexy. This stone was rightfully mine, Lin Laosan shouted as he stormed towards Shen Fu, though he dared not lay a hand on him, his demeanor radiating fury and aggression. How dare you snatch my jade? The onlookers nodded in agreement, affirming that Lin Laosan had indeed declared he would relinquish the stone to the other party. He could not renege on his word now. Lin Laosan, feeling cornered, exclaimed, Are you siding with this outsider? We are impartial, Laosan. This time, you are indeed at fault. You cannot covet another's fortune simply because they have succeeded where you have not. You, old dang, I bear you no ill will. Yet you choose not to assist me and instead speak in favor of that old man. Old dang rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Lin Laosan's pleas. Finding no allies, Lin Laosan continued to harass Shen Fu. Shen Fu replied, So you're Lin Laosan? Very well, do not say that I'm not offering you an opportunity. The stone has now been cut in half. If you provide me with 500,000, I shall sell you one half. Enraged, Lin Laosan retorted, Absurd. I originally acquired this stone for 200,000, and you dare demand an additional 300,000 for merely half? Indeed, you are speaking utter nonsense. Shen Fu pinched his nose and chuckled. Goodness gracious, what a foul stench. Which dog has just relieved itself? Lin Laosan, infuriated, was ready to confront Shen Fu physically. At that moment, a group of individuals who had purchased the other half of the stone also emerged, demanding compensation from Shen Fu. Shen Fu laughed once more, asking them, What connection do I have with you? Why should I owe you anything? The group, showing no semblance of reason, claimed that Shen Fu's half contained the green from their half. Originally, the stone held green throughout, but it had all ended up in his portion. Therefore, the profits he reaped were, in fact, their losses. We do not wish to cause you distress. Simply pay us 500,000 to cover our losses, and we shall consider the matter settled, declared the leader of the group. Shen Fu threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha! I have never heard such shameless demands. Very well, observe closely. Shen Fu pulled out his wallet and extracted 3,000 yuan, neither too little nor too much. The group looked on incredulously, exclaiming, A mere 3,000? Is this some sort of jest? However, Shen Fu was not offering this sum to them. Instead, he handed the money to the apprentice stonecutter, stating it was a token of appreciation for his work. The apprentice was thoroughly pleased, having effectively earned half a month's salary, and he certainly would not complain about the 3,000. But what of our 500,000? You old man, I warn you not to be so arrogant. Shen Fu laughed again. Ha ha ha. I apologize, but I shall indeed be arrogant today. I declare here and now, whoever can produce 500,000 may take away either half of the stone on the spot. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted into lively discussion once more. Someone inquired, May I take a closer look? Shen Fu chuckled, Of course, feel free to look and touch. If you need tools like a flashlight, this young master who cuts stones has them handy. The crowd surged forward, eager to examine the two pieces of jade. At that moment, the individual who had been advocating for Shen Fu from the beginning hesitated for only a brief moment before deciding to offer 500,000 to take half of the jade. 500,000, I'll pay. Upon recognizing him, Shen Fu realized he was the only rational individual present. So he did not complicate matters and sold it directly for 500,000. Quickly, the funds were transferred, and after deducting the 210,000 spent on the stones and other expenses, Shen Fu netted approximately 300,000. As for the other half of the stone, rather than haggling, Shen Fu, emulating the methods of Lin Laosan, raised the price. Noticing that no one dared to make a purchase. No one is buying? Then I shall increase the price. 500,000 1,000, 500,000 2,000, 500,000 3,000. The value of the jade soared higher. Logically, one would expect people to lose interest, yet it was akin to the housing market. The higher the prices, the more speculators appeared. The more Shen Fu raised the price, the more anxious the crowd became, particularly Lin Laosan. Shen Fu remarked, Third brother, if you don't act now, this jade will climb to 501,000, and then I'll continue to raise it by 1,000 at a time. Let us see how long you can hold out, ha ha ha. True to his word, Shen Fu began raising the price from 501,000, increasing it by 1,000 each time. Lin Laosan's face turned a deep crimson on one side and a sickly green on the other, and ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, declaring that if it remained at 500,000, he would purchase that half of the jade. In truth, Shen Fu and Lin Lao San bore no animosity toward one another. After inquiring among the crowd for a higher offer and seeing that no one was prepared to bid, the piece naturally belonged to Lin Lao San. Lin Lao San was not short on funds. While transferring the money, he added a note, "For your coffin." Shen Fu, upon reading it, felt no anger but simply asked Lin Lao San if he dared to cut the stone on the spot. Lin Lao San replied, "What is there to fear? If you can cut it, then Lin Sangu certainly can as well. Young master, come here and cut the stone for me. I want to split it in half too." The young master returned to work, and, as this piece was smaller, it was easier to cut. Soon, the young master had completed the task, and the crowd stepped forward to inspect it, resulting in another round of gasps. "Oh, how can this be?" They observed that the piece, which should have been entirely green, appeared as if hollowed out in the center, with a solitary white spot remaining. While it did not render the entire piece worthless, the jade still contained green, albeit its value had undoubtedly diminished. As for Shen Fu, after witnessing Lin Lao San faint from the shock, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos and discreetly made his escape, employing the strategy of retreating to ensure his safety. Chapter 97. A few ruffians. Shen Fu noticed that he had picked up a small follower, indicating that someone was tailing him closely. In broad daylight, who would dare to be so audacious? After realizing he was being followed, Shen Fu deliberately took a longer route while calculating his next move. He pondered who might be tracking him, with the first obvious suspects being enemies. Upon arriving in Legay City, Shen Fu inevitably attracted some attention, such as from Qinji and an ordinary gambler who had just fallen victim to his schemes. These individuals harbored vengeful intentions, although they only knew him as Old Joe. A person who loses heavily in gambling can resort to any desperate measure. The second category comprises the prominent figures in the jade industry, particularly the two leading magnates, Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan. They may not be familiar with Old Joe, but they are well aware of Shen Fu's formidable reputation and have been seeking him out. Just moments ago, Shen Fu had been somewhat careless. Disdaining the cumbersome task of transporting a 1-ton stone, he decided to cut it on the spot, which could potentially expose his exceptional prowess in gambling. This was precisely why he felt compelled to leave amidst the chaos. At this moment, Shen Fu found it challenging to ascertain which category of individuals he was dealing with. The first group bore a grudge against him, while the second sought his assistance. The latter was certainly the more favorable situation. Nevertheless, having recently accrued a fortune of 800,000, Shen Fu relished his newfound freedom, able to earn and spend as he pleased without regard for others' opinions. He could embrace a leisurely and joyful existence. However, should he choose to assist others, even a figure as esteemed as Zhuge Liang would ultimately serve under the Emperor Liu Bei, no matter how impressive one's abilities, one would still be in the role of subordinate. At 50 years of age, Shen Fu had long endured, working for others and observing their whims. Yet now, with the acquisition of the Jade Soul Golden Eye, he would no longer be subject to anyone's commands. All his actions would spring solely from his own volition. Thus, he resolved to disregard any lingering pursuers and to shake them off. Accelerating his pace, Shen Fu took advantage of the bustling crowd ahead, swiftly darting into a narrow alley to evade the watchful eyes of his followers. However, after only a few steps, he was confronted by two young men. "You must be Mr. Zhou, right? Quite impressive. Earning 800,000 in half an hour. Robbing a bank doesn't come close to your speed." The duo, clad in tattered jeans and ostentatious short-sleeved shirts, with their hair dyed a garish yellow, fancied themselves as cool, yet they were merely two foolish braggarts. Shen Fu regarded them with a sense of caution, determined to discern their true intentions. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is you, Mr. Zhou. What about me? You've amassed quite a fortune, and our brothers greatly admire you, especially our boss." "Your boss?" Shen Fu was intrigued to learn more about the leader of these two young ruffians. Their tone suggested that he wielded considerable influence, despite their own appearance as petty thugs. The taller of the two boasted, "Our boss is quite remarkable. Let me put it this way. No one in this area dares to disrespect him." The shorter one chimed in, "Indeed, our boss is something else. If you know what's good for you, you should come with us." Shen Fu smiled faintly and asked, "What if I refuse?" Observing his surroundings, he noted the desolate alley. Should he choose to strike down these two ruffians, it would pose no significant challenge. Among the crowd, a certain individual caught Shen Fu's eye. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the thief who had pilfered his wallet. Shen Fu mused to himself, So this is a band of pickpockets, emboldened by audacity. In this era of law and order, especially in a prosperous city like Legay, how could such ruffians dare to flaunt their mischief? Surrounding Shen Fu were 7 of these scoundrels. After some contemplation, he resolved not to take action immediately, but rather to accompany them to meet this so-called leader. It was somewhat perilous, yet Shen Fu understood that this presented the finest opportunity to confront the enigmatic figure at the helm. If need be, he could always fight his way out. After all, whether faced with 7 or even 70 of these petty criminals, he had nothing to fear. Very well, your leader wishes to see me. I shall indulge him. Lead the way, Shen Fu declared. The tall young thug replied, at last, you are wise to our intentions. Do not worry, it is not far. Follow us. Thus, Shen Fu trailed behind these ruffians as they exited the Jade trading market. They did not venture far before arriving at a neighborhood steeped in local flavor, characterized by its old residences. They entered a small mahjong parlor, which was empty save for a man in his 40s who appeared to have been waiting for some time. The tall thug announced, Boss, I have brought the person you requested. The leader nodded, his expression stern and devoid of humor. Very well, you may step back. The young thugs complied, retreating without leaving the parlor, instead observing Shen Fu and their boss, likely anticipating that Shen Fu would soon face dire consequences. However, Shen Fu remained unperturbed, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. In this age of surveillance, where cash transactions have become nearly obsolete, had it not been for Legay's reputation as the capital of jade gambling, the bustling market would have rendered their petty thievery nearly impossible. Were it not for the myriad of jade products in the hands of the populace, such a gang would have likely been eradicated long ago, unable to thrive in such an environment. Shen Fu regarded these miscreants with disdain, finding the entire scenario rather tedious. Nevertheless, having arrived, he preferred to resolve any impending troubles swiftly, lest they impede his pursuit of jade gambling profits. Are you the boss? What is it that you require of me? He inquired. The leader, surnamed Bai and known as Bai Mu, proclaimed himself as Boss Bai, though he was merely a small-time proprietor of a mahjong parlor. In his youth, he had dabbled in the underworld, later gathering a band of petty criminals to engage in various nefarious acts. Throughout history, thieves have always existed. Perhaps these individuals had simply enjoyed a streak of good fortune, managing to evade capture until now. However, as previously stated, it is improbable for one to remain unscathed after a prolonged engagement in such illicit activities. Law enforcement had already set their sights on them, and an arrest was imminent. Unbeknownst to Boss Bai, he continued to entertain delusions of grandeur in his morally ambiguous pursuits. What could be his purpose in seeking out Shen Fu? Chapter 98, The Red Jade Guangong. You must be Mr. Zhou, correct? My subordinates, lacking discernment, previously stole from you. I sincerely apologize for this transgression. To Shen Fu's surprise, Boss Bai's initial tone was surprisingly courteous, displaying a measure of respect. Yet, Shen Fu was not swayed by such pleasantries. He urged Bai to get to the point. Speak your mind. I have nothing to discuss with you ruffians. Upon hearing these words, the ruffians became agitated. Alas, what could they do? After all, they were indeed ruffians. Shen Fu's words, though succinct, pierced their hearts. These individuals, lacking in sophistication, could hardly endure such a blow. Who are you calling a ruffian? One exclaimed. Indeed, I am far superior to you. Do you not know? Shouts of indignation rose in chorus, yet Shen Fu remained unfazed. For those who are truly formidable, do not allow emotions to cloud their judgment. Are you not ruffians? Shen Fu inquired. Certainly not. They retorted. Then what are you? He pressed, leaving them speechless. At that moment, Boss Bai chuckled. Mr. Zhou, please forgive them. My little brothers may be less educated, but they are quite loyal. They may claim to be capable, yet when it comes to their friends, they cannot tolerate a slight. Besides, they are not ruffians per se, although we may steal. It is solely for survival, and we adhere to principles, only targeting the wealthy whose fortunes are dubious, never touching the impoverished. Shen Fu laughed. So, stealing from the rich does not count as theft? Those wealthy individuals are not in want of money, and their wealth is often tainted. Thus, it is not theft. It can only be deemed a loan. Will you repay this loan? We shall return it when the opportunity arises, they replied. Shen Fu laughed heartily once more, thinking to himself that Boss Bai was surely deluded, perhaps influenced by too many martial arts novels, believing they resided in some chivalrous world. In reality, the world speaks the language of power, power that encompasses wealth and connections, where authority and legality reign supreme, not morality. If a lucrative collaboration presents itself, what does it matter if Party A is the sworn enemy of Party B? Speaking of righteousness is a privilege reserved for the powerful. A band of thieves discussing morality is nothing short of absurd. Shen Fu, uninterested in further debate, simply asked, "How much can you earn in a month?" Boss Bai replied, "At least 100,000, I suppose." This figure was already inflated. In truth, the collective efforts of such a band of thieves would only yield several thousand a month, which would be quite remarkable. Yet, even if exaggerated to 100,000, in Shen Fu's eyes, it amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean. Hardly worthy of mention. I expected you to be more impressive. Risking imprisonment for such a meager sum? And that is for all of you combined? Truly, ruffians are ruffians. Having said this, Shen Fu turned to leave, but was obstructed. Boss Bai, now devoid of his earlier civility, coldly addressed Shen Fu, "Apologies, but we have a request. I implore you to stay a while longer." Shen Fu replied, "I am quite busy. What is it you wish to discuss?" Boss Bai stated, "Simply put, I wish to wash my hands of this life. I have heard that you are quite adept at stone gambling. Would you assist me? We could all prosper together, splitting the earnings 50-50, and should we incur losses, I shall bear the brunt of it. What do you say?" Shen Fu erupted in laughter. "You seek my collaboration? You, a petty thief, wish to transition to stone gambling? Indeed. Oh, how you amuse me. This is truly the most entertaining jest I have heard this year. You go by Boss Bai, do you not? I must inquire, what gives you the audacity? Do you possess the means to gamble on stones? Do you have the capability? Furthermore, what compels you to request my assistance, you scoundrel?" These questions left the notorious Boss Bai momentarily speechless. Although he is referred to as the boss, in reality, he merely oversees a band of petty thieves while he himself is no more than a common miscreant, harboring grand aspirations yet lacking any genuine talent. Today, he had summoned Shen Fu to his mahjong parlor, primarily due to his recent inability to procure any funds, thus necessitating a change in his line of work. Boss Bai declared, "I am willing to share half of the gambling profits with you." Shen Fu retorted, "Even if you offered me the entirety of the profits, I would never collaborate with a rogue like you. I have no desire to end up in prison." Boss Bai reassured him, "Rest assured, my associates are efficient and will not attract the attention of the authorities." Shen Fu replied, "Do not be naive. Your luck will eventually run out. Consider this a farewell, as I have no intention of associating with your band of petty thieves." As Shen Fu turned to leave, Boss Bai commanded his subordinates to block his exit. His tone now decidedly less cordial. It was evident that should Shen Fu refuse, he would resort to violence. Shen Fu regarded the group with a cold gaze and stated, "You are aware that I am entitled to defend myself, correct? If you strike first, I bear no legal repercussions for retaliating. Moreover, I recently secured the services of a formidable lawyer and am eager to test his prowess." Seeing negotiations unravel, Boss Bai snapped his fingers, signaling his men to act. There were 7 of them. Yet to Shen Fu, they were merely a collection of ineffectual thugs lacking both strength and skill. Having trained in Sanda, Shen Fu dispatched 4 of them within mere seconds. The remaining 3, now flustered, hesitated to advance, while Boss Bai, both anxious and furious, could only watch helplessly, as he himself was no fighter. Shen Fu, unfazed and unflustered, had not even broken a sweat. His arrival in Legay City was intended for lucrative gambling ventures, not to dismantle a ragtag band of miscreants. He found the entire situation absurd, akin to an inexplicable dream. Nevertheless, now that the confrontation had commenced, he resolved to see it through to the end. With a few precise strikes, he swiftly subdued the last 3. He then approached Boss Bai, maintaining a silent yet piercing gaze. Boss Bai had anticipated that he could easily coerce Shen Fu into submission, never imagining that he alone could vanquish all 7 of his henchmen. The thought crossed his mind, how could this seemingly elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, possess such formidable combat skills? At that moment, Shen Fu retrieved his phone and reported the apprehension of a theft ring to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Boss Bai's countenance paled, resembling a wall coated in whitewash, rendering him utterly disheveled. "Mr. Zhou, must we involve the authorities in our affairs?" Just as his words left his lips, Boss Bai made a desperate attempt to escape, only to be swiftly subdued by Shen Fu's adept grappling technique. Despite his struggles, it was futile. The police would arrive in less than 15 minutes, and the situation was already settled. Shen Fu felt that his visit to confront these petty thieves had merely been a waste of his time. At that moment, Shen Fu suddenly looked up and discovered the statue of Guan Yu enshrined in the mahjong parlor. This Guan Yu was no ordinary figure. It was a striking statue carved from red jade. Beneath the radiance of its jade essence and golden eyes, the jade spirit appeared in hues of purple, indicating that it was an exceptionally valuable artifact.